Chapter 1. The Rebirth Classroom, where the school Belle suddenly embraces me. At the age of 34, Lin Ran could hardly have anticipated this moment. Reuniting with his high school class Belle after many years apart, he was struck by an unexpected twist of fate. It was a night of torrential rain, as two beams of blinding white light shattered the darkness and pierced through the curtain of rain. A large truck roared into view. It was on a collision course with a graceful woman holding an umbrella on the sidewalk ahead. Instinctively, Lin Ran surged forward from a distance, propelling the woman away with all his might just before the truck could reach her. In that instant, the world seemed to fall silent. Time appeared to stretch, and the scene unfolded in slow motion. The downpour froze in his vision. Only the startled woman, pushed to the roadside, turned her head in a panic, her gaze meeting Lin Ran's across the rain-soaked air. In that fleeting moment, he recognized her face. Beneath a cascade of silky black hair lay a visage of exquisite beauty, mature, ethereal, and strikingly radiant. Her lips parted in shock, and as she grasped the gravity of the situation, her expression shifted to one of alarm, her mouth opening as if to scream. Simultaneously, Lin Ran realized her identity. Su Qingyan, the acknowledged school belle of Yunnan High School, now a business magnate worth billions, renowned throughout southern province as an icy goddess of the corporate world, and once upon a time, his desk mate. Fate, inexplicably wondrous. This was the last thought that flickered through Lin Ran's mind. Then came the piercing sound of tires screeching in a desperate bid to halt, accompanied by the frantic cries of the unfamiliar yet familiar woman. Dong! A wave of excruciating pain crashed over him, plunging Lin Ran's world into darkness. His consciousness seemed to drift, aimlessly wandering in the void for an indeterminate span of time, until, faintly, a figure appeared to be desperately reaching out towards him. Instinctively, he extended his hand. The moment their fingers intertwined, the darkness shattered. Lin Ran abruptly awoke. Upon opening his eyes and scanning his surroundings, he discovered himself in a pristine classroom. It was summer outside. Cicadas sang and birds flitted about. The ceiling fan overhead creaked as it labored to circulate the warm air, mingling with the monotonous, almost hypnotic voice of the homeroom teacher at the podium, which made it difficult not to succumb to drowsiness. Everything felt so familiar, yet surreal. A torrent of memories surged forth, and Lin Ran finally grasped the monumental miracle that time's great power had woven into his existence. It was the early summer of 2007. He was a senior at Yunnan High School. The wheel of time had rolled back a full 16 years. He had been reborn. Perhaps it was all due to his act of bravery, which had touched the heavens. Lin Ran felt a mix of nostalgia and reflection, but more so, an exhilarating thrill and delight. To live again, point one can compensate for many past regrets and endeavor to lead a better life. In this context, he ought to express gratitude towards his long-lost classmate, the former school beauty, whose sudden reappearance had inadvertently cost him his life. Indeed, the classmate, Lin Ran, suddenly aware, turned his gaze to his side. He sat in the last row of the fourth group by the window. At this moment, a young girl was resting beside him, her head buried on the desk, seemingly lost in a deep slumber, her features obscured. With a simple and pure ponytail, she donned the standard uniform of Yunnan High School, the red and white jacket light and translucent, revealing a delicate and elongated neck. Beneath the collar, the trousers, which were supposed to be loose and baggy, were instead slightly taut against her long, rounded legs, accentuating a breathtaking curve that could make boys of his age blush and their hearts race uncontrollably. A man in his 30s, seasoned by the storms of life, was hardly reduced to such juvenile reactions. Thus, Lin Ran maintained his composure, discreetly wiping away the moisture from his mouth. He stole another glance at those long legs, swallowing hard to regain his poise. The 18-year-old school beauty had developed a physique that was almost excessive. In his previous life, he had scarcely had the opportunity to observe her from such proximity. Though they were classmates, his introverted and bashful nature had rendered him ordinary, especially in the presence of this iceberg beauty, whose reputation had preceded her. Since high school, he had felt an overwhelming sense of inferiority that had kept him from initiating conversation. Over 3 years, he and Su Qingyan had exchanged scarcely more than 10 words, lacking even the courage to steal a furtive glance. Who would have thought that after more than a decade of separation, their reunion would involve him saving her life? Observing the school beauty beside him, Lin Rand felt a surge of sentiment. Though he had sacrificed a life, he had also gained the chance for rebirth. Perhaps they were even now, free from mutual debts. He had no intention of pursuing feelings for this classmate that he had once deemed unattainable. After all, how could one expect to thaw the heart of the universally acknowledged ice goddess simply because he had been reborn? Over 3 years of high school, many boys had floundered before her icy demeanor. Why should he presume that his rebirth would instantly melt her indifference? Unless she remembered his act of saving her. But she had not been reborn. Lin Rand smirked, preparing to cast aside these chaotic thoughts. Lin Rand, why are you daydreaming in class? A booming voice interrupted him. At the podium, the homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, glared at him. The other students in the classroom also turned to look, their expressions rife with schadenfreude. Lin Rand was taken aback, unsure how to apologize or make amends. Beside him, however, the school beauty seemed to awaken from her stupor, propping herself up on the desk, rubbing her sleepy eyes, and gradually lifting her head. At last, Lin Rand beheld the face of the school beauty from 16 years ago. Her exquisite features, with a delicate nose, lacked the mature charm of her later years, but possessed an enchanting innocence untouched by makeup. As Lin Rand gazed at his classmate, he was captivated. The other party instinctively lifted their gaze, directing it towards him. As time and space shifted, their eyes met once more. From Lin Rand's perspective, he unexpectedly discovered that the icy school beauty had suddenly become transfixed. Her cherry-red lips parted slightly, as if witnessing something profoundly astonishing. Then, visibly, the girl's eyes began to redden rapidly. Even crystalline tears gathered swiftly in her eyes, threatening to overflow before Lin Rand could react. Under the astonished gaze of their homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, and the incredulous stares of their classmates, a fragrant breeze enveloped the room. The universally acknowledged first beauty of Yunnan High School, the aloof ice goddess, suddenly spread her arms wide and leaped forward, enveloping Lin Rand in a tight embrace. For a moment, silence reigned, as if the world had come to a standstill. In the next instant, the classroom erupted like a boiling pot, filled with a cacophony of excitement. The overwhelming noise perfectly masked the school beauty's fervent declaration as she clung to Lin Rand, her voice trembling with emotion. I found you. Chapter 2. Living again, I shall take the initiative to pursue you. Su Qingyan had a dream. In this dream, she was 34, possessing a fortune of billions, and enjoying a flourishing career. Though she had remained single all these years, this allowed her to devote her entire energy to her work, which she relished wholeheartedly, until that torrential rainy night, when the overloaded heavy truck cast 2 glaring beams of light that shattered the night, piercing through the layers of rain. Caught off guard, she realized too late and was almost resigned to despair. Suddenly, a figure rushed forth, exerting every ounce of strength to push her forcefully out of harm's way. In that fleeting moment of bewilderment, she turned to look back. For the first and last time, she clearly saw the face of the person who saved her. He appeared to be of similar age, with tousled black hair framing a handsome, warm visage, evoking an inexplicable sense of familiarity. At the funeral, the authorities posthumously awarded the man a commendation for bravery. His bereaved parents, who had rushed from their hometown, were inconsolable, nearly fainting from grief. She declined all business collaborations and official matters, dressed in black mourning attire, shouldering the immense sorrow and guilt, diligently attending to every detail of the funeral. After the funeral, she escorted the benefactor's parents back to their hotel. Kneeling before the elderly couple, she bowed deeply 3 times, solemnly vowing to assume the responsibility of caring for them in place of her savior. She would be the most considerate daughter and the most dedicated daughter-in-law. The benefactor's remains were taken back to their hometown by his parents. Upon her return, she was astonished to discover that they hailed from the same place, both being from Yunnan. Moreover, the name of her benefactor, Lin Rand, which she learned on the day of the accident, stirred an inexplicable sense of familiarity within her, as if they had crossed paths before. Upon arriving home, disregarding Lin Rand's parents' pleas, she resolutely took on the role of caring for the elderly and managing household chores, seamlessly stepping into the identities of daughter and daughter-in-law. After tidying up the living room and the master bedroom, she found herself in Lin Rant's room. This marked the first time in her life that Su Qingyan had ventured alone into the bedroom of a male. From the tales recounted by the elders, she learned that their son had not resided at home since graduating from high school, leaving behind the remnants of his boyhood moments and traces of Lin Ran before he turned 18 as she stood amidst the surroundings. Her gaze swept over each video game disc, magazine poster, and every certificate. Each detail seemed to unveil the shadow of that boy from years gone by. It was not until she inadvertently discovered a photograph wedged beneath the glass of the desk that her heart trembled. The image bore the inscription, "Graduation photo of Class 10, Year 06, Yunnan High School." The embossed letters struck her like a hammer, leaving her momentarily dazed. Her head spun, and a buzzing filled her ears. In a frantic search upon the photograph, she soon spotted her 18-year-old self, cold and proud, radiantly standing out as the undeniable focal point of the group. There, too, was the quiet, bashful boy, slouched and languid, standing inconspicuously in the corner of the crowd. Memories surged back in a tumultuous wave, unraveling the tightly sealed past. It dawned upon her that this Lin Ran was indeed the Lin Ran she once knew. What had seemed like a chance encounter between strangers was in truth a long-awaited reunion with her high school deskmate after more than a decade apart, an encounter that left no room for nostalgia, as he had gallantly put himself in harm's way. Staring blankly at the photograph, tears welled up in her eyes. Her memories of this high school deskmate were but faint echoes. She recalled little more than the absence of any formal conversation between them. Yet now, she felt an insurmountable debt of gratitude to him, one that she could never repay in a lifetime. Fortunately, she still possessed ample time to gradually rediscover him. Lin Ran had always kept a diary since childhood, and an entire stack of journals rested on the bookshelf, chronicling his life. After much hesitation, and with the consent of Lin Ran's parents, she began to peruse his writings. The entries were both trivial and detailed, documenting everything from his daily meals to the profound journey of his school years. As she flipped through the pages of the first diary, she found herself chuckling at some amusing anecdotes, while also feeling a pang of empathy for the sorrowful moments he had recorded. Gradually, she unearthed the truth about her high school deskmate. He was remarkably upright, brave, and kind, possessing qualities that she had never understood but deeply admired. Slowly, she became completely immersed in his diaries, experiencing Lin Ran's joys and sorrows as if they were her own, drawing her closer to him in an unprecedented bond. It was as if, at a soulful level, she and Lin Ran had forged an extraordinary connection like true soulmates. Upon reaching the entries from high school, she was astonished to discover mentions of herself in his writings. It turned out that this shy and reserved boy had once harbored feelings for her, yet lacked the confidence and courage to express them. How timid. If only I could relive it all. I would take the initiative to pursue you. That night, as she lay on Lin Ran's bed, thoughts meandered through her mind before sleep claimed her, a subtle smile gracing her lips. Yet upon falling into slumber, she seemed to plunge into a realm of darkness. In that boundless void, she discerned what appeared to be Lin Ran's silhouette drifting in the distance. Suddenly, a heart-wrenching agony surged forth, accompanied by an overwhelming sense of sorrow, guilt, and remorse, crashing over her like a tidal wave. Instinctively, she reached out with desperate fervor, striving to grasp the figure before her. Though it seemed within her reach, it perpetually eluded her grasp by a mere fraction. Anxiety threatened to bring her to tears that a torrent of unwillingness, regret, and sorrow flooded her chest. Refusing to concede defeat, she exerted every ounce of strength to extend her arm further. Little by little, just a fraction more, at last, through sheer determination and relentless effort, her outstretched hand finally made contact. Like a treasure unearthed, she summoned the last remnants of her strength and lunged forward, grasping the other's hand tightly, their fingers entwined. In an instant, the darkness shattered. Light gradually illuminated her surroundings. Faintly, she heard the familiar roar of her high school homeroom teacher from over a decade ago. At the last row of desks in Group 4, Su Qingyan propped her arms on the table, rubbing her sleepy eyes as she gradually sat up. To her astonishment, she found herself in a bright, immaculate classroom. The air was both humid and stifling. The environment felt both distant and strangely familiar. Lifting her gaze, she met the eyes of her desk mate. The youth was strikingly handsome, his tousled black hair soft and seemingly inviting to the touch. In an instant, Su Qingyan recognized him effortlessly. Her eyes brimmed with tears, a whirlwind of emotions, excitement, joy, bittersweet nostalgia, and profound relief overwhelmed her, prompting her to disregard the gazes of those around her as she suddenly opened her arms and embraced him tightly. In the midst of the uproar, Su Qingyan choked out, her voice thick with emotion. "I found you." A fragrant breeze enveloped her. Soft warmth cradled her in its embrace. Amidst the uproar from her classmates, she barely caught the muffled words of the beautiful school belle, who leaned on her shoulder, choked with emotion. At that moment, Lin Ran was utterly bewildered that a colossal question mark seemed to hover above his head. What on earth? What is happening? Chapter 3. Lin Ran, feeling targeted by a fox spirit. The influx of information was overwhelming, leaving Lin Ran momentarily bewildered. Just a second prior, he had celebrated his 34th birthday, bravely risking his life to save another on the road, only to be struck down by a heavy truck. In the blink of an eye, he found himself reborn, transported back to a high school classroom 16 years prior. Before he could fully comprehend this astonishing turn of events, his desk mate, the school beauty, threw herself at him, weeping and embracing him tightly, muttering something incomprehensible. What kind of narrative was unfolding? At that moment, Lin Ran's mind buzzed with confusion, and a dubious thought surfaced. Is this some sort of celestial deception? Before he could grasp the situation, their middle-aged homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, nearly 50, was on the verge of fury. Lin Ran. Sleeping in class is one thing, but to actually flirt with your deskmate. Beautiful female students often received preferential treatment from male teachers, and Su Qingyan, recognized as the goddess of Yunnan High School for both her looks and academic excellence, was Lu Chun's pride and joy. The classmates, now incensed, directed their sharp gazes like arrows at him. You scoundrel! Just because you have thick eyebrows and big eyes, do you think you can get away with embracing our Su goddess? Do you have the audacity to switch places with me? Lin Ran was momentarily stunned, then jolted back to reality, hastily pushing the school beauty away. Teacher, it's a misunderstanding. Lu Chun's anger escalated. What misunderstanding? Explain why you were embracing Su classmate. Lin Ran felt as though he were losing his mind. Teacher, open your eyes. I am the victim here. This woman initiated the embrace. Just look at her smug expression now that she has succeeded. Her eyes are red and teary. However, the more he spoke, the more he sensed something amiss. At that moment, he finally noticed Su Qingyan's tear-streaked face, which evoked sympathy. Lu Chun's voice trembled with rage. You made Su classmate cry? Lin Ran, too, felt a lump in his throat. I truly did not. The classroom erupted in a cacophony of outrage, united in their condemnation. Lu Chun gazed at Lin Ran as if he were a heinous criminal, raising his arm like a guillotine, prepared to deliver a swift sentence to quell the mob's fury. In the midst of the chaos, Su Qingyan, initially overwhelmed by emotion upon seeing Lin Ran, gradually regained her composure. Memories surged back, allowing her to understand the current predicament. She had been reborn, returned to the summer of her 18th year in the senior class. The savior who sacrificed himself for her 16 years later was now the boy sitting beside her in 2007. However, it seemed she had inadvertently caused him a significant amount of trouble. Enough. Lin Ran, step outside and stand in the hallway for half an hour. The homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, had reached his limit, roaring that it was time for the final judgment. At that moment, Su Qingyan, having clarified the situation, composed herself and stood up. At the back of the classroom, the young girl stood tall, her eyes slightly reddened, yet her expression had naturally reverted to the usual icy calmness of the school beauty. She gazed at the teacher at the podium and spoke in a tranquil tone. Teacher, you have misunderstood. What just happened has nothing to do with Lin Ran. I embraced him voluntarily. The classroom fell into a profound silence, followed by an uproar. The students' eyes nearly popped out. What? Su, the school beauty, initiated the embrace with Lin Ran? How could that be possible? Lu Chun was equally incredulous. You initiated it? Qingyan, you needn't cover for Lin Ran. Speak the truth boldly, and I shall uphold your justice. Su Qingyan maintained her serene demeanor. It is not a cover. I had just woken from a nightmare and was startled. It is not Lin Ran's fault. A nightmare? So that is it. The classmates suddenly understood. They had suspected Lin Ran lacked the audacity. It turned out that Su, the school beauty, had simply been startled and grabbed whatever was near in her panic. Instantly, the student's attitude towards Lin Ran shifted from anger to envy and jealousy. How fortunate this fellow was. Why was he not the one sitting next to Su Qingyan? If only he had been the one embraced by the icy goddess. With this revelation, Lu Chun's expression softened slightly. You may sit down now. As for you, Lin Ran, consider this a warning. Focus on your studies, and do not let me see you bully Qingyan again. The teacher's tone was initially gentle, but the last sentence directed at Lin Ran transformed into a stern reprimand, as if addressing a class enemy. Lin Ran replied, understood. The disparity in treatment between individuals was quite stark. As the storm subsided, tranquility returned to the classroom. The monotonous and soporific voice of the teacher resumed its lecture. In the back row, Lin Ran exhaled in relief. Thankfully, he had managed to escape a calamity. Unbeknownst to him, his desk mate, the school beauty, was slightly leaning towards him, resting her chin on one hand, watching him with keen interest. In his previous life, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse of her before the accident. Now, in this rebirth, it was the first time he could closely observe his future benefactor and former desk mate. Compared to a decade later, the boy before her had not changed much. He remained handsome, though he now bore a hint of youthful innocence typical for his age. His tousled black hair had grown slightly longer. Yet, this appearance, a decade later, would undoubtedly render him the charming young lad that countless older sisters and aunts would adore, not knowing how he might be teased. Even in the year 2007, had this boy not been so introverted and shy, habitually keeping his head down and avoiding interactions, he would have been the object of secret admiration among many schoolgirls. Su Qingyan felt a tinge of regret for not noticing her desk mate in her previous life. However, it mattered little, since she had been reborn. She possessed ample time to leisurely interact with her companion, fostering communication and delving into deeper understanding. Contemplating this, Su Qingyan's lips curled into a subtle smile. Lin Ran suddenly felt a chilling sensation creeping down his back, as if being scrutinized by a cunning vixen of remarkable prowess. Upon turning his head, he beheld the enchanting school Belle beside him, her chin resting on one hand, her gaze unwaveringly fixed upon him. Lin Ran's mind was beset with questions. What are you staring at? The words slipped out before he could contain them. His voice was not particularly loud, yet the ever-watchful homeroom teacher immediately caught wind of it, her piercing gaze directed at him. Lin Ran, what on earth are you doing? In the blink of an eye, a classmate, harboring jealousy and closely observing the situation, raised their hand eagerly, proclaiming, Teacher, I know. Lin Ran has been leering at Su's classmate the whole time. What? Lin Ran felt as though the ground had shifted beneath him. Goodness, what a ridiculous turn of events. Chapter 4. The school Belle's inner joy. He called me sister. Lin Ran nearly exhausted all his efforts, nearly swearing an oath to the heavens, to convince the skeptical teacher, Lu Chun, that he harbored no intentions of harassing his precious student. Reluctantly, he was granted a reprieve. Lin Ran sighed in relief once again. Yet, he was filled with frustration, stealing glances at the instigator beside him. However, the school Belle had already turned her attention away. Her expression cool and focused on the teacher, genuinely engaged in the lesson. This left Lin Ran in a state of uncertainty. Could it have been an illusion? It indeed seemed plausible. After all, his desk partner was widely recognized as the aloof goddess of ice, and her current demeanor was the very essence of the proud and distant persona he had come to know. Resting her chin on her hand and gazing at him, Lin Ran was hardly convinced of his own allure. It must have been a figment of his imagination. Perhaps the overwhelming influx of new information from his rebirth had yet to settle, requiring further contemplation. Lin Ran mumbled to himself as he redirected his attention, striving to concentrate on the teacher's hypnotic lecture, hoping to avoid further scrutiny that could jeopardize his standing. Little did he know, as he averted his gaze, his desk partner maintained an outwardly indifferent facade, yet a barely perceptible smile graced her lips, revealing her amusement. Of course, feigning attentiveness is merely a ruse. Teasing this little benefactor is quite delightful. However, the astute Su Qingyan recognized that despite her rebirth, she must remain discreet, preserving her carefully cultivated persona. In the eyes of her peers, she had always been the proud and distant ice queen, not one to easily approach others. Should her demeanor towards Lin Ran suddenly become overly affectionate, it would not only raise suspicions among her classmates, but might also frighten her charming benefactor, which would be quite unbecoming. After all, they were desk mates, and there would be ample time for continued interaction. The meal was simmering. There was no need for haste. One bite at a time, slowly savoring. With this thought, Su Qingyan smiled once more, instinctively extending her delicate tongue to lightly caress her lips. The fleeting glimpse of this enchanting charm truly evokes the illusion of a 1,000-year-old nine-tailed fox. In the back row of the third group, a male student was furtively stealing glances in this direction, just in time to witness the mesmerizing moment of Su, the campus belle, nearly losing his balance and tumbling from his seat. The commotion caught the attention of other classmates, prompting a stern reprimand from the teacher, Lu Chun. Meanwhile, our Su, the campus beauty, had already reverted to her cold, sacred demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. However, this frigid facade did not last long. Su Qingyan found herself unable to resist the urge to steal glances at her neighbor, Lin Ran. It bore a resemblance to the fervor of celebrity admiration. In her previous life, she had thoroughly perused his diary, including various accolades and photographs adorning his bedroom, her familiarity with him rivaling that of his own parents. Now, the young man who would one day save her was sitting right beside her, within arm's reach. She could observe him closely, correlating his physical features with the myriad of thoughts and stories she had read in his diary, eliciting an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Moreover, the more she looked, the more her affection grew. On the surface, Su Qingyan maintained an air of composure, yet within her heart, a miniature figure was bursting with excitement, nearly ready to leap with joy. How adorable! His hair appeared so fluffy and soft, she felt an overwhelming urge to ruffle it. His fair, tender face beckoned to be pinched. The shy and introverted demeanor of this young man made her want to tease him. Reborn into a new life, she was now a 30-something ice queen, the epitome of a powerful and aloof corporate leader, admired and revered by many, yet remaining distant and alone for years. Who would have imagined that she would now transform into such a lovesick admirer? Even Su Qingyan herself was taken aback by this change. Yet, at this moment, she found herself reveling in it, unabashedly gazing at the person beside her while the teacher remained oblivious. Lin Ran could no longer endure the scrutiny. From the outset, he felt an unsettling chill, akin to being targeted by a vixen. Even without turning to look, he could distinctly sense a pair of beautiful eyes unabashedly fixated on him. Yet, whenever he turned to confront her, the campus beauty would swiftly redirect her gaze, resuming her poised and aloof demeanor. The instant he averted his eyes, he could feel her gaze stealthily returning to him. Turning again, he would still find her composed and engaged, as if she were intently listening, without a hint of vulnerability. This cycle continued, causing Lin Ran's lips to twitch involuntarily as he penned a note and slid it over. "Sister, what exactly are you trying to do?" The aloof school beauty, seated beside Lin Ran, merely cast a fleeting glance at the note, her expression remaining as frosty as ever. Moments later, she pushed the note back. Its reverse inscribed with the words, "Do not pass notes during class." The strokes were bold and assertive, exuding an air of icy detachment that could be felt even through the paper. Lin Ran thought to himself, "I'm impressed." Little did he know that beneath Su Qingyan's composed exterior, a miniature version of himself was jubilantly celebrating within her heart. "Oh my, what should I do? My heart is melting." He called me sister. The class felt interminable with the enchanting beauty beside him, each minute dragging on like an eternity. At last, the bell rang, and Lin Ran sprang to his feet as if propelled by springs, hastily exiting through the back door of the classroom. Once in the corridor, he exhaled in relief, finally able to breathe in the fresh air and gather his thoughts. It was indeed bizarre. He had been covertly observed by the school beauty countless times throughout the lesson. Had he not known her frigid demeanor, he might have suspected she was teasing him. At that moment, a classmate approached, his face alight with enthusiasm as he gave Lin Ran a thumbs up. "Rango, impressive. You've caught the attention of the school beauty, Su. That's incredible." This fellow was Zhao Ku, one of Lin Ran's closest friends from high school, known for his vivacious personality and penchant for gossip. Lin Ran, feeling a twinge of melancholy, replied, "I truly did not mean for that to happen." She initiated it. Zhao Ku, with a knowing look, responded, "I understand. After all, she is the recognized school beauty of Yunnan High, with suitors aplenty. It's perfectly normal to feel inadequate in her presence." He then shifted his tone, earnestly advising, "But you are, after all, her desk mate, an advantage few possess. Proximity often breeds affection. If you truly win her heart, that would be quite a triumph. Besides, Not winning her over isn't shameful. It's certainly better than being a sycophant to that Shen Lingshan, right? Shen Lingshan? Lin Ran paused, recalling a past romantic entanglement that had left him somewhat embarrassed. Just then, a familiar, melodious voice pierced through his reverie. Lin Ran, turning around. He saw a lovely girl in the summer school uniform and knee-length skirt approaching with a cheerful stride, accompanied by another girl. The first girl was charmingly attractive, embodying a sweet demeanor with her meticulously styled shoulder-length hair adorned with a delicate pink bow. Although her beauty could not quite rival that of Lin Ran's deskmate, Su Qingyan, she certainly belonged to the ranks of class beauties. It was no wonder that in his previous life, she had toyed with his affections, leading him around like a puppet. Lin Ran couldn't help but reflect on the bittersweet irony as he gazed at the approaching sweet girl. This was Shen Lingshan, the architect of his romantic misadventures in high school. In his past life, despite sitting next to the stunning school beauty, he had never dared to pursue her, largely due to his introverted nature and lack of courage in the face of Su Qingyan's icy demeanor. On the other hand, it was because he had already given his heart to someone else, having developed feelings for Shen Lingshan from Class 7. Initially, it was Shen Lingshan who found Lin Ran somewhat charming and took the initiative to approach him. With a series of flirtatious and playful antics, she captivated Lin Ran, who had little experience with girls, leaving him utterly enchanted and head over heels in love. Little did he know that, beneath her sweet and adorable exterior, Shen Lingshan was quite the seductress. After successfully ensnaring Lin Ran, she swiftly trained him to be her devoted admirer and servant, effortlessly making him willing to do her bidding with just a flick of her finger. Poor, naive Lin Ran believed he was making sacrifices for love, spending the majority of his weekly allowance of 150 yuan on Shen Lingshan, while he himself subsisted on bread and instant noodles without a hint of complaint. Yet, despite his generous offerings, the extent of their relationship was limited to her allowing him to hold her hand on 2 occasions. Whenever he attempted to confess his feelings and solidify their relationship, she would always evade the topic, keeping him in suspense. Isn't our current relationship already wonderful? Why must we label it as boyfriend and girlfriend? She would say with a teasing smile. But don't lose heart. I truly adore the way you care for me. How about this? My birthday is approaching. Prepare 10 gifts for me, and if I am pleased, I might seriously consider it. Thus, after graduating from high school, Lin Ran poured his heart into crafting an entire basket of origami cranes over 2 weeks, alongside a large bottle of Baby's breath, and even scrimped and saved 300 yuan to purchase an authentic Mickey Mouse plush toy, fulfilling her request for 10 gifts. On the day of Shen Lingshan's birthday, braving a heavy downpour, he arrived at her home, only to witness her passionately kissing a wealthy classmate at the foot of her building, the boy's hand audaciously slipping beneath her shirt. She was receiving a lavish set of Swarovski jewelry, worth several thousand yuan. With a heart shattered, Lin Ran collapsed in despair. The memories of the past were too painful to revisit. However, having been granted a second chance at life, he resolved not to be a mere admirer any longer. At that moment, Shen Lingshan, oblivious to the fact that her prized catch had slipped away, was joyfully pulling her friend Cui Qianqian from Class 7 towards Lin Ran. Upon reaching him, she cheerfully exclaimed, Lin Ran, Qianqian and I are craving ice cream. Could you please run to the convenience store and get us some? Her tone was as if it were a matter of course. Beside her, Cui Qianqian, displaying an impatient demeanor, urged, hurry up. There are only 7 minutes left in break. If you don't go now, it'll be too late. Before Lin Ran could respond, his close friend Zhao Ku, overhearing, interjected with indignation, You're aware there are only 7 minutes left? The store is so far away. How can you possibly make it in time? At Yunnan High School, the short breaks lasted only 10 minutes. And the trek from the teaching building to the convenience store took at least 8 or 9 minutes, even at a run, leaving students utterly exhausted. Typically, students would wait for the longer breaks of 20 minutes to venture to the store for snacks. At this moment, Shen Lingshan and Cui Qianqian, driven by their cravings and unwilling to exert themselves during the break, sought the assistance of their willing accomplice, Lin Ran. This arrangement not only spared them effort, but also required no financial expenditure. Listening to Zhao Ke's reproaches, Shen Lingshan pouted adorably, asserting, just because you can't, doesn't mean Lin Ran can't. Right, Lin Ran. Such flirtatious banter was sufficient to ensnare anyone in a web of infatuation. In a previous life, Lin Ran would have been elated and eager to run errands for her. However, the current Lin Ran had long since seen through Shen Lingshan's ploy. Even though her pouting visage was charming, it only deepened his disdain. Nevertheless, as a man of mature disposition in his 30s, he refrained from engaging in petty disputes with a young girl. After a moment's contemplation, Lin Ran decided to decline politely. Are you unwell? Both Shen Lingshan and Cui Qianqian were momentarily stunned, questioning if they had misheard him. Lin Ran added, if you're not sick, wouldn't it be better for you to go by it yourself? Regaining her composure, Shen Lingshan feigned a pitiful demeanor, but I can't run. Cui Qianqian chimed in indignantly, exactly. Our Lingshan is a girl. The shop is so far away. How can you be so heartless? Lin Ran instinctively glanced at Shen Lingshan's slender calves. Beneath her knee-length school uniform skirt, her legs were fair and well-proportioned, clad in red canvas shoes and white ankle socks. Lin Ran nodded, nice legs. Shen Lingshan beamed with pride, believing she had successfully ensnared him in her charm. Pretending to be shy, she crossed her legs, inadvertently accentuating them further. So, does that mean you agree? Unexpectedly, Lin Ran responded lightly. With legs like those, you must be quite fast. Believe in yourself. You can do it. Shen Lingshan was taken aback. What a twist. Was he critiquing her legs, as if he were a professional athletics commentator? Cui Qianqian grew anxious. Lin Ran, can you stop dawdling? We only have 5 minutes left. Determined, Shen Lingshan gritted her teeth and declared, all right, you help us buy ice cream. And I promise to have lunch with you today. Upon uttering these words, a triumphant expression graced her face. Previously, whenever she offered such a reward, Lin Ran would invariably respond with excitement, readily conceding to any condition. This occasion would surely be no different. However, to her astonishment, Lin Ran regarded her as one might a con artist, disbelief etched across his features. You still want to mooch off my lunch money? Shen Lingshan was stunned. This sudden turn of events left her head spinning. She was the one graciously offering to accompany Lin Ran for lunch. Why did he seem reluctant? This reaction was entirely contrary to her expectations. At that moment, other students resting in the corridor also turned their curious gazes toward them. Previously, Shen Lingshan frequently visited the 10th class upstairs to seek out Lin Ran, often assigning him various errands, a routine that had become quite commonplace. However, today seemed different. For some unknown reason, Lin Ran appeared reluctant to acquiesce and scurry off to serve as her lackey. The atmosphere grew somewhat tense, and with so many inquisitive glances from other students in the corridor, Shen Lingshan felt her composure beginning to falter. After all, she was the belle of Class 7. With numerous admirers vying for her attention, whenever she spoke, there were always eager souls ready to cater to her whims. From her perspective, offering Lin Ran the opportunity to run errands for her was a privilege he should cherish. Yet, what she initially perceived as a compliant servant now seemed to exhibit a hint of rebellion, suddenly defying her wishes. Frustration bubbled within her, prompting her to stamp her foot. Are you going or not? If you refuse, I. Her threat trailed off as she realized she lacked any substantial leverage over him. Since their acquaintance began, Lin Ran had unconditionally devoted himself to her. While her own reciprocation had been limited to occasional playful pouting and slightly affectionate words, there was no genuine, equitable exchange. Surely, she could not threaten him with, I shall never again indulge you with my coyness or subtle hints. Observing Shen Lingshan's moment of speechlessness, Zhao Ke couldn't help but feel amused. What will you do? Can't think of anything. While you bask in comfort, Lin Ran has done all the dirty work without gaining a single benefit. What right do you have to threaten him? Stung by Zhao Ke's remarks, Shen Lingshan felt a mix of shame and anger. In a moment of desperation, inspiration struck her, and she blurted out, I've got it. If you don't go, the promise I made to consider holding your hand will be null and void. You will never have the chance. Having uttered this declaration, Shen Lingshan felt an immediate sense of relief wash over her, and her spirits lifted as she looked at Lin Ran. Since their acquaintance, they had never shared any physical intimacy. Although Lin Ran had once mustered the courage to timidly suggest holding hands, she had deflected him with excuses, claiming she needed time to ponder. Her intention had always been to dangle the prospect of this hand-holding as bait, instilling a sense of hope in him so that she could extract further benefits from him. And perhaps one day, when she felt generous, grant him a morsel of sweetness. This strategy proved remarkably effective. Even receiving such a half-hearted promise from her had Lin Ran cherishing it as if it were a treasure, going above and beyond to care for her over the following months, fearful of inciting her ire and losing the chance. Now, wielding this trump card, she felt confident that Lin Ran would comply without hesitation. Lin Ran, taken aback, paused for a moment. It occurred to him that for 2 or 3 years, he had only held her hand twice, both instances occurring as graduation approached. According to Shun Lingshan's current proclamation, their first hand-holding had yet to transpire. In other words, is it true that my friend remains untainted? The surprise was sudden. Lin Ran looked at Shun Lingshan before him, genuinely grateful, and expressed, "Thank you. Your kindness is unforgettable." After all, having been given a second chance at life, how could he allow such a momentous occasion, his first time holding hands with a girl, to be tarnished by the insidious touch of a female sea king? Fortunately, the dreadful event had yet to transpire. Shun Lingshan, caught off guard by his gratitude, initially failed to comprehend its significance. However, she soon interpreted it as Lin Ran conceding defeat, which only bolstered her pride. "Are you afraid? If so, hurry. I want a dream dragon ice cream. If you dawdle, you can forget about ever holding my hand." Lin Ran's spirit soared. "Rest assured, I shall not go." The air suddenly fell into an awkward silence. Shun Lingshan was bewildered. Once she regained her composure, she felt a mix of urgency and frustration. "Did you understand or not? If you don't go buy the ice cream, I want to hold your hand." Lin Ran nodded emphatically. "It's a promise. No backing out. So, we won't ever hold hands, right?" He couldn't resist confirming once more, his anxiety evident. At that moment, Shui Qianqian, nearby, became exasperated. "Lin Ran, do you even understand human speech? What Shun Lingshan means is, if you don't buy the ice cream, you'll never get to hold her hand." Her voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of nearly all the students in the corridor. Upon witnessing Lin Ran and the flustered Shun Lingshan, the onlookers exchanged knowing glances filled with sympathy. It seemed Lin Ran had once again displeased his goddess, receiving a public reprimand. Suddenly, a cold and melodious voice cut through the commotion. "Of course he understands. It is you two who seem incapable of comprehending human language." Like a divine presence descending, the renowned Ice Queen of Yunnan High School emerged, her expression as frosty as her demeanor. With each purposeful step, she seemed to tread upon the hearts of all who watched, her ponytail trailing behind, exuding an aura of striking elegance and authority. She approached Shun Lingshan and Shui Qianqian, whether intentionally or not, shielding Lin Ran behind her like a protective hen. Su Qingyan regarded Shun Lingshan, her tall figure towering at nearly 1.7 meters, allowing her to look down at the girl with a chilling gaze. "Lin Ran has expressed his disinterest in you. Are you not embarrassed to persist in your pursuit?" The declaration stirred a tempest of astonishment throughout the corridor. All eyes widened in disbelief at the sudden intervention of the illustrious Su Qingyan. Was she truly defending Lin Ran? In the midst of the shocked murmurs, Su Qingyan maintained her composure, her icy stare fixed upon Shun Lingshan, who stood a half-head shorter and possessed a sweet, charming appearance. Having perused Lin Ran's diaries in a previous life, she effortlessly recognized her adversary. It is evident that this seemingly sweet and adorable girl has inflicted considerable emotional pain upon Lin Ran. Merely recalling the sorrowful entries from her diary is sufficient to ignite an inexplicable flame of resentment within her. This is not merely a manifestation of righteous indignation. Rather, it is akin to the irritation one feels when their cherished vegetable is nibbled by a wild boar. At this moment, the exterior of Su Qingyan remains as icy and impassive as ever, concealing any tumultuous emotions beneath her composed facade. Yet, within her heart, a miniature warrior dons armor, brimming with fury and wrath. How dare anyone lay a hand on the man I have taken a liking to? As the plot thickens and the dynamics shift, Lin Ran is taken aback by the sudden emergence of his classmate, the school beauty, standing protectively in front of him. A large question mark slowly materializes above his head. What on earth is happening? Known throughout the school as the aloof Ice Queen, Su Qingyan has consistently maintained a distant and ethereal demeanor, rarely engaging with her peers or partaking in extracurricular entanglements. So why, in this moment, has she chosen to confront Shun Lingshan? Lin Ran's astute mind, seasoned with the wisdom of a mature man in his 30s, begins to analyze the situation at an accelerated pace. He swiftly dismisses the notion that Su Qingyan has come to his defense out of concern for him. A mere shadow in the background. A realization dawns upon him as he observes the class beauty beside him. Her eyes gleaming with newfound understanding. They share a vendetta against each other. Caught off guard by the unfolding scene, Shun Lingshan and Shui Qianqian exhibit signs of disarray, particularly when faced with the tall, striking figure of the school's acknowledged beauty. In terms of stature, appearance, and popularity, Shin Lingshan finds herself distinctly overshadowed. Consequently, a twinge of insecurity creeps into her heart, prompting her to instinctively take a step back. Exchanging glances with her friend, both girls are engulfed in bewilderment. Surely, they have no past grievances with Su Qingyan? Why has she suddenly risen to confront them? Despite their wavering confidence, the presence of numerous classmates in the corridor compels Shin Lingshan to maintain her composure as she steels herself to meet Su Qingyan's gaze. Su Qingyan, we were speaking to Lin Ran. What business do you have with this? She asserts defiantly. Cui Qianqian, summoning her courage, adds, indeed, what is your relationship with Lin Ran? We are here for him. Why meddle in our affairs? As the final words escape her lips, the chilling glare from Su Qingyan causes Cui Qianqian's bravado to falter. What is my relationship with Lin Ran? He willingly risked himself for my sake, even at the cost of being struck by a truck. What would you call that? I have bowed in reverence to his parents and have even begun to call them mom and dad. How would you define that? Within her heart, the miniature warrior rises, fervent and impassioned. Yet, outwardly, Su Qingyan remains unperturbed, her demeanor calm and collected, as she simply states, I am his classmate. Upon hearing this declaration, the eavesdropping boys in the corridor collectively exhale in relief, their expressions reflecting a sense of fortunate understanding. Fortunately, it was merely a matter of seating arrangements. Shin Lingshan and Cui Qianqian both exhaled in relief. Cui Qianqian curled her lip, revealing a look of indifference. So it's just a seating partner. I thought it was something significant. Su Qingyan maintained an expression of calmness, her gaze sweeping over Shin Lingshan, who also appeared somewhat unimpressed. Her eyes glimmering with a hint of mockery. And what about you? What is your relationship with Lin Ran? Shin Lingshan instinctively opened her mouth, but suddenly fell silent. For her connection with Lin Ran was even less defined. She truly had no answer to that inquiry. In a moment of quick thinking, a spark of inspiration flashed through her mind, and she blurted out, Lin Ran and I are good friends. Cui Qianqian immediately nodded in agreement, swiftly adding, indeed. And we are the kind of good friends who have the opportunity to hold hands. After saying this, she cast a sideways glance at Su Qingyan, clearly infused with a sense of pride and provocation. However, upon hearing this, the derision in Su Qingyan's eyes deepened. Oh really? To hold hands? You require him to play the role of your errand boy? Shin Lingshan's face instantly flushed a deep crimson, unable to suppress her defense of her friend. Cui Qianqian spoke up loudly. That Lin Ran's own choice. We haven't forced him. Yet, Su Qingyan chose to disregard both Shin Lingshan and Cui Qianqian, turning her attention to Lin Ran with a tone that was both flat and didactic. In the future, keep your eyes peeled when choosing friends. Avoid those who are dubious and prone to taking advantage. After a brief pause, as if struck by a new thought, she casually added, and if you truly wish to hold hands with a girl, choose me. No need for errands. It's complimentary. Her words were nothing short of earth-shattering. The collective reaction from Shin Lingshan, Cui Qianqian, Zhao Ke, and all the students in the corridor left them utterly dazed, their minds whirling and buzzing from the sheer impact of her statement. In the next moment, the scene that unfolded before their eyes left everyone in a state of utter shock. It was the early summer of 2007, the sun shining brilliantly. The verdant surroundings of Yunnan Middle School's esteemed teaching building were illuminated as sunlight filtered through the towering, lush trees, casting a mosaic of golden patches on the corridor floor at the back door of Class 10. Countless specks of dust danced in the air, shimmering like tiny fairies. Before the astonished gaze of the crowd, the ethereal and captivating school beauty extended her fair arm, effortlessly placing her hand in the palm of her desk partner. It was akin to a princess extending an invitation to her loyal knight. Then, she turned her hand to grasp his, boldly and unreservedly presenting this spectacle for all to witness. For Lin Ran, this moment was equally bewildering. He had yet to comprehend the situation at hand. In the next instant, he felt the cool, delicate touch of her hand, and before he could fully react, his right hand was already clasped in hers. He then heard the school beauty's calm directive. It's time for class. Let us return to our seats. With that, a gentle tug pulled him along, all while the nearly petrified students in the corridor watched with wide, astonished eyes. In a rather bewildering turn of events, an individual found himself being led back to the classroom by the enchanting class beauty seated beside him. Just at that moment, the bell for class rang out with a sudden urgency. The sharp clanging shattered the eerie silence of the corridor, jolting countless students from their stupor. They hurriedly scattered back to their classrooms, unable to fully comprehend the striking scene they had just witnessed. Only Zhao Ku remained, lingering in thought, glancing at the equally dazed Shen Lingshan and Shui Qianqian beside him, then casting a look at the departing figures of Lin Ran and Su Qingyan. With genuine astonishment, he exclaimed, "Wow, that's impressive." During high school, it was commonplace for boys and girls to be teased for merely leaning closer to exchange a few words. Calling each other by their first names, without surnames, seemed overly intimate and suggestive. Even playful interactions after class, with the slightest accidental touch, could induce blushing and racing hearts. Not to mention the audacity of holding hands openly in front of others. The scene earlier in the corridor by the back door of Class 10 had captured the attention of many students, stirring up a tempest of emotions within them. It was inevitable that this remarkable act from the icy class beauty would soon circulate, creating ripples throughout every social circle in Yunnan High School. At that very moment, however, the two main participants had returned to their respective seats in the last row of the fourth group as the bell rang. An oddly serene atmosphere enveloped them. Lin Ran glanced at the class beauty beside him, attempting to gather his thoughts to speak. He struggled to formulate a coherent sentence after much contemplation. The unfolding events had been so surreal that he was left utterly perplexed. What on earth had transpired? This was a script he had never encountered in his past life. Sensing Lin Ran's confusion, Su Qingyan maintained her usual calm demeanor and spoke in a nonchalant tone. "Don't get the wrong idea. I simply couldn't stand those two girls taking advantage of someone." She added, "Holding hands is no big deal. You needn't take it to heart." Yet, despite her outward words, the inner thoughts of the esteemed class beauty were jubilant, celebrating inwardly with glee. "Yes, I held hands with my classmate." This was Lin Ran's first hand-holding experience in this life, a momentous occasion indeed. Su Qingyan recalled from a previous life, having perused Lin Ran's diary, that his first hand-holding with a girl had only occurred in the last 2 weeks before graduation with Shen Lingshan. But in this life, she had successfully intervened. Forget Shen Lingshan and her manipulative ways. She had claimed this moment for herself, unbeknownst to Lin Ran, who had taken Su Qingyan's explanation to heart. He felt a sense of clarity. Her words made more sense now and aligned with her icy persona. However, he soon displayed hesitation. It seemed Su Qingyan had anticipated his thoughts and continued, maintaining her cool facade. "Holding hands is just a casual remark. You don't need to take it seriously." Meanwhile, her inner self was fervently insisting, "You must take it seriously. Sister's hand, Lin Ran, feel free to hold it. Hold it as many times as you wish. Sister owes you a life, so don't hesitate." Su Qingyan glanced at Lin Ran with an indifferent expression. "Is there any question?" The individual nodded honestly, "Yes." He then cast a worried glance at his right hand, which had not been released from the grasp of the school beauty beside him since they entered the classroom. "Is it permissible to let go of this hand now?" "Oh, my apologies, I forgot." The school beauty's demeanor remained as frosty as ever, and she naturally released his hand as if it were nothing. Internally, however, her miniature self lamented, "Oh dear, I've been discovered. I wanted to hold on a bit longer. The warmth of my deskmate's hand is delightful. I wish to hold it again." With his right hand liberated, Lin Ran exhaled in relief. It was not that he wished to be like Lu Xianghui. It was primarily a fear of death. Just moments ago, their teacher, Lu Chun, had been patrolling the corridor. He feared being seen and subsequently facing the wrath of his instructor. Class has commenced. The final lesson of the morning is history. The history teacher is a frail old man whose lectures are lackluster. He recites his notes from the podium, seemingly lost in his own world, utterly oblivious to how much the students are absorbing. Most of the classmates are either sleeping or engaging in discreet mischief. Some are covertly reading novels on their phones beneath their desks, while others seize the opportunity, under the teacher's unwatchful eye, to hastily snack and satisfy their hunger. In the last row, Lin Ran contemplated that, regardless of the circumstances, his deskmate, the school beauty, had indeed aided him. Out of courtesy, he felt compelled to express his gratitude. Thus, he penned another note and passed it along. "Thank you." The school beauty glanced at the note, then returned her attention to the history teacher, her face still icy and focused. While swiftly scribbling a response on the note and sending it back, "How should I thank you, Lin Ran?" He merely intended to be polite, yet his deskmate seemed to take it quite seriously. "How should I thank you? You've already given your life for me in a past life. Why don't you ponder how you ought to show your gratitude? Internally, a miniature version of himself was equally indignant and agitated. However, upon reflection, Lin Ran calmed down. Forget it, that was from a previous life. Besides, she hasn't been reincarnated. He quickly wrote another response on the note and pushed it back. How do you wish to be thanked? Upon reading the content of the note, a barely perceptible smile seemed to flicker at the corner of the school beauty's lips. She rapidly inscribed another line on the note and returned it. Her handwriting was elegant and poised, yet the message nearly choked Lin Ran with disbelief. Call me sister, and let me hear it. Lin Ran. When I expressed my confusion, it was not because I had a problem, but rather because I believed she did. Unable to restrain himself, he looked up at the school beauty, who, at that moment, remained intently focused on the history teacher, appearing utterly engrossed in the lecture. It was hard to believe that such an aloof visage could utter something so outrageous. The ice princess had a peculiar quirk. Lin Ran was utterly perplexed, attributing it to his insufficient understanding of others in his previous life. However, he certainly could not address her as sister. Otherwise, where would the dignity of a mature man in his 30s be placed? He continued to scribble notes, passing them back, but ultimately decided to change his approach. The class beauty, seated beside him, glanced at the note once more and swiftly wrote back, "Then treat me to lunch." Lin Ran stared at the note, feeling as though he had been cleverly ensnared. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan, seated nearby, couldn't help but smile. "Little one, can I manage you?" The history teacher, an elderly gentleman steeped in the grandeur of the Tang and Song dynasties, was engrossed in a lengthy discourse about the 3 provinces and 6 ministries system, losing track of time in his enthusiasm. Finally, the class ended. The satisfied old man gathered his materials and exited the classroom, prompting the students of Class 10 to spring into action as if propelled by springs, swiftly tidying their desks before rallying their friends to head out for lunch. As Lin Ran rose and approached the classroom door, he was suddenly called out. Rangu, Zhao Ku, attempting a self-styled suave leap over a row of desks, hurriedly approached Lin Ran, enthusiasm radiating from his face. "Let us go eat together. Today you've struck gold, being embraced by the school beauty and holding hands. We must celebrate. It's on me." The earlier scene in the corridor had left Zhao Ku astounded, taking him the entire history class to process. After his initial shock wore off, he found a plausible explanation. After all, Su Qingyan and Lin Ran were desk mates. Despite her aloof demeanor, her kind-hearted nature would naturally compel her to intervene if she saw her desk mate being bullied. As for the hand-holding, it was surely a mere tactic to provoke Shen Lingshan. With this reasoning, Zhao Ku's jealousy significantly subsided. Now, he playfully draped an arm around Lin Ran's shoulders. Jesting, but honestly, it's the first time I've seen Su Qingyan be so affectionate with someone. If she joins you for lunch, I might just believe you two are really dating, huh? Suddenly, accompanied by a waft of sweet fragrance, a tall and graceful figure approached. Su Qingyan's beautiful eyes briefly scanned Zhao Ku before settling on Lin Ran. "Shall we go eat?" Her 3 simple words, delivered in an unremarkable tone, carried the explosive power of 500 pounds of dynamite. Zhao Ku was rendered speechless, his hearty laughter abruptly halted, as if fate had seized him by the throat. Lin Ran glanced at Zhao Ku and pointed at his loyal friend. Zhao Ku said he would treat us with a weekly food budget of a mere 100 yuan. Every bit saved counts, he added. Su Qingyan furrowed her brows slightly, directing her gaze towards Zhao Ku. "You're treating?" Her expression remained unchanged, yet the atmosphere around them subtly chilled several degrees. Zhao Ku, finally snapping back to reality, eagerly nodded. Of course, of course." Excitement surged within him. The mere thought of inviting the school's renowned ice queen to dinner filled him with exuberance, and he would spare no expense for such an intimate encounter. However, as his words hung in the air, he met Su Qingyan's gaze, cold and seemingly devoid of emotion, and an involuntary shiver ran down Zhao Ku's spine. His voice faltered. "Should I invite her or not?" Su Qingyan looked at him and replied, "You should not." Instantly, Zhao Ku nodded vigorously, as if pecking at grains. Yes, yes. I want to invite her." Lin Ran, "You two go ahead. I have to leave due to a sudden family matter. My mother is having a second child." With that, he turned on his heel and dashed away. Lin Ran stood in stunned silence, exclaiming inwardly, "What a master of transformation." With the distraction eliminated, Su Qingyan withdrew her gaze with satisfaction and turned back to Lin Ran, her expression returning to its usual calm demeanor. "Shall we go eat?" Ultimately, there was no escaping the inevitable. Lin Ran sighed, resigned to his fate, and turned to leave. Not far off, hiding behind a corner of the corridor, Zhao Ke cautiously peeked out from behind the wall, straining to catch a glimpse of Lin Ran and Su Qingyan as they walked away. Unable to suppress a gulp, he murmured to himself, could it be that they are truly together? Yunnan High School boasts 3 academic buildings, Yuxiu, Minci, and Qingda. The senior year occupies the Yuxiu building, which houses 15 classes, 3 classrooms per floor, with Lin Ran's class, 10, located on the 4th floor. Descending the stairs from the 4th floor, a small door by the corridor leads out to a tree-lined path. To the right lies a flower-bed park, where students often stroll, rest, or memorize vocabulary. To the left, a plastic track enclosed by wire fencing serves as the playground. At the end of the path are the school cafeteria and convenience store. During lunchtime, students flock to the cafeteria, jostling eagerly, creating a bustling sea of bodies. These mischievous boys, a passing teacher chuckled, shaking his head in mock reprimand. They dawdle into class, but are eager as ever for meals. Standing before the path and surveying the throng ahead, Lin Ran assessed the situation. The last class had run over, and by the time they reached the cafeteria, it was likely that all the seats would be taken. He turned his gaze to his classmate, the school beauty beside him. As the midday heat began to rise, she had removed her long-sleeved uniform jacket, tying it casually around her waist, complementing her ponytail with an air of effortless elegance. Her long legs, accentuated by the snug fit of her trousers, showcased a striking silhouette, while her summer short-sleeved uniform revealed 2 delicate arms that glimmered like porcelain. Standing there, she embodied the most captivating scene of youth within the campus. Shall we head to the cafeteria together? Under the watchful eyes of many. Perhaps tomorrow I will find myself on the school's male assassination list. With the keen instinct of a mature man in his 30s, he resolved to avoid potential pitfalls and suggested, let us eat at the school entrance. Lin Ran presented a proposal to Su Qingyan. The school beauty, seated beside him, nodded slightly with an indifferent expression. All right. As she spoke, she casually tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear. This seemingly trivial gesture rendered several passing boys momentarily frozen in place, their gazes fixed upon her. Lin Ran, too, felt a slight tremor in his heart, unable to resist stealing another glance. Noticing Lin Ran's gaze, the school beauty seemed to misunderstand. Her brows arched slightly as she raised her hand in a playful gesture, suggesting, do you want to hold hands? Lin Ran was taken aback. No. He quickly shook his head, his mind racing. He did not wish to be besieged and beaten by jealous classmates on his first day of rebirth. Thus, he immediately turned and hurriedly made his way toward the school gate. Observing Lin Ran's flustered retreat, Su Qingyan couldn't help but pout slightly, an expression of mild regret crossing her face. My little classmate is still too shy. Then, with a charming smile, she briskly followed after him, adding, it's quite amusing to tease you. At the school gate, there was a restaurant named Allen's, renowned for its diverse array of rice dishes. The portions were generous and satisfying, though the prices were slightly higher than those at the school cafeteria, attracting primarily students with more lavish allowances. Lin Ran, however, was not among them. With a weekly allowance of a mere 100 yuan, he had only 20 yuan to spend each day, excluding weekends. Upon entering the restaurant, Lin Ran was immediately enveloped by an invisible weight of pressure. Having returned to his youthful self at the age of 18, his wallet had also slimmed down considerably. There was no time for warm nostalgia. A financial disaster awaited him on the battlefield of expenses. Su Qingyan, on the other hand, was in high spirits. Following Lin Ran, she walked in with a light step, curiously surveying the simple decor of the restaurant, which evoked a sense of familiarity and nostalgia, causing her to reminisce fondly. Lost in her thoughts, she failed to notice Lin Ran's heavy heart. The two found an empty table and sat down. Lin Ran glanced up at the menu affixed to the wall. Stir-fried pork with green peppers over rice for 6 yuan, potato beef over rice for 8 yuan, and a combo of meat pie and chicken cutlet over rice for 9 yuan. The prices were alarming. At that moment, Su Qingyan had already summoned the owner and ordered a lamb with scallions over rice for 14 yuan. Turning to Lin Ran, she asked, what will you have? Lin Ran felt his heart bleed. I'll have the tomato and egg over rice, please. At 5 yuan, it was the cheapest option on the menu. Su Qingyan frowned slightly. So plain, don't you eat meat? Internally, Lin Ran's miniature self was indignant, scolding, boys at this age need nutrition. You can't just eat vegetables. Taking a deep breath, he replied, it's fine, I'm allergic to meat. Meanwhile, his inner miniature self was on the verge of tears, lamenting, mainly, I'm allergic to expensive food. Su Qingyan, seeing through Lin Ran's fib, merely cast him a casual glance and, without hesitation, ordered him a potato beef over rice instead. He also casually ordered 2 cans of chilled sour plum soup, opening one and placing it in front of Lin Ran. Before coldly imparting a piece of wisdom, eat more meat. Only then will you have the strength to study. Lin Ran retorted. You wouldn't mind spending if it's not your money. However, with the order already placed, there was no point in retracting. Lin Ran took a generous gulp of the sour plum soup, the sweet and tangy flavor soothing the wounds inflicted on his wallet. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan, seated across from him, elegantly sipped her drink through a straw while observing Lin Ran. Nonchalantly, she asked, do you spend more than half of your weekly allowance on Shinlingshan? Cough. Lin Ran nearly choked on the sour plum soup, exclaiming, how did you know? Of course, I read your diary. Internally rolling her eyes, Su Qingyan maintained a composed demeanor. Many people at school know. I heard it from someone. Lin Ran's head thudded against the table in speechless exasperation. So, his reputation as a mere sycophant had spread far and wide. Seeing Lin Ran's silence, Su Qingyan assumed he was still preoccupied with thoughts of Shinlingshan. Her brows knitted together in concern. This won't do. The man she painstakingly reclaimed after her rebirth cannot be so easily swayed by a frivolous woman. Yet, as she gazed at Lin Ran, worry clouded her eyes. This foolish classmate of mine, with such a simple and introverted nature, stands no chance against a scheming vixen like Shinlingshan. One misstep, and he could lose everything. Determined, Su Qingyan resolved to impart a crucial lesson to her oblivious classmate. Clearing her throat, she waited for Lin Ran to lift his gaze, then assumed her frosty demeanor to commence her educational endeavor. At your age, it is natural for boys to harbor nascent desires and pursuits towards the opposite sex. However, even as a young man, it is essential to learn how to protect oneself when venturing into the world. The realm of emotions is fraught with peril. Do not be easily swayed by the sweet words of some girls. Once you fall for their charms, it may be too late to regret. Listening intently, Lin Ran felt a massive question mark materialize above his head. Something felt amiss. Why was this school beauty suddenly lecturing him? And on matters of the heart, no less? The situation was decidedly peculiar. Noticing Lin Ran's bewilderment, Su Qingyan assumed he was merely being obstinate and smiled lightly. What? Are you unconvinced? Do you believe yourself too clever to fall for any tricks? Lin Ran chuckled silently. After all, he was a reborn soul at the age of 18 with the wisdom of 34. What storms had he not weathered? This young school beauty, still so inexperienced. Attempting to lecture him felt rather presumptuous. Before he could muster a smile and articulate his thoughts, the moment slipped away. The school beauty sitting across from me spoke calmly. In the first semester of our first year, when Shinlingshan called you brother Lin Ran, you handed over your entire monthly allowance to buy her a celebrity album. Last winter break, when she referred to you as our Lin Ran, you were so invigorated that you rode your bicycle to deliver heartwarming breakfasts to her for 2 weeks straight. This New Year's Day, when she mentioned considering holding your hand, you excitedly surrendered another 2 months' worth of meal expenses, only to receive a simple thank you. She continued, recounting these events with remarkable detail, as if recounting treasured memories. Lin Ran sat there, dumbfounded, while his inner self mirrored his bewilderment. His mind swirled chaotically, leaving only 2 disheveled words in the wind. What the heck? Observing Lin Ran's petrified expression, Su Qingyan's cool demeanor momentarily softened, a smile gracing her lips. There's still much more. Shall I continue? She leisurely sipped her sour plum drink through a straw. The esteemed school beauty remained composed. It's nothing but the result of having perused someone's entire diary. Worse than Black history is the experience of having someone reconstruct it before your very eyes, on the first day of rebirth. A pinnacle of social death. Su Qingyan's gaze swept over Lin Ran. Are you convinced yet? Indeed. Lin Ran felt a wave of shame wash over him as he buried his face into the table. The evidence was irrefutable. He had been nothing but a pure titanium alloy sycophant throughout his high school years, a reputation that could not be salvaged. Suddenly, he looked up at the school beauty sitting opposite him, confusion etched on his face. How do you know all of this so clearly? With an unflinching expression, Su Qingyan responded, a lot of people know. I heard it from someone. Lin Ran's head thudded back onto the table once more. Good grief. A second round of social death. Watching Lin Ran's reaction, a flicker of amusement crossed Su Qingyin's features before she swiftly regained her icy composure. Now that you're aware, promise me you won't fall for such tricks again and keep your distance from girls like that. Lin Ran nodded solemnly, a deep sense of grievance evident on his face. Absolutely. Not only in the future. I wish I could rewind to 2 years ago and erase all those embarrassing moments. Satisfied with his attitude, Su Qingyin continued to enjoy her meal while seizing the opportunity to expand her influence. Boys your age should focus on their studies. The priority now is to strive for admission to a good university. You rewrite. So, if Shen Lingshan approaches you again, ignore her. Sure. If other girls want to hang out with you, learn to say no. All right. If someone like me invites you to dinner, firmly refuse. Understood. And if you notice any other girls in our class or grade showing interest in you, report it to me immediately. No problem. Suddenly, Lin Ran felt that something was amiss. He lifted his head, a look of suspicion on his face as he questioned the school beauty across from him. Why would I need to report to you if other girls are interested in me? Furthermore, why is it that other girls cannot treat you to a meal, yet it is permissible for me? The campus belle of Su University maintained her calm demeanor, unflinching as she replied, I am the class monitor. It is my responsibility to ensure that my classmates' academic performance remains unaffected. As for dining together, it is quite ordinary since we are desk mates. Is there such reasoning? Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, casting a doubtful glance at the serene and composed beauty seated beside him. She exhibited no signs of guilt or deception. Gradually, he began to accept her words. The icy goddess of the classroom had no need to fabricate lies for such trivial matters. What could she possibly gain? After all, it was unlikely that she had any ulterior motives concerning him. Lin Ran felt a sense of relief wash over him, a calm smile gracing his face. Moreover, in my previous life, I lacked experience and was easily fooled by someone like Shen Lingshan, the queen of seduction. In this new life, I have been reborn, carrying the wisdom and maturity of a man in his 30s. If my desk mate were indeed concocting a falsehood with hidden intentions, I would undoubtedly see through it effortlessly. There is no way I would be deceived. With the conclusion solidified in his mind, he contemplated the usually aloof campus belle, who, out of kindness and her duty as class monitor, showed such concern for him. Lin Ran could not help but feel a deeper sense of gratitude. Therefore, as he looked at her, he sincerely expressed, thank you. Look, he even feels the need to thank us. A tiny figure in his mind was laughing joyously, one hand clutching its stomach while the other pounded the floor in delight. The outwardly calm Su Qingyin maintained her serene expression, responding coolly, you are welcome. It is only right. So how do you intend to show your gratitude? Lin Ran was momentarily at a loss. The emotion he had been cultivating was abruptly stifled, nearly suffocating him. What do you wish for as thanks? The campus belle of Su University appeared to ponder this casually for a moment, her demeanor entirely devoid of ulterior motives. In a nonchalant tone, she suggested, how about you call me sister? Lin Ran stared at her, his expression darkening. Here we go again. She met his gaze with unwavering calm, as if she had merely made a passing remark. I cannot call you that. How could I possibly do so? I will pay for this meal. Sister. In an instant, his expression transformed, and his gaze became earnest and heartfelt. Akin to a long-lost sibling reunion, his tone imbued with deep emotion, evoking tears with his performance. The campus belle remained unperturbed, her expression unchanged. She simply nodded lightly, then rose with poise. As if it were the most natural act, she reached out, playfully tousling his unruly hair, casually leaving behind the words, good boy. Subsequently, she turned and walked toward the counter. With grace, she retrieved her wallet, delicately extracting 100 yuan note with her slender fingers, placing it on the counter with a flourish. Boss, I'll settle the bill. Then, she sauntered out the door. As she departed, the 18-year-old ice goddess of Yunnan Middle School, renowned for her chilling beauty, exuded an elegance that was almost mesmerizing, her silhouette swaying gracefully, revealing a hint of breathtaking allure. Lin Ran found himself momentarily entranced, gazing at the figure of his desk mate as she exited. Suddenly, a realization struck. Had the charming school belle just playfully ruffled his hair? Meanwhile, the seemingly aloof ice princess, emerging from the Allen restaurant, was inwardly elated, her heart dancing with glee. Oh, how delightful to have taken advantage of Lin Ran. My classmate's hair feels so wonderful to touch. I must do it again next time. As Lin Ran exited the restaurant, The two did not head directly back to school. Not far adjacent to the Allen restaurant stood a modest convenience store. Su Qingyan asked Lin Ran to wait for her at the entrance while she went inside to purchase some wet wipes. For a high school boy to accompany a girl on such errands often hinted at a budding intimacy. However, Su, the illustrious school belle, maintained her composed demeanor, offering a lofty justification. It's perfectly normal for a classmate to accompany another to the store. Others do it too. Just how extensive was the utility of a classmate? A certain someone felt skeptical, yet chose to accept it with equanimity. After all, upon further reflection, the school belle had no reason to deceive him. She sought nothing in return. Thus, Su Qingyan entered the store while Lin Ran waited outside. At that moment, a familiar, delicate voice called from behind. Lin Ran. Turning around, he beheld Shun Lingshan emerging from a nearby noodle shop, standing on the steps with her arms crossed, gazing down at him with a haughty expression. So, have you decided to apologize to me? With her arms folded, Shun Lingshan felt a sense of triumph as she looked down at Lin Ran from the steps. Earlier, as a witness to the scene where Su Qingyan had boldly taken Lin Ran's hand and led him into the classroom, she had experienced a profound psychological shock. She could hardly believe that the universally acknowledged ice princess would stand up for a boy, much less hold hands with one. However, Shun Lingshan soon came to her conclusion, based on her own analysis with her friend Cui Qianqian, that it was all just a misunderstanding. A boy like Lin Ran could not possibly have any connection with a goddess like Su Qingyan. Their relationship was merely that of classmates. Su Qingyan likely intervened to prevent her classmate from being excessively bullied. Moreover, it was quite possible that Lin Ran had desperately pleaded for her sympathy, prompting Su to feign a protective stance in front of Shun Lingshan, simply to incite jealousy. Cui Qianqian had confidently declared this at the time, her face adorned with a mocking smile. Who would have thought this boy could be so cunning, bringing out a school belle like Su Qingyan? If it were any other girl, there would surely be a sense of crisis. Yet, does he not realize that with his standing, no one would believe he could entangle himself in anything remotely intimate with Su? Lingshan, the more Lin Ran puts on this facade and plays tricks, the more it indicates his affection for you. As long as you remain unfooled, I assure you that before the afternoon dismissal, he will surely come seeking you again. Indeed, just moments ago, having finished a meal alone at the noodle shop by the school gate, as she stepped out to settle the bill, Shun Lingshan spotted Lin Ran waiting for her by the entrance of a nearby convenience store. Her conviction in her assessment deepened. A proud smile graced Shun Lingshan's face, and her tone adopted an air of authority. I tell you, this time, if you wish for my forgiveness, mere trifles or gifts will not suffice. Apologize? Lin Ran regarded Shun Lingshan as if she were deranged. Apologize for what? I am simply here waiting for my classmate, the school beauty. What is this green tea queen doing here? Yet Shun Lingshan, with a confident smile, retorted, you usually dine in the cafeteria. Today, you are here at the school gate, clearly waiting for me. What further denials can you muster? Lin Ran found amusement in her certainty. How could someone so ordinary possess such confidence? I am not waiting for you, he declared. Shun Lingshan chuckled lightly, as if she could see through his thoughts. If you are not waiting for me, then who could it possibly be? Lin Ran, I have long since discerned your little ploys. I know you wish to provoke jealousy, hence the effort to invite Su Qingyan to play along in your charade. But do you truly believe I would fall for such childish antics? Mentioning Su Qingyan triggered Lin Ran's recollection of the mortifying moments just prior, where his classmate had recounted his past misadventures at the noodle shop, causing his temples to throb with embarrassment. Facing the architect of his humiliation, his expression darkened. The school beauty's words rang true. Engaging with such a person would only lead to his misfortune. Thus, he dismissed her. Ah yes, you've seen through me. Truly impressive. With that, he turned away. Now, if you would excuse me, I have people to meet. Shun Lingshan was taken aback by Lin Ran's unexpected response. Regaining her composure, she gazed at the boy who had once been so eager to please her. As someone accustomed to being adored like a little princess, a wave of anger surged within her, and she snapped. Lin Ran, what is your attitude? I am giving you one last chance. Apologize at once. Otherwise, you will regret it. At that moment, just outside the noodle shop, Su Qingyan, having finished her shopping, was about to exit. Upon reaching the door, she overheard Shun Lingshan's irate reprimand. The school beauty halted, discreetly inching closer to the plastic curtain at the supermarket's exit, straining to eavesdrop on the unfolding drama. She refrained from revealing herself immediately, eager to witness how her classmate would respond after their recent lesson. Listening to the warning and threat from the petite princess Shunluftia before her, Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and retorted, "What do I have to regret?" With an air of confidence, Shun Lingshan smiled assuredly. "If you do not apologize, from this moment forth, not only will I refrain from holding hands with you, but I, Shun Lingshan, shall never acknowledge your existence again. Regardless of how desperately you wish to find me in the future, I shall not spare you a single glance." "We are done." Lin Ran nodded. "Very well." Shun Lingshan was taken aback, nearly twisting her waist from the unexpected turn of events. It felt as if she had delivered a decisive blow, fully convinced of its devastating impact, only to realize she had completely missed her target. Instead, it felt as though she had been struck by a sudden, enormous hammer, leaving her dazed and disoriented. Frustrated, Shun Lingshan could not contain her exasperation. "What do you mean by that?" Lin Ran kindly clarified. "I mean it literally. My deskmate advised me to focus on my studies and avoid associating with dubious girls." Then, glancing at Shun Lingshan, he added, "Specifically you." "Me, dubious?" Shun Lingshan was so enraged that her mind felt clouded. "How dare you say that about me?" Lin Ran feigned innocence. "It's not me. It's what my deskmate said." Shun Lingshan was on the verge of madness. "You just believe whatever your deskmate says?" Lin Ran regarded Shun Lingshan with a hint of mockery on his face. "Why should I heed her words? What gives you the right to dictate my actions?" This single statement, accompanied by a sardonic smile, struck like a sword from the west, rendering Shun Lingshan utterly speechless. Lin Ran continued at a leisurely pace. "Besides, my deskmate is the school beauty. She is attractive, tall, and speaks beautifully. Why wouldn't I listen to her?" Casting a glance at the dazed Shun Lingshan, he delivered his final blow. "Unlike you, who is short and rather plain." Chapter 13. The school beauty relishes her charm. "Not like you, plain." Simple 10 words delivered a decisive blow, leaving Shun Lingshan feeling utterly chilled. "Lin Ran, remember this. I shall never forgive you." This sweet and lovely girl from Class 7, recognized as the class flower, left in a fit of tears, her parting words echoing as she ran away without looking back. This left Lin Ran standing there, attracting curious stares from passing classmates, who wondered if he was the infamous heartbreaker who had bullied a young girl. Lin Ran, however, was unfazed. Were his words excessive? Compared to what she had done to him in both this life and the previous one, his comments were rather mild. Moreover, he spoke nothing but the truth. When juxtaposed with the school beauty who sat beside him, the class flower from Class 7, who merely indulged in cuteness and deceived naive boys, was indeed only average. At that moment, footsteps approached from behind. Lin Ran turned his head and spotted the class beauty, his deskmate, emerging with her purchases. She held a pack of wet tissues and a few pieces of fruit candy, likely received as change. Maintaining her usual cool and composed demeanor, she cast a glance at Lin Ran and inquired, "Who were you speaking with just now?" Lin Ran casually replied, "Just someone passing by, not familiar." The class beauty nodded, feigning ignorance, and then, with a nonchalant air, offered him a piece of fruit candy, saying, "It's from the change. Give it a try." Inside, a small voice of satisfaction watched as Lin Ran unwrapped the candy and popped it into his mouth. Recalling the overheard remark about his deskmate being a beauty with striking looks, he couldn't help but smile brightly, thinking, "What a silly fool." Sweet words indeed. A little reward. The journey back to school was uneventful. Upon their arrival, they found that classmates had gradually returned and were sprawled across their desks, fast asleep. After a meal, drowsiness set in, and Lin Ran felt himself becoming a bit groggy. Without hesitation, he leaned onto his desk and began to catch up on sleep. Seated beside him, Su Qingyan also popped a piece of fruit candy into her mouth, slightly tilting her body and resting her chin on her hand as she gazed at the rapidly slumbering Lin Ran, a smile unconsciously gracing her face, feeling a delightful warmth in her heart. At 1:40 in the afternoon, the class bell rang, shattering the sweet dreams of the students. They groaned as they crawled up from their desks, straightening themselves to muster the energy for the upcoming classes. Lin Ran's class, the third year S Class 10, was a liberal arts class. After the division of sciences, the physics and chemistry courses were omitted, leaving 6 core subjects: Chinese, mathematics, English, politics, history, and geography. The first class of the afternoon was geography, followed by politics. With less than 2 months remaining until the college entrance examination, they had entered the revision phase. which primarily involved extensive memorization of values, ideological connotations, and various monsoonal currents and geographical terrains. After 2 classes, students felt dizzy and their heads buzzed. Only a handful of top students in the class seemed to navigate the vast array of knowledge and exam points with ease, appearing spirited and attentive. They energetically took notes, their pens flying across textbooks and notebooks. Su Qingyan stood out among these top students. As the recognized goddess of Yunnan High School, her beauty was undeniable. Yet her academic achievements were equally impressive, consistently ranking among the top 3 in her grade throughout high school. In the previous college entrance examination, she scored an impressive 658 points, securing the title of the 3rd in the province for liberal arts and the top score in the city. Her excellence was indeed remarkable. During class, Lin Ran turned slightly to admire the focused and radiant figure of his deskmate, reflecting on the stark contrast between them. In his previous life, he had consistently performed in the lower tier of the class. Particularly after he became infatuated with Xinling Shan, his focus on studies waned, and his ranking plummeted to beyond the 40th position in class. In the end, Lin Ran barely managed to score above the 2nd-tier line in the college entrance examination. As he reminisced, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. However, he had been reborn. This time around, he was no longer the same person. A flicker of confidence danced at the corners of his mouth as he contemplated something. In the next moment, a note was delicately pushed towards him by a slender, jade-like finger, devoid of any frivolity. Lin Ran cast a glance at the note, which bore elegant handwriting, each stroke purposeful. Stop grinning foolishly and pay attention to the class. Lin Ran lifted his gaze to his deskmate, the school beauty seated beside him, who remained coolly focused on the podium, diligently absorbing the lecture. The strict oversight from the class monitor, a paragon of beauty, rendered him somewhat embarrassed, prompting him to turn away and earnestly concentrate on the lesson. Yet, as he did so, he failed to notice the subtle smile that graced the lips of his seemingly aloof deskmate, who thought to herself, "Such a little fool. How engrossed he is in stealing glances at his sister. Is my charm truly this captivating?" With such thoughts, the miniature figure of pride within her heart couldn't help but display a hint of bashfulness. Unbeknownst to her, she had completely misinterpreted the situation. The final class of the afternoon was a class meeting. The homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, stood at the podium with a stern expression, addressing the students below. "Next week is the mock exam. Make sure to study diligently in preparation." Among the 6 liberal arts classes in our grade, our class's average score in the last mock exam embarrassingly fell to 2nd from the bottom. Only 1 student made it into the top 10. The students below fell silent, not daring to utter a word, fearful of incurring the teacher's wrath and becoming a scapegoat for his frustrations. In the back row, Lin Ran displayed a knowing expression. Indeed, in his previous life, his class, the 30th in senior year, had consistently been among the lower tier of the 6 liberal arts classes. The class's performance was closely tied to the teacher's hidden performance evaluations, which explained why the homeroom teacher, Mr. Liu, was so irate. As Lin Ran pondered this, he suddenly heard a familiar bellow. "Lin Ran, stand up." Instinctively, he snapped back to attention and stood up sharply. Following the sound, he found his homeroom teacher glaring at him with fiery anger, while his classmates directed amused glances in his direction. Mr. Liu slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, "How dare you daydream? Do you even know what your last mock exam score was?" Recalling such details proved somewhat challenging for a reborn individual who had returned from over a decade in the future. Fortunately, before Lin Ran could dwell on it, Mr. Liu, in a fit of rage, enumerated his scores: mathematics, 71, Chinese, 82, English, 74, combined scores in politics, history, and geography, 143. On average, not a single subject has reached passing marks. The class comprises a total of 49 students, yet you find yourself ranked 44th. This is a decline of 6 positions compared to the previous midterm. Observing Lin Ran, one of the lowest achievers seated by the window in the last row of the 4th group, Lu Chun is utterly disheartened, feeling a profound disappointment akin to a blacksmith lamenting the lack of strength in iron. When Lin Ran first entered the 1st year of high school, he barely managed to secure a position around the 30th rank, floating in the middle tier of performance. However, inexplicably, his grades began to plummet from the 2nd year onward. As the college entrance examination approaches, he is now at the brink of becoming the very last in the class. As a diligent class teacher, Lu Chun is torn between frustration for his students' lack of effort and the personal impact of the class's performance on his own evaluations and various teacher benefits. Each additional underperformer adversely affects the class average, causing him distress. Benefits and evaluations aside, the class teacher of Class 13, Wu Zhen, has always been at odds with him. Yet his class consistently outperforms Lu Chun's Class 10 in every examination. In the office, Wu's snide remarks and veiled jabs have become a constant source of irritation. Today, he has once again been subjected to Wu's taunts, igniting a desire to roll up his sleeves and confront him directly. With a heart full of anger, Lu Chun enters the classroom to hold a meeting, only to catch sight of Lin Ran daydreaming in the corner of the back row. His frustration surges anew, and he seizes the opportunity to unleash a barrage of reprimands directed at Lin Ran. Still seething with anger, he delivers an ultimatum. In this upcoming second mock exam, you must improve by at least 20 points. Do not drag down the class average any further. If you fail to meet this requirement, be prepared for a call to your parents. Upon hearing Lu Chun's words, many classmates below revel in schadenfreude, with one boy laughing aloud and teasing, "Teacher, asking Lin Ran to improve by 20 points is quite the challenge. He's busy pursuing the class beauty from Class 7. How can he possibly find time to study?" His tone drips with mockery. The classroom erupts in laughter, deepening Lu Chun's frown as he glares at Lin Ran and retorts, "What nonsense about a class beauty? You must improve by 20 points, regardless of how. Whether you cram or seek help from others, I care not for the process. I only demand results." The same boy who mocked Lin Ran earlier chimes in playfully, "Come on, teacher. If Lin Ran seeks help from others, won't he that just burden them too? He's got love on the brain. Let us hope he doesn't drag others down with him." The laughter in the classroom swells even louder. Meanwhile, several top-ranking students begin to exhibit wary expressions regarding Lin Ran with a newfound distance. They are determined to strive for excellent results in the upcoming mock exam. Distinct from Lin Ran's current predicament, if Lin Ran were to take the words of the homeroom teacher, Lu Chunguang, as a sword of authority and approach them for tutoring with unabashed audacity, their own revision time and energy would undoubtedly be compromised. Amidst a chorus of laughter, Lin Ran stood seemingly unfazed. In a previous life, he might have felt overwhelmed with humiliation and outrage in such a situation. However, this life is different. With the wisdom of a 30-something soul, he has developed a thick skin. He is no longer bothered by such petty malice. Moreover, while improving grades might have posed a challenge for him in his former existence as a sycophant, it presents no difficulty for him now as a reborn individual. At this moment, none of those present are aware of the remarkable trump card and support he possesses. Thus, Lin Ran simply smiled and turned to the homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, saying, "It's all right. I can manage my own revision." After a brief pause, he sincerely added, "I will strive to ensure I do not hinder the class. I'll aim to improve by 200 points. Upon hearing this, the entire class erupted into uncontrollable laughter. The boy in the front laughed until he could hardly breathe. Pointing at Lin Ran, 200 points? Why don't you just aim for the sky? I'd be surprised if you manage even 2. He then turned to Lu Chun, chuckling, "Teacher, at least Lin Ran is self-aware. He knows our top students wouldn't want to bother with him. So he has spared himself the embarrassment. This way, you can have some peace of mind. Ha ha ha." On the podium, Lu Chun frowned slightly. Although he was displeased by the boy's mocking tone and disdainful attitude, there was some merit to his words. One underperforming student is already troublesome enough. If it were to affect the revision of the few top students in the class, the loss would be even greater. As for Lin Ran's claim of a 200-point improvement, Lu Chun dismissed it as mere bravado, thinking Lin Ran was simply trying to save face. After a moment's contemplation, Lu Chun replied sternly, "Then it's settled. Focus on your own revision. If you have any questions, you can approach me or other teachers." Before he could finish, a clear and melodious voice suddenly pierced the classroom's atmosphere. "No need to seek others. I will assist." The room fell into a profound silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Including Lu Chun, every student in the classroom wore a look of bewilderment, their gazes instinctively turning towards the source of the voice. There, in the last row of the fourth group, beside a certain underperforming student, stood Su Qingyan, the ice-cold beauty of Yunnan High School, rising to stand alongside Lin Ran. Her icy gaze swept across the classroom, and those who had just laughed along with the leading boy found themselves unable to meet her eyes, instinctively lowering their heads in shame. Finally, she turned to the podium where Lu Chun stood, as if fearing that neither the teacher nor her classmates had comprehended her, and calmly reiterated, "I will tutor Lin Ran." At last, the students regained their composure. Instantly, the entire classroom erupted into a cacophony of excitement. What on earth? The whole class was in a state of shock. Lin Ran was equally bewildered. He had initially felt confident and prepared to showcase his brilliance. However, before he could fully express himself, to his astonishment, the school beauty sitting beside him stood up as well. The moment she spoke, she completely overshadowed him, leaving no trace of his intended grandeur. The classmates in Class 10 listened in disbelief, glancing from the serene and graceful Su Qingyan, the school's ice queen, to Lin Ran standing beside her, utterly perplexed. As the recognized school beauty, Su Qingyan's aloof and elegant demeanor was well known throughout the class and the school. Who could forget this goddess of ice? Revered for her pride and coolness, who rarely allowed anyone, even among girls, to draw near. Despite her exceptional academic performance, consistently ranking first in Class 10, she remained solitary, absorbed in her studies. Previously, there had been boys who attempted to approach her under the pretense of seeking academic assistance, hoping to strike up a conversation, only to return disheartened. But now, for the sake of Lin Ran, a student who barely scraped by academically, Su Qingyan unexpectedly volunteered to personally assist him in his studies? No, this couldn't be happening. The boy who had mocked Lin Ran the loudest could no longer contain his frustration, exclaiming impulsively, and then rapidly concocting a clever retort. "Teacher, Su's grades are undoubtedly impressive, but she must focus on helping our class strive for the top rank this time. We cannot allow her to be dragged down by Lin Ran." The class teacher, Lu Chun, was equally astonished and bewildered by his beloved pupil's unusual stand. He hesitated, furrowing his brow. Well, there is some merit to that. Perhaps it would be best to reconsider. Before he could finish, Su Qingyan interjected. "It's all right, teacher. As class monitor, it is my responsibility to assist my classmates. Tutoring Lin Ran will not hinder my own studies. In fact, explaining concepts will enhance my understanding as well." Her calm and rational demeanor, coupled with sound reasoning, compelled Lu Chun to nod in agreement. After a moment of contemplation, he resolutely declared, "Very well. The tutoring responsibility for Lin Ran will be entrusted to you, provided you ensure it does not detract from your own revision efforts." After offering Su Qingyan a warm and considerate reminder, the teacher's gaze shifted to Lin Ran, instantly transforming into a stern demeanor with a sharp rise in tone. "Lin Ran, you must cherish this opportunity and earnestly seek guidance from Su Qingyan. Do not neglect your own studies and inadvertently impede her progress. Be cautious, or I shall hold you accountable." Lin Ran replied, "Understood." The two finally resumed their seats. Teacher Lu Chun proceeded to discuss other class matters. In the back row, Lin Ran glanced at the school beauty beside him and, lowering his voice, murmured, "Actually, there's no need to trouble yourself. I can manage on my own." The next moment, the school beauty responded in a calm tone, "Do not misunderstand. I am not doing this specifically for you, as merely the class leader and a desk mate. It is simply a duty to fulfill." Lin Ran, "Oh, thank you. Su Qingyan, you're welcome." While uttering these words, Su Qingyan maintained a demeanor of cool indifference, showing no signs of distress. Yet, in truth, upon witnessing the multitude in the classroom mock and ridicule Lin Ran, her anger surged uncontrollably. Without a moment's hesitation, she stood up, determined to defend Lin Ran and vindicate him. "If you refuse to tutor my adorable desk mate, Lin Ran, he doesn't even care for it. Such matters, I, Su Qingyan, can handle." Of course, her motivations extended beyond merely supporting Lin Ran. Meanwhile, as the miniature figure of irritation within her subsided, she instantaneously beamed with joy. "Ah, a one-on-one intimate study session. Another splendid opportunity to engage closely with my desk mate. Where shall we commence the tutoring? Perhaps a hands-on approach?" After the class meeting, as the bell rang signaling the end of the lesson, the evening had arrived. Yunnan High School mandates a compulsory evening study session, commencing at 6:30 p.m. and concluding at 9:30 p.m. Consequently, once the class dismissed, the students surged forth, eager to rush to the cafeteria. Su Qingyan was beckoned away by a few close female classmates to dine together, leaving Lin Ran to team up with his best friend Zhao Ku, and both headed to the cafeteria. During their meal, Zhao Ku was utterly envious and in awe of Lin Ran, practically worshipping him. "Dude, you're incredible. Not only did we share lunch today, But the school beauty has never offered to tutor anyone before, and yet you've managed to secure her assistance. With such fortune, even if you flunk the upcoming mock exam and your parents are summoned, it's still worth it. Lin Ran glanced at Zhao Ku. Why couldn't this guy wish him some good luck? Who said I'm going to fail this time? I can improve by at least 200 points without needing a tutor. Zhao Ku paused, then gazed at Lin Ran with astonishment. Look at you, with the school beauty. You must be over the moon. Lin Ran rolled his eyes. If you don't believe it, that's fine. Zhao Ku adopted a slightly more serious tone, waving his hand. It's not that I don't believe you. It's just that your claims seem rather far-fetched. Last time, you scored 370. To suddenly improve by 200 points would yield 570, which could place you in the top 15 of the class. Such aspirations are generally beyond the reach of most. Indeed, most people cannot. However, those who have been reborn are not ordinary. Contemplating his own leverage, Lin Ran's lips curled into a mysterious smile as he fixed his gaze on Zhao Ku. How about we make a bet? If I improve by at least 200 points in this mock exam. Without a moment's hesitation, Zhao Ku boldly declared, I accept. If you achieve that, I will strip and run 3 laps naked in the schoolyard at night. Lin Ran was taken aback. Initially, he merely intended to have Zhao Ku treat him to a few meals. He never anticipated this boldness. All right then, Lin Ran nodded. In the interest of fairness, he turned to Zhao Ku and inquired, what if I lose? Zhao Ku, with an expression of unwavering brotherhood, replied, if you lose, my friend, I shall not impose any punishment upon you. He then leaned in closer, his tone filled with eagerness, and cautiously asked, but could you share your insights on how you managed to win over the campus beauty, Su Qingyan? Perhaps you could even hold a class on it. Lin Ran was taken aback. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan was also being bombarded with questions while dining with several female classmates. The 3 girls dining with her were among the top in both looks and academic performance in their class, and they shared a closer camaraderie with the esteemed campus beauty. Thus emboldened, they dared to pose their inquiries. Qingyan, what made you agree to tutor Lin Ran? Asked Yuan Tingting, the class representative for Chinese and one of the most striking girls in their grade. This is the first time I've seen you take the initiative to help someone with their studies. The other 2 girls nodded vigorously, their curiosity piqued. It was not just a simple one-on-one tutoring session. There was also the incident from earlier that day when Su Qingyan awoke from a nightmare and suddenly embraced Lin Ran, alongside the rumored hand-holding that took place in the corridor during break. Such occurrences could not help but lead the more observant among them to speculate whether the renowned Ice Queen of Yunnan High School and the academically challenged Lin Ran had some hidden connection. Faced with the inquisitive gazes of her peers, Su Qingyan maintained a calm demeanor and replied nonchalantly, echoing her earlier explanation to their homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, it's nothing. As class monitor, it is my duty to assist my classmates. Yuan Tingting, somewhat skeptical, remarked, that sounds too official. I haven't seen you help anyone else before. And certainly not a boy. Su Qingyan remained unfazed. It was merely coincidental. He happens to be my desk mate, so helping him was just convenient. Another girl could not resist pressing further. What about this morning when you embraced him? And during break, when you allegedly held Lin Ran's hand in front of the beauty from class 7? With unwavering composure, Su Qingyan lied without batting an eye. Those were all coincidences. She then gazed at the 3 girls before her with a serene smile and teasingly asked, or perhaps you think I have developed feelings for him. Upon hearing these words, the 3 girls exchanged glances, their expressions shifting to one of understanding as they quickly dismissed the notion, you are our Yunnan campus beauty. How could you possibly have feelings for someone like him? It must be coincidence. Qingyan is merely being kind. The idea that the illustrious Ice Queen could take a liking to a struggling student was something even they found hard to believe. It seemed that it was all just a matter of chance. Unbeknownst to her, as she gazed at the 3 girls before her, a miniature figure within Su Qingyan's heart was gleefully grinning, her eyes curving like those of a clever little fox. Feeling quite pleased with herself for having deftly navigated the situation. The timing was not yet ripe. It was inconvenient for others to discern the truth at this moment. She needed to maintain her current persona, for otherwise, it would seem too abrupt and reveal inconsistencies. Moreover, she relished the present state of affairs, free from pressure, comfortably interacting with her desk mate, and occasionally indulging in playful teasing without any urgency to publicly declare anything. However, just as Su, the esteemed campus beauty, was contentedly mulling over her thoughts, the conversation among the 3 girls took an unexpected turn. But speaking of it, Lin Ran isn't completely without merit. is he? After all, he caught the attention of Shun Lingshan, who has quite discerning taste in boys from class 7. Though he may be a bit shy and introverted, he is actually rather handsome today. He has that charming younger brother vibe. Yuan Tingting's eyes sparkled slightly as she rested her chin on her hands, revealing an eager expression. I quite like that type. If Qingyan isn't interested, perhaps I should give it a try someday. Upon hearing this, Su Qingyan, who had been quietly enjoying her meal, abruptly clattered her chopsticks onto the table, startling the three girls, including Yuan Tingting. She then raised her head, her gaze sweeping over them with a cool indifference. The second mock exam is approaching. Focus on your studies and refrain from entertaining such frivolities. Her demeanor was icy, exuding the authoritative presence of a class monitor, prompting the three girls to nod obediently in acknowledgement. Little did they know, the campus beauty was quietly relieved. Thankfully, her own dish had not been eyed by those other scheming women. After dinner, Lin Ran and Zhao Ku returned to their classroom from the school cafeteria. Outside, the sky was painted with the romantic hues of sunset. They had scarcely settled into their seats when they noticed the campus beauty returning with her three classmates. Lin Ran observed that the three girls seemed to be sneaking glances in his direction, whispering among themselves. At that moment, his desk mate, the campus beauty, had taken her seat beside him and spoke in her melodious, serene tone. Prepare yourself. Which subject would you like to review first? Are we starting the tutoring session now? Lin Ran pondered for a moment, deciding against burdening her with the extra effort. Perhaps it's best if I manage on my own. The campus beauty paused, her expression remaining inscrutable, and replied coolly, Do you believe you do not require assistance? Without waiting for Lin Ran's response, she rummaged through her desk drawer and swiftly produced 2 English test papers, placing them before him. Complete the closed test questions on these 2 papers. If you make fewer than 8 mistakes combined, it will suffice. I believe in your abilities, Lin Ran remarked as he took the exam paper and glanced at it. Smiling slightly, I can manage. It had been quite some time since he had last encountered a closed test. Despite this thought, the smile at the corner of Lin Ran's lips suggested a sense of confidence. Simultaneously, as Lin Ran picked up his pen to begin answering the questions, Su Qingyan felt a surge of assurance in her heart. The 2 papers were the monthly English exams from the esteemed Xian High School next door, with a difficulty level considered moderately challenging. Based on her estimation of Lin Ran's capabilities, she figured he would probably get at least half of the closed test questions wrong, totaling around 14 or 15 mistakes. Consequently, her little desk mate would be compelled to accept her one-on-one tutoring with grace after such a defeat. With this thought, a faint smile crept onto Su Qingyan's lips. However, just 20 minutes later, as the 2 closed tests were completed and placed before Su Qingyan, she quickly scanned through the standard answers. For the first time, the cool and composed demeanor of the campus Belle nearly faltered, her mouth slightly agape. She wore an expression of disbelief. 30 questions comprised the 2 closed tests, and astonishingly, Lin Ran had answered them all correctly. After meticulously reviewing the answers against the standard ones, Su Qingyan could no longer suppress her astonishment and incredulity. Xian High School, like Yunnan High School, was a provincial key institution. The difficulty of their previous 2 simulated English exams had been slightly higher than that of the most recent exam from Yunnan High School. For most students at Xian High School, the average number of errors per exam was about 34. As a recognized academic star and the beauty of the school, Su Qingyan consistently ranked among the top 3, often in first place. Even she had made a small mistake on a preposition question while attempting these 2 papers. Yet, her little desk mate had managed to score perfectly on both closed tests. The usually composed Su Qingyan found herself at a loss, scrutinizing Lin Ran with a mix of suspicion and confusion. This was not right, based on her previous understanding of him and her thorough perusal of his diaries. She was acutely aware that his academic performance had plummeted since the 2nd semester of his first year, verging on the bottom of the class. His English scores had hovered around 80-some points out of a possible 150. How could he possibly achieve a perfect score so effortlessly? Moreover, he had accomplished this feat in merely 20 minutes. At that moment, Lin Ran appeared utterly relaxed, even taking time to appreciate the rare, somewhat surprised and endearing expression on the face of the campus beauty beside him. Do you believe me now? He asked, reveling in the feeling of having the upper hand for the first time in their interactions since his rebirth. His sense of accomplishment was momentarily fulfilled. However, Su Qingyan perceived his words as a subtle provocation, her brows furrowing slightly. In her previous life, She was a billionaire, the formidable and imposing female president of a publicly listed conglomerate, and her indomitable spirit had returned. "Oh, is it a contest with your sister?" She swiftly regained her cool demeanor, nodding lightly with an air of indifference. "It's manageable. These two papers are rather simple." With that, Su Qingyan extracted another test paper from her English textbook, covering her own answers to a closed test with tape before handing it over to Lin Ran. She raised her gaze to meet his, her tone as calm as ever. "Try this one as well." Their eyes locked in the air, an inexplicable spark of competition igniting between them. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow, a composed smile gracing his lips. "No problem." Thus, he resumed writing with remarkable speed. In mere minutes, he had completed the third test paper, which he lightly returned to Su Qingyan. Completing it so quickly without checking might lead to regrets, she remarked with an affected nonchalance, yet swiftly seized the test paper, inhaling deeply as she peeled back the tape to reveal the answers for comparison. The process of checking was brief. In no time, she confirmed her suspicions, gasping in astonishment. Could it be that he had answered everything correctly again? Once might be attributed to luck or prior familiarity with the questions, but twice could not be so easily dismissed. The third paper she had provided was not even assigned by their teacher. It was a competition paper she had sourced herself for her own practice and improvement. The closed test's difficulty far surpassed that of typical school mock exams, riddled with long, complex sentences that made comprehension a challenge even for someone of Su Qingyan's academic prowess. She had stumbled into several traps, misjudging 3 out of 15 questions. If other students, who typically scored 120 or even 130 in English, were to tackle this competition paper, they might falter on over half of the questions. Yet, within a mere 10 minutes, Lin Ran had achieved a flawless score once more. Overwhelmed with disbelief and astonishment, Su Qingyan cast another glance at her deskmate, her eyes brimming with incredulity. The little voice within her mind was agape in astonishment. Was this truly the same deskmate she knew? The one who often lamented in her diary about the overwhelming difficulty of closed tests? How had he transformed into a master of competition-level English seemingly overnight? Unbeknownst to Su Qingyan, Lin Ran felt invigorated and at ease after completing the 3 papers. Competition questions? Merely a triviality. Years had passed since he last encountered such high school examination papers, yet the skills he had mastered were ingrained in his very being. Lin Ran was oblivious to the fact that all the diaries he had pinned up to his high school years were thoroughly perused by the captivating girl seated beside him. Even though his innermost thoughts had been laid bare, she could not fathom the depths of his struggles, how he barely scraped through the college entrance examination, only to enroll in a modest university with the majority of his parents' savings. It was only when he noticed the silver strands gracing his parents' heads that the weight of guilt and remorse struck him profoundly, leading to a moment of awakening. Upon entering university, he resolved to exert himself even more diligently. Night and day, he immersed himself in studies, working part-time as a tutor to support his living expenses. His first job after graduation lasted 3 years at a reputable educational institution, where he flourished as a teacher, guiding students across various subjects, and, within a year, emerged as the institution's most outstanding and versatile employee. His primary focus was on high school subjects, which solidified his confidence. After 3 years of working in the educational sector, Lin Ran had encountered countless high school examination papers and had analyzed numerous critical problems from various angles for his students. This formidable reservoir of knowledge, now reawakened in his second chance at high school, felt like a reunion with old friends, perhaps even a commanding and effortless descent upon the challenges he faced. Having passed the English assessment, he seamlessly transitioned to Chinese, mathematics, politics, history, and geography. He recited essential classical texts with such fluency that his tongue never faltered. Mathematics proved slightly more challenging, yet he managed to tackle the most difficult problems from other schools' midterm exams, achieving at least an 80 score. The social sciences presented no obstacles. He navigated through the questions with ease. In a moment of rare excitement, Su Qingyan's eyes lit up as she pointed out an error in the answer key. However, Lin Ran, with a casual glance at the content, remarked that the answer itself was incorrect. Upon further inspection, Su Qingyan confirmed the mistake. Before them lay a towering stack of past examination papers, a testament to Lin Ran's thorough preparation. As he reclined comfortably in his chair, crossing his legs with an air of composure, he reflected on the simplicity of it all. With 3 years of experience as an exceptional and versatile teacher, He approached the current high school examination questions with the finesse of a master who had mastered the art of combat, effortlessly slicing through challenges as if they were mere butter. Certainly, time has indeed passed, and some of the knowledge from those days has faded from memory. However, given a bit of time to review, the bold promise made during class meetings to our teacher, Old Lou, to improve by 200 points in the second mock exam is certainly within reach. I glanced at my classmate, the school beauty, who was surprisingly lost in thought beside me. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow. Do you believe it now? The inner version of Lin Ran was already basking in premature triumph, hands on hips, gazing skyward with a hearty laugh. Having endured being led around by the little school beauty for an entire day, finally, I had regained my footing. It felt splendid. Su Qingyan snapped back to reality, striving to restore her expression to its usual cool demeanor, and nodded slightly. Yes, it is indeed impressive. Yet, she couldn't help but scrutinize Lin Ran with a lingering curiosity. How did you suddenly become so good at studying? Lin Ran had anticipated this question. Having prepared a response while working on the test earlier, he spoke without a hint of nervousness, fabricating a story. It's not as sudden as it seems. I've actually been quietly putting in effort and reviewing in secret, just waiting to astonish everyone in this second mock exam. While it sounded somewhat contrived, it was certainly more plausible than confessing to the school beauty that he was a reincarnated soul. After all, even if he spoke the truth, she would never believe it. Su Qingyan listened with a hint of skepticism, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Ran from head to toe, sensing something still felt off. Secretly putting in effort and reviewing? If that were the case, how could she, who had meticulously read Lin Ran's diary, not know? Such endeavors would require secrecy to the extent of not even mentioning them in his diary. Yet, after some contemplation, Su Qingyan chose to accept this explanation, as it was likely the only reasonable one. What other reason could there be? Her little desk mate certainly couldn't have been reincarnated as well. Seeing that the school beauty accepted his explanation, Lin Ran smiled. In that case, you needn't worry about reviewing anymore. I'll handle it myself. Su Qingyan hesitated for a moment before nodding. Her emotions were complex and conflicted. On one hand, she felt immense joy and relief. After all, if Lin Ran were to perform poorly as he had in his previous life, no matter how she tried to accommodate him, they would still end up at different universities after the college entrance examination. Long-distance relationships were not ideal, after all. However, it now seemed this concern was no longer an issue. The little person in Su Qingyan's heart gazed intently at her desk mate, marveling at the newfound brilliance as if it were a treasured discovery, unable to suppress her delight. Ah, so this is what my little desk mate is capable of. Who would have thought she harbored such talent in secret? My judgment was indeed correct. When this silly desk mate applies herself, she is anything but foolish. She is a little genius. And on the other hand, the diminutive figure could not help but sink into a state of melancholy. The original plan was to seize the opportunity of tutoring Lin Ranjian to engage with him more openly and intimately. Hand in hand, they would delve into homework, elucidate exam questions, and perhaps indulge in the innocent pleasure of playfully pinching the cheeks or ruffling the hair of her deskmate. Yet, it now appeared that such a delightful vision was about to take flight, slipping away like a dream. Nevertheless, she was the top-ranked student at Yunnan High School, a paragon of academic excellence, and in her previous life, she had single-handedly built a publicly listed corporation as its female CEO. Her mind raced, and in the blink of an eye, Su Qingyan devised a plan. Her eyes sparkled. Eureka! During the final self-study session that evening, Lin Ranjian casually flipped through his history textbook, marking key points with a black pen. Suddenly, a waft of fragrant aroma enveloped him. Turning his head, he discovered his classmate. The school beauty had inexplicably leaned closer, her expression remaining cool and her tone tranquil. Are you busy? If not, could you help me with this question? As she spoke, she pushed a sheet of English test paper towards him, pointing to a reading comprehension section. I'm having difficulty with this. Lin Ranjian felt a question mark slowly form above his head. What was going on? He almost doubted his ears. The top student, consistently among the top 3 in her year, sought his help, despite having recently demonstrated his skills from a previous life. He found it hard to comprehend why the school beauty would need to consult him. What sort of question could possibly stump her? He glanced at the reading comprehension passage on the test paper, and more question marks emerged in his mind. This wasn't too difficult at all. It was a rather standard reading comprehension piece. Surely 10 out of 20 students in the class could tackle it. He looked at his classmate beside him with a hint of confusion. You can't do this? The school beauty maintained her calm demeanor, unfazed. No, I can't. Lin Ranjian was further perplexed. Could it be that he had misjudged the complexity of the passage, overlooking some hidden traps within? Unwilling to concede defeat, he promptly buried himself in a thorough review of the text once more. Meanwhile, seated next to Lin Ranjian, Su Qingyan observed his earnest and contemplative demeanor, her heart swelling with joy. If the mountain won't come to me, then I shall go to the mountain. If she could not tutor her deskmate, then why not let him tutor her instead? Well done, Su Qingyan, just as I expected of myself. Lin Ranjian had no intention of burdening his classmate with difficulties. However, unexpectedly, after revealing his true capabilities, the tables turned, and the trouble shifted back to him. Lin Ranjian, I don't understand this question. Do you have time to help me with this historical essay question? Is this a homograph? I've forgotten. Why is this multiple choice question the correct answer? What began as a simple request for guidance morphed into a series of inquiries. Yet, as he patiently analyzed and explained to his classmate, he could not shake the feeling that her attention seemed to drift away from the test paper. Occasionally, he felt as though a pair of enchanting eyes were observing him, their gaze playfully flitting across his face. Whenever he abruptly looked up, he found nothing amiss. His tablemate, the school Belle, wore a frosty expression, seemingly engrossed in her exam paper, as if she had not been distracted in the slightest. Yet, as he continued explaining the problems, that sensation of being secretly scrutinized would swiftly return. Another sudden glance revealed nothing again, except for the school Belle looking up at him, her expression a blend of icy detachment and innocent inquiry. What's the matter? Aren't we continuing? Lin Ran replied, nothing. This peculiar and perplexing situation persisted. Tonight, his tablemate seemed imbued with an insatiable thirst for knowledge, continuously presenting him with question after question and sheet after sheet. Lin Ran, take a look at this, and this, and this. When the school Belle earnestly sought his guidance for the 10th time that evening, he could no longer endure it. Pointing at the top of the test paper, this is the student ID section. Are you really asking how to fill this out? Oh, I misread, she replied nonchalantly, flipping the paper over to indicate another question. Then how about this one? Lin Ran gazed at her with a look of disbelief. She remained composed, seemingly oblivious to any hint of awkwardness. With a sigh of resignation, he picked up his pen, preparing to elucidate the answers for her. Just as he reached for the pen on the desk, the school Belle coincidentally extended her hand to retrieve it, seemingly intending to hand it to him. Their fingers brushed unintentionally, and, perhaps due to inertia, her hand unexpectedly clasped his fingers. The atmosphere froze in that moment, their fingers tinged with a cool, delicate sensation. Lin Ran looked up, his expression questioning as he met her gaze. She appeared unfazed, calmly stating, I grabbed it by mistake. I meant to pass you the pen. Lin Ran glanced at his fingers still ensnared in her grasp. Could you let go now? The school Belle nodded. All right. Then, with a serene demeanor, she released his hand. Meanwhile, the miniature figure in her mind had already burst into laughter. Oh dear, Su Qingyan, how careless of you. Let us continue next time. Thus, the entire study session was spent with Lin Ran tutoring his tablemate through the questions. When the school bell finally rang, he was drenched in sweat, feeling as if he had just completed 10 exams himself. He noticed that the school bell seemed still eager, pivoting to pick up another set of past papers to hand to him. By the way, there's also this one. In that instant, Lin Ran sprang up as if propelled by springs. School is over. Time to go home. With an unprecedented efficiency of movement, someone swiftly stowed away their textbooks into their backpack in the blink of an eye, tossing the bag over their shoulder and flipping the chair onto the desk in one fluid motion. Su Qingyan momentarily lost her focus, only to discover that Lin Ran had already darted out of the classroom through the back door, shouldering his bag like an arrow in flight. Watching him escape in such a hurried manner almost brought a smile to her lips. Silly boy, why rush so? I wouldn't bite. As Su Qingyan hastily packed her own bag, intending to follow Lin Ran, she was unexpectedly called from behind. Su classmate, wait. Instinctively halting, she turned to see Zhou Hua, the class representative for English, approaching briskly. This was the same individual who had been the first to mock Lin Ran during the afternoon class meeting when their homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, was lecturing him. With a slight frown, Su Qingyan realized that her delay might prevent her from catching up with Lin Ran, and her mood soured, her expression returning to its usual icy demeanor. Is there something you need? Seeing the esteemed class beauty actually pause to wait for him, Zhou Hua's face brightened with a hint of joy, and he quickly adopted a serious tone, sincerity etched on his features. I wanted to advise you. Although the homeroom teacher assigned you the task of tutoring Lin Ran, investing time in such a poor student is futile. Pouring too much energy into him will only hinder your own preparation for the college entrance examination. I believe it would be best for you to disengage. Feeling quite proud of his seemingly considerate advice, Zhou Hua finished with, if you think it might be difficult to explain to the homeroom teacher, I can assist you with that. However, after hearing his words, Su Qingyan's brow furrowed once again, her expression growing even colder. Are we well acquainted? Zhou Hua was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by her abrupt question. Before he could continue, Su Qingyan interrupted him. Her tone icy as she spoke. Let me correct you. It is not the homeroom teacher who assigned me this task. I volunteered to tutor Lin Ran myself. Furthermore, pausing, she cast a frigid glance at Zhou Hua. My affairs do not require others' concern. We are merely classmates, and I hope you will respect boundaries and understand your place. I do not wish to hear those words again. With that, she turned her back to him, shouldering her bag and exiting through the back door of the classroom. Zhou Hua, snapping back to reality, felt a surge of indignation and could not suppress an exclamation. But you and Lin Ran are just classmates, too. Su Qingyan halted for a moment, then turned around, her gaze coolly sweeping over him. It's different. He is my desk mate. Chapter 20, Mom and Dad. I cannot witness your aging. The journey home from school on his bicycle took nearly 10 minutes. Lin Ran resided on the 13th floor. As he stood in the elevator, an inexplicable sense of anxiety overcame him. When the elevator doors opened and he traversed the corridor towards his doorstep, the sight of the familiar shoe cabinet, clutter, and the tantalizing aroma of home-cooked meals wafting through the air eased his tension. Upon reaching his front door, he retrieved his key and inserted it into the lock, turning it with a deep breath before pushing the door open. The scene that greeted him was the warmly familiar living room, illuminated by soft, golden light. The simple decor and layout were laid bare before him, and he spotted a middle-aged woman bent over, sweeping the floor. Mom, he called out. Hearing his voice, Zhao Shuqin, Lin's mother, looked up and, upon seeing her son standing at the entrance, her face blossomed into a surprised smile. Xiaoran, you're back? She exclaimed, then turned to the kitchen, calling out, Old Lin, our son has returned. Soon, the sound of hurried footsteps echoed from the kitchen. Lin Guozhong, his father, emerged, apron tied around his waist and a spatula in hand. Upon seeing Lin Ran, he broke into a smile, warmly greeting him. You're back? Hurry and change your shoes. I've prepared a late-night snack for you. He then shot a playful reproach at his wife. What do you mean your son? Isn't he also my son? With a sense of righteousness, Lin's mother replied, Xiao Ran is so handsome. He takes after me. Of course he is my son. What do you think, Lin Guozhong? She shot a sidelong glance at her husband. Accustomed to his wife's authoritative demeanor, old Lin, caught off guard by her gaze, promptly surrendered, raising his hands in mock defeat. No objections, no objections. Your son, your son. Observing this familiar scene of his parents bickering, Lin Ran felt an involuntary smile tug at his lips, though his eyes inexplicably stung with the threat of tears, stirring memories of the past. In his previous life, after his disappointing performance in the college entrance examination, barely scraping into a second-tier university, his parents had not expressed disappointment. Instead, they set aside their pride, tirelessly seeking connections and assistance, ultimately exhausting their meager savings to secure a place for him in a reasonably good university. He vividly remembered that late night when his parents returned from their networking endeavors, sweat-drenched and weary, yet striving to maintain an optimistic facade as they informed him, "We did it. With this score, you can still attend Donghai University of Technology. Your father and mother have done all they could. The rest is up to you." That evening, however, he inadvertently overheard their hushed conversation in the bedroom. "I heard that old Zhou's son didn't score as high as our Xiao Ran. Yet he got into Donghai University because he knows the vice president of the college. Our Xiao Ran is such a smart child. He simply didn't perform well on the exam and could have attended a better university." After a moment of silence, he heard his father, Lin Guozhong, emit a deep sigh. "As parents, it's our failure for not being capable enough." Another matter unfolded. Inspired by that late-night epiphany, he truly transformed his life upon entering university, dedicating himself to his studies with unwavering resolve. His academic performance soared, earning him numerous scholarships. While pursuing his education, he diligently engaged in part-time work to support his living expenses. After graduation, He immersed himself fervently in his career, tirelessly striving for success. Gradually, his efforts began to bear fruit, and his professional life found its rhythm. However, this newfound stability came with increased busyness. His parents, residing far away in their hometown, often called him. During these conversations, he would enthusiastically share updates on his work, while they listened patiently, expressing joy for his achievements. Yet, each call ended with their familiar concerns. Don't overexert yourself. Money is endless. Remember to rest and take care of your health. Make time to visit home occasionally. Yet, consumed by his work, he rarely returned home over the next decade. Years later, upon a rare visit home, his parents were overjoyed. Now nearing 60, his parents showed signs of aging, with his father's hair turning gray. Nevertheless, his father was eagerly rolling up his sleeves to prepare a sumptuous feast. Sitting with his mother on the couch, she excitedly pulled out her phone, asking him to teach her how to use some new applications. Your neighbor's daughter is teaching her mom how to play with Douyin. There are so many special effects. Please show me how to use them. As he opened the app and demonstrated a few effects, one transformation turned him into an elderly version of himself, which appeared rather comical. Yet, his mother watched with delight, urging him to take more photos with this effect to keep in an album for his father to see. Then, almost inadvertently, she remarked, otherwise, your father and I may not witness how you age. Just that single sentence brought tears to Lin Ran's eyes as he reflected on the past. In his previous life, he had failed to provide for his parents in their later years, leaving them to grieve his untimely departure, a profound act of unfilial piety. Gazing at his parents, who still appeared youthful and vigorous, Lin Ran suddenly stepped forward, enveloping them in a tight embrace. Lin Guozheng and Zhao Shuqin were taken aback, momentarily flustered. What's wrong? Have you been bullied at school? Lin Ran lifted his head, striving to steady his emotions while forcing a smile. Nothing is wrong. I just miss you both. A while later, the three of them sat together at the dining table, enjoying a late-night snack. The meal was modest, but filled with familiar flavors. Lin Ran eagerly dug into his food, savoring every bite, while his parents watched and chuckled. Eat slowly. No one is competing with you. You're like a wild boar, not caring if others laugh. As they observed their son relishing his late-night meal, Lin Guozheng and Zhao Shuqin engaged in casual conversation. Soon, however, the dialogue shifted. Capturing Lin Ran's attention, Zhao Shuqin inquired, Old Lin, how is your factory faring lately? Lin Guozheng replied, not too well, we're just managing to get by. How about you? Our factory is struggling as well. Rumors of potential layoffs have been circulating recently. At this point, Lin's mother, Zhao Shuqin, furrowed her brow slightly, revealing a look of distress. I am equally troubled. If I leave now, I can still receive a severance package. However, if I stay, my salary will be further slashed. I am at a loss regarding what choice to make. Upon hearing this, Lin Ran recalled a similar scene from his previous life. Back in 2007, during his second year of high school, his mother's state-owned factory was indeed experiencing poor performance and began laying off employees. Ultimately, she opted to remain with a reduced salary. But within a year or two, the factory went bankrupt and was sold off, leaving his mother unable to escape the fate of unemployment. He distinctly remembered that during that critical moment of decision, his mother had hesitated. Although she worked at the state-owned enterprise, she harbored her own aspirations and dreams of starting a business. However, she was influenced by traditional values, subconsciously seeking stability and fearing to take risks. Moreover, the burden of her son weighed heavily on her decisions. Perhaps we should reconsider, Lin's father interjected, shaking his head. Given our limited skills, we are not cut out for business. Besides, Xiaoran is currently in a crucial phase of preparing for the college entrance examination. If you work at the factory, at least you have some time to look after the household. But if you venture out to run a business, you will have even less time for him. Initially, Zhao Shuqin felt somewhat unconvinced by her husband's words. Yet, upon hearing him mention their son, she was swayed. Although she still harbored a sense of reluctance and regret, she nodded earnestly. That's true. I will speak with the director and request a salary reduction. I will choose to stay. Listening to his parents' conversation, Lin Ran felt warmth in his heart, yet guilt loomed over him. If it weren't for him, perhaps his parents would not have to bear such concerns, and his mother could pursue her career aspirations. However, since he had been reborn, this time he resolved to instigate some changes, ensuring that neither he nor his parents would have regrets. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ran raised his gaze to his parents and spoke. I believe, Mom, You should resign and start a business. It could turn out quite well. Consider this. The factory's current earnings are dismal, and even if you reduce your salary to stay, it may not last for several years. If the factory ultimately goes bankrupt, you would still face unemployment. It is far better to take the severance package now and take a chance. Moreover, if your business flourishes and you earn a substantial income, when I eventually attend university in a big city, you could help me secure a place to stay, right? His reasoning was sound. Moreover, the last comment, which initially seemed like a jest, resonated with Zhao Shuqin, stirring her interest. That makes sense. Furthermore, if Shaoran goes to university and we can secure a home early on, life would be much more stable. Lin Guozheng found some merit in the conversation, but still furrowed his brow. However, your studies require someone at home to take care of things. Lin Ran chuckled. Dad, I am no longer a child. I can manage my studies on my own. Zhao Shuqin scoffed. Oh please, if what you say is true, how could you have ranked over 40 in the last mock exam? Your father and I cannot simply relax. Lin Ran blinked without hesitation and replied, that was because I didn't exert my full potential before. Things are different now. The second mock exam is next week. I will demonstrate my capabilities and easily secure a top 10 position in my grade. Top 10 in your grade. Zhao Shuqin and Lin Guozheng exchanged glances and burst into laughter. You are quite the dreamer. All right. If you manage to place in the top 10 of your class in this upcoming mock exam, your mother will heed your wishes and resign to pursue her own ventures. Lin Ran had been waiting for this very remark, promptly extending his hand. It's a deal? Zhao Shuqin also extended her hand, enthusiastically sealing the agreement with a clap. Exuding a spirited demeanor, it's a deal. After sharing a late-night snack with his parents, Lin Ran excused himself to wash up. Upon returning to his room, he could faintly hear his parents discussing in the living room while tidying up the dishes. Old Lin, have you noticed anything different about Shaoran today? Do you think so? He suddenly hugged us when he came in, nearly giving me a heart attack, and then started analyzing things in detail. I thought it was rare for him to be so motivated, even promising us he could secure a top 10 position. Do you think our son can pull it off this time? Top 10 is not so easily achievable. Wait, why are you suddenly referring to him as our son? Their banter transformed into light-hearted teasing, filled with warmth and affection. Lin Ran smiled faintly, then gently shut his bedroom door. Back in his room, he did not rush to bed, but instead sat down at his desk. He retrieved his textbooks and practice papers from his backpack, took a deep breath, and endeavored to recapture the fervor of his past life as a tutoring teacher, fervently solving problems. The next morning, radiant sunlight streamed through the window, casting a warm glow on the bed. Lin Ran rubbed his sleepy eyes, stretching and yawning widely. He had been so engrossed in his studies the night before that. Aside from his regular assignments, he had completed an additional history and English test paper, staying up until 2:30. Upon awakening, he was oblivious to the time. Wait a minute. Lin Ran's eyes widened in shock. What time is it? Frantically dressing and packing his bag, he dashed out of his room, barely greeting his parents who were having breakfast in the living room. In a hurry, he raced down the stairs, hopped on his bicycle, and pedaled furiously toward school. Little did he expect that on the second day of his rebirth, he would risk being late for morning classes due to the previous night's late-night studying. The thought of his stern homeroom teacher, old Lu, sent a chill down his spine. As Lin Ran rode his bicycle, a sudden chill coursed through him, prompting him to accelerate with full force. What should have been a journey of over 10 minutes was condensed to a mere 7. He arrived at the school gate with a flourish, dismounting gracefully before hastily pushing his bike toward the entrance. At that moment, a voice called out from behind. Lin Ran. Stop. He abruptly halted, instinctively turning to see Shen Lingshan and her friend Cui Qianqian approaching, accompanied by 2 other girls. It was Cui Qianqian who had shouted. Upon recognizing them, Lin Ran prepared to turn away. He was pressed for time and had no inclination to linger. However, the girls had already quickened their pace and approached him. Cui Qianqian noticed Lin Ran's intent to leave and shouted again, more forcefully this time. Stop. Don't walk away. Her voice was loud enough to draw the attention of many other students nearby. Lin Ran looked at her, somewhat exasperated. Is there something you need? Seeing his apparent impatience, Cui Qianqian's expression darkened. How can you even say that? Explain yourself. How did you treat Lingshan yesterday? You owe her an apology. The 2 other girls, likely friends of Shun Lingshan, chimed in supportively. Exactly, apologize. Is it not shameful for a big guy to bully a small girl? As Lin Ran faced the collective reproach of the girls, Shun Lingshan, the focal point of their ire, remained silent, her eyes glistening with unshed tears, embodying a picture of wounded innocence. Her demeanor evoked sympathy from onlookers, and soon, gazes directed at Lin Ran turned hostile. Whispers circulated among students from different classes and grades, suggesting that this boy was indeed mistreating a girl, casting him in an unfavorable light. Amidst the facade of her victimhood, Shun Lingshan discreetly observed Lin Ran, secretly reveling in her triumph. This was precisely what she and Chui Qianqian had conspired to achieve. After enduring such humiliation the previous day, it was imperative for Lin Ran to face consequences at the school gate today. Shun Lingshan felt she had Lin Ran cornered. No longer was he the obedient follower who had always been at her beck and call. Today, he had adopted an unexpected attitude. Yet, she perceived it merely as a strategy on his part, a misguided attempt to elevate his status in her eyes by feigning indifference. Little did he know how gravely mistaken he was. With a cold smile, Shun Lingshan recognized his juvenile tactics and was resolved to ensure he would pay for his previous demeanor. No one had ever treated her with such coldness or spoken to her so harshly. Today, she had deliberately chosen this moment and this particular location to make her stand. Accompanied by Chui Qianqian and two other close friends from her class, Shun Lingshan deliberately intercepted Lin Ran at this location. Aware of Lin Ran's inherent timidity and introverted nature, she aimed to exert pressure in full view of the public at the school gate, compelling him to bow down and apologize. If she could shatter his seemingly resilient pride and dignity today, Lin Ran would subsequently remain submissive, forever relegated to the role of her obedient follower. An apology was imperative. Chui Qianqian and the other two girls from Class 7 relentlessly pressured Lin Ran, their demeanor increasingly aggressive. The collective presence of these girls almost encircled him, their voices rising in a cacophony of accusations. The weight of such pressure would likely overwhelm any ordinary 18-year-old boy, causing him to falter. Yet, Lin Ran appeared utterly unfazed by their relentless onslaught, casting a glance at the chattering girls, seemingly indifferent. He continued to push his bicycle, treating them as if they were mere figments of the air, completely disregarding their existence. This nonchalance nearly provoked Chui Qianqian and her companions to the point of exasperation, a surge of indignation rising within them. Fueled by frustration, Chui Qianqian swiftly stepped forward, seizing the front of Lin Ran's bicycle with a commanding voice. "You shall not leave." The other two girls immediately flanked her, blocking Lin Ran's path, declaring, "That's right. No apology, no passage. Apologize." Standing off to the side, Shun Lingshan maintained a facade of tearful vulnerability while reveling internally in her triumph. This was the advantage of having brought Chui Qianqian and the other two friends along. She need not sully her hands. She merely had to embody the role of the aggrieved victim. The girls, renowned in their grade for their sharp tongues and fierce demeanor, ensured that Lin Ran had no option but to concede to her. In that moment, Shun Lingshan continued to feign a pitiful countenance, while her peripheral vision slyly scrutinized Lin Ran, a smirk teasing her lips as she relished the unfolding drama. "What will you do now?" The atmosphere seemed to reach an impasse. Chui Qianqian firmly gripped the front of Lin Ran's bicycle, while the three girls stood resolutely in his path. Their demeanor brazen and confrontational, exuding an air of insistence that he would not escape without offering an apology. Under such circumstances, anyone else would likely have capitulated. A glimmer of triumph flickered in Chui Qianqian's eyes, while Shun Lingshan subtly straightened, poised to receive the anticipated apology. However, in the next moment, Lin Ran turned his head towards the right side of the school gate and called out with conviction, "Teacher, they want tea, let me go to class." Instantly, Chui Qianqian and her two companions were left dumbfounded. Shun Lingshan abruptly lifted her head, her eyes wide in disbelief as she gazed at Lin Ran, scarcely able to trust her ears. They had envisioned countless possible reactions and actions from Lin Ran, yet they could never have anticipated the scene before them. A man of his stature, confronted by a few young girls, choosing to report to the teacher. At that very moment, a middle-aged teacher stationed by the entrance of the school frowned and glanced in their direction. Chui Qianqian felt a pang of anxiety and hurriedly released her grip on Lin Ran's bicycle handle. The two other girls from Class 7 also hastily stepped aside, fearful of being questioned by the approaching teacher. What appeared to be an insurmountable dilemma was, in fact, resolved in the simplest and most efficient manner. Lin Ran leisurely pushed his bicycle past Shun Lingshan and Chui Qianqian, striding confidently toward the school gate. As Lin Ran swaggered away, A surge of frustration and anger welled up within Chui Qianqian, prompting her to exclaim in exasperation, "What kind of man are you, Lin Ran? You won't even apologize. With such pettiness, what girl could possibly fancy you?" Her words were more an outburst of vexation than a genuine confrontation. Yet, at that moment, a cool, clear voice interjected, "I can." Suddenly, the low rumble of an engine filled the air as a sleek, jet-black Maybach 60 sped onto the scene. Coming to a smooth halt before the entrance of Yunnan Middle School, the car door swung open, revealing a strikingly tall and graceful figure emerging from the back seat, capturing the attention of nearly everyone present. Su Qingyan stepped forward, her long legs striding purposefully, each step light yet powerful, as if she were treading upon the hearts of all the onlookers. Radiating her usual icy elegance, her aura was palpable. Approaching Lin Ran, the school bell spoke with a composed demeanor, "You're going to be late. Let us go?" With that, under the astonished and incredulous gazes of the onlookers, Su Qingyan raised her arm and took Lin Ran's left hand, leading him away with an air of nonchalance. Together, they passed by the four girls, including the stunned Shen Lingshan and Chui Qianqian, boldly entering the campus as if they were celestial beings hand in hand, leaving a trail of astonishment in their wake. The pair continued until they reached a fork in the path near the underground parking lot, where they finally halted. Lin Ran turned to Su Qingyan, "Thank you for earlier." Although his earlier declaration of reporting to the teacher had effectively resolved the issue, the sight of the stunned expressions on Shen Lingshan, Chui Qianqian, and the other girls from Class 7 was undeniably gratifying. In response to Lin Ran's gratitude, Su Qingyan maintained her serene expression and calm tone. "It was nothing. It's merely mutual assistance between classmates. It's only right. You helped me with my studies yesterday, and I'm just returning the favor. Please don't misunderstand." Certainly, misunderstandings are not truly misunderstandings. However, Lin Ran glanced at his left hand, still firmly held by the school beauty seated next to him. "Is it permissible to loosen my grip now?" "Oh," the school beauty remained composed, finally releasing his hand with a casual apology. "Sorry, I forgot." Lin Ran felt as if a great weight had been lifted and bid farewell to his desk mate before hastily pushing his bicycle towards the underground garage. If he delayed any longer, he would surely be late. As he dashed away, Su Qingyan's facade of indifference evaporated, and she gazed at her fair hand. Pouting slightly, little Lin Ran, "Why the rush to let go? Is my hand so unworthy of holding?" Yet, a smile soon graced her face. "Oh well. The unexpected joy of holding the hand of my little desk mate so early in the morning is a delightful surprise. I've gained something." It was also thanks to that troublemaker, Shen Lingshan, who inadvertently provided her with a legitimate reason to hold hands with her desk mate. With this thought, Su Qingyan turned towards the school gate, where Shen Lingshan had just arrived, smiling as she silently expressed her gratitude. "Thank you." At that moment, Shen Lingshan at the gate suddenly shivered, sensing she might have been ensnared once more by some nine-tailed fox's trickery. Meanwhile, Su, the school beauty, hummed a cheerful tune, hands behind her back, as she walked briskly towards the classroom. After securing his bicycle in the underground garage, Lin Ran sprinted through the academic building, ascending 3 flights of stairs at a sprinting speed, finally arriving at the back door of Class 10 just before the morning class bell rang. He coincidentally encountered his close friend Zhao Ku, who was exiting the back door towards the restroom. Upon seeing Lin Ran, Zhao Ku's eyes lit up as he grabbed him, lowering his voice excitedly to share some gossip. "Rangu, big news. Did you hear? Just now at the school gate, when Su, the school beauty, got out of her Maybach, she actively held hands with a boy while entering the school. A guy from my neighboring class saw it and just texted me." Apparently, several classes downstairs were already buzzing about it. As he shared the gossip with excitement, Zhao Ku discreetly observed Lin Ran's reaction, feeling a twinge of pride. After all, as his close friend, he felt a bit of envy and discontent seeing the intimate interactions between Lin Ran and Su Qingyan yesterday. Now, with Su Qingyan holding hands with another boy in plain view of everyone, it seemed to diminish Lin Ran's prior interactions with her. With this realization, Zhao Ku felt a sense of balance and ease. Sometimes, being a close friend entails a complex mix of emotions, fearing for one's brother while simultaneously wishing for his happiness. Meanwhile, Lin Ran was solely focused on getting back to his seat promptly, hoping not to be caught by their strict teacher, Lu Chun. Thus, he had little time for idle chatter with Zhao Ku. He simply replied, "Oh, I know. That person is me," and hurried past Zhao Ku into the classroom. leaving Zhao Ke bewildered, his mind spinning. What? What just happened? As Zhao Ke regained his composure, he felt as if the sky had collapsed. Alas, it was him again. Regardless of Zhao Ke's tumultuous mindset at this moment, Lin Ran had finally returned to his seat by the window in the last row of Group 4. Settling down beside the class beauty, he hastily placed his backpack down and took out his textbook, finally exhaling a sigh of relief. The bell for the morning class rang punctually, and the homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, entered class 10 with his customary stern expression. Today's reading assignment was in Chinese literature. Upon seeing the teacher survey the room, the students of class 10 quickly retrieved their Chinese textbooks and began to read aloud in unison. The late emperor's enterprise was abruptly interrupted. Their voices rang out clearly, with several students swaying their heads rhythmically as they read. Observing this scene, old Lu displayed a hint of satisfaction, nodding his approval as he walked around the classroom, exuding an air of authority before eventually exiting through the back door. As soon as the teacher departed, the previously synchronized reading abruptly fractured into disarray. Numerous students rummaged through their bags and pockets, pulling out breakfast items such as soy milk, fried dough sticks, steamed buns, and rice rolls, devouring them with great enthusiasm. Those who had rushed to avoid being late for the morning reading had neglected to eat breakfast and were now habitually filling their stomachs. The classroom was soon enveloped in a medley of delightful breakfast aromas. In the back row, Lin Ran's stomach began to rumble as he inhaled the enticing scents of the food, witnessing his classmates relishing their meals. Unable to resist, he swallowed hard. He had been too hurried this morning to bring his own breakfast and was genuinely hungry now. However, he figured he could bear the hunger a bit longer until the second period's break, when he could purchase something from the school's vending machine. Just as Lin Ran contemplated this, a delicate, fair hand appeared, offering him a rice roll and a cup of soy milk. He was momentarily taken aback, instinctively turning his head to meet the serene and composed face of the class beauty beside him, who spoke without a hint of frivolity. I bought too much for breakfast. Here, take some. I don't want it to go to waste. Listening to her calm explanation, Lin Ran glanced at the breakfast placed before him, then back at her. His expression laced with skepticism. Bought too much. Is it possible to have just the right amount for one extra person? He had never heard of his classmate consuming 2 cups of soy milk and 2 rice rolls for breakfast. His gaze inevitably returned to the enticing meal before him. The soy milk in a disposable cup, fresh and warm, and the rice roll generously filled with pork tenderloin, sausage, shredded potatoes, and a fried egg, all enveloped in a thick layer of savory sauce, making it utterly mouth-watering. Unable to restrain himself, he swallowed again. Thank you. The class beauty remained unfazed, turning back to her Chinese textbook to continue reading. You're welcome. It's only right for a classmate to share. In this moment, Lin Ran eagerly indulged in his breakfast, thoroughly enjoying each bite. Unbeknownst to him, his classmate, the school's Belle, was sitting beside him with her face partially hidden behind a Chinese textbook, a faint smile gracing her lips. In her heart, Su Qingyan felt a miniature figure of delight, her eyes curving with satisfaction. Oh my, I have successfully fed my little classmate for the first time. At the back of the 4th group in the classroom, the young boy savored his breakfast with contentment, while the girl beside him, engrossed in her early reading, occasionally stole glances at him, unable to suppress her smile. The bright morning light streamed in through the window, casting a warm glow over this harmonious scene. Yet, unbeknownst to them, somewhere in the classroom, a pair of eyes filled with coldness and jealousy were observing this moment with keen interest. The first period on Wednesday morning was English class. As the early reading session drew to a close, the group leaders began to collect the English homework from the previous day. Each group leader collected the assignments from their classmates, and Zhou Hua, the class representative for English, leisurely descended from the podium. After all 4 groups submitted their English papers, Zhou Hua casually flipped through the stack in his hands, seemingly searching for a specific sheet. As his gaze scanned the content of one particular paper, a fleeting glimmer of concealed malice and satisfaction flashed in his eyes. Then, his gaze swept across the classroom, settling on the last row of the 4th group. With the stack of papers in hand, Zhou Hua made his way directly towards Lin Ran and Su Qingyan. Upon reaching the last row, he encountered the group leader, who was just returning to her seat. Surprised to see Zhou Hua approaching, she assumed he was looking for her. Is there something wrong? We have collected everything from our group, haven't we? Zhou Hua nonchalantly nodded. Yes, everything is collected. It has nothing to do with you, so you may leave. His tone was reminiscent of a superior addressing a subordinate, infused with an air of arrogance. The group leader, puzzled, departed, leaving Zhou Hua standing alone before Lin Ran and Su Qingyan. Su Qingyan looked up, her expression calm as she regarded the English representative whom she had reprimanded just yesterday. "Is there something you need?" Zhou Hua flashed what he believed to be a gentlemanly smile, assuring her, "Rest assured, it has nothing to do with you. Your assignment is fine." He then turned his attention to Lin Ran beside her, a cold smirk emerging on his lips. "But your companion here has quite the problem." His voice rose slightly, drawing the attention of several classmates who had already finished their early reading. As Zhou Hua spoke, a hint of coldness flickered in Su Qingyan's eyes, her heart simmering with annoyance. Even without her past experience as a female CEO of a publicly listed group, she could effortlessly discern Zhou Hua's malicious intent. Before she could respond, Lin Ran, sitting beside her, looked puzzled and asked, "Me? What problem do I have?" Lin Ran felt a twinge of displeasure. His friend had burned the midnight oil the previous night, diligently reviewing and tackling problems, completing his assignments with utmost seriousness. He was confident that his English exam was flawless. Even his handwriting was neat and aesthetically pleasing, almost moving him to tears. What could possibly be amiss? Zhou Hua appeared to be awaiting Lin Ran's words, and he immediately sneered as he extracted Lin Ran's assignment and, before the entire classroom, slammed it forcefully onto Lin Ran's desk. "Your paper is plagiarized." The resounding thud of the exam paper echoed throughout the classroom, accompanied by Zhou Hua's sharp accusation that struck like a bolt. Instantly, more students turned their heads, drawn by the commotion, and as they grasped Zhou Hua's words, expressions of surprise rippled through the room. Plagiarism? Lin Ran, while his grades had consistently languished at the bottom, his character was introverted and honest, hardly befitting such an accusation. Could this truly be an instance of knowing a person's face, but not their heart? Lin Ran glanced at the paper laid before him, then at Zhou Hua, who wore a look of triumphant disdain. "Plagiarized? Do you possess any evidence?" Zhou Hua regarded Lin Ran with an expression that seemed to convey an insight into his ruse. "Lin Ran, spare me your stubbornness. As the class representative, I received the answer key in advance. I have reviewed your paper, and from multiple choice to closed tests to reading comprehension, it is impeccably correct, excluding the essay. Your objective questions are all perfect. This is the final mock exam from the neighboring second high school, which poses considerable difficulty. Even the top students in their elite classes typically miss 3 or 4 questions. Yet, you managed to achieve a perfect score? Who do you think you are?" At this juncture, Zhou Hua displayed a victor-esque grin, confidently proclaiming, "Thus, there is only one possible explanation. Your paper was copied from student Su." The classmates, now enlightened, exchanged looks of understanding. So that was it. It made sense. They too had tackled the challenging English assignment yesterday, and it was indeed difficult. It seemed implausible for anyone but the top scholar Su Qingyan to achieve a perfect score. Lin Ran, consistently at the bottom, could only have arrived at such a result by copying from Su Qingyan's work. With a resounding thud, Su Qingyan set her textbook down. At that moment, her face was as cold as frost, and she glared at Zhou Hua. "Who informed you that Lin Ran copied my work?" Having witnessed Lin Ran effortlessly conquer various subjects during last night's study session, even excelling at competitive questions, Su Qingyan was acutely aware of the true extent of her desk mate's capabilities. Hearing Zhou Hua's public defamation ignited her indignation. However, upon witnessing Su Qingyan's defense of Lin Ran, Zhou Hua's eyes flashed with a hint of jealousy, though he forced a smirk onto his face. "Student Su, there's no need for you to speak on Lin Ran's behalf. I understand your relationship as desk mates and your commitment to assist him with his studies. However, assignments are assignments and rules are rules. For Lin Ran, who consistently places at the bottom, to suddenly achieve near-perfect scores on such a challenging English exam is simply implausible. This is not something that can be accomplished with just a casual night of tutoring." The words spoken seemed both reasonable and heartfelt. The classmates in the room nodded in agreement, their expressions reflecting their consensus. Sensing the approving gazes of his peers, Zhou Hua straightened his posture, adopting an air of righteousness. "As the English class representative, I must be accountable to my position, to our English teacher, and to all my classmates." Others toiled tirelessly on their assignments, yet Lin Ran effortlessly submits a perfect score. It is manifestly unfair to the entire class. Zhou Hua's rhetoric flowed with conviction, and he felt increasingly pleased with himself as his gaze shifted to Lin Ran, exuding an air of haughty superiority. "Lin Ran, do you believe there is any flaw in what I have just stated? Everyone is watching. As the esteemed class representative, what motive would I have to deliberately target you? His tone turned slightly mocking, akin to a cat toying with a mouse, convinced he had Lin Ran cornered. This entire spectacle was designed to humiliate him publicly, ensuring he would never lift his head in class again. Yet, the target of this attack appeared utterly unfazed. Lin Ran's expression revealed no hint of anger or grievance over the slander. On the contrary, as he listened to Zhou Hua's taunts, he seemed to ponder for a moment before addressing Zhou Hua directly. I heard that you have feelings for Sue, but she rejected you. And out of jealousy towards my friendship with her, you are targeting me? His words were blunt and unadorned, akin to a sudden explosive revelation that rendered the classroom into a state of stunned silence. The atmosphere became thick with tension. Zhou Hua's previously smug smile froze on his face. What did you just say? The class erupted into a cacophony of gasps and exclamations as they processed Lin Ran's words. Zhou Hua's face flushed crimson, nearly bursting with humiliation. You are talking nonsense. Lin Ran, with an expression of unwavering integrity, repeated, I said you like her. Zhou Hua, caught off guard, was nearly driven to panic. As if he might leap forward to cover Lin Ran's mouth. Stop. I haven't. Don't say such ridiculous things. At that moment, Zhou Hua felt as though he might lose his mind. How could Lin Ran defy all expectations? Just moments ago, he had been the cunning puppet master, but now, one reckless remark had stripped away his facade in front of the entire class. Yes, he harbored feelings for Su Qingyan. Yes, he was jealous of Lin Ran. But could such matters be so brazenly exposed in public? The intricate dynamics of high school relationships should remain shrouded in ambiguity. Mere glances exchanged in a gray area of flirtation. To lay it bare under the harsh light of day was nothing short of social suicide. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the entire classroom shifted dramatically. No one seemed to care whether Lin Ran had truly copied the homework of the campus beauty, Sue. The gazes of his classmates were uniformly directed at Zhou Hua, filled with ambiguous and inscrutable expressions. So that is how it is. Zhou Hua actually harbors secret feelings for the campus beauty, and he has been rejected? What sensational gossip! Observing the English class representative's face, which was as pale as if he had stepped on a snake's tail, Lin Ran, the instigator of this commotion, remained remarkably composed and unconcerned. The petty jealousy among high school boys was all too transparent to someone like him, who possessed the soul of a man in his 30s. Dealing with such trivial matters was equally simple. Once he pierced through the veil of their little secrets, the adversary would be thrown into disarray. Gazing at the flustered Zhou Hua, Lin Ran shook his head internally. Look at this. It's merely a matter of liking a girl. How can one hope to pursue someone when they become this bashful upon having their little secret exposed? Suddenly, the sound of a chair being pushed back broke the tension. Lin Ran turned to see the campus beauty's deskmate rising, her gaze cold and indifferent as it swept over the entire class. I would like to clarify something. A thought crossed Lin Ran's mind. Had he inadvertently upset her by mentioning her? Zhou Hua, on the other hand, was nearly overwhelmed with emotion. On the verge of tears as he exclaimed, Yes, Sue. Please help me clarify. You truly are my goddess, and I have not misjudged my feelings. However, the next moment, the campus beauty's deskmate, devoid of any warmth, stated, Lin Ran claims that rumors are circulating that Zhou Hua likes me and has been rejected. I would like to clarify that this is not a rumor. A moment of silence enveloped the room before the classroom erupted in chaos. Amidst the uproar, Zhou Hua felt darkness envelop him, nearly fainting from shock. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan returned to her seat with an air of serene composure, her expression still cool and detached. Yet, as if by chance, she slightly tilted her head, and her gaze met Lin Ran's. Whether it was merely Lin Ran's imagination, he perceived that the campus beauty's deskmate raised an eyebrow at him, her cool gaze seemingly betraying a hint of amusement. This maneuver was a masterstroke, effectively exposing the scheming boy's petty machinations. Just then, the bell rang for class, and a middle-aged English teacher in his 40s entered through the front door, carrying textbooks and handouts. Observing the commotion in the classroom, the English teacher, curious, inquired, What is all this excitement about? Grasping at the opportunity as if it were a lifeline, Zhou Hua exclaimed with fervent joy, Teacher, I want to report a grievance. The English teacher for the senior class was a middle-aged man named Kai, affectionately nicknamed Old Kai by the students. He was generally amiable, with a somewhat effeminate demeanor, occasionally flicking his fingers in a flamboyant manner. Nevertheless, he possessed a robust professional teaching capability, having studied in Europe for many years, and spoke with an authentic London accent that was quite charming when he read aloud in class. At this moment, the arrival of Lao Kai became a lifeline for Zhou Hua, almost akin to encountering a savior. Zhou Hua was so overwhelmed with emotion that he was on the brink of tears, immediately voicing his grievances. Teacher, Lin Ran scored perfectly on the objective questions of the English test, which is utterly impossible given his academic standing. He must have copied Su Qingyan's homework. Having pointed this out, he further accused Lin Ran of denying the truth with audacious defiance. In his fury, he even harbored resentment towards the illustrious Su Qingyan, who had once been addressed as classmate Su but was now referred to by her full name. Lao Kai, somewhat perplexed, shifted his gaze towards Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, inquiring, "What is going on?" Lin Ran stood up, his demeanor earnest as he gestured towards Zhou Hua. "Oh, he fancies classmate Su and has been spurned." Zhou Hua, nearly beside himself with rage, retorted, "I do not. I didn't tee you. What nonsense are you spouting? The teacher didn't ask you this." At that moment, if murder were not a crime, he would have been inclined to throttle Lin Ran on the spot. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan turned her gaze towards the English teacher at the podium, her expression serene and composed as she interjected, "Teacher, that is not the case. The one speaking nonsense is Zhou Hua himself. Lin Ran completed his test independently and did not plagiarize. I can vouch for him." Zhou Hua scoffed in indignation. "He copied your homework. What good is your testimony? Do you think the teacher will believe you?" Before he could finish, Lao Kai's expression shifted to one of realization as he clapped his hands. "So that is how it is. Since classmate Su has testified, it must be true." With that, he gleefully assumed a flamboyant pose, casting a look of admiration towards Lin Ran. "The test yesterday was quite challenging. Achieving a perfect score on the objective questions indicates that we have a promising talent in our class. Lin Ran, is it? Remarkable progress. Keep up the great work." Lin Ran responded humbly, "Thank you, teacher. I will strive to do my best." The exchange between teacher and student left Zhou Hua in a state of utter bewilderment. This was not how he had envisioned things unfolding. "Teacher, I am your English class representative. Should you not support me instead? Why does she, Su Qingyan, merely speak up, and you unconditionally believe her?" Thus, the incident was resolved with astonishing simplicity. Satisfied with his decisive handling of the matter, Lao Kai raised the textbook in his hand. "All right, class. Let us begin. Everyone, take out your textbooks. Today we will review the next unit." The sound of pages flipping filled the classroom, leaving Zhou Hua standing in the back aisle, unable to accept this new reality. As Lin Ran took his seat, he glanced at the English class representative and kindly advised, "You should head back. Otherwise, Batman might come to catch you." Zhou Hua. As the English teacher for Class 10, Lao Kai employed a unique teaching methodology. Beyond the fundamental review of vocabulary, analysis of parts of speech, and grammar, his teaching included an additional segment, playing an audio recording of the text for the class to follow along and read. It was essential not only to learn to write, but also to master the art of reading. Although it is currently a time for revision and preparation for examinations, I wish for everyone to remember that English is a practical skill, not merely an ink on paper. Old Kai stated this with conviction. After reading through the text once, he cast his gaze over the students below, habitually raising his delicate fingers. "Next, I would like a student to stand up and read aloud for us." Upon this declaration, the majority of the students in the classroom instinctively lowered their heads. Particularly those with poorer grades or speaking abilities wished to bury their heads beneath their textbooks or hide them in their desks. Old Kai, somewhat dissatisfied, called out directly, "Class representative, you come demonstrate." Zhou Hua, who was named, stood up with confidence. As the class representative, his speaking skills ranked among the best in the class. Moreover, he had thoroughly prepared for this moment, eagerly awaiting his chance to shine today. Thus, in front of the entire class, Zhou Hua confidently held the textbook and began to read the passage aloud. Objectively speaking, he read quite smoothly and fluently, his speech somewhat imitating a British accent, clearly the result of diligent effort. Although to a trained ear it might sound a bit affected, it was undeniably superior to most ordinary students' levels. After finishing the passage, Zhou Hua sat down, a look of pride illuminating his face, clearly pleased with his performance. Old Kai nodded in approval. "Not bad." His gaze continued to sweep across the students below. "Next, who else would like to come?" The room remained silent. Even the class representative had read, and no one felt capable of performing better, naturally reluctant to stand up and risk embarrassment. Just then, a voice suddenly rang out. "Teacher, I suggest we let Lin Ran come." The students turned in astonishment toward the voice, discovering that it was Zhou Hua who spoke. He was now smirking maliciously in Lin Ran's direction, his eyes glimmering with a cold, venomous light, since he can easily complete such a challenging English exam assignment. Reading a text should surely be a piece of cake for him. Old Kai, upon hearing this, found it reasonable and nodded in agreement. "All right then, Lin Ran. You come up." Under the gaze of the entire class, Lin Ran obediently stood up. At this moment, Zhou Hua's heart was brimming with excitement. Wishing for Lin Ran to embarrass himself utterly, and he added with a chilling edge, "Lin Ran, you mustn't just read casually. If you scored full marks on such a difficult exam, your spoken English should certainly reflect a standard British accent, right?" Lin Ran glanced at Zhou Hua and kindly advised, "Accents like British or American aren't that crucial. As long as you speak fluently and are understandable, that's sufficient." Zhou Hua sneered. "Do you really need advice from someone like you, a mere waste? Don't make excuses for yourself." Zhou Hua exclaimed. "I bet you can't even read a complete sentence." He laughed heartily, unable to contain his glee. Lin Ran chuckled lightly in response. Then, he picked up the textbook and began reading the passage at a leisurely pace. As he uttered the first few words, suddenly, the eyes of the old instructor Kai sparkled with excitement and joy. As the first line of the text was recited, Su Qingyan swiftly turned to the person beside her. Astonished, her previously composed demeanor evaporating, her lips parting slightly in disbelief. When that profoundly authentic London accent flowed with unparalleled fluency, delivering the entire passage seamlessly. Zhou Hua's laughter had long since ceased. Yet, the classroom erupted like a tidal wave of enthusiasm. For 4 years, he had risen every morning to the park to listen to English radio broadcasts, fervently practicing his spoken English. Having engaged in teaching for 3 years, he relentlessly sought to enhance his speaking skills. He even forged a close friendship with a British instructor, spending countless hours together, sharing a living space for 2 years. Whether one spoke with a British or American accent was ultimately inconsequential. Fluency was key to communication. Nonetheless, this did not deter him from striving to master every aspect of the language. Thus, in that moment, while he benevolently offered guidance to Zhou Hua, it did not prevent him from showcasing his prowess with unabashed confidence. Upon finishing the passage, the classroom erupted in a fervor. The entire class was astir. Countless students gaping in awe at Lin Ran, as if he were a celestial being. Though not all were language experts, their ears were keen enough to discern excellence. Lin Ran's pronunciation seemed to rival that of the seasoned Kai, perhaps even surpassing it in authenticity. Zhou Hua was utterly flabbergasted, his mind blank. Unable to comprehend the magnitude of what he had just heard, a singular thought echoing in his mind. How is this possible? What gives him the right? Meanwhile, the old instructor Kai regained his composure, his delight palpable as he regarded Lin Ran as one would a rare treasure. "Your spoken English. Have you practiced specifically?" No. This is not something that can be achieved through mere practice. Did you study abroad in London during your middle or primary school years? This London accent is exceedingly genuine. You sound like a local. Kai's excitement was so intense that his delicate gestures seemed to leave traces in the air. "Lin, would you be interested in participating in a speaking competition? At the end of this month, there is a specialized speaking contest in Nan Province, and our Yunnan High School has 2 slots available. I will secure one for you. With your level of proficiency, you could undoubtedly win a special prize. Additionally, there are opportunities for extra points in the college entrance examination for specific schools." Lin Ran feigned modesty. "Teacher, you flatter me. I merely self-studied haphazardly. I am still slightly inferior to our class representative. This excessive humility can be quite hurtful." Bam! Zhou Hua's face flushed crimson, as if struck by an invisible slap. The sting searing. As Lin Ran calmly returned to his seat, the classmates remained animated, whispering excitedly among themselves. Many unable to resist casting glances toward the last row of Group 4. Their gazes towards Lin Ran were filled with genuine admiration and incredulity. This once unassuming, introverted student, seemingly at the bottom of the class, possessed such an unexpectedly profound side. At this moment, Su Qingyan, seated beside Lin Ran, endeavored to reclaim her frigid demeanor, yet could not resist casting furtive glances in Lin Ran's direction, her heart brimming with incredulity. How could her petite desk mate possess such remarkable talent? Despite having perused the thick stack of diaries from a certain individual's school days, She had never encountered any mention of this extraordinary ability. Although puzzled, Sue, the campus belle, soon found herself elated. After all, this was indeed a fortuitous development. The prowess of her little desk mate only reinforced her discerning eye. Lin Ran was truly a treasure trove of potential. The deeper she delved, the more delightful surprises awaited her discovery. The thought made Su Qingyan's heart dance with joy. However, her smile was short-lived. As the English class drew to a close, a throng of classmates gravitated towards Lin Ran, encircling him eagerly, seeking guidance on improving their spoken English. Among them were several girls, their animated chatter creating a symphony of admiration and affection as they gazed at Lin Ran with sparkling eyes. This simply could not stand. Unable to remain composed, Sue, the campus belle, adopted a serious expression, asserting her authority as class monitor. Enough. If you wish to practice speaking, consult the teacher or use a recording to follow along. Lin Ran has his own studies to attend to. The authoritative stance of the class monitor held considerable sway, prompting the reluctant departure of the enamored girls. Turning to Lin Ran, Sue maintained her aloof facade. Do not misunderstand. The second mock exam is approaching. I merely wish to prevent them from disrupting your revision. Oblivious to any underlying tension, Lin Ran nodded appreciatively, responding, "Oh, thank you. No need for formality." With a serene demeanor, Su Qingyan turned away, her inner thoughts brimming with indignation as she crossed her arms, declaring, "This little desk, mate, is mine alone. No one shall take her from me." As the second period came to an end, it was time for the morning exercises. The spirited strains of the athletes' march resonated through the campus, awakening the very spirit of Yunnan High School. On the playground, students from various grades assembled in neat lines. The early summer sun cast its brilliant rays, illuminating the vibrant energy of the scene. The National Middle School radio gymnastics commenced, with the students moving in harmony to the music, their limbs stretching and swaying in rhythm. In Class 10's formation, both Lin Ran and Su Qingyan stood among the taller students at the back of the line. With utmost seriousness, Su executed the morning exercises with grace and composure, her elegant posture reflecting the vitality of youth. The sunlight graced her face with a breathtaking beauty, akin to an earthly ideal. Her long legs, even encased in school trousers, revealed a captivating and slender silhouette. Numerous boys from the adjacent class could not help but steal glances in her direction, utterly entranced by the sight of the school belle, Su Qingyan, engaging in morning exercises. Even Lin Ran found himself unable to resist the allure, casting furtive looks at the enchanting classmate beside him, whose beauty seemed to belong to a realm entirely distinct from the others. At that moment, Su Qingyan, with an expression of serene indifference, casually turned her gaze towards Lin Ran. The boys who had been caught peeking hurriedly averted their eyes, too timid to meet the school belle's gaze. When Su Qingyan's eyes fell upon Lin Ran, she caught him in the act of observing her. Their eyes met in the air, prompting Lin Ran to quickly turn his head away, feeling a twinge of guilt. Su Qingyan's expression remained unchanged as she returned her gaze forward, continuing her exercises. Yet the corner of her mouth curled into a victorious smirk, as if to say, "Little one, you cannot resist my charm." Chapter 28. 100 Charming Tricks of the School Belle. Following the second class of the morning, a 20-minute break ensued. After the morning exercises concluded, a bit of free time remained. Students scattered across the playground, many rushing towards the small shop in eager anticipation. The scene was a bustling throng of heads. As a mature individual with the soul of someone in their 30s, Lin Ran had little interest in jostling through the crowd at such times. Just then, his close friend Zhao Ku approached him, cheerfully exclaiming, "Rangu, let us head back to the classroom. The shop is too crowded. Only a fool would push through that." Lin Ran nodded in agreement, turning to accompany Zhao Ku back to class. However, a clear and melodious voice called out to him, "Lin Ran." He turned to see the school belle's deskmate approaching him. Puzzled, he inquired, "Is there something you need?" The school belle's deskmate glanced at him and pointed towards the small shop, succinctly stating, "Accompany me to the shop." Her tone remained calm, as though she were merely suggesting an everyday matter. Just hearing her request caused Zhao Ku to instinctively retreat, recalling yesterday's lesson vividly. He had no desire to offend Su Qingyan again, especially remembering her icy gaze that seemed capable of freezing one in place. His survival instinct kicked in strongly. With his friend gone, Lin Ran was left bewildered. "Why do you need me to accompany you? You want to go to the shop?" "But I have no interest in going. This thought echoed the mindset of a quintessentially straightforward man from a past life. The school Belle's deskmate, undeterred, pointed towards the vast crowd heading to the small shop. There are too many people. I cannot squeeze through. Lin Ran chuckled softly. If you can't get through, my presence won't help either. Before he could finish his sentence, the school Belle's deskmate elegantly extended her hand towards him, her tone cool and composed. Therefore, you shall hold my hand. As they held hands, one led the way while the other was gently pulled along, effortlessly parting the crowd. It was indeed a clever strategy. However, Lin Ran hesitated, feeling a twinge of apprehension. Holding hands? Is that really appropriate? To be seen holding hands with the campus belle in such a public setting. Under the gaze of so many onlookers, he couldn't shake the feeling that his reputation was at stake. Speaking of which, why did it seem like his deskmate had been finding excuses to hold his hand every day lately? Was it merely a trick of the mind? Su Qingyan, the campus beauty, remained composed and unflustered, her tone serene. There's nothing wrong with it. We are deskmates. It is entirely reasonable for us to help each other by holding hands. As she spoke, she extended her hand towards Lin Ran, signaling him to take hold. Observing her candid demeanor, which appeared devoid of any hidden motives, Lin Ran reflected that it was indeed just a normal gesture between deskmates. Since the campus belle was so at ease with it, he decided to cast aside his reservations. It was perfectly reasonable. Thus, he reached out and clasped her delicate, pale hand. The sensation was so delightful that even a mature soul like his, aged over 30, could not help but feel a stir of emotions. Lin Ran quickly composed himself, admonishing his wandering thoughts. After all, it was just a simple act of camaraderie between deskmates. With that, he led Su Qingyan through the throng of people. Meanwhile, trailing behind Lin Ran, Su Qingyan allowed herself to enjoy the warmth radiating from his palm. A tiny figure in her heart beamed with delight as she watched Lin Ran diligently maneuver through the crowd, her thoughts bubbling with joy. I've held my deskmate's hand again. Oh, Su Qingyan, you are quite clever. After a considerable struggle to carve a path through the masses, they finally arrived at the entrance of the convenience store. And Lin Ran was drenched in sweat, utterly exhausted. It was no small feat. Even his youthful body at 18 was nearly overwhelmed by the surging tide of people. Being the deskmate of the campus belle was truly a challenge. In stark contrast to Lin Ran's fatigue, Su Qingyan appeared calm and collected, even seeming to be in good spirits. With her hands behind her back, she walked lightly into the store, perusing the shelves filled with snacks and beverages. Soon, she finished her shopping. At the checkout counter, she paid for her items and, holding a bag of spicy chips and 2 bottles of Sprite, approached Lin Ran, presenting him with one of the bottles with an air of nonchalance. Here, as your reward. Lin Ran accepted it without hesitation. After all, he had just exerted himself tremendously. A bottle of Sprite was hardly an imposition. Of course, he hadn't considered how other boys might feel if they were in his position. Jealousy and envy would surely color their eyes, and they would likely wish to pay for even a mere chance to hold her hand. At this moment, someone was eyeing the bag of chips held by the school's belle seated beside him, feeling a sense of lingering desire. Why not purchase 2 bags of chips? After all, one can never have too many rewards. Su Qingyan raised her eyebrows slightly and casually replied, if you want to eat, we can share when we get back. 2 people enjoying a single bag of chips would inevitably lead to some heart-fluttering, ambiguous physical contact as they reached in together. As they savored their Sprite, they exited the convenience store, ready to return to the classroom. Yet, just a few steps away, a voice rang out, Qingyan? They turned to see a tall, handsome boy, radiating sunshine and charm, approaching with a few companions. His face lit up with surprise. He stepped forward, ignoring the presence of the person beside Su Qingyan as he smiled broadly at her, speaking in a familiar and warm tone. You came to buy snacks too? Perfect. Saves me the trouble of finding you in class 10. Are you free at noon? Let us grab a meal, my treat. Before Su Qingyan could respond, another voice interjected. Sorry. Accompanied by this remark, a figure stepped forward, positioning himself directly in front of Su Qingyan and blocking the handsome boy's view. Lin Ran smiled at the tall boy, saying, She's not available. The tall boy, named Su Jun, hailed from class 33 and was a prominent figure at Yunnan High School. Standing at 6 feet tall, he was a star of the basketball team, blessed with athletic prowess, and also excelled academically, consistently ranking among the top 5 or even 3 in humanities subjects during monthly, midterm, and final examinations, earning him the moniker of a handsome academic genius. He was a paragon of both intellect and athleticism. Within the school, he had garnered numerous admirers, including many younger and older female students. However, what truly cemented his notoriety was an alleged ambiguous relationship with a female classmate just before their graduation. After having shared intimate moments, he callously distanced himself, leading to heartbreak for the girl, who had hoped for a public acknowledgement of their relationship. When she bravely confronted Soo-jun about his feelings, he coldly dismissed her, stating, "We were just friends having fun. Why take it so seriously?" Ultimately, unable to withstand the whispers of her peers, she succumbed to despair and took a tragic leap from the school's administrative building, causing a significant uproar throughout Yunnan County and resulting in the dismissal of several school and education officials. Soo-jun, the architect of mischief, appeared to be unscathed, vanishing into the shadows with a silent grace. In summary, he was no paragon of virtue. The moment Lin Ran laid eyes upon him, a cascade of memories flooded his mind. In his previous life, sharing a desk with the school beauty, he had heard whispers of Soo-jun's relentless pursuit of Su Qingyan. Fortunately, the school beauty maintained an icy demeanor, offering him little more than indifference. Logically, there should have been no cause for alarm. Yet, one must always be wary of the unexpected. A scoundrel such as he could tarnish even the purest of souls. And Lin Ran's thoughts turned to the subtle shifts in Su Qingyan's behavior since his rebirth, a transformation that could potentially alter her responses to Soo-jun. As her deskmate, Lin Ran felt a sense of responsibility to shield Su Qingyan from potential hazards and troubles. Thus, when Soo-jun, with an air of familiarity, extended an invitation for lunch, Lin Ran stepped forward, positioning himself protectively in front of Su Qingyan, and with a polite smile, interjected, "I'm afraid she's unavailable." In that instant, Su Qingyan recognized Soo-jun's identity as well. As a fellow reborn soul, she too was reminded of the sordid tales that surrounded him. Beneath his polished exterior lay a grotesque and repugnant core. Her gaze turned icy. Although she had previously held a modicum of admiration for Soo-jun, her rebirth had unveiled his true, ugly nature, and thus she was resolved to grant him neither kindness nor opportunity. To her surprise, before she could voice her thoughts, a figure stepped forward, standing resolutely before her. The calm and composed words that emanated from him momentarily interrupted her simmering anger towards Soo-jun. Both the surrounding students and Su Qingyan herself were taken aback. The fury that had surged within her began to wane, replaced by a mix of astonishment and confusion as she scrutinized Lin Ran's back. What was this unexpected turn of events? Her deskmate, who had previously displayed a clueless demeanor towards her subtle flirtations, was now proactively defending her. Soo-jun and his entourage were momentarily taken aback as well, glancing at this unfamiliar and seemingly inconsequential figure who had emerged from nowhere. Having never heard of such a character in their school, Soo-jun, seemingly disinterested in engaging with Lin Ran, cast his gaze over him and directed it towards Su Qingyan, offering a self-proclaimed gentlemanly smile. "Qingyan, may I inquire who this is?" Lin Ran shifted slightly, continuing to shield Su Qingyan from Soo-jun's gaze, his own expression unwavering as he met the scrutiny of Soo-jun. With a gentle smile, he replied, "I am Lin Ran. It is Su, the student." At this point, he paused, as if contemplating, then turned to Soo-jun with a radiant smile, "The guardian of flowers." As soon as the words fell, an abrupt silence enveloped the space in front of the convenience store. Even Su Qingyan, the school beauty sheltered behind someone, couldn't help but part her lips in astonishment, a faint blush fleeting across her otherwise cool visage, unnoticed by herself. As the crowd gradually regained their composure, Soo-jun's entourage erupted in laughter. "Ha! What nonsense is this? The guardian of flowers? My friend, have you been reading too many novels? How juvenile. Do you think you are worthy of that title?" A smirk of mockery crept onto Soo-jun's face. "My friend, to be a guardian, one must possess genuine skills. Furthermore, have you even considered the opinion of the person involved?" With that, Soo-jun's gaze shifted past Lin Ran to Su Qingyan, maintaining an air of gentlemanly composure and a polite smile. "Qingyan, has this fellow inconvenienced you? Would you like me to see him off?" His tone was casual, almost dismissive, yet carried an aura of someone who seemed to hold all the cards. To the eyes of an ordinary girl, such a demeanor, combined with his stature and appearance, was undeniably charming, likely to make hearts flutter. Soo-jun brimmed with confidence in his display. However, much to his surprise, the only response he received was a cold refusal. "No need." With that, Under the gaze of all, Su Qingyan stepped out from behind Lin Ran, disregarding the handsome scholar and basketball player, and turned to her desk mate with a radiant smile. "He is my guardian of flowers." That smile melted the frost, causing flowers to bloom. The air in front of the convenience store fell into a profound silence. The term guardian of flowers, initially perceived as a mere jest, transformed into something more significant when the indisputable ice queen of Yunnan High School confirmed it with her own lips. Laughter ceased, and disbelief washed over Su Jun's face. How could this seemingly inconspicuous fellow claim such a title? At that moment, one of Su Jun's followers suddenly recognized Lin Ran and exclaimed, "I know him. This guy is Lin Ran, the last in Class 10. He seems to have a crush on the class beauty of Class 7, Shun Lingshan." Upon hearing this, many others recalled, "Oh right, there is such a person, the one who runs errands for Shun Lingshan every day at the convenience store." Listening to his companion's chatter, Su Jun's understanding deepened. He then turned his gaze back to Lin Ran, a look of derision resurfacing. "So, you are Lin Ran, the one who trails behind in grades and serves as a lackey for other girls. With such a disposition, do you truly believe you are worthy of being Qingyan's guardian of flowers?" Upon the utterance of these words, not only did Su Jun's entourage nod in agreement, but many onlookers among the students also displayed their concurrence. One, a student languishing at the bottom of the academic hierarchy, serves as a sycophant to his female peers. The other, however, is a charismatic scholar excelling in both academics and athletics, a distinguished figure at Yunnan High School. It is abundantly clear who possesses the greater qualifications to be the protector of the school beauty, Su Qingyan. This time, before Lin Ran could speak, Su Qingyan stepped forward, placing herself protectively behind Lin Ran, her gaze coolly meeting Su Jun's. "Whether or not he is worthy is for me to decide. It is not for others to dictate." She paused briefly, glancing at Lin Ran. "As for him being a mere tool for other girls, that is nothing but a rumor." Recalling how, during last night's study session, Lin Ran had excelled in his exams, and how his impeccable London accent in this morning's English class had astounded the entire class, Su Qingyan couldn't help but smile. "I believe his capabilities far exceed yours, Su Jun, having been coddled since childhood and revered as a figure of admiration in school." Su Jun had never before experienced such public disdain. Moreover, he found himself at a disadvantage, seemingly bested by an inconspicuous, ordinary boy. As he listened to Su Qingyan's calm and composed words, and recalled the rare smile she had bestowed upon Lin Ran, jealousy ignited within him. He suppressed his ire, striving for an air of indifference, yet his gaze towards Lin Ran remained icy and menacing. "Is that so? I hadn't realized that Lin Ran was such a hidden gem. I am curious, what was your ranking in the last mock exam?" As soon as the question left his lips, one of his lackeys eagerly interjected, "Brother Jun, I know. I happened to see the class rankings in the teacher's office last time. With over 300 students in the liberal arts class, this fellow ranked 280th, clearly at the bottom." Upon hearing this, Su Jun chuckled, turning to Lin Ran with unmasked ridicule. "With such grades, what grounds do you have to claim you're not at the bottom?" Lin Ran, however, remained unfazed, exuding an air of calm. "Just because I didn't perform well last time doesn't mean I won't succeed in life." To Su Jun, these words sounded like mere bravado. He smirked derisively, looking down at Lin Ran. "Very well. Let's make a wager. The second mock exam is next week. If you place in the top 10 of your year, I will concede that you have talent and will relinquish my pursuit of Qingyan. What do you say?" Lin Ran glanced at Su Jun, patiently imparting wisdom. "Girls are meant to be pursued, not treated as prizes to be exchanged. Do you think your mother would approve of your objectification of women?" Su Jun, standing beside Lin Ran, Su Qingyan almost burst into laughter at the remark. However, the realization that Su Jun had lost his composure ignited his fury, casting aside any semblance of gentlemanly decorum. "Enough with the chatter. Just answer me. Do you dare to accept? If you place in the top 10, you need not surpass my ranking. I will abandon my pursuit of Qingyan. However, if you lose..." Su Jun paused, his gaze settling on Lin Ran, and his tone abruptly turned sinister, revealing a hint of malice. "I want you to strip and run naked 3 laps around the school playground." "Naked again?" Upon hearing Su Jun's words, Lin Ran immediately recalled his loyal companion, thinking, this guy must share common interests with Zhao Ko. The onlookers around them displayed expressions of excitement, unable to restrain themselves from stirring up commotion. Su Jun's followers began to taunt Lin Ran. "Kid, do you dare? If you're scared, Just say so. Keep your distance from Sue, the school beauty. The rivalry and jealousy among high school students seemed rather juvenile to the mature man in his 30s. Lin Ran then nodded. All right. It's a deal. No ulterior motives. Mainly, I just enjoy watching people run naked. As they walked back to the classroom side by side, Su Qingyan, hands clasped behind her back, slightly turned to look at Lin Ran, a flower protector. What do you mean? Her tone remained light, though it couldn't conceal the curiosity of the school beauty. Of course, Lin Ran couldn't reveal the truth to his classmate. So he ruffled his hair and vaguely replied, just something I said. I don't think that guy is a good person. Su Qingyan nodded, responding with a soft "oh," as if she accepted his answer. However, her inner thoughts were filled with amusement. Oh dear, Lin Ran is quite stubborn. He must be feeling jealous and insecure. Yet he won't admit it. Boys can be so endearingly hard-headed. Despite her internal delight, Su Qingyan maintained a facade of calm indifference, which made Lin Ran slightly uneasy. He feared that she might not take the matter seriously, so he added, "You'd better keep your distance from Su Jun." Upon hearing this, the lovely brows of Su Qingyan arched slightly, her beautiful eyes scanning Lin Ran with a hint of contemplation. You want me to stay away from him? Lin Ran nodded eagerly. Yes, yes. The school beauty's eyes sparkled with intrigue, as if she were genuinely interested. Is it really that important for you if I keep my distance from him? This question struck Lin Ran as rather perplexing, but to bolster his argument, he nodded emphatically. Very important. Su Qingyan responded with a soft "oh," slightly inclining her head, and casually remarked, In that case, for your sake, I shall no longer engage with him. With that, she turned, hands behind her back, and walked away with a newfound lightness in her step, leaving Lin Ran behind in a state of bewilderment. What does she mean by not engaging with him for my sake? This has nothing to do with me. Lin Ran, lagging behind, couldn't see the expression on Su Qingyan's face, nor was he aware that her smile was curving upwards, almost reaching the heavens. TSK, TSK. It seems my little classmate has suddenly found her courage. Such words are almost tantamount to a confession. As they approached the teaching building, and while ascending the staircase, Su Qingyan suddenly recalled something, a flicker of concern crossing her mind. She turned to Lin Ran and remarked, Isn't your bet with that Su Jun a bit reckless? Regardless of Su Jun's character, he is undeniably a bona fide academic prodigy in the humanities class. In every major examination, aside from Su Qingyan herself, no one dares to claim they can surpass him in performance. It is precisely this confidence that emboldened him to set the terms of the wager without requiring Lin Ran to outperform him. Merely placing within the top 10 of the cohort would suffice. As for Lin Ran's impeccable London accent and mastery of spoken English, they would prove of little utility in the second mock examination. Although Su Qingyan had witnessed Lin Ran's prowess across various subjects the previous night, it appeared he still lacked some foundational knowledge that required rote memorization. Thus, the notion that he could break into the top 10 in this upcoming examination seemed excessively ambitious. Nonetheless, Lin Ran merely smiled calmly. In the presence of the school belle seated beside him, he naturally had to maintain a semblance of composure. Have no worries. It's a trivial matter. Despite his nonchalance, Lin Ran was indeed quite invested. As a reborn individual, this was his first significant endeavor upon returning to high school, and he could not afford to falter. Moreover, this second mock examination was not only a matter of pride against Su Jun, but also pertinent to the well-being of his esteemed classmate. It could even influence the future career decisions of his parents. Therefore, it was imperative to exert every effort in preparation. After entering university in his previous life, Lin Ran had cultivated a decisive personality, taking action swiftly once a goal was set. Consequently, in the days that followed, he immersed himself in a sea of books and exercises, preparing diligently for the imminent mock examination scheduled for the following Tuesday. He was not only attentive and engaged during class, but also devoted his breaks to reviewing materials and practicing problems at his desk. Even during lunchtime and dinner, he often enlisted his close friend Zhao Ku to procure meals from outside the school gates, refusing to squander a moment and instead continuing to fervently tackle exercises and memorize notes. This newfound dedication did not go unnoticed by the various subject teachers in the class, particularly the homeroom teacher, Lu Chun, who, amidst their astonishment, felt a sense of relief. This Lin Ran had indeed transformed, becoming industrious and diligent. Even after returning home from school each day, Lin Ran would toil at his desk until at least 1 or 2 in the morning before retiring to bed. His diligent efforts were observed by his parents, who watched with a mix of pride and concern. In private, as they retired to their bedroom and dimmed the lights, the couple whispered to each other, "Our little Ran has truly changed. He is studying so hard. I worry he might wear himself out." Lin Guozheng glanced at his wife, saying, "With such effort, it's possible he is striving to fulfill your entrepreneurial dream." Lin's mother, Zhao Shuqin, beamed with joy. "Of course, this is my son." With a resolute fist, she displayed an indomitable spirit. "My son is working so hard for me. As his mother, I cannot falter. Regardless, even if Shaoran fails to secure a place in the top 10 of his class, I shall speak to our principal, resign, and venture into entrepreneurship myself." Not only the teachers and parents, but even Lin Ran's classmates from Class 10 were intrigued by the recent transformation in his academic attitude. "Hey, that Lin Ran has been really diligent lately," remarked a few girls who were dining with Su Qingyan in the school cafeteria. One of the prominent girls in Class 10, the Chinese representative Yuan Tingting, turned her gaze towards Su Qingyan and smiled. "I've heard that Lin Ran has been putting in a lot of effort recently, supposedly due to a wager with Su Jun from Class 13. Moreover, the stakes are related to Qingyan." Upon hearing this, the other two girls nodded in agreement. Yes, I've heard about it too. It seems Su Jun wants to pursue Qingyan, but Lin Ran intervened, and they are competing based on their scores in the upcoming mock exam. Wow, how romantic. "Qingyan, who do you hope will win, Su Jun or Lin Ran?" As the question was posed, all three girls, including Yuan Tingting, fixed their curious and expectant gazes on the school beauty, Su Qingyan. In response to their eager looks, Su Qingyan lowered her head and took a sip of egg soup before placing the bowl down, her expression calm and indifferent. "What does it matter who wins or loses? I find it rather childish. It has nothing to do with me." Her words, delivered with a cool detachment, indicated her disinterest in the matter. Yet, it was merely a statement for her companions. Exam scores as a contest. Childish? In Su Qingyan's view, Su Jun was not just childish, he was utterly ridiculous. However, regarding Lin Ran, her desk mate appeared to her as considerate and endearing. Did it matter who won or lost? Indeed, it did not. Regardless of whether Su Jun triumphed or faltered, she would never extend an ounce of goodwill towards such a loathsome man. As for Lin Ran, regardless of the outcome, her feelings towards him would remain unchanged. On that Friday evening during self-study, the atmosphere in the campus was stifling, and the classroom was enveloped in silence, punctuated only by the sound of pens gliding across paper and the ceiling fan creaking softly. After several days of relentless study, Lin Ran found himself battling fatigue and rested his head on his desk for a brief moment. When Su Qingyan turned her head casually, she happened to catch a glimpse of him sleeping soundly. He seemed to be in a deep slumber, his tousled black hair cascading lazily, with bangs partially obscuring his eyes. One side of his face was pressed against his arm, while the other side faced Su Qingyan. In her eyes, this serene image of him sleeping appeared somewhat endearing, evoking an involuntary pang of tenderness within her. The diligent efforts of my desk made appear to be solely for her own sake. She instinctively held her breath, cautiously inching closer, and for the first time, she brazenly scrutinized the visage of a slumbering boy from such proximity. It became evident that her eyelashes were remarkably long, her nose exquisitely straight, and her lips, though thin, seemed surprisingly soft. Her tousled hair resembled a bird's nest, suggesting it could use some attentive grooming. However, her complexion was truly immaculate, and her cheeks appeared pleasantly plump, evoking an irresistible urge to pinch them. Su Qingyan found herself mesmerized, unable to resist the surging emotions, and uncontrollably extended her hand, almost as if possessed, reaching toward his face. Her long, fair fingers made contact with the boy's skin, as she delicately prodded his cheek out of curiosity, only to retract her hand as if she had committed a mischievous act. The soft, springy sensation lingered on her fingertips, leaving her yearning for more. She couldn't help but reach out again, leaning closer to poke at his face. It seemed she had developed an addiction to this playful exploration, prodding his cheeks, teasing his dimples, tapping his nose, and even nudging his slightly pursed lips. In that moment, Su Qingyan reveled in the amusement, completely forgetting her aloof persona as the ice queen of the school, as well as the fact that they were still in the classroom during evening study hours. Unbeknownst to her, other students at the back of the classroom had paused from their homework, stretching their stiff limbs and inadvertently turning their heads to witness the scene unfolding at the last row of the fourth group. Astonished gasps filled the air as several classmates stood in disbelief, questioning whether their eyes were deceiving them. Their class monitor, the Ice Queen of Yunnan High School, was engaged in such antics. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan remained oblivious. At that precise moment, their stern teacher, known as Iron-Faced Chun, entered through the back door. His expression as serious as ever. Su Qingyan, emboldened, once again extended her hand, this time employing both fingers to grasp the boy's face, giving it a gentle squeeze. Before she could fully appreciate the sensation of her fingertips, a sudden cough interrupted her. Ahem. Startled, she froze, her hand still suspended in motion, and instinctively turned to find the teacher standing beside her desk, regarding her favorite student with a look that was both perplexed and disapproving. "What are you doing?" Lin ran, drowsily resting on the desk, vaguely sensed a cool touch against his face, as if something had brushed against him repeatedly. Initially dismissing it as a figment of his imagination, he was eventually roused by the unmistakable sensation of something pinching his cheek, prompting him to blink awake in a daze. Lin Ran suddenly found his face being pinched between two slender fingers of a fair hand, the action seemingly frozen in time. A question mark appeared above his head as he instinctively looked forward, catching sight of the familiar figure of his classmate, the school beauty, alongside a pair of middle-aged trousers and a black belt. His gaze slowly ascended, revealing the stern visage of their homeroom teacher, Lu Chun. In an instant, all remnants of sleep vanished. He was jolted awake, sitting up straight. At that moment, the commotion from the back of the fourth group drew the attention of his classmates, who turned in unison to observe the scene. They clearly saw the stern-faced Lu Chun standing in the aisle and the school beauty, who was pinching Lin Ran's cheeks from her seat at the back. The entire class was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of confusion and disbelief. Under the watchful eyes of Lu Chun, Su Qingyan maintained her composure, gently withdrawing her fingers from Lin Ran's face. With a calm demeanor, she explained to their teacher, "Lin Ran had a mosquito on his face. I was just helping him." The classmates, especially the boys, were filled with indignation, internally screaming, "What mosquito? Even if there was one, is that how you deal with it?" Lu Chun's expression was complex as he glanced at his beloved student before slowly nodding in agreement. His tone even and composed. "Yes, you did the right thing. Students should help each other." The entire class was left bewildered, their emotions swirling like a tempest of frustration. What was Lu Chun thinking? How could he commend such absurdity? In the next moment, Lu Chun's gaze shifted to Lin Ran, his demeanor instantly turning stern. "Lin Ran, handle your own matters. If there are mosquitoes next time, deal with them yourself." Lin Ran felt as though 1,000 question marks were hovering above his head. Chapter 33. In the radiance of starlight, I watch you silently, all lingering drowsiness evaporated in an instant. As Lu Chun completed his inspection of the classroom and exited through the front door, Lin Ran finally exhaled in relief. Turning to glance at the school beauty beside him, he noticed she had already turned her head away, seemingly unaffected by the commotion, and coolly remarked, "No need to thank me." Lin Ran was utterly speechless. He hadn't even noticed a mosquito. However, after such a ruckus, he felt completely alert. With half an hour remaining until the end of evening study, he decided to rise from his seat and head to the restroom. The restrooms on each floor of Yushio building were conveniently located at the end of the corridor near the stairwell. Class 10's back door was adjacent to the hallway, making it easy for classmates to access the restrooms with a right turn after exiting. However, Lin Ran preferred the other route, exiting through the back door of the classroom. He turned left and walked straight down the corridor until he reached the administrative building connected to Yushio Teaching Building. Two buildings are connected by a weather-resistant corridor. The restrooms on the administrative building's side are seldom frequented by students, imparting a serene and tranquil atmosphere. Upon exiting the men's restroom, Lin Ran does not hasten back to the classroom. Instead, he stands at the railing of the administrative building, surveying his surroundings. The administrative structure rises 6.5 stories high, designed in a cross-like layout. Apart from the administrative offices lining the peripheral corridors, the center is hollow, allowing one to gaze upward from the ground floor and behold the dome-shaped glass observatory at the pinnacle. The uppermost half-story, adorned with this glass dome, houses the observatory of Yunnan High School. After a moment of contemplation, Lin Ran strides forward, ascending the staircase of the administrative building. Upon reaching the top of the 6th floor, he encounters an iron gate barring access to the upper half-story. The observatory is seldom open to the public, typically accessible only during special events when a teacher unlocks it for students to visit. However, this iron gate does not deter Lin Ran. After a brief search, his gaze settles upon an abandoned flower pot nestled in the corner of the stairwell. He discovers a key hidden beneath it. With the key in hand, he deftly unlocks the gate, which opens with a satisfying click. Lin Ran smiles. His memory serves him well. The key was left there by the old logistics chief, Zhou, for convenience, fortuitously benefiting him. In his previous life, the accidental discovery of this key had felt like unearthing a treasure, granting him exclusive access to the observatory, a place considered off-limits by others, transforming it into his private haven. As he enters, stepping onto the marble floor of the observatory, he casually finds a step on which to sit, lifting his gaze through the dome's curvature to behold the vast, boundless night sky. This evening, the sky is clear, devoid of wind or clouds, with specks of starlight cascading from millions of light years away. The gentle luminescence envelopes him, inducing a sense of timelessness and immersion. Lin Ran gazes upward, momentarily entranced. In his previous life, he often frequented this place. Once introverted and with few friends in class, he would retreat here alone, lost in thought while gazing at the stars, finding solace in the celestial tapestry above. In this new life, he wonders if he gazes upon the same sky. Yet his emotions are distinctly different. A soft smile graces Lin Ran's lips, accompanied by a warm sense of nostalgia. Unbeknownst to him, not far from where he ascended, a lithe figure stands quietly in the shadows of the iron gate, silently observing the scene unfolding before the observatory. While seated at the observatory, immersed in the stars, someone watches him from the gentle glow of starlight. In the classroom, noticing that someone has been absent for quite some time, Su Qingyan deduces that Lin Ran must have come here. In her previous life, while perusing someone's diary, she had encountered numerous mentions of this secretive observatory atop the administrative building. Leaning against the iron gate and standing in the shadow of the wall, Su Qingyan quietly observed the youth seated on the observation steps, not far away, watching him gaze vacantly at the sky, lost in thought. The renowned ice-cold beauty of the school bore a momentary softness in her gaze. September 13th. To my astonishment, old Zhou from the logistics department actually placed the observatory key beneath a flower pot. The observatory is mine from now on. September 16th. Tonight, I am alone at the observatory stargazing. This treatment is unbeatable. September 19th. Again, I am alone at the observatory, gazing at the stars. One word, bliss. Next time, I shall invite Xin Lingshan to join me. September 24th. Yet again, I am alone at the observatory. Xin Lingshan claims she is unavailable, but she promised to come next time. We shall arrange for another occasion. September 25th. Xin Lingshan has other commitments again. Stargazing alone is quite enjoyable too. October 11th. Stargazing alone does not seem as delightful as I once thought. I shall not return. October 15th. Alone once more, gazing at the stars. Yet tonight, there are no stars. Fragments of a diary once perused by a certain individual echoed in her mind, each entry resembling a flickering lantern illuminating her thoughts. The image of a pitiable boy, once conjured merely through words, began to merge with the silhouette of the foolish youth sitting before her under the cool starlight, evoking a gentle tenderness and a twinge of heartache within her. Little fool, Su Qingyan silently mused, unwittingly voicing her thoughts aloud. Though her voice was soft, it resonated in the serene stillness of the observatory. Startled, Lin Ran leapt from the steps. Who's there? Soon after, a familiar, cool, and indifferent voice replied, It is I. Turning towards the sound, he beheld a tall and graceful figure emerging from the shadows of the iron gate. Bathed in the ethereal starlight, her breathtakingly beautiful visage captivated him. Recognizing his classmate, the school beauty, Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. You? What are you doing here? Indeed, he was genuinely startled. Only he knew where the key to the observatory lay. To his classmates, this place was a forbidden realm, utterly inconceivable for anyone to enter. In his past life, he had never seen anyone else here. Who could have anticipated that, on a whim, he would come to reminisce and discover that his classmate had also arrived? Iron-faced Chun had just returned to the classroom, noticed your absence, and sent me to find you. Although she was caught following him, Su Qingyan maintained her composure, spinning a tale without a flicker of her eye. Iron-faced Chun is back? Lin Ran felt his heart tighten, a wave of dread washing over him. This was an unexpected twist. Noticing Lin Ran's anxious expression, Su Qingyan, with an air of calmness, waved her hand. It's all right. I have managed to handle it for you. Lin Ran exhaled in relief. That's great. Thank you. Su Qingyan, with a steady demeanor, nodded. No need for thanks. It is what a classmate should do. Lin Ran had not anticipated that his classmate, the campus belle, was lying. After all, it was unlikely that she had come specifically for him. With the issue resolved, Su Qingyan turned her gaze towards Lin Ran, raising an eyebrow and countering with a question. But, how did you end up here? Lin Ran scratched his head, his eyes scanning the surroundings. This place has been a frequent haunt of mine. I have quite an attachment to it. With graduation approaching, I probably want to have another chance to return, so I thought I would come back one last time to reminisce. Su Qingyan raised her eyebrows again, maintaining her composure. Frequent haunt, you say? Lin Ran chuckled nonchalantly. Having been caught, he saw no reason to conceal anything from the campus beauty. Yes. Old Zhou from the logistics office left a key behind, which I discovered, and I've regarded this place as my secret base ever since. After failing an exam and receiving a scolding from a teacher, as well as a failed confession to Shen Lingshan, I inadvertently let it slip. Realizing he had perhaps overshared, he awkwardly cleared his throat and hastily glossed over it. Ahem. In short, it's a place I come to when I'm feeling down. I sit here, gaze at the stars, and daydream. It feels rather nice. Liar. Su Qingyan thought silently to herself. She was aware that this sentiment was far from genuine. In her previous life, she had come across entries in someone's diary that chronicled experiences at this observatory. The words exuded loneliness and solitude, portraying a person as forlorn as a little dog drenched in the rain, abandoned and desolate. December 31st. There are 382 stars in the sky tonight. I actually counted them. Ha ha ha. I'm amazing. She recalled a line from the diary, brimming with youthful bravado. Yet, what kind of solitude would compel someone to leave the lively New Year's celebration organized by the school on New Year's Eve to sit alone in front of the observatory? Counting stars? Beneath the seemingly cheerful facade lay a deep-seated melancholy. The Su Qingyan of her previous life, through the diary's words, could only see a boy striving to feign optimism. Yet now, standing before the very owner of that diary, she quietly observed as he spoke nonchalantly, and her heart ached even more. Suddenly, Su Qingyan felt a strong urge to embrace the tall boy before her. And so, she did just that. Before Lin Ran could fully comprehend the situation, he was unexpectedly enveloped in a gentle fragrance. Without warning, his classmate stepped closer, her arms slipping under his and tightening around him. At that moment, starlight from billions of light years away cascaded down, filtering through the arched glass dome of the observatory, casting an ethereal glow upon the pair of youth. It seemed as if they were enveloped in a delicate, sacred luminescence. The atmosphere was tranquil yet magnificent, romantic and grand. It was a moment so enchanting it could make even the most ardent readers of romantic novels toss and turn in their beds with excitement. Yet, the two-time single man, utterly lacking in charm and bewildered by the situation, could only stammer, "Huh? No, wait. What is going on?" A fleeting thought surged through the mind of a certain handsome lad, sending shivers down his spine. What if this scene were to be witnessed by the stern and relentless iron-faced Chun, who was on the hunt for students? Would he be doomed? At that moment, he held the warmth of a girl in his embrace, her head nestled gently against his shoulder. The faint, delightful fragrance of her long, lustrous black hair was intoxicating. Lin Ran found himself stiff as a board, hardly daring to move, fearing that even the slightest hint of impropriety would result in him being hung from the flagpole on the playground by the furious iron-faced Chun the following day. Feeling as though his life hung by a thread, he cautiously mustered the courage to speak. Why are you hugging me?" This question was absurd enough to provoke the ire of countless romance novel enthusiasts. Yet, the girl in his arms responded with a cool detachment. "It's nothing. Thanks to you, I saw the stars." Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, glancing up at the night sky through the glass dome. Was such gratitude warranted simply for stargazing? If he were to show her something else, would she not owe him her heart? He concluded in his mind that the class beauty was rather easy to deceive. Their brief embrace quickly came to an end. Su Qingyan stepped back, gently extricating herself from Lin Ran's grasp. "Let us go. It's time to head back." She turned and walked towards the iron gate, but paused a few steps later, glancing back at Lin Ran. "Next time you want to see the stars, don't go alone. Bring me along." Lin Ran, momentarily stunned, instinctively inquired, "Why?" Yet by the time his question escaped his lips, Su Qingyan had already drifted away, her tone nonchalant as she replied, No reason. Watching the stars together seemed perfectly reasonable, didn't it? Was it truly? Lin Ran pondered, scratching his head, before deciding to follow her without pressing further. She would not reveal the truth. Why? Because in her previous life, while perusing a diary, she had felt a pang of sympathy upon discovering that particular scene, where a lonely boy sat in the observatory, lost in thought. She resolved that if given a second chance, she would never allow that foolish classmate to be alone again. And since fate had indeed granted her a new beginning, she was determined to amend the past. After all, how could one enjoy the night alone? Upon returning from the observatory atop the administrative building and taking a seat in the classroom, the evening study session came to an abrupt end. The once serene atmosphere of Class 10 erupted into a cacophony of excitement, as students who were slow to pack their bags began to gather their books, while the quicker ones had already zipped out of the classroom with a leap. In the back row of Group 4, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan each focused on organizing their desks and packing their bags, their interaction devoid of any further communication, a relationship strikingly clear in its indifference, as if they were merely ordinary classmates. The earlier incident at the observatory, under the starlit sky, seemed as if it had never transpired. "Hey, Lin Ran, are you coming?" Zhao Ku, having finished packing, bounced over from the adjacent group, calling out to Lin Ran. The next moment, he noticed Su Qingyan, who was also tidying her belongings and raising her head. The ice-cold beauty of the school cast a casual glance at Zhao Ku, causing his warm smile to freeze instantly upon his face. "Are we going back or not?" Lin Ran, noticing his friend's peculiar tone and expression, inquired. "Of course we are. Aren't we going the same way?" Zhao Ku swallowed hard, disregarding Lin Ran's question entirely as he cautiously assessed the class leader's demeanor. "Class leader, what do you think?" His tone was so humble it bordered on sycophancy. His instinct for self-preservation made it abundantly clear who held the authority in this matter. The school beauty glanced at Zhao Ku and replied calmly, "You may return." It was as if a weight had been lifted from him. Zhao Ku nodded fervently like a chick pecking at grain. Yes, we will return." Lin Ran, observing this exchange, was baffled. Why on earth are you asking the school beauty for her opinion on going home together? She isn't even going our way. After packing up his belongings, he followed Zhao Ku out of the classroom. As they walked towards the underground bicycle storage, Zhao Ku glanced around and, in a conspiratorial tone, asked Lin Ran, "Where did you and our school beauty go during the last self-study period?" Lin Ran replied nonchalantly, "Nowhere in particular. I was late returning from the restroom, and she helped the teacher find me." Zhao Ku was left bewildered. The teacher? Did the stern spring not leave? How could she be asked to find you? He then scrutinized Lin Ran with a gossipy expression. "Come on, confess. Were you two secretly on a date?" Lin Ran chuckled softly. "You're overthinking it. We're just ordinary classmates. There's nothing scandalous about it." Zhao Ku could hardly suppress an eye roll. "Ordinary classmates? Does an ordinary classmate go out to eat with you? Does an ordinary classmate bring you breakfast? Does an ordinary classmate hold your hand in public? Who would believe that?" He rambled on without pause, evidently having suppressed his thoughts for too long, looking at Lin Ran with an exasperated expression. "Think about it. The class leader is our school beauty, the ice goddess. A high and mighty beauty who should be admired from a distance suddenly becomes so intimate and proactive towards you, and you don't find anything amiss?" Lin Ran pondered for a moment and nodded naturally. "We are desk mates. It's only reasonable for classmates to help each other." Zhao Ku felt as if he might choke on his own disbelief. Reasonable. At the underground parking lot, Lin Ran and Zhao Ku retrieved their bicycles and joined the throng of students leaving school. As they exited the school gates, Zhao Ku continued to mutter, "I still think there's something going on between you two. It's just not fair to me. You have to treat me to a chilled lemon tea when we pass by the drink shop to restore my balance." Meanwhile, in a shadowy corner at the school gate, a sleek black Maybach blended seamlessly into the night. The rear door swung open, and Su Qingyan entered the vehicle, casually closing the door behind her. Gazing ahead, Lin Ran's silhouette was distinctly visible through the windshield, just beyond the school gates. It appeared that something else was accompanying him, though it remained unclear and ultimately inconsequential. The driver occupying the front seat was a composed gentleman in his 40s, clad in an impeccably tailored black suit that starkly contrasted with the modest ambience of the small county town of Yunnan. He even wore white gloves. Casting a respectful glance in the rearview mirror towards Su Qingyan, speaking in a steady and courteous tone, "Miss Su, shall we proceed directly home as usual?" Su Qingyan's father was a renowned tycoon in the province of Nan, and the Su family was undeniably affluent. Due to his demanding schedule, her father seldom had the time to attend to family matters, thus hiring a driver who also served as a bodyguard to ensure Su Qingyin's safety during her commutes. The driver, surnamed Zhou, was a retired Special Forces operative, characterized by his steadfast demeanor and resilience. Having served the Su family for many years, he had weathered numerous storms and remained unflinching even in the face of adversity. It was precisely this fortitude that had earned him the esteemed responsibility of safeguarding the Su family's daughter. In the rear seat, Su Qingyin did not respond immediately. Instead, her gaze drifted through the windshield, contemplatively fixating on the receding figure of someone ahead. "Miss Su?" Driver Zhou inquired, breaking the silence. Awakened from her reverie, Su Qingyin's expression remained nonchalant as she casually replied, "No hurry. Do you see that bicycle ahead?" She extended her delicate fingers, gesturing towards the front. Following her, Zhou peered in the indicated direction, discerning what seemed to be an ordinary boy riding a bicycle. "I see him," he affirmed. A faint smile graced Su Qingyin's lips as she casually issued her command, "Follow him." In the front seat, Zhou's steady hand gripping the steering wheel trembled momentarily. Yet his demeanor remained unruffled as he responded, "Understood." The Maybach glided forward, its movement smooth and unperturbed, a testament to the driver's 2 decades of experience. However, had one been able to observe his expression at that moment, they would have noticed his pupils quivering in disbelief. "What on earth?" "Miss Su wishes for me to tail a boy." After 9:30 in the evening, Yunnan Avenue was typically bustling with students from Yunnan High School heading home after evening classes, a vibrant mix of bicycles and cars merging in a harmonious flow. In such dense traffic, even the black Maybach trailing a particular target did not attract undue attention. Lin ran and Zhao Ku leisurely pedaled along the road. Engaged in casual conversation, Zhao Ku, brimming with enthusiasm, remarked, "I heard a new dessert shop has opened near Old Street Park. Some classmates are planning to check it out this weekend. Are you coming, Rangu?" Lin Ran turned, puzzled by Zhao Ku's sudden interest in desserts. "Since when did you care about sweets?" he asked. Zhao Ku, unfazed, replied nonchalantly, "I sent it that our class representative for Chinese, Yuan Tingting, is going too." The implication dawned on Lin Ran. It seemed Zhao Ku's interest lay not in the desserts themselves, but rather in ulterior motives. Lin Ran had a faint recollection of this matter. In his previous life, he distinctly remembered that his close friend seemed to harbor a secret admiration for Yuan Tingting. Given this opportunity, it was naturally a chance not to be missed. I sensed that Yuan Tingting also held some interest in me. This morning, while collecting the Chinese homework, she lingered at my desk for at least 5 seconds. Her attitude toward me was evidently different. Zhao Ku, with a radiant expression, turned to Lin Ran, his eyes brimming with hopeful inquiry. "What do you think? Do you believe there is a chance for me?" Lin Ran pondered for a moment and replied with subtlety, "I fear Batman might come to capture you." Zhao Ku. As the traffic light turned green, the vehicles surged forward once more. Lin Ran pedaled along, casually responding, "You all go ahead. I must stay home to study." Zhao Ku hurriedly pedaled to catch up. "Still studying? Really, Rangu, have you turned over a new leaf? Are you studying diligently?" Suddenly, he appeared to have an epiphany. "Oh right, a few days ago, you made a bet with Su Jun from class 13 regarding a top 10 placement for the semester. Rangu, I must say, you may have been rather reckless with this decision." Zhao Ku's tone bore a hint of heartfelt concern. "Even if you wish to play the hero and impress our university's flower, you must act within your means. Given your current standing, securing a top 10 spot in the second mock exam would be as challenging as scaling a mountain. Making a bet on such a goal? That is merely courting disaster." Lin Ran chuckled lightly, his tone nonchalant. "It's fine. We can only do our best and leave the rest to fate." Zhao Ku sighed. "True, it's too late to discuss it now. You continue studying, consider it a form of psychological comfort." As the topic shifted, the two resumed their ride. Upon reaching an intersection and halting for a red light, Zhao Ku seemed to suddenly notice something, revealing a look of uncertainty. He cautiously leaned closer and whispered to Lin Ran, "Rangu, do you have the feeling that we are being followed?" "Followed," Lin Ran responded, his expression one of confusion. Zhao Ku nodded vigorously, pointing towards the rear. "Look, over there. That black one. It has been trailing us the whole time." Lin Ran followed Zhao Ku's gesture and glanced back, only to see a congested stream of vehicles obscuring his view. He scoffed. "Have you watched too many spy films? In reality, who has the time to follow you?" Zhao Ku considered this, hesitantly nodding. Perhaps I am mistaken? The light turned green, and they continued their ride. Behind them, a black Maybach silently maneuvered through the traffic, discreetly tailing them. Zhao Ku, still uneasy, couldn't he help but glance back again, his eyes widening in shock. Oh my! That's the one. Rangu, look! It truly is following us, he exclaimed, tugging at Lin Ran. Lin Ran, resigned, turned to look once more. Just then, several cars and bicycles crossed their line of sight, causing the black Maybach to vanish once again into the shadows of the rear. Which one? Lin Ran queried. That one. Zhao Ke anxiously attempted to point it out, only to realize it had disappeared again. It was just behind us. Blocked again. Lin Ran glanced at his close friend. Realizing that young people ought to devote themselves to their studies rather than indulge in nonsensical films, as such distractions could lead to delusions. Choosing to ignore him, he continued to ride ahead, leaving Zhao Ku behind, who was frantically searching for the source of his anxiety. The vehicles trapped behind them began to honk impatiently, prompting Zhao Ku to reluctantly pedal forward in a desperate attempt to catch up with Lin Ran, all the while grappling with self-doubt. Could it truly be a figment of his imagination? After a while, the sleek black Maybach silently maneuvered through the traffic to follow them once more. Zhao Ku inadvertently turned back and widened his eyes in astonishment. It's back. He tugged at Lin Ran once again. With a sense of resignation, Lin Ran turned around, only to witness the black Maybach subtly shift behind a few cars, discreetly evading their gaze just as it perfectly eluded Lin Ran's line of sight. No, it's not, Lin Ran insisted. Zhao Ku, on the verge of tears, exclaimed. It is. It's hiding behind. Upon reaching an intersection, the two parked their bicycles by the roadside and purchased beverages at a nearby cold drink shop, with Lin Ran treating. As one particular individual paid, Zhao Ku, still clenching his straw while sipping on lemon tea, remained unconvinced and kept glancing back. Lin Ran stole a glance at his friend before turning back to settle the bill, exasperatedly stating, I told you, it's merely a delusion. Zhao Ku's face was a picture of indignation. Absolutely not. I swear, there was a car following us. At that moment, not far behind, the black Maybach glided closer. Zhao Ku's excitement surged as he turned to Lin Ran, giving his shoulder a vigorous pat. It's here. That's the one. Look, Rangu. Before he could finish, the unmistakable emblem of the Maybach caught his eye, triggering a sudden jolt of realization. His keen mind quickly conjured some rather unsettling associations. Before he could fully process these thoughts, the black Maybach had drawn near. The rear window slid down to reveal a strikingly cold and beautiful face. The girl, an unyielding ice queen, cast a detached glance at Zhao Ku. His voice faltered, rendered speechless. No further words were needed. The window slowly ascended. Just as Zhao Ku's companion turned back after completing the payment, helplessly asking, What are you looking at now? Zhao Ku swallowed hard, forcing a smile. No need to look. It's just a mirage, merely a figment of the imagination. Ha, ha. Chapter 37. The School Bell. He is the future son-in-law of the Su family. Lin Ran was equally perplexed. In the brief interlude spent sipping cold beverages, he could not fathom how Zhao Ku's demeanor had shifted so dramatically. Previously adamant about being followed, he had now unequivocally denied it all, asserting that it was merely a trick of his mind. His urgency to convince Lin Ran almost as if he feared disbelief. Lin Ran did not intend to delve deeper into the matter, dismissing it as a mere quirk of his friend's thoughts. However, as he mounted his bicycle, preparing to continue their journey together, Zhao suddenly introduced a twist. Well, you go ahead. I just remembered I have something to attend to, so I want to be joining you. Lin Ran, perplexed, looked at Zhao Ku, but we still have a stretch of road together. The smile on Zhao Ku's face appeared somewhat strained at that moment. Ah, really? You must be mistaken. Anyway, I'm off. My mom is having a second child. Goodbye. Having uttered those words, he hastily jumped onto his bike, speeding away as if fleeing for his life, vanishing into the distance as if lingering even a moment longer could spell disaster. Watching his close friend vanish into the distance, Lin Ran was left with a myriad of questions. Suddenly, he felt an odd sense of familiarity with the scene, no longer having a companion for the journey home. He too set forth alone. Shaking his head, Lin Ran pedaled away, blissfully unaware that not far behind, a black Maybach had quietly resumed its pursuit. Arriving at the foot of his apartment building, he hoisted his bicycle up the 2 steps, preparing to enter the elevator. Suddenly, he paused, instinctively glancing back. Behind him lay a temporary parking lot, where a few cars were parked quietly, devoid of movement. Lin Ran shook his head in amusement, realizing he had been infected by Zhao Ke's paranoia, pondering the absurdity of being followed. Such things were hardly conceivable in the real world. He turned back, pushing his bicycle toward the elevator. At that very moment, in a corner of the temporary parking lot, the black Maybach, which had just extinguished its lights a second earlier, quietly resumed its operation. Inside, the driver, Zhou, exhaled a sigh of relief, feeling a swell of pride. He knew the weight of being a Special Forces veteran. When it came to tracking, he was a professional. Wait, a fleeting thought of tracking made Zhou's eyelids twitch slightly. Through the rearview mirror, he caught sight of his daughter in the back seat, who was intently watching as Lin Ran pushed his bicycle toward the building until his figure faded from view. Only then did Su Qingyan slowly retract her gaze, speaking in a calm tone. "That's enough. Zhou, let us head back." Zhou responded with calm assurance, starting the engine as the black Maybach glided away like a specter from the temporary parking space. On the way home, Zhou occasionally glanced at his daughter through the rearview mirror. She merely tilted her head slightly, gazing out at the rushing night scenery, seemingly deep in thought. Duty compelled him, and unable to restrain himself, Zhou carefully chose his words. "Miss Su, that person was." Without turning her head, Su Qingyan, still looking out the window, replied in a cool, detached manner, "A classmate." Then, seemingly recalling something, the school's ice-cold beauty, recognized throughout the Su family as the epitome of elegance, allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips as she casually added, "Also, the future son-in-law of the Su family." A moment of profound silence enveloped the car. After a brief moment, Uncle Zhou, seated in the front driver's seat, responded calmly, continuing to drive with unwavering focus. However, from the perspective concealed in the rear seat, the middle-aged man, a Special Forces veteran gripping the steering wheel, experienced another surge of intense emotion. Upon returning home, Lin Ran enjoyed a nourishing late-night meal, graciously prepared by his parents. Subsequently, he retreated to his study desk, immersing himself in his studies and diligently tackling practice questions. Though it was the weekend, while other students might succumb to the allure of leisure, for Lin Ran, who had endured a grueling academic journey in his previous life, the temptation was utterly insignificant. He resisted it effortlessly and buried himself in his work. At midnight, having completed 2 sets of past exam papers along with a plethora of knowledge points from his social studies, he retired to bed punctually. The following day, Saturday, marked a rare occasion for Lin Ran to indulge in a restful slumber, awakening refreshed at 10 in the morning. After a rejuvenating wash in the bathroom, he joined his parents at the dining table for a sumptuous breakfast before returning to his studies, once again confronting the mountain of questions before him. By midday, after finishing his weekend assignments and enjoying a simple lunch, he continued to review key concepts throughout the afternoon. As the day quietly slipped away, during dinner, his parents could no longer restrain their concern. They urged their son to avoid overexertion, emphasizing the importance of balancing study with health. Particularly, Lin's mother, with unwavering resolve, asserted her intention to speak with the factory director regarding her son's performance, declaring that regardless of his results in the upcoming mock exams, she was determined to support his diligent efforts. Thus, she advised him not to overstrain himself, reminding him to take care of his health and to embrace a balanced approach to work and rest. After all, it was the weekend, and she encouraged him to relax, perhaps inviting a couple of classmates out for some leisure. Beneath their words lay a desire to alleviate Lin Ran's pressure regarding his goal of ranking in the top 10 of his class. Lin Ran merely smiled in response. Choosing not to elaborate, he thought it would be delightful to surprise his parents with his results when the time came. Nevertheless, he acknowledged the truth in their advice. Studying should indeed be complemented by breaks. Having completed all his assignments and review material for the day, he contemplated allowing himself some relaxation on the morrow. That evening, Lin Ran entered his study to power on his computer, intending to casually browse the internet to pass the time. As the machine booted and the outdated browser launched, he prepared to navigate the internet of 2007. However, he found little of interest, primarily encountering forum posts seeking images of attractive women. The online atmosphere of that era was rather pleasant, with polite replies beneath resource threads wishing everyone a peaceful life. Yet, for Lin Ran, a soul reborn, having witnessed the myriad of TikTok videos and various internet celebrities from the future, the antiquated allure of such resources held no appeal. He scoffed quietly to himself, while saving a few of the resources to his study materials. After spending some time online, He logged into his QQ account, glancing at his friend list, and noticing a dedicated group labeled Love Life. Within the content, there lies a profile picture of Shun Lingshan's Penguin account, which had been set with special attention. Lin Ran's lips twitched in discomfort, feeling utterly mortified. Without a moment's hesitation, he swiftly deleted the friend and the group, eager to obliterate any evidence of this social embarrassment. At last, the world felt serene again. Just as Lin Ran was letting out a sigh of relief, a profile picture began to flicker in the friend list of his high school classmates group, an image of a small blue dolphin. The note beside it read, "Class Flowers deskmate." In his previous life, during the first semester of his freshman year, a classmate from Class 10 had taken the initiative to create a penguin group for their class, and the Class Flowers deskmate had been added to it. Lin Ran had spent countless restless nights, building up the courage to send a friend request to her, which took him several days of mental preparation. After a day had passed, the request was accepted. Overjoyed, he even treated his close friend Zhao Ku to a celebratory meal. However, when Zhao Ku curiously inquired about the reason behind his excitement, Lin Ran hesitated, unable to divulge the truth. He could only inscribe in his diary with a sense of pride, October 13th. Today, my friend request to the Class Flowers deskmate was accepted. She is now my penguin friend. Reflecting on those diary entries now fills him with a sense of embarrassment, as they seem rather juvenile. Fortunately, his parents had never perused those pages, sparing him from social disgrace. In truth, due to Lin Ran's introverted nature in his previous life, he had never mustered the courage to speak more than a few words while sitting beside the Class Flowers deskmate in class. Even after adding her as a friend on Penguin, he had scarcely sent her any messages. The only exception was during the New Year's Eve of their freshman winter break, when he finally gathered his courage and painstakingly crafted a message, which he sent under the guise of a group message. In reality, it was intended solely for her, wishing her a happy new year without even a single emoticon, fearing that it might be perceived as an offense or an impertinence. The Class Flowers deskmate had replied coolly with a simple "same to you," which had left Lin Ran elated, cherishing her response throughout the night, falling asleep with a satisfied smile. Later, when his family's computer broke down and a technician came to repair it, the system was violently reformatted, resulting in the complete erasure of all his chat records with the Class Flowers deskmate. That day, Lin Ran stared at the blank history of their conversations, feeling as though the sky had fallen in. From that moment onward, he never found the courage to try again. Years passed, and time reversed its course. Lin Ran, reborn, never anticipated that on such an ordinary night, logging into his Penguin account would lead to an unexpected message from the Class Flowers deskmate. Moving the cursor, he clicked to open the chat window. The message from her was succinct and straightforward, echoing her familiar cool demeanor. "What are you doing?" According to various emotional analysts Lin Ran had encountered online in his past life, when a girl sends such 3 words to a boy, it indicates she harbors a certain affection for him. Lin Ran scoffed at this notion. After all, Shun Lingshan had sent him similar messages before. After sending the previous message, the next one quickly follows, often accompanied by phrases such as "I want this," or "Can you help me buy something?" It is as if one is merely treating another as a tool, an unrequited admirer. The class beauty's deskmate, however, is certainly not of such a nature. Yet, sending such messages cannot possibly imply any romantic feelings for oneself. Firstly, dismissing an erroneous assumption, Lin Ran employs his clever mind and swiftly deduces the class beauty's intent. The impending second mock exam surely weighs on her thoughts, as she worries whether she will be lazy over the weekend and if she has adequately reviewed her materials. Truly the class monitor, so diligent, Lin Ran muses internally, and with rapid keystrokes, he confidently replies, "Rest assured, I've been studying all day. The second mock exam next week will be no problem." Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa community located in Yunnan County, Su Qingyan sits before her computer screen in her bedroom, watching the reply pop up in the chat window. A question mark slowly emerges above her head, but she didn't ask that. In her previous life, she had once chatted with Lin Ran online. This event had long faded from Su Qingyan's memory. After all, she had been the aloof school beauty, while he was merely an introverted and shy deskmate who seemed to have no presence at all. It was only later, while visiting Lin Ran's home and perusing a diary, that she discovered they shared such a small story. "Happy New Year, everyone. Let's celebrate together." This snippet of their conversation now graces Su Qingyan's computer screen. Gazing at those simple 2 lines, she reflects on how the boy had once labored to craft the perfect blessing. disguising it as a group message while harboring his own little thoughts about the two of them. A smile unconsciously curves her lips. What a silly boy. However, in this rebirth, her deskmate is likely still as shy and bashful as before. In such moments, it falls upon her, the mature soul of over 30 years, to take the initiative. Her inner self, a miniature version of her, begins to rally with excitement. She swiftly types a message. Studying all day? Lin Ran responds. Indeed. Isn't that tiring? Lin Ran replies. Not at all. The food at home is excellent. I'm well fed and have the energy to tackle problems. What did you have for lunch? Lin Ran shares. Braised pork knuckle, pork ribs with taro, stir-fried bamboo shoots, and tomato egg soup. And for dinner? Lin Ran. Leftovers from lunch, plus some stir-fried pig liver. What will you have for breakfast tomorrow? Lin Ran begins to type, but suddenly halts, feeling perplexed. Sister, are you conducting a census or something? Is it really necessary to inquire so specifically? He deletes his previous text and sends a simple question mark instead. On the other end, Su Qingyan could not help but laugh heartily. Her joy so vibrant that it would leave her family or her former subordinates from her previous life utterly astonished, questioning their very existence. The aloof and frigid daughter boss, who appeared as untouchable as an ice mountain, was engaging in a conversation with a boy and reveling in such delight. After a moment's reflection, Su Qingyan typed again, what are your plans for tomorrow? Lin Ran genuinely felt that his glamorous classmate's curiosity was rather excessive. Yet he dutifully replied, I plan to study a bit more in the morning. In the afternoon, I might stroll through the old street park to relax and catch some fresh air. After sending his message, he waited a while before receiving a response from the class beauty. It was a simple, solitary word. Oh. She seemed to revert to her usual cool and detached demeanor. Moreover, after sending her reply, her profile picture dimmed, indicating she had logged off. Lin Ran, who had intended to politely inquire about her plans for the following day, found that she had already disappeared before he could even send his message. He was left in a state of confusion, pondering the complexities of conversing with his striking classmate. Unsure of what thoughts occupied her mind, shaking his head, he chose not to delve further, closing his computer and retreating to his room to rest. Until the next day. At 2 o'clock in the afternoon, under the radiant summer sun, Lin Ran stood before the ticket booth at the old street park, staring in disbelief at the unexpectedly arrived class beauty. You? How come you are here too? The classmate, her face unflustered and heart steady, casually swept aside a few strands of hair that had fallen beneath the brim of her cap, responding nonchalantly. I came to the park for some fresh air as well. Just a coincidence. Coincidence? Lin Ran eyed her skeptically. Today, the icy school beauty had shed her usual simple and unadorned school uniform for a sporty ensemble. She wore a white cartoon t-shirt paired with denim shorts, revealing a pair of long and delicate legs that were dazzling to behold, making one's heart race. A pink baseball cap adorned her head, and her casually tied ponytail swayed gently behind her, exuding an aura of youthful vitality and charm. If her usual icy demeanor was enough to captivate countless boys at school, then today's vibrant and youthful attire was exponentially more alluring. Those with weaker resolve would likely find themselves overwhelmed at the sight of her stunning legs, blood rushing forth uncontrollably. Lin Ran, however, was not the naive, inexperienced boy one might expect. With the soul of a man in his 30s, he merely cast a fleeting glance at his classmate, then another glance, and yet another focused gaze at her long legs. What was it he intended to say? Oh right, what a coincidence, such a flimsy excuse, cough, too insipid. Observing the dazed expression on Lin Ran's face as he stared at her, Su Qingyan's lips curled into a barely perceptible smile. In her mind, a tiny figure was already reveling in triumph. Just a pure-hearted boy. A little makeup is all it takes. Isn't it easy to captivate this little one? After a considerable pause, the individual finally regained his composure, awkwardly ruffling his hair in an attempt to appear nonchalant. What did you just say? He inquired. Su Qingyan couldn't help but find the situation amusing, yet her expression remained cool and indifferent. I mentioned that I, too, have come to the park for some fresh air. It is merely a coincidence that I encountered you. Lin Ran was skeptical. It seemed implausible to him. After all, he had brought up the idea the previous night, and it was only today that the school beauty, his deskmate, had decided to join him. Was it possible that she had intentionally come here to wait for him? As if reading his thoughts, Su Qingyan replied in a calm tone. At that moment, Lin Ran's inner self, a miniature strategist, wielding a fan and grasping a tome of military tactics, proclaimed, "This move, retreating to advance." Upon hearing this, Lin Ran found some merit in her words. The school beauty, known as the ice goddess of Yunnan High School, had numerous admirers eager to accompany her to the park. The line for a date with her would stretch from the cafeteria to the school gate. Surely, she wouldn't go to such lengths for someone as inconsequential as him. What would she gain? It was clear she had no romantic interest in him, unless she had also experienced a rebirth. If one were to dismiss such an improbable scenario, then her assertion of coincidence began to make sense. After all, Yunnan County was not vast, and there were limited places to explore. It was quite plausible that they both thought of visiting the park simultaneously. Very reasonable, Lin Ran mused, lifting his gaze to his deskmate. "Shall we stroll together?" The school beauty raised an eyebrow slightly, her expression remaining neutral as she replied, "That works." The so-called Park Mountain is essentially an artificial forest park, a small landmark in Yunnan County. Located on Park Road in the Old District, it features an open square below, bustling with various stalls in the evenings, alongside a newly constructed cinema that draws crowds every night. By day, Park Mountain serves as a leisurely spot for the elderly, a natural oasis for relaxation. During holidays, families often gather here, and as summer approaches, the lush surroundings provide a perfect respite from the heat. Typically, access to Park Mountain is free of charge. However, it was recently announced that a small traveling zoo had set up an exhibition there. Thus, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan pooled together 20 yuan for tickets, which allowed them entry after the ticket seller at the gate permitted their passage. Lin Ran felt a slight sting in his wallet, but maintained a gentlemanly demeanor, feigning generosity. The ascent began with a short flight of steps, made slippery from a light rain the night before. As Lin Ran led the way, he glanced back at his deskmate, who was cautiously navigating the steps while gripping the railing. He kindly extended his hand, asking, "Do you need assistance?" Yet, as he did so, Lin Ran suddenly realized that this gesture might be a bit presumptuous. Given the school beauty's icy temperament, it was unlikely she would casually accept the physical proximity of a male classmate. He hesitated, contemplating whether to retract his hand. Unexpectedly, the campus Belle sitting beside him took the initiative, her delicate and fair hand seamlessly entwining with his, accompanied by a cool and composed "Thank you. Thank you." Her small hand was icy to the touch, soft and smooth, causing Lin Ran's heart to race uncontrollably. He quickly steadied himself. Calm down. They were merely ordinary classmates, engaged in a purely innocent act of assistance. Discarding his distracting thoughts, Lin Ran held onto the campus Belle's hand as they continued up the stairs. Soon, they ascended this small flight, and the path ahead leveled out once more. With a sigh of relief at having accomplished this task, Lin Ran prepared to release her hand. However, to his surprise, after a prolonged moment of attempting to let go, he found that the campus Belle's slender, fair hand remained firmly grasping his palm. Lin Ran looked up at her, puzzled. Su Qingyan maintained her serene demeanor, replying, "There's still another set of stairs ahead. We'll need to hold on anyway, so let us not complicate things." Is there really such a perspective? Lin Ran realized that since his rebirth, he had learned many enlightening new approaches from the campus Belle. Nevertheless, he thought it was quite reasonable, since she, the campus Belle, was unfazed. What was there for him to fear? After all, as a boy, he had nothing to lose. He took her hand once more, resolutely continuing forward. As Su Qingyan was led onward, slightly trailing behind, she gazed at his profile, her eyes curving like crescent moons, a smile illuminating her face. The second tip from 100 Little Tricks for Holding Hands with Your Classmate. Oh dear, what a delightful gain. Chapter 40. A dramatic encounter at the other end of the mountain path. After walking a short distance, they indeed encountered another set of ascending stairs. Lin Ran, holding the campus Belle's hand, carefully ascended, noting that these steps were more worn and slightly more slippery than the previous ones. He turned back to offer a kind reminder, "Be careful." The campus Belle, maintaining her calm demeanor, responded coolly, "Then hold on tighter." Lin Ran paused, realizing the validity of her point. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on her delicate hand. He then turned back to focus on continuing up the stairs, oblivious to the radiant smile that blossomed on Su Qingyan's face behind him. As they completed this segment, they were nearing the summit of the mountain path. With no more stairs ahead, just a gentle, level trail. Lin Ran had initially intended to release her hand, but noticed that the campus Belle seemed to unconsciously tighten her grip on his. He glanced at her. She appeared composed and indifferent, never once mentioning the need to let go. Since she made no such suggestion, Why should he be overly sensitive? He maintained his hold. After all, as a boy, he had nothing to lose. Lin Ran pondered this thought and immediately felt at ease. In his previous life, he never had the fortune of climbing a mountain or strolling through a park alongside the school beauty, hand in hand, relishing such a delightful advantage. Thus, the youthful couple ambled along the mountain path, their hands intertwined, basking in the radiant sunlight that cascaded upon them, a truly enchanting tableau of youthful exuberance. There were two routes to ascend the park mountain. Lin Ran and Su Qingyan chose the main entrance, dutifully spending 20 yuan on their admission tickets. The alternative path led in through a side gate near the Youth Palace of Yunnan County, where one could enter free of charge and find a small door to traverse into the park, thereby saving a bit of money. This tactic had long slipped Lin Ran's memory, as the passage of time had dulled such details for him as a reincarnated individual. However, it was all too familiar for certain high school students from Yunnan County, such as Zhao Ke. Come this way. Zhao Ke called out with an eager demeanor as he beckoned a few classmates toward the small gate behind the Youth Palace, boasting with pride, "Look, this little door leads directly into the park. We can save on admission fees. I wouldn't share this with just anyone." Accompanying Zhao Ke were 3 girls and 1 boy, all students from Yunnan High School. Among the girls were Yuan Tingting, the class representative from Class 10, and Su Shanshan, who often dined with Su Qingyan and Yuan Tingting. The boy and girl from the neighboring Class 11, named Guo Xiaoqing and Feng Tinga respectively, completed the group. Guo Xiaoqing, a pampered girl with a proud disposition, came from a well-off family and boasted commendable academic achievements. Feng Tinga, the diligent class monitor, consistently ranked among the top 10 in liberal arts and possessed a handsome appearance, garnering a modest fan base among his peers. Initially, the group had visited a newly opened dessert shop at the foot of the park mountain, indulging in a brief exploration. Once outside, feeling unoccupied, Su Shanshan suggested they check out a small animal exhibition that seemed to be taking place at the park mountain. Zhao Ke promptly volunteered a method to save on admission fees, leading to the current situation. As ordinary high school students, their allowance was limited, even for the girls. Thus, saving 10 yuan on admission was indeed a welcome prospect. Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan expressed their gratitude to Zhao Ke, showering him with compliments that nearly sent his spirits soaring. However, when it came to Guo Xiaoqing, the self-assured princess whose family owned a department store, she merely scoffed, displaying a hint of disdain. "The ticket is only a few dozen yuan. What is the point of saving? Must we take a muddy path? This dress of mine is a designer piece that costs over 2,000 yuan. If it gets snagged by a branch, it would cost far more than 10 or 20 tickets to compensate." Feng Tinga adjusted his glasses with a subtle smile and remarked, "This mindset resembles that of a peasant, lacking vision, fixated solely on these trivial savings. Taking a slight advantage, one revels in self-satisfaction. Yet this inherent flaw inevitably leads to the neglect of broader horizons." The eloquence of the statement seems somewhat forced, almost contrived. Zhao Ke found himself momentarily bewildered. Was it not his good intention to help save on the entrance fee? How had he inexplicably become a victim of some petty agrarian mindset? Beside him, Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan frowned in unison. Although Feng Tinga possessed both commendable looks and academic prowess, his words left an uncomfortable impression. An inexplicable sense of superiority and self-importance is the greatest faux pas a boy can commit in the eyes of girls. However, apart from the 2 girls from Class 10, Guo Xiaoqing appeared to hold Feng Tinga in high esteem, her eyes sparkling with admiration as she listened to his grandiloquent discourse. "Tinga speaks so eloquently. That is precisely my sentiment. The brilliance of a top student is truly unparalleled. Even their words resonate with depth." Her tone was so intimate that she omitted even his surname, clearly harboring a special affection for him. Ultimately, the group managed to pass through the small entrance, saving 50 yuan on the ticket. As they ascended the mountain path towards the zoo exhibition at the summit, Guo Xiaoqing flitted around Feng Tinga like a butterfly, chattering incessantly. Feng Tinga seemed to revel in this attention, yet simultaneously harbored a fascination for Yuan Tingting, one of the shining stars of Class 10, frequently engaging her in conversation, subtly boasting about his own academic accomplishments. Observing her crush chatting with a girl from another class, Guo Xiaoqing could not suppress her jealousy and eagerly interjected, attempting to assert her claim over him. The conversation then veered towards the 2 main protagonists. Tinga ranked 9th in the recent mock exam for the liberal arts class. Among all the boys, he is second only to Su Jun from class 13, Guo Xiaoqing proclaimed, her tone suggesting that such an outstanding Feng Tiange was akin to her boyfriend. Feng Tiange smiled modestly, feigning humility. It's not too bad. Compared to Su Jun from class 13, I still have room for improvement and must strive to learn from him. Suddenly, Guo Xiaoqing seemed to remember something. By the way, I heard that Su Jun recently made a bet with someone regarding the ranking of this mock exam's results. The commotion has been quite significant. Have you all heard about it? At her words, Zhao Ku, Yuan Tingting, and Su Shanshan exchanged peculiar glances, their expressions revealing more than mere hearsay. They were intimately acquainted with the two individuals involved. Hearing Guo Xiaoqing's recounting, Feng Tiange's eyes brightened with intrigue. Yes, I've heard as well. It seems that a few days ago, after morning exercises at the school shop, Su Jun approached the campus beauty, Su Qingyan, only to be interrupted by an audacious young man. They ended up clashing over the affections of the campus beauty, with a shared topic of interest. Guo Xiaoqing beamed with excitement, nodding vigorously. Yes, yes. It was indeed for Su Qingyan. The two individuals subsequently established a wager. Su Jun asserted that if that young man could secure a place among the top 10 in the upcoming second mock examination, he would relinquish his pursuit of Su Qingyan, even if he did not surpass Su Jun's score. This matter swiftly circulated throughout the grade. It is said that discussions have even reached the first and second years. Feng Tiange adjusted his glasses and smiled nonchalantly, remarking, Su Jun is merely being lenient. Given his prowess in the liberal arts class, he consistently ranks among the top 3, often as the foremost male student. If I cannot match him, other boys stand no chance. Moreover, a girl of Su Xiaohua's caliber is indeed only worthy of Su Jun. As he spoke, Feng Tiange's tone carried a hint of wistfulness. Su Qingyan, the goddess of the school, was an unattainable dream for all the boys at Yunnan High School. Even he had harbored fantasies about her, yet he never dared to pursue her foolishly. Guo Xiaoqing seemed to recall something and turned to Zhao Ku, Yuan Tingting, and Su Shanshan. By the way, isn't Su Qingyan from your class 10? You should be more familiar with this matter. Do you know who the young man competing against Su Jun is? Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan exchanged glances and could not help but laugh. You have indeed asked the right people. We are well acquainted. Moreover, he is also from our class 10. Upon hearing this, Guo Xiaoqing and Feng Tiange displayed expressions of surprise. Zhao Ku, unable to contain his excitement, interjected with pride, not only do we know him, that fellow is Lin Ran. He is Su Xiaohua's deskmate. He is my best friend. Best friend? Guo Xiaoqing and Feng Tiange were momentarily taken aback. However, Guo Xiaoqing soon scrutinized Zhao Ku and could not help but scoff. Your best friend? I had thought that someone daring enough to challenge Su Jun would be a formidable character. From what you say, I presume Lin Ran is rather unimpressive. Her tone unmistakably bore a hint of disdain. Meanwhile, Feng Tiange chuckled lightly, adopting a condescending tone to comment. Indeed, birds of a feather flock together. One is a simpleton, and the other is overreaching. It makes sense that they would associate with one another. Zhao Ke's eyebrows shot up in indignation. Who are you calling overreaching? You can mock him, but when it comes to my brother, that is intolerable. Feng Tiange dismissed him with a smile. Let me clarify. It is not merely overreaching. Your best friend, daring to challenge Su Jun for the school flower, is more accurately described as a dreamer. Zhao Ku was genuinely angered. Although he had felt jealousy upon witnessing the ambiguous and intimate interactions between Lin Ran and Su Xiaohua, believing that their connection was implausible, he could accept such notions among others. However, he could not tolerate anyone looking down on his friend. He immediately retorted in anger, why is that dreaming? You may not be aware, but Lin Ran not only shares a desk with Su Xiaohua, their relationship is quite close. The school beauty Su not only brought him breakfast, but also took the initiative to assist him with his studies. They even dined together on separate occasions, and after school, Su secretly followed our brother Ran home. Upon hearing the initial statements, Guo Xiaoqing and Feng Tiange were momentarily taken aback. However, upon reaching the final remark, they could not help but burst into laughter. Guo Xiaoqing, with an expression full of mockery, exclaimed, "Oh dear, I was almost convinced by your earlier claims. Please, there is a limit to exaggeration, isn't there? Assisting with studies and having meals together is one thing, but you seriously think that the esteemed ice queen, Su Qingyan, would secretly follow a boy home after school? Have you been watching too many spy movies?" Beside her, Feng Tiange also chuckled disdainfully. Adjusting his glasses with an air of someone who has seen through the facade, Even if they did share a meal or study together, it is not extraordinary. It is merely the mutual assistance between classmates. One can only say that Sue is a good person with a kind heart. She might even spare some change for a beggar she encounters on the street. If such trivial matters lead to speculation of an intimate relationship, then I can only say, Feng Tiange's gaze turned to Zhao Ku, laced with a hint of scornful pity. Both you and your friend are overly sentimental and self-important. Zhao Ku's face flushed with genuine anger. You. Nearby, Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan could hardly tolerate the harshness of Feng Tiange's words. However, upon reflection, they too believed that there could not truly be any intimate relationship between Su Qingyan and Lin Ran. Yuan Tingting tugged at Zhao Ku's sleeve. Let it go. Su Shanshan, quick to seize the moment, chimed in with a laugh. All right, let us not dwell on this. We are almost at the animal exhibition. Let us go take a look. While they attempted to ease the tension, Feng Tiange and Guo Xiaoqing seemed unwilling to relent. Observing Zhao Ku's flushed face, Feng Tiange teased once more, what is this? Are you not convinced? Do you wish to speak on behalf of your friend? If Lin Ran truly had a relationship with the school beauty, wouldn't they at least arrange to meet privately on a weekend? Guo Xiaoqing laughed heartily, adding, exactly. If, as you claim, your friend shares a special bond with Su Qingyan, then why haven't we seen them out together in the park? Huh? Ha ha. As their banter continued, they walked forward. Just as Guo Xiaoqing's laughter rang out unabashedly, they traversed a forest path and arrived at the clearing in front of the animal exhibition entrance. Coincidentally, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, having approached from the main road, crossed paths with them. The air seemed to freeze at that moment, as if time itself had paused. The brilliant sunlight filtered through the dappled shadows of the trees, casting a radiant glow upon the young couple walking hand in hand. It was a scene both beautiful and timeless, resembling a painting. Guo Xiaoqing's triumphant laughter abruptly ceased, and Feng Tiange's composed, disdainful smile froze on his face. Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan were left in a state of shock, nearly convinced they were witnessing an illusion. Zhao Ku stood in stunned silence, gazing at the impeccably matched pair before him. Upon regaining his composure, an overwhelming surge of excitement coursed through his veins, prompting him to exclaim, wow. This single utterance shattered the tranquility that enveloped the open space in front of the mountaintop exhibition. Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan, too, snapped back to reality, their expressions still etched with disbelief as they regarded Su Qingyan and Lin Ran. You too, at the entrance of the mountaintop exhibition? Who would have thought we'd run into classmates? Lin Ran and Su Qingyan instinctively paused, yet quickly collected themselves. Lin Ran, adopting a serious demeanor, explained, I was feeling fatigued from studying at home, so I decided to take a stroll in the park for some fresh air. Coincidentally, Su's classmate happened to be here as well. Beside him, Su Qingyan maintained her calm composure, nodding lightly as her gaze swept over her classmates. There's a certain understanding between desk mates, is there not? Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan swallowed nervously, their eyes instinctively drifting downward to the intertwined hands of Su Qingyan and Lin Ran. So you too. Following the gaze of her friends, Su Qingyan glanced down at her hand still clasped with Lin Ran's, her expression unflustered as she elucidated, the mountain path was quite slippery. Lin Ran was concerned I might fall, hence the hand-holding. It merely rained yesterday, just a coincidence. Lin Ran nodded in agreement, affirming, exactly. Quite reasonable. You call it coincidence. And he calls it reasonable. Are you two performing a duet here? Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan were left utterly bewildered, their minds swirling with questions. Meanwhile, Zhao Ku, brimming with enthusiasm, vigorously nodded in affirmation, reasonable. Absolutely reasonable. So very reasonable. All prior frustration and irritation dissipated in that moment. Zhao Ku turned to the still-dazed Guo Xiaoqing and Feng Tiange beside him, feeling a sense of vindication. What do you think? Did I not tell you? Now, who is being overly sentimental, and who is being presumptuous? Guo Xiaoqing and Feng Tiange were genuinely taken aback. They did not know Lin Ran. Yet the renowned ice queen of Yunnan High, Su Qingyan, was unmistakable to them. Thus, their astonishment only deepened upon witnessing her holding hands with an apparently ordinary boy. Feng Tiange, in particular, was struck dumb. Observing the goddess of his dreams, the unattainable ice queen, holding hands with someone who seemed so unremarkable, felt as if the very heavens were collapsing around him. His worldview shattered into fragments, leaving him in a daze, wondering how this could possibly be. Why him? What right did he have? At that moment, Su Qingyin's calm gaze swept over Gua and Feng, prompting her to inquire, "Who are they?" Feng Tiange, suddenly jolted back to reality by the Ice Queen's direct question, felt a rush of nervousness and excitement. He scrambled to articulate a graceful introduction. But Zhao Ke interjected before he could gather his thoughts. "Class monitor, they are from class 11 next door. This is Guo Xiaoqing. As for the other matter." Zhao Ke glanced at Feng Tiange and chuckled. "This is inconsequential. He is too busy evading Batman's pursuit." Feng Tiange was momentarily taken aback, only to quickly realize the implication, his face flushing with embarrassment and anger. Yuan Tingting shot a reproachful glance at Zhao Ke. "Zhao Ke, do not speak nonsense." Zhao Ke laughed heartily. "Oh, come now. I'm merely jesting. Brother Feng, with your magnanimity, you surely won't take offense, will you?" While he spoke, Zhao Ke felt a surge of exhilaration within. The rhetoric he had previously employed to retort against others proved to be exceedingly effective, and the sensation of instant revenge was utterly delightful. Su Shanshan turned to Su Qingyin. "Since fate has conspired to bring us together, why not explore the exhibition together? It would be rather unnatural to decline with other excuses now." Su Qingyin nodded slightly, her expression inscrutable, affirming with a subtle, "All right." They proceeded through the entrance of the zoo exhibition without needing to purchase additional tickets. Soon, they arrived at an outdoor platform surrounded by iron railings, where numerous cages of various sizes were displayed. Within each cage were an assortment of creatures: owls, foxes, gray wolves, a variety of exotic birds, and even a giraffe. Although it was merely a small animal exhibition, predominantly featuring birds, the absence of lions, tigers, and elephants was notable. Yet, for the residents of a small county like Yunnan, this was indeed a rare delight. Girls like Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan could hardly contain their excitement, exclaiming in wonder at the adorable animals, their eyes sparkling with delight. Even Guo Xiaoqing, proud as a little princess, could not help but skip forward, glancing around eagerly. Su Qingyin walked alongside Lin Ran, their hands intertwined, but amidst the gathering, holding hands became somewhat inconvenient. On the surface, Su, the campus belle, appeared unfazed, yet internally, she felt a twinge of regret for not being able to observe the animals more closely, her eyes constantly darting towards someone's hand. Feng Tiange, too, was oblivious to the creatures, his gaze fixated on Su Qingyin and Lin Ran. With his commendable intellect as the class representative, he could not fathom why the school's aloof goddess would accompany Lin Ran to the park. Before he could unravel the mystery, the group had reached a corner of the exhibition hall. Here, a series of cages were placed above a pool, where a few languid golden pythons slithered slowly out of the water. "Snakes!" Yuan Tingting and Su Shanshan gasped in horror. The former instinctively recoiled, clutching the sleeve of Zhao Ke's shirt, half collapsing into his embrace. Zhao Ke, startled, felt an immediate rush of warmth as his crush fell into his arms. Emboldened, he wrapped his arms around Yuan Tingting's waist, exuding confidence. "Fear not. I am here." Meanwhile, Guo Xiaoqing, equally frightened, sought refuge in Feng Tiange's arms. Yet, observing her feigned fear as she actively nestled into Feng Tiange's embrace, it was evident that at least half of her terror was merely an act. This scene unfolded before Su Qingyin's eyes, stirring her typically icy demeanor. "So this is a tactic?" a tiny figure in her mind exclaimed, realizing she could not be outdone. In the next moment, the aloof Su Qingyin called out, "Ah," and before anyone could react, she nonchalantly took 2 steps back, effortlessly falling into someone's arms. The warmth of soft jade enveloped her. Lin Ran, perplexed, looked at his calm classmate in his embrace and inquired, "What happened?" With an unflustered expression, she replied, "There's a snake. It's truly frightening." Lin Ran glanced up at the seemingly harmless golden python and then down at his composed classmate. A colossal question mark emerged in his mind. This hardly appeared to be fear. After concluding their tour of the zoo, the group leisurely descended the mountain as twilight approached. Guo Xiaoqing turned her gaze towards Feng Tiange, her face bright with anticipation as she suggested, "Tiange, let's find a place for dinner. I know a delightful restaurant nearby." "It's on me." Her thoughts remained focused on Feng Tiange, who nodded in agreement. "Sure. How about everyone joins us?" Though he seemed to respond to Guo Xiaoqing, his eyes could not help but sneak glances at Su Qingyin. Prior to Su Qingyin's arrival, his thoughts were more preoccupied with Yuan Tingting, one of the beauties of Class 10. However, once Su Qingyin appeared, His gaze was irresistibly drawn to the captivating ice queen of Yunnan High School, overshadowing any interest in Guo Xiaoqing or Yuan Tingting. Furthermore, Feng Tiange harbored his own private schemes. Lin Ran, seemingly unremarkable except for a somewhat attractive appearance, was nothing compared to himself. If Lin Ran could date Su Qingyan and even hold her hand, why couldn't he? He merely needed an opportunity. The attention of the group instinctively shifted towards Su Qingyan. Though she remained the quietest and most composed, her presence naturally made her the focal point, prompting everyone to seek her opinion first. Su Qingyan, maintaining her serene demeanor, slightly turned to Lin Ran and asked, "What do you think?" Feng Tiange and Guo Xiaoqing were momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why this ice queen would seek Lin Ran's opinion. Lin Ran, without sensing anything amiss, ruffled his hair and replied, "Me? I think it's fine." Before he could finish, he was abruptly interrupted by Zhao Ke's urgent shout, "No, you don't think so?" Instantly, all eyes turned in astonishment towards Zhao Ke, who stood resolutely before them. With a serious expression, he declared, "It's getting late. I believe it's best for everyone to disperse. Tonight, I shall retire early, for tomorrow there are classes to attend." Such a grandiloquent discourse seems utterly uncharacteristic of Zhao Ke. Yet, in the blink of an eye, young Zhao swiftly turned to Su Qingyan, shifting seamlessly into a sycophantic demeanor. "Class monitor, you must agree with my sentiments, right?" Su Qingyan regarded Zhao Ke and nodded slightly, her tone remaining calm and unpretentious. "You are indeed correct." In her heart, a miniature figure was nodding in approval. "Not bad, not bad. This lad has learned to be astute. His thoughts are commendable this time, and he should continue to share them." With Su's affirmation, Zhao Ke instantly became invigorated, his spirits soaring like a bird in flight. "Did everyone hear that? All right, the gathering is adjourned. Let us all return to our respective homes." Yuan Tingting, seemingly contemplative, cast her gaze over Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, then broke into a smile. "Very well, let us disperse." A few from Class 10 echoed her sentiments. And despite the disappointment expressed by Feng Tiange and Guo Xiaoqing from the neighboring class, they lacked the grounds to object further. Thus, farewells were exchanged, and the group parted ways. Before departing, Zhao Ke discreetly pulled Lin Ran aside, lowering his voice conspiratorially. "Rangu, keep it up. As your brother, I shall always support you." He ended with a vigorous fist pump directed at a certain someone and swiftly made his exit before Su Qingyan could cast her gaze in their direction. Lin Ran was left in confusion, pondering, what support? Why is Zhao acting so strangely today? As the crowd dispersed, the school beauty returned to Lin Ran, her gaze landing upon him. "Shall we go for a meal?" Her inquiry was remarkably casual. Yet, didn't she just concede that Zhao Ke was correct? Lin Ran, puzzled, instinctively checked his pockets, realizing that if they were to dine again, his pocket money might truly be insufficient. The next words from the school beauty floated over lightly. "It's on me." Instantly, Lin Ran's spirits lifted. "Let us go." Dinner. According to her, since he had covered the entrance fee during their recent visit to the park, it was only fitting that he treat her to this dinner in return. Quite reasonable indeed. Seated at a table in old Qian skewers, Lin Ran nodded with genuine appreciation. The school beauty, a true scholar, always spoke with such clarity and persuasion. The establishment they chose, Old Qian Skewers, was nestled at the foot of the Park Mountain along Park Road and had been a local fixture in Yunnan County for over a decade, specializing in a variety of fried skewers, lamb, beef, tofu, cabbage, cauliflower, practically anything could be fried. Its fresh ingredients and unique, authentic sauces ensured its enduring popularity. On this Sunday, the restaurant was bustling with patrons, nearly every table occupied, many of whom were middle and high school students. As Lin Ran and Su Qingyan settled into a corner table, they unwittingly attracted the attention of nearly half the diners, all captivated by Su Qingyan's ethereal and enchanting presence, particularly when the campus beauty of Su University removed her pink baseball cap, revealing an extraordinarily radiant and exquisite visage. Numerous boys and men ranging from their teens to their 40s collectively inhaled sharply in astonishment. How breathtakingly beautiful. In the next moment, all gazes converged upon the individual seated opposite Su Qingyan, instantly filled with envy and resentment. What merit does this lad possess? Unbeknownst to the dashing young man, who had inadvertently become the object of disdain among the male patrons of the establishment, he felt no weight of concern. He called over a server. casually sought the opinion of the campus beauty's dining companion, and promptly proceeded to order a lavish array of dishes from the menu, eagerly anticipating their arrival. Before long, a generous platter of fried skewers was presented by the server. Lin Ran could hardly contain himself as he dove into a hearty feast, relishing every bite. And he did not forget to invite the campus beauty's companion. You should eat too. In contrast, Su Qingyan, seated across from him, exhibited a markedly more refined demeanor. She delicately picked up a skewer for a taste, her brows relaxing as she nodded in approval. Indeed, it was delicious, a familiar flavor that evoked fond memories. While Su Qingyan had only sampled one skewer, the ravenous Lin Ran had already devoured his third. The male patrons nearby, covertly glancing in their direction, were filled with a sense of despair, lamenting, "How outrageous! In the presence of such beauty, can't this fellow display a modicum of decorum while eating?" Soon, an even more heart-wrenching scene unfolded before the eyes of the male customers. As Su Qingyan bit into her second skewer of beef, she suddenly furrowed her brows. Hastily removing the skewer from her mouth, exhaling in distress, and fanning herself repeatedly, her delicate features flushed. Lin Ran noticed her discomfort. "What's wrong?" he inquired. "It's spicy," Su Qingyan replied, her brow knitted tightly. Lin Ran, puzzled, responded, "Is it spicy?" "It seems all right to me." Su Qingyan nodded emphatically. "It is spicy. If you don't believe me, try it." With that, the campus beauty, maintaining her composure, naturally extended the half-eaten skewer towards Lin Ran. At that moment, the atmosphere in the establishment seemed to fall into an abrupt silence. Countless male patrons and even the staff widened their eyes in disbelief. What? They are sharing a skewer? An indirect kiss? Chapter 44. Shunlingshan's Triumph. Lin Ran, are you feeling jealous? Upon seeing the skewer being offered by the campus beauty's companion, Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, hesitating slightly. After all, he was not an innocent child. He possessed a basic sense of judgment. Two individuals of the opposite sex sharing a skewer? It did seem rather intimate and ambiguous. Contemplating this, Lin Ran glanced at the campus beauty's companion. Is this appropriate? He personally had no qualms, but he worried about the potential gossip and the negative implications for her reputation. Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow, her expression calm and unperturbed. What's inappropriate? I find it spicy. You don't believe me? Isn't it reasonable for you to try it? When the campus beauty's companion made this statement, her tone was composed and serene, devoid of any hint of awkwardness, exuding a remarkable nonchalance. Lin Ran began to feel as though he had overthought the situation, engaging in self-reflection. Look at how pure the campus beauty's companion is. It is merely my own mind that has wandered astray. What is this so-called indirect kiss? The pure and pristine goddess of the school has never given such matters a thought. Eat. Lin Ran readily reached out to take a skewer of fried snacks. All right, let me give it a try. Taking a bite, he savored the flavor. It didn't seem spicy at all. Su Qingyan maintained her calm demeanor. Is that so? Then you should eat more. Her tone remained composed, concealing any hint of ulterior motives. Unbeknownst to her, a little voice within her was already beaming with joy, diligently jotting down in her notebook. Indirect kiss. Accomplished. After finishing their dinner at the fried snack shop, Su Qingyan stood up to settle the bill, while Lin Ran stepped outside to wait. As he exited the shop, the sky had completely darkened. The city lights flickered to life. The park path was bustling with activity, brightly illuminated. Various stalls lined the streets, with vendors enthusiastically calling out to the passers-by. Across the street, at the foot of the park's hill, a bouncy castle had been set up, where families were joyfully playing with their children. The familiar warmth of home brought a sense of tranquility. A faint smile graced Lin Ran's lips. As a reborn individual, he sometimes preferred to leisurely savor the moments of youth rather than hastily striving for success. Relishing in such a serene and warm atmosphere was indeed a unique pleasure. However, amidst this peaceful and cozy ambience, an unexpected discordant note intruded. Just as Lin Ran was admiring the vibrant night scene before him, a familiar female voice suddenly rang out from a short distance ahead. Lin Ran? The familiarity was undeniable. Whenever that name was called, troublesome matters were sure to follow. Lin Ran furrowed his brow and looked ahead. Indeed, there she was, Shunlingshan, walking alongside a boy. Dressed for the weekend, Shunlingshan had evidently put in considerable effort to look her best, adorning herself in a beautiful, delicate dress, complemented by shiny black shoes. Her hair was styled in soft curls, resembling a little princess. Beside her was a boy of slightly over 5 feet 7 inches, portly in frame, weighing at least 160 pounds. He was not unattractive, though his face bore a couple of adolescent blemishes. His attire, however, hinted at considerable expense, with sneakers priced at no less than $3,000. A rarity among high school students of this era. Upon seeing them, Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. Compared to Xinling Shan, this boy left a strong impression on him as well. In his previous life, after graduating from high school, he had braved a downpour to deliver a birthday gift to Xinling Shan, only to stumble upon her sharing a passionate kiss with a wealthy heir. That heir was none other than this very boy, Sun Ming. Upon spotting Lin Ran standing alone at the entrance of the old money-fried snack shop, Xinling Shan felt a mix of surprise and excitement. It was the weekend, and Sun Ming from Class 4 had invited her out for dinner and a movie. With her refined taste, Sun Ming, a rather portly individual, initially failed to capture Xinling Shan's attention. However, his affluent background and willingness to lavish her with gifts kept him prominently on her radar. Dressed elegantly in a luxurious dress gifted by Sun Ming, she had just exited a dinner with him when, unexpectedly, she encountered Lin Ran. It was as if she had stumbled directly into the crosshairs of her own disdain. For Xinling Shan, the recent humiliation of being publicly mocked by Lin Ran at the school gate marked the pinnacle of her lifetime disgrace. It was particularly infuriating to witness someone who had once fawned over her metamorphose into a figure of indifference. This transformation ignited a simmering rage within her, one that had kept her restless at night, longing for an opportunity to exact revenge. Now, that opportunity had arrived. Approaching Lin Ran alongside Sun Ming, Xinling Shan feigned surprise, exclaiming, "What a coincidence! You're out shopping too?" Before Lin Ran could respond, she continued with a bright smile, "By the way, I forgot to introduce you. This is Sun Ming from Class 4 downstairs. I suppose you could say he is my boyfriend." As she spoke, she affectionately wrapped her arm around Sun Ming's, a gesture that elicited a flicker of surprise from Lin Ran. Even Sun Ming, who had long pursued Xinling Shan yet had not found the moment to solidify their relationship, felt a rush of delight at her public acknowledgement. He had anticipated needing to wait until her birthday to win her over with extravagant gifts, yet here she was, confirming their bond before others. Without hesitation, Sun Ming reciprocated by pulling Xinling Shan closer, grinning at Lin Ran as he declared, "Indeed, I am Ling Shan's boyfriend. A pleasure to meet you." While being embraced by Sun Ming, Xinling Shan feigned intimacy, all the while scrutinizing Lin Ran's expression. Observing his surprise only intensified her sense of vindication. "How does it feel? Are you jealous? You, Lin Ran, who insisted you didn't care about me. Well, now I am taken. Even if you wish to apologize and win me back, it is far too late." Her satisfaction grew. Yet Xinling Shan was not content to stop there. She aimed to deliver one final, piercing blow to Lin Ran's heart. Suddenly, she flashed him a sweet smile and asked, "Lin Ran, don't you think you should wish us well?" Unbeknownst to her, Lin Ran's surprise stemmed not from jealousy, but from the realization that in this timeline, Xinling Shan and the wealthy Sun Ming had solidified their relationship sooner than he had anticipated, a development he had witnessed firsthand. Lin Ran felt an overwhelming sense of satisfaction in her heart. Upon hearing Xinling Shan request a blessing from her, how could she hesitate? With genuine sincerity etched on her face, Lin Ran turned to the two before her and earnestly proclaimed, "I wish you both a lifetime of blissful union, eternally intertwined. And may you never emerge to wreak havoc upon the innocent." One a green tea princess, the other a seasoned player in the realm of love. Together, they formed a match made in heaven. Once bound, may they never disturb other pure-hearted youths again. For heaven had indeed shown mercy by ridding Yunnan High School of these two scourges. Sun Ming and Xinling Shan were both taken aback. The former was still grappling with the meaning behind Lin Ran's words, while the latter could scarcely believe her ears. How could this be? Did Lin Ran not feel a twinge of jealousy upon seeing her with Sun Ming? She had openly declared that Sun Ming was her boyfriend. How could Lin Ran, who had harbored feelings for her for so long, appear utterly unscathed? Impossible. Absolutely inconceivable. This fellow must be merely putting on a brave face. Convinced of her assessment, Xinling Shan smirked internally, yet maintained a saccharine smile on her face, leaning even closer to Sun Ming. In a tone dripping with mockery, she addressed Lin Ran. "Rest assured, Sun Ming and I will be just fine." Then, feigning concern, she continued, "However, seeing us so blissful, You must feel a twinge of sadness in your solitary existence, right? Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, but quickly waved her hands in denial, asserting, not at all. Seeing you two together fills my heart with sweetness beyond measure. Xunling Shan was bewildered. Time and again, she had failed to elicit the reaction she desired from Lin Ran. Growing impatient, she decided to drop the facade, shooting a scornful gaze at Lin Ran. Lin Ran, stop pretending. I want to make it clear that my choice in boyfriends is precisely someone like Sun Ming. Didn't you claim to look down upon me? Unfortunately for you, I am now attached, while you remain a pitiful single. No matter how much you regret it, it's far too late. As if struck by a sudden thought, Xunling Shan feigned surprise. Oh, by the way, didn't you mention having a schoolflower as a desk mate? From what I recall, you seemed quite close to the famous Su de Schoolflower. Why are you out alone today, without her company? Lin Ran glanced towards the skewered food stall. Oh, she's settling the bill. At this, Xunling Shan burst into laughter, her derision unabashed. Lin Ran, still putting on a brave front? The Su de Schoolflower has merely shown you a modicum of kindness by speaking to you a couple of times. How presumptuous of you to think there's something special between you two. As for her treating you, why not just claim you're already in a relationship? With that, Xunling Shan wrapped her arm around Sun Ming's, playfully shaking it. Ming, don't you agree? At this moment, Sun Ming suddenly grasped the situation. Regarding Lin Ran with a gaze tinged with mockery, akin to that of a spectator observing a jester. Are you the one who competed with Su Jun for the school beauty in front of the canteen a few days ago? My friend, you are nothing but a pure clown. Suddenly, footsteps approached from a distance. Xunling Shan and Sun Ming instinctively turned their heads toward the sound. The scene that unfolded before them rendered them utterly speechless, as if turned to stone. Emerging from the old Qian's fried skewer shop was the iceberg school beauty. Adorned in a fresh and vibrant sporty outfit that they had never seen at school before, a pink cap perched atop her head. She appeared to have just settled her bill, casually stowing her wallet away, before approaching someone with an air of nonchalance and naturally wrapping her arm around his. A Ran. What are you up to? The mere utterance of A Ran detonated in Xunling Shan and Sun Ming's ears like 100 tons of explosives, leaving them dazed and disoriented. Su Qingyan's gaze swept over them, as if she had only just noticed the two standing before Lin Ran. Slightly frowning and chiding Lin Ran. Did I not say to keep your distance from unsavory characters? Lin Ran immediately understood. Sighing in feigned exasperation, there's nothing I can do. Filthy things keep sticking to me. I can't shake them off. The phrase filthy things struck like a dagger to the heart of a certain unnamed flower from class 7. The school beauty, Su, nodded in understanding. Her voice gentle. I finished paying, let us head home. It wouldn't be good to attract misfortune. With that, she intertwined her arm with Lin Ran's. And the two strolled away, seemingly oblivious to Xunling Shan and Sun Ming's presence. Sun Ming stood rooted to the spot, utterly bewildered, watching the retreating figures of the two with wide eyes. Wait, was that really Su Qingyan just now? The iceberg beauty is actually out on a date over the weekend, and she even paid for it herself? The wealthy heir, accustomed to winning over girls by footing the bill, felt his worldview shatter. At this moment, he couldn't help but hold a newfound respect for Lin Ran, wishing to pay homage on the spot. What a master! An elder! Please, teach me your ways. Only then did Xunling Shan regain her senses, her sweet and adorable face contorting in a blend of indignation and shock. How is this possible? The esteemed iceberg beauty of Yukon in high school appears beside Lin Ran repeatedly? Previous incidents could be explained away, but if they are out together in casual attire over the weekend, it undeniably indicates a bond that is exceptionally intimate. Forced to confront this incredulous conclusion, Xunling Shan's heart was a tumult of emotions, shock, embarrassment, anger, and even a flicker of something akin to the panic of a little girl whose cherished toy has been snatched away. As she walked arm in arm with Lin Ran, their intimacy palpable, it was only at the street corner that Su Qingyan finally released his arm and withdrew her hand. Looking up at Lin Ran, her expression remained calm and composed. Don't misunderstand, she began, but before she could finish her sentence, a certain someone quickly donned an expression of understanding. Rest assured, I comprehend. It's merely my desk mate assisting me, acting heroically. I absolutely do not misunderstand. In her heart, Su Qingyan's inner voice scoffed slightly. Why was this little fool's mind racing so quickly at this moment? A little misunderstanding wouldn't hurt. At that moment, a black Maybach quietly approached in the distance. Upon seeing the emblem of the Maybach, Lin Ran suddenly froze, as if recalling something, a look of confusion surfacing on his face. This car seems a bit familiar. 2 days prior, after evening study, Lin Ran had ridden home on a bicycle with Zhao Ku. At that time, Zhao had been quite startled, repeatedly insisting that he felt as though a car was following them. Lin Ran had dismissed it. Yet now, as he gazed at the approaching black Maybach, a flicker of recognition stirred within him. It felt vaguely familiar. Had he seen this vehicle on his way home last time? Including when he reached his doorstep. The temporary parking lot nearby felt oddly reminiscent. Noticing the contemplative expression on Lin Ran's face, Su Qingyan's eyelids twitched slightly. Lin Ran turned to his desk mate. "Is this your family's car?" Feigning indifference, Su Qingyan nodded. "Yes, why?" Lin Ran scratched his head. "Nothing much. It just seems familiar. It felt like it was trailing behind me the last time I returned home." Su Qingyan maintained a nonchalant demeanor. "Is that so? There are plenty of Maybachs in Yunnan. They all look alike." She then glanced at Lin Ran and added lightly, "Besides, who would actually follow someone in a car? You've watched too many spy movies. It's just a coincidence." Lin Ran pondered for a moment before nodding in realization. That makes sense. As the hour grew late, the two exchanged simple farewells. Su Qingyan entered the back seat of her Maybach and closed the door, watching as Lin Ran walked away leisurely, releasing a sigh of relief. In the front seat, the driver, Uncle Zhou, glanced at his young mistress through the rearview mirror. "Miss Su, shall we head home?" Su Qingyan nodded affirmatively, just as the Maybach was about to start. A soft voice emerged from the back seat. "Uncle Zhou, next weekend, there's no need to pick me up. I can walk myself." In the front seat, Uncle Zhou's hand momentarily stilled, then he responded with calm assurance, "Understood." Meanwhile, in a perspective unseen by Su Qingyan, his pupils trembled violently. That night, upon returning home, Shen Lingshan tossed and turned in her bed, unable to find rest. Her mind incessantly replayed the scene outside Old Qian's skewer shop, where Lin Ran had been affectionately embraced by Su Qingyan as they turned to leave. An indescribable feeling, akin to a creeping growth of a malignant vine, slowly entwined around her heart. The discomfort was unbearable, driving her to distraction. A surge of resentment boiled within her, mingled with an unnameable jealousy and unwillingness. That Lin Ran was clearly mine, much like a little girl who suddenly loses her toy, perhaps not particularly cherished. Yet the mere act of it being snatched away by another evokes an unbearable sensation. Moreover, there exists a sense of disarray within Shen Lingshan that she herself is reluctant to acknowledge. For if the one vying for the toy were the universally recognized goddess of Yunnan High School, her own status as the class flower of Class 7 seems utterly devoid of any competitive edge. Tossing and turning in bed, Shen Lingshan eventually sat up abruptly, swiftly retrieving her exquisite, compact Nokia flip phone to log into QQ. She located Lin Ran's avatar in her friend list, and, after a protracted moment of deliberation, meticulously edited her message before finally resolving to send. "Have you gone to sleep yet?" Almost instantaneously, a reply came through. Upon hearing the notification chime, Shen Lingshan couldn't suppress a surge of excitement and pride. Indeed, Lin Ran still held her in his thoughts. Just look at that rapid response. However, as she eagerly reopened the chat window, a line of cold, unfeeling text greeted her. Message failed to send. Please add the recipient as a friend first. Shen Lingshan was momentarily taken aback. It was a new Monday. During the morning self-study session, the stern class teacher, Time Yinchuan, announced that the second mock examination would commence on Tuesday, his expression grave as he sternly warned the entire class to perform well. At that moment, his gaze particularly flickered towards a certain individual in the last row of the fourth group. Lin Ran, however, appeared utterly unfazed, having adequately prepared for the review. He felt no pressure whatsoever. After the second period in the morning, it was time for physical exercise. On the playground, a throng of students from all 3 grades followed the rhythm of youthful melodies, stretching their arms and legs while admiring the graceful figure of the class flower beside them. As the morning exercises concluded and the students turned to follow the crowd back to class, Lin Ran was suddenly called to halt by a familiar female voice from behind. Lin Ran, wait a moment. Turning around, he saw Shen Lingshan briskly approaching from the direction of Class 7, her cheeks flushed with indignation. Without preamble, she confronted him. "Why did you block me as a friend?" "Block you?" Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback before realizing. "No, I didn't block you. I just removed you." "You." Shen Lingshan, exasperated, stamped her foot. I know you're trying to make me jealous. I admit you succeeded. Can you please stop this nonsense now? A question mark slowly emerged above Lin Ran's head as he regarded Shin Lingshan as if she were a lunatic. How could this woman be so self-assured? Seeing the expression on his face, Shin Lingshan assumed he was still brooding over yesterday's incident, softening her tone. What I said yesterday was merely a joke. I'm not in a relationship. My interactions with Sun Ming are just casual. So, you needn't worry. Can we return to how things used to be? Her tone carried a hint of familiar coaxing. Lin Ran responded earnestly, that won't do. I don't like girls who are so casual. Having spoken, Lin Ran turned and walked away, leaving Shin Lingshan in a state of shock. As she regained her composure, she hurried after him, exclaiming in frustration, Can you not be so childish? That Su Qingyan is just someone you're playing around with. Lin Ran halted and turned to face her once more, retorting, Aren't you doing the same? If it's all just a game, why shouldn't I play with her? Su is academically gifted, attractive, and has a pleasant demeanor. At this point, Shin Lingshan suddenly felt a sense of deja vu, her expression shifting dramatically. You. Stop talking. Yet, Lin Ran, having grown accustomed to his own impulsiveness, continued unabated, unlike you, who is short and not particularly good-looking. With her face covered, Shin Lingshan ran away, seemingly in tears. But it mattered little to Lin Ran. He shook his head and was about to leave when he heard a voice call out, Lin Ran. There, approaching him with an air of cool elegance, was the school's Belle, casually inviting him, Let us go to the convenience store. As she spoke, Su, the school beauty, naturally extended her hand, lifting her wrist as a gesture for him to take hold. Lin Ran glanced at the throng of students blocking the path to the convenience store, understanding immediately it was too crowded to navigate through. Thus, amidst the astonished gazes of onlookers, he resolutely grasped the hand of the school beauty and made his way toward the store. After all, helping each other out made sense. Chapter 47. They envy our table relationship. Holding hands as they ventured to the convenience store for snacks seemed entirely reasonable to Lin Ran. However, to the vast student body of Yunnan High School, the implications were quite different, especially as noon approached, when the school bell casually invited Lin Ran to lunch. Her tone relaxed. You took me to the convenience store this morning. I'll treat you to lunch now. It's only fair. Moved by the prospect of being treated by the school beauty, Lin Ran agreed without a second thought. The sight of the two sharing a meal at a roadside restaurant drew the attention of many students, creating a ripple of excitement akin to a breeze sweeping through a wheat field. The news that the ice-cold school beauty of Yunnan High was on a date with a boy, and even holding hands in public, spread like wildfire. Soon, rumors from the previous week's incident at the convenience store resurfaced, revealing further details, including the revelation that the school beauty had boldly declared Lin Ran to be her protector. The forums and chat groups across Yunnan High erupted with disbelief. Who was this Lin Ran? A figure completely unknown to many, described merely as an ordinary student from Class 10 in the liberal arts track, trailing behind in academics with no notable talents. This revelation left countless students baffled and disheartened, some in outright disbelief. There are whispers circulating about a certain individual who is purportedly quite close to Lin Ran. A classmate, Zhao Ku, who prefers to remain anonymous, was approached for gossip and responded with an air of enigmatic secrecy, stating, I cannot divulge such matters. A man as tight-lipped as I am would never reveal that I witnessed our class leader, Su Da, strolling hand in hand with Ran Gu to the convenience store daily, or that they even arranged to visit the animal exhibition at the park together on weekends. Such affairs must remain confidential, discreet. The inquisitive classmates, taken aback by this revelation, found themselves even more astounded. The same rumors reached Su Jun of Class 33. As his entourage bristled with indignation on his behalf, Su Jun appeared unfazed, casually smiling and remarking, It's nothing, just idle gossip circulating outside. How could a girl as exceptional as Su possibly be interested in someone of that caliber? Regarding Lin Ran, the academically gifted and handsome student from the liberal arts class hesitated momentarily, a cold glint flickering in his eyes as he dismissed, merely a clown. Meanwhile, the two individuals at the center of the gossip seemed blissfully unaware. They continued their routine, eating and heading back to their classroom as usual. On the way, Lin Ran noticed that many students were discreetly glancing in their direction, but he merely interpreted this as envy over his fortunate position beside the school beauty. This seemed entirely normal to him. The school beauty's explanation was equally straightforward. They probably envy our close friendship. No need to pay it any mind. Lin Ran nodded in agreement. Quite reasonable. The final physical education class of their high school journey took place on a Monday afternoon, following the second mock exam. With only a month remaining until the college entrance examination, the school would cease formal classes, leaving students to prepare independently. On the small playground, the usually ailing physical education teacher adopted a relaxed demeanor, declaring, "For the last PE class, do whatever you please. However, I must remind you that while preparing for exams is paramount, maintaining a healthy body is equally important. This is the prime of your youth." After imparting this wisdom, the teacher nonchalantly departed, leaving the students of Class 10 to exchange glances before dispersing. The boys gravitated towards basketball, volleyball, or scrambled for tables at the ping-pong area, while most girls headed to the convenience store for snacks. A few, however, opted to return to the classroom to utilize every precious moment for review. Lin Ran found himself idly resting when Zhao Ke stealthily approached him. "Rangu, how's it progressing?" Lin Ran nodded. "It's going well. I've covered all the necessary material." Zhao Ke rolled his eyes in exasperation. "I didn't inquire about that. I meant to ask how far you and our class flower, the monitor, have progressed." As he uttered the latter part of his sentence, Zhao Ke glanced around cautiously, deliberately lowering his voice. "What progress?" Lin Ran responded, utterly baffled, and then added with a nonchalant demeanor, "It's a perfectly normal deskmate relationship." Zhao Ke, impressed, gave a thumbs up, his expression radiating understanding. "I see. Maintaining a low profile, right? Truly worthy of you, Brother Ran, quietly achieving great things and only announcing it at the end to astonish everyone." Incredible. Lin Ran felt a bead of sweat forming on his forehead, perplexed by the absurdity of it all. How curious it was that Zhao Ke suddenly seemed to have transformed, as if he were eagerly anticipating a romantic pairing between himself and the class flower. Their relationship as desk mates was undoubtedly one of the purest camaraderie, holding hands, sharing meals, and strolling through parks, all perfectly coincidental and reasonable. In his previous life, Lin Ran had indeed harbored secret feelings for the class flower. However, in this reincarnation, he had not deliberately contemplated such matters, especially given the fact that she was an esteemed ice queen known for her aloofness. Unlike himself, who had been granted a second chance at life, what interest could she possibly have in him? With this thought in mind, Lin Ran cautioned Zhao Ke, "Please refrain from spreading rumors. My relationship with Su is merely that of ordinary desk mates. There is nothing extraordinary about it." At that moment, a group of girls from Class 10 returned from the convenience store, snacks and drinks in hand. On the small playground, the boys from their class were playing basketball. Upon spotting the girls' return, they approached with playful banter, requesting a sip of their drinks to quench their thirst. After exchanging light-hearted remarks, if the relationship was close, the girls might even share an extra bottle with the boys. Whenever a boy received such special treatment, he would be met with teasing from his peers, while the girl would blush shyly and the boy would beam with pride. Then, amidst the sound of approaching footsteps, Su Qingyan, with her serene expression, strolled over, holding 2 bottles of drink. The radiant aura of the Ice Queen immediately captivated everyone's attention. In front of the gathered crowd, she gracefully approached Lin Ran and casually handed him a chilled bottle of Sprite, saying, "I happened to buy an extra bottle. Here you go." In an instant, the entire playground fell into a hushed silence. Class 10 students, along with those from other classes partaking in physical education, couldn't help but look over. All gazes fixated on Su Qingyan and the bottle of Sprite in her hand, eyes wide in astonishment. Countless boys, unable to suppress a gulp, fantasized about how splendid it would be if that bottle were offered to them by the class flower. At the front, Zhao Ke, who was witnessing the spectacle up close, wore an expression of dismay as he glanced at Lin Ran, his thoughts unspoken yet clear on his face. "Buddy, the class flower is publicly offering you a drink during gym class, and you still insist on being just ordinary desk mates? Who would believe that?" Unbeknownst to him, upon hearing the school beauty's calm explanation, he nodded in understanding. Reasonable. He then took the bottle, twisted off the cap, and took a swig. The icy Sprite invigorated him instantly, refreshing. At that moment, Su Qingyan also opened her chilled canned watermelon juice, sipping delicately, her beautiful eyes narrowing slightly, revealing a hint of contentment. Lin Ran set down his Sprite, curiously glancing at the canned watermelon juice in the school beauty's hand. It appeared to be an imported brand. He had seen it at the convenience store in his previous life, but it was exorbitantly priced, and he had never indulged in it himself. Noticing Lin Ran's gaze, Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow. gesturing with the watermelon juice towards him. Would you like a taste? The simplicity of her words left Zhao Ku and the surrounding classmates momentarily stunned, their minds struggling to comprehend the implication. Did the illustrious Su Qingyan intend to purchase another bottle for Lin Ran at the convenience store? The next moment, a scene unfolded that shattered their perceptions and sent their worlds tumbling down. Su Qingyan, with an unperturbed expression, extended the can of watermelon juice she had just sipped towards Lin Ran. Try it. Her succinct invitation left Lin Ran feeling somewhat embarrassed. Is that appropriate? I've already had your Sprite. Su Qingyan remained composed. It's fine. We are classmates. Sharing a sip won't cost me anything. Who says it won't cost anything? It's like stabbing us in the heart. For goodness sake. At that moment, countless boys witnessing the scene were frantically screaming internally. This was, after all, a beverage that Su Qingyan had consumed. How could she so casually offer it to another? This was akin to an indirect kiss. Lin Ran pondered for a moment and realized she was right. He graciously accepted the watermelon juice, tilting the can back to take a sip rather than drinking directly from it. This action eased the tensions among the surrounding boys, who let out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness there was no actual indirect kiss. The cheeky lad had some sense of propriety. However, the next moment, Su Qingyan glanced at the Sprite in Lin Ran's hand, tilting her chin slightly. Let me have a sip of yours. The air fell into a profound silence. Zhao Ku, who had grown accustomed to witnessing such displays of affection, could not help but tremble inwardly. Could this be a more elaborate display of intimacy? It seemed that Su Qingyan was determined to fulfill this indirect kiss. The other boys around them were nearly at their wits' end. You little rascal, how dare you? Yet, Lin Ran confidently handed over the Sprite. Reasonable. Then, amidst the hushed atmosphere and countless watching eyes, Su Qingyan accepted the Sprite bottle, slowly bringing it to her lips and taking a sip. The moment their lips almost met sent a wave of heartbreak through the assembled boys. After savoring the Sprite, Su Qingyan returned the bottle to Lin Ran with an air of nonchalance. Thank you. Lin Ran replied, You're welcome. While conversing, he retrieved a Sprite and casually returned the watermelon juice to the school beauty sitting next to him. At that very moment, a sudden rush of wind howled through the air behind him. Zhao Ku, who stood closest to Lin Ran, was caught off guard, only able to see a circular shadow hurtling toward Lin Ran's head. The other classmates, slightly further away, had already recognized the true nature of the shadow and could not help but gasp in astonishment. In a split second, Lin Ran spun around and, with lightning speed, extended his arm to meet the shadow. A resounding thud echoed through the air as if a sonic boom had erupted. The point of contact between his palm and the shadow became the epicenter, sending a wave of noise radiating outward. As the sound dissipated, the onlookers, still in shock, turned their gaze toward Lin Ran. To their amazement, he had caught a basketball with one hand, gripping it firmly. A cacophony of astonished exclamations erupted like a tidal wave. Including Zhao Ku, the surrounding classmates displayed expressions of disbelief, their eyes wide with astonishment at Lin Ran's feat one-handed catch. And under the circumstances of an almost stealthy attack from behind, what extraordinary reflexes! How impressive! At this moment, only Su Qingyan's expression tightened slightly as she looked at Lin Ran and asked, Are you all right? Lin Ran shook his head and replied, I'm fine. He flipped his wrist, casually balancing the basketball in his hand. Raising his gaze, he spotted Su Jun approaching from a distance. This incident not only posed a threat to himself, but also endangered the school beauty's desk mate, who was within the attack range and could have easily been hurt. Thus, for the first time, Lin Ran's expression turned noticeably colder. Do you have no regard for your surroundings? The perpetrator of the throw was none other than Su Jun, the top student from Class 33 of the senior year. Today, Class 33 also had their final physical education class in the afternoon. Initially, Su Jun had been playing basketball with a few of his followers. However, upon casually glancing over, he spotted Lin Ran and Su Qingyan. Especially seeing Su Qingyan voluntarily delivering a drink to Lin Ran ignited a surge of envy within him. Without a second thought, he raised his hand and hurled the basketball at Lin Ran with considerable force. He intended for the ball to strike Lin Ran on the back of the head, not necessarily to injure him, but at least to embarrass him publicly. However, he did not anticipate Lin Ran's quick reflexes, as he instantly turned and caught the basketball with one hand. This unexpected maneuver made Lin Ran the center of attention once again. Yet, as one plan failed, Su Jun concocted another. With an air of nonchalance, he approached Lin Ran with a casual smile. My apologies, I slipped and threw it off course. Zhao Ku, now fully aware of the situation, could no longer contain his anger and shouted, Is that what you call slipping? You aimed for Lin Ran's head. It was clearly intentional. Do you realize how severe the consequences could have been if it had connected? Su Jun shrugged, a dismissive smile on his face, but it didn't hit, did it? As he spoke, his gaze fell upon Lin Ran, a slight smirk playing at the corners of his mouth. I didn't expect you to have some skill with the ball. Care to challenge me? Are you brave enough? Su Jun, no longer concealing his intentions, directly issued a challenge to Lin Ran. Upon hearing this, many students present could not help but change their expressions. They were well aware of Su Jun's prowess in basketball. This academic idol from class 33 not only excelled in his studies, but also possessed impressive basketball skills that rivaled his academic achievements. He had joined the school team during his sophomore year. Although he was not a starting player, he secured a stable position in the rotation and had represented the school in numerous county-level competitions. While he could not compare to those who were true athletic prodigies, he was more than capable of handling ordinary students. Zhao Ku, upon hearing this, grew anxious and quickly grabbed Lin Ran's arm. Rangu, don't accept his challenge. This Su is deliberately trying to bully you. Lin Ran narrowed his eyes slightly, studying Su Jun before him, but remained silent. Su Jun, unperturbed, maintained a leisurely demeanor, his expression a mix of amusement and mockery as he regarded Lin Ran. Of course, if you're scared and admit it publicly, I won't mind. Though he spoke casually, his words were a deliberate provocation. He was intent on bullying, and he calculated that. In front of a crowd, especially in the presence of Su Qingyan, regardless of whether Lin Ran accepted or declined, he would undoubtedly lose face. Don't provoke him, Su. Zhao Ku glared at Su Jun, still holding on to Lin Ran, and turned to Su Qingyan, desperate. Class monitor, you should also persuade Rangu. He feared that his own persuasion would be ineffective and believed that only Suda, the school flower, could sway the situation. However, in that moment, Su Qingyan's gaze drifted from Lin Ran to the basketball he held, as if recalling something, deep in thought. Then she raised her head to look at Lin Ran and softly asked, Are you confident? Her inquiry lacked any attempts to dissuade, instead resembling a search for confirmation. Lin Ran raised an eyebrow and smiled lightly. Let us give it a try. Zhao Ku, momentarily taken aback, exclaimed in a panic, What the hell? I'm here desperately trying to persuade you, and you two are acting as if nothing's wrong. If this goes on, that Su will definitely wipe the floor with you. Yet, before Zhao Ku could voice his concerns again, Su Qingyan nodded and calmly said, All right, I'll cheer for you. Lin Ran responded with a simple okay. Then turned to Su Jun. So it's a one-on-one, is it? With that understated affirmation, the challenge was confirmed. Even Su Jun seemed momentarily taken aback, then laughed. A glint of cold light flashing in his eyes. Interesting. Let us go. In the small playground's basketball area, on the half-court, they would compete under American rules. To 11 points, with a 3-dribble limit, winner takes all. At least dozens of students gathered around the court to watch, each holding their breath, their faces etched with tension. In the first round, Lin Ran held the ball, standing beyond the 3-point line. Su Jun observed him, a mocking smile curling at his lips. I'll let you go first. With that, he tossed the basketball to Lin Ran. Lin Ran received the ball and flashed a smile at Su Jun, expressing his gratitude. Almost without warning, he rose and executed a graceful jump shot. So swift was his movement that Su Jun had scarcely time to react, turning his head just in time to see the basketball trace a perfect arc through the air, swishing through the net. A 3-pointer. The ball thudded back to the ground, leaving Su Jun momentarily dazed. Zhao Ku stared in disbelief, exclaiming, What the heck? The court erupted into a cacophony of astonished shouts from the dozens of classmates present. Amidst the rising clamor, Su Qingyan, observing from the sidelines with a serene expression, slightly raised her brows, revealing a hint of understanding. Striving to regain her composure, Su Jun, with a serious demeanor, retrieved the ball and approached Lin Ran once more, declaring, Let's do it again. He passed the ball back to Lin Ran, who nodded in acknowledgement, casually replying, Thank you. As his words fell, he suddenly leaned forward, dribbling the ball for the first time, seemingly preparing to make a breakthrough. With heightened focus, Su Jun instinctively shifted to intercept him on the left. Yet, at that very moment, Lin Ran abruptly halted, retreating a step back beyond the 3-point line. Deftly evading his opponent's weight, he launched another clean jump shot, The basketball soared gracefully through the air once more, swishing through the net in front of the astonished audience. A perfect three-pointer. 2 consecutive baskets. The entire small playground erupted in jubilation. Zhao Ku, brimming with excitement, nearly leaped into the air, shouting at the top of his lungs. Rangu is amazing. Su Jun's expression darkened immensely, realizing he had been outfoxed. This kid had an incredible shooting touch and a cunning strategy. Amidst the uproar, Su Qingyan at the sidelines allowed a subtle smile to grace her lips. As expected, others were unaware of Lin Rant's basketball prowess. But having perused someone's diary in her previous life, she had discovered some of his secrets and talents. It turned out that Lin Ran had loved basketball since childhood, even being selected for the county's youth training team in elementary school. Although he had focused on academics after entering middle school, this passion had never waned. In high school, due to his introverted nature and a lack of friends, coupled with academic pressures, his opportunities to play dwindled. Nevertheless, during moments of melancholy, he would often retreat to the school playground to shoot hoops and practice his shots, especially after developing feelings for Shen Lingshan. Whenever he faced rejection or felt wronged by her, he would take to the court to vent and alleviate his sorrow. In other words, Su Qingyan's expression turned impassive, her lips twitching slightly. For Shen Lingshan, he practiced basketball almost every day. As Lin Ran awaited Su Jun to retrieve the ball, he suddenly felt a jolt of realization. A chilling sensation crept down his spine. Was there an air of menace? For Lin Ran, his prowess extended beyond the fundamental basketball skills honed during his elementary and middle school years, or even the frequent dribbling sessions in high school. Even in college, he would engage in solitary practice whenever time allowed, relishing long hours on the court. Over the years, his physical and technical abilities had not significantly advanced. Yet he possessed one skill that shone brightly. His shooting, particularly his three-point shots, was remarkably precise. His gaze fell upon Su Jun, who returned with a scowl while retrieving the ball, and a subtle smile curled at the corners of Lin Rant's mouth. This was the confidence and leverage he held to secure victory in this one-on-one contest. In terms of physical fitness and various basketball techniques, Lin Ran doubted he could gain much advantage over Su Jun, a member of the high school team. To win, decisively and beautifully, he had to rely on his secret weapon, his three-point shooting. Moreover, Su Jun's underestimation of him allowed Lin Ran to execute his strategy with greater ease. The first shot took Su Jun by surprise, sailing effortlessly through the net. The second shot was a feigned drive, leading to a sudden halt and another successful three-pointer. Now, as they approached the third shot, Lin Ran maintained possession, observing Su Jun's increasingly stormy demeanor with a hint of amusement. In an instant, he sprang into action. With a feigned leap, he quickly lowered his stance and dribbled forward. Su Jun rushed to intercept him. In a moment of hesitation, Lin Ran appeared to retreat, igniting a glimmer of resolve in Su Jun's eyes. Did he think he could be deceived again? Surely, it was another three-pointer. Just as Su Jun leapt to block what he anticipated to be a monumental shot, he found himself momentarily blinded as Lin Ran swiftly maneuvered past him like a bolt of lightning. The court erupted in astonishment. Su Jun, suspended in midair, felt darkness envelop him, his mind spinning in disbelief. Damn! Deceived once more. Having outsmarted his opponent, Lin Ran effortlessly dribbled to the basket, executing a composed two-step layup and sending the ball through the net. Another score. 2 three-pointers and a layup brought the tally to 8-0. The surrounding classmates from Class 10 were utterly astonished and elated, while Su Jun's teammates from Class 13 were left in disbelief. Their ace, Jun Go, was on the school team. How could he have allowed Lin Ran from Class 10 to score 3 consecutive baskets without any defense? It felt as if they were being thoroughly toyed with. Now only a three-pointer remained. The entire court fell into a hushed silence as everyone held their breath, eyes wide with anticipation, fearful of missing even the slightest detail. As the ball was tossed back to Lin Ran, Su Jun leaned forward, intensely focused on him, his eyes beginning to redden. He could not afford to lose, especially in front of so many witnesses. If he were to lose to this fellow before him, Su Jun would completely tarnish his reputation within the year group and even at Yunnan High School. At that moment, Lin Ran maintained an air of calm composure. Suddenly, he feigned a leap once more. Su Jun, fixated on Lin Ran, felt a whirlwind of thoughts racing through his mind. Utterly convinced that this was yet another of Lin Ran's cunning feints, with the true strike concealed behind it. However, in the next instant, His pupils constricted in shock as he witnessed Lin Ran rise effortlessly, executing a graceful long shot. You thought I was on the 5th floor? In fact, my friend, I am in the basement. He truly shot it. In a moment of panic, Su Jun leapt desperately, stretching his arms in an attempt to block the shot. But it was already too late. Just from observing the impeccable wrist snap and the arc of the ball, he could almost guarantee that this three-pointer would find its mark. In a surge of despair and rage, as he watched Lin Ran descend towards the ground, a dark and savage emotion flickered within Su Jun's heart. As Lin Ran was about to land, Su Jun deliberately extended his leg to obstruct him. Swish! The basketball soared through the net, a flawless three-pointer. 11-0. A complete rout against the bald opponent. The court erupted into thunderous applause and cheers. Yet at that same moment, Su Jun and Lin Ran landed one after the other. Led by Zhao Ku, several classmates were suddenly jolted into alarm as they realized that Su Jun's right foot was positioned exactly where Lin Ran would land. Watch out! Rangu! Zhao Ku shouted anxiously. Lin Ran, quicker to react, sensed the malicious intent and forcefully adjusted his center of gravity before touching down. Bang! Upon landing, Lin Ran shifted his weight to his right foot, attempting to mitigate the impact with his left foot, but he still inadvertently stepped on Su Jun's outstretched foot. He stumbled back 2 steps, yet managed to regain his balance. The court was abuzz with astonishment. A group of 10th grade students, led by Zhao Ku, rushed over in concern. Is Rangu all right? Immediately, they cast furious glares at Su Jun. What do you mean? Were you trying to trip him? Resorting to dirty tactics because you can't win? Su Jun's followers from the 13th class also gathered around, yet they had witnessed Su Jun's blatant attempt to trip Lin Ran. Thus, they regarded him with a mix of complex emotions. The once admired image of their leader appeared to be crumbling. Su Jun's expression darkened. He regretted his earlier actions, feeling not only disgraced but also infuriated that Lin Ran had not truly suffered from it. Nevertheless, he maintained a facade of bravado, sneering defiantly. Who played dirty? Stop slandering me. It wasn't intentional. Besides, he is fine isn't. As he uttered these words, Su Jun harbored a deep-seated resentment, wishing that somehow he could incapacitate that brat for a few days to alleviate his own frustration. Upon hearing Su Jun's stubborn defense, Zhao Ku and the others from the 10th grade grew even more incensed. Yuan Tingting and several other girls from class 10, who initially harbored a modicum of admiration for Su Jun, now regarded him with disdain and loathing. This Su Jun, who appeared resplendent on the surface, turned out to be such a person. At this moment, Zhao Ku hurried to Lin Ran's side and asked, Are you all right, Rangu? Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively and looked up at Su Jun, smiling as he remarked, Losing a game is one thing, but losing your dignity is truly shameful. His calm critique landed like an invisible slap, striking Su Jun squarely on the face. The impact was sharp and stinging. Su Jun's expression darkened further, and he sneered. I don't know what you're talking about. Winning a game by sheer luck has gone to your head, hasn't it? Let's go. With that, he motioned for his minions to turn and leave. Stop right there. A clear, melodious voice suddenly rang out, accompanied by the sound of approaching footsteps. Everyone instinctively turned towards the source of the voice as the crowd parted. There stood Su Qingyan, her expression frosty as she approached. Ignoring everyone else and walking directly to Su Jun faced with the icy goddess mere inches away, Su Jun's heart inexplicably raced, and he forced a smile that he deemed gentlemanly. However, before he could utter a word, the illustrious school flower raised her long leg and delivered a fierce kick to the shin of Su Jun's right leg. The sound was resounding. Caught completely off guard and unprepared for such an event, Su Jun doubled over in pain, his cries echoing throughout the court. Su Qingyan merely cast a cold glance at him and uttered 2 words, despicable. She then turned and walked over to Lin Ran, extending her cool, delicate hand to grasp his, speaking in a frosty tone, Let's go. Chapter 51, School Flower. If it hurts, just say so. I'll go easy on you. Under the watchful eyes of many, someone was led away by their school flower deskmate. The court was enveloped in a profound silence, as everyone struggled to process the astonishing sequence of events. The information was overwhelming. First, Lin Ran exhibited astonishing skills, decisively defeating Su Jun, a player from the school team, with an 11-0 score. Then, Su Jun maliciously attempted to injure him, only for the school flower, Su Qingyan, to step in and deliver a powerful kick to him. Finally, she took Lin Ran's hand and walked away together. After a moment of shock, the classmates of Class 10 began to regain their composure. Someone hesitantly remarked, "Wasn't our class leader's action just now a bit protective of her partner?" Upon hearing this, even Yuan Tingting and a few other girls, who were on good terms with Su Qingyan and understood her cold demeanor, found themselves nodding slowly in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhao Ke scoffed, "What do you mean a bit? Be more confident." As he spoke, he gazed at the departing figures of Su Qingyan and Lin Ran, his eyes sparkling with admiration. That was absolutely protective of her partner. On the other side, several of Su Jun's followers gathered around him, cautiously inquiring, "Are you all right, Junge?" Su Jun reluctantly placed his small legs down, and the pain in his face intensified, causing his lips to twitch and his expression to darken considerably. "It's nothing," he muttered. A few of his younger companions exchanged glances, their tones hesitant. Just now, the attitude of Su, the school flower. It's better not to mention it. But once it's brought up, Su Jun's countenance grew even more somber as he grunted, "Foolish woman, bewitched by that Lin. Winning a basketball game, what does that signify? The real test lies in tomorrow's second mock examination." At this juncture, the school team's male idol, recently humiliated on the court, seemingly regained his confidence, a cold smile returning to his face. "After the second mock exam results are out, I wonder what face he will have left to speak boldly before me." His words dripped with arrogance and dominance. With that, he turned to leave with a commanding presence. Suddenly, Su Jun inhaled sharply, "Ouch. The pain in my face." Meanwhile, walking hand in hand along the tree-lined path on campus with the school flower seated beside him, Lin Ran couldn't help but ask curiously, "Where are we headed?" The school flower replied in a calm and succinct manner, "The infirmary." She then glanced at his left foot. "You twisted it, didn't you?" Lin Ran paused for a moment, examining his left ankle, and nodded honestly. "I just realized. I couldn't dodge it." "Does it hurt?" she inquired. Lin Ran admitted, "A little." Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow and nodded. "Then I will assist you." Before Lin Ran could react, Su Qingyan naturally moved closer, wrapping his left arm around her shoulder while her other arm encircled his waist. Lin Ran was taken aback, the sudden closeness overwhelming him with her delicate fragrance. In an instant, half of her body was pressed against him, and even through their uniforms, he could feel the striking contours of her figure, along with the almost intoxicating softness of her touch. A mature man in his 30s felt his face flush as he fumbled, "No need, I can walk by myself." Yet, in the next moment, she turned her head to face him, their proximity almost palpable. Their eyes met, and he noticed her brow slightly furrowing as she commanded, "Be obedient." Her voice retained its characteristic coolness, imbued with the undeniable authority of a class leader. Faced with such an exquisitely beautiful countenance just 20 centimeters away, and those enchanting eyes fixed on him, Lin Ran felt a sudden loss of resolve and complied. "All right." The sun's radiant light cascaded through the leaves, creating a mosaic of dappled patterns on the ground. On the tree-lined path, the girls supported the boy as they walked side by side, leaving onlookers awestruck. Upon reaching the infirmary, they found the responsible nurse absent. Su Qingyan helped Lin Ran to a chair and then turned to fetch the medicine box. As he settled into the chair, Lin Ran felt an immense sense of relief, exhaling deeply, his heart still racing. "In my 2 lifetimes, I have never experienced such intimate contact with the campus belle at the same table. It is undeniably ambiguous. The previous embrace at the observatory hardly counts, as it was merely a gesture of gratitude between desk mates." After a brief moment, Su Qingyan retrieved a small bottle of Yunnan Baiyao spray from the medicine cabinet and pulled up a chair to sit before Lin Ran. "Lift your foot," she commanded succinctly. Having just troubled the campus beauty to assist him along the way, Lin Ran felt embarrassed to ask her for further help. "I'll manage it myself," he replied. With an unwavering expression, Su Qingyan merely glanced at Lin Ran and repeated, "Lift your foot." That single gaze compelled Lin Ran to obediently raise his left leg, rolling up his pant leg slightly to reveal his swollen and reddened ankle. Su Qingyan frowned slightly and remarked coolly, "That Su Jun is quite excessive." Although her tone remained calm, internally, she was irked. That kick was too light. "Next time, I'll call Uncle Zhou." Without any hesitation, Su Qingyan placed Lin Ran's left calf across her lap, took the spray, and applied it to his ankle. The sensation was refreshingly cool. Setting the spray bottle aside, she lowered her head and gently massaged the injured area on Lin Ran's ankle with her delicate fingers, aiding the absorption of the medication. As she meticulously worked on his ankle, she spoke softly, "If it hurts, let me know." I can be gentler. Lin Ran felt no pain, instead relishing the tender touch of the campus belle's slender, ivory fingers on his ankle. The pressure was just right. Watching her focused expression, with a strand of hair cascading down, only partially obscuring her exquisite features, Lin Ran suddenly experienced an epiphany. Was the campus belle being overly kind to him? After all, he possessed the maturity of a 30-something soul across 2 lifetimes. Even if he were slow to react, he could discern the myriad ways in which this life's campus beauty was different. A proud ice queen like her would hardly offer such considerate and meticulous care to a male counterpart. Unless, a thought flashed through his mind, causing his heart to skip a beat. He gazed at Su Qingyan, who remained focused on massaging his ankle, and cautiously ventured, are you? Sunlight filtered through the window, casting a warm glow in the infirmary. The atmosphere was tranquil, with tiny dust particles sparkling as they floated through the air. The gentle light bathed the delicate profile of the girl, diligently applying medication, adding a soft golden hue that was utterly enchanting. The ambience shifted subtly, becoming increasingly intimate and suggestive. Lin Ran instinctively continued, are you? Su Qingyan paused, lifting her head to meet his gaze with eyes that were clear and pure. Awaiting his next words, Lin Ran finally blurted out, is your family in the massage business? Your technique is impressive. The air momentarily froze. A question mark slowly emerged in Su Qingyan's mind. What is this foolish child saying? Little did he know that at this moment, a miniature version of himself was frantically beating its chest in his heart, a visage of sheer panic. He had nearly blurted out a heartfelt question. Yet, facing the gaze of the school belle seated beside him, with those bright, enchanting eyes fixed upon him without a blink, he suddenly felt a flutter of unease in his heart. The soul of a man in his 30s found itself unexpectedly flustered. Thus, he hastily altered his words. Surely, the school belle did not perceive his momentary lapse. He discreetly scrutinized Su Qingyan's expression, feeling a twinge of guilt. There appeared to be no discernible change. She did not respond to his peculiar inquiry, instead lowering her head once more to focus on massaging the medicinal effects into Lin Ran's body, casually stating, I find that Su Jun is rather unpleasant. You just helped me teach him a lesson, so I owe you a favor. Assisting you with the medicine shall serve as my repayment. Do not misunderstand. Ah, so that was it. He suddenly comprehended, and the miniature figure within him rejoiced in relief. Thankfully, he had refrained from asking that question. Otherwise, it would have been quite awkward. Indeed, the school belle remained the same cool and aloof persona he had known in his previous life. How could she possibly harbor any feelings for a mere passerby like him? As a reborn individual, he needed to maintain his composure and avoid becoming overly sentimental. As Lin Ran sighed in relief, his mood lightened. At that moment, he heard the school belle casually inquire, by the way, you play basketball quite well. Who are you practicing for? With a relaxed demeanor, Lin Ran stretched his legs, allowing her to massage them, and answered without much thought, not really for anyone. I just practice when I'm feeling down. Although I must say, I have to thank Shinling Shan from class 7 for that. Haha. Suddenly, he inhaled sharply. His eyes widened in disbelief as he sat upright, staring blankly at the school belle. Su Qingyan, seemingly unfazed, withdrew her hand, her tone as casual as ever. Oh, I accidentally applied too much pressure. My apologies. After evening self-study concluded, as Lin Ran packed his desk and slung his backpack over his shoulder, he noticed that the school belle had followed him. Your ankle is sprained, and walking is inconvenient. Let me assist you. Her words were succinct. After speaking, she naturally prepared to drape his arm over her shoulder while extending her other hand to wrap around his waist. Lin Ran quickly interjected, No, I'm fine. I can manage on my own. The real issue was the throngs of students in the hallway from the classroom to the bicycle shed after self-study. Being supported so closely by the frigid school belle, her arm around his waist, made his sprained ankle seem trivial. However, Lin Ran feared he would be overwhelmed by the envious and wrathful gazes of his classmates along the way. The school beauty's desk mate raised her eyebrows slightly, nodded, and then extended her delicate hand towards Lin Ran. Let's hold hands. Lin Ran was taken aback. The school beauty's desk mate, feigning indifference, continued, The corridor is dimly lit, and I fear the dark. It's quite reasonable for classmates to help each other out by holding hands. Although it wasn't entirely reasonable, Lin Ran recalled how she had assisted him to the infirmary earlier in the day. Given her fear of the dark, it seemed only fitting for him to reciprocate by offering his hand. All right, Lin Ran agreed. No sooner had he consented than a cool, soft hand slipped into his palm, clasping it firmly. Let's go. Thus, the two strolled hand in hand along the dim corridor. Su Qingyan maintained an outwardly calm demeanor, appearing unfazed. Yet, within her heart, a tiny figure danced joyfully, reminiscent of a playful fox. Whether it's a waist hug or holding hands, little Lin Rance got to yield something. As they walked side by side, their joined hands inevitably attracted the astonished, envious gazes of countless classmates. If looks could kill, Lin Rance suspected he would have to be reborn 100 times over by the end of the journey. Upon reaching the underground parking garage, Lin Rance quickly released the school beauty's hand and hastily entered the garage. As he pushed his bicycle out, he tested the pedals and furrowed his brow slightly. The sprain in his ankle still throbbed with pain, rendering him unable to exert much strength. Su Qingyan, who had been waiting nearby, noticed the expression on his face. Still hurt? Lin Rance nodded and then shook his head. It's fine. I can manage to ride home. A night's rest should help. Boys are tough. In this era, the prevailing parental philosophy on raising children dictates that daughters should be cherished and pampered, while sons are expected to simply endure. Lin Rance had grown up enduring various scrapes and bruises, emerging resilient through it all. However, Su Qingyan frowned. That won't do. After a moment's contemplation, she made a decisive choice. Don't ride it. Get in my car. I'll have the driver take you home. Once Su Qingyan had made her decision, her tone brooked no dissent. A short while later, at the entrance of Yunnan High School, a throng of students preparing to leave stood agape as they witnessed the revered ice goddess, Su Qingyan, accompanying a boy while pushing a bicycle towards a sleek black Maybach. She placed the bicycle in the trunk, and then they both climbed into the back seat of the Maybach without a hint of hesitation. The car door slammed shut, leaving countless hearts shattered in its wake. Lin Rance's close friend, Zhao Ku, happened to witness the scene, his spirits soaring as he boasted to a passing classmate. Did you see that? That guy is my best buddy. Lin Rance, the one and only. Among those who also witnessed the spectacle was Shun Lingshan, who was leaving the school with a few friends. The girls couldn't help but express their astonishment. Is that Lin Rance getting into the Maybach? He and Su Qingyan are really together? But wasn't he interested in Lingshan? Shun Lingshan's face darkened, and she was at a loss for words. Clenching her teeth and stamping her foot, she turned away. What does it have to do with me? I'm going home. Inside the Maybach, seated in the rear of the luxurious vehicle, Su Qingyan turned her gaze towards Uncle Zhou, who occupied the driver's seat, and spoke in a composed tone. Uncle Zhou, please drop him off at home first. It's on the way. I would appreciate your assistance. The steadfast Uncle Zhou responded affirmatively. Of course. From a perspective unseen by Lin Rance and Su Qingyan in the back seat, Uncle Zhou's experienced eyes widened in shock. What an extraordinary experience, he thought, to ride home in a Maybach after school. This is indeed a first. Even Lin Rance, a reborn individual, found this novelty refreshing, displaying no hint of discomfort as he casually surveyed the interior and glanced out the window. He did not forget to express his gratitude to Uncle Zhou. The driver, thank you, Uncle Zhou. This is such a splendid car. I assume this is the first time you've driven someone else in it? Still reeling from the surprise, Uncle Zhou instinctively sighed in agreement, nodding. Indeed, after so many years with the Su family, this is the first time I've witnessed Miss Su offering her personal vehicle to another male student. However, before he could further articulate his thoughts, Su Qingyan, sitting beside Lin Rance, interjected nonchalantly. That's not entirely accurate. I've given rides to many others along the way. You aren't the first, so please don't misunderstand. Is that so? Lin Rance replied, astonished and intrigued. He had not anticipated that this typically aloof classmate, the school's ice queen, would extend such kindness to her peers. Uncle Zhou quickly caught on, nodding vigorously with a solemnity that resembled an oath. Indeed, Miss Su is quite benevolent and treats her classmates exceptionally well. She often offers rides to others when she has the chance. Understanding dawned upon Lin Rance as he glanced at the composed Su Qingyan beside him, realizing that he had perhaps misjudged her character, feeling a twinge of embarrassment for his earlier assumptions. As the Maybach glided through the streets, Lin Rance sought to strike up a conversation with Uncle Zhou, reminiscing. By the way, the last time I rode home with a classmate on a bicycle, I spotted a Maybach similar to yours, Uncle Zhou. He chuckled, adding, my classmate thought we were being followed, haha? Laughter filled the vehicle, yet the atmosphere suddenly grew tense. Uncle Zhou's grip on the steering wheel tightened slightly, while Su Qingyan maintained her serene demeanor, calmly remarking, it was merely a coincidence. There are many who drive Maybachs in Yunnan. Right, Uncle Zhou? Straightening in his seat, Uncle Zhou affirmed with conviction, absolutely. There must be at least 100 or so. You could toss a stone and hit 3 or 5 of them, huh? His laughter was forced, a thin veil over his unease. Lin Ran, still bewildered, nodded in response. The journey continued without incident, save for the elevated heart rate of the dedicated driver. The vehicle maintained a steady pace, safely delivering Lin Ran back to his residence, where the Maybach came to a stop in the open space before his home. Lin Ran opened the door and alighted from the vehicle, politely expressing his gratitude to Su Qingyin and the driver, Uncle Zhou, before preparing to close the door and depart. However, just as he was about to shut the door, he glanced at the position where the Maybach was parked and a sense of familiarity washed over him, causing him to furrow his brow in confusion. This car, this spot. It seems a bit too familiar. The previously harmonious atmosphere suddenly became tense once more. In this moment, Su Qingyan, who had once been the formidable CEO of a publicly listed corporation, exhibited her remarkable psychological resilience. She cast a casual glance at Lin Ran and nonchalantly replied, "It's merely an illusion. You are overthinking it. Farewell." With that, she pressed the button to raise the window, her expression remaining unchanged. Uncle Zhou's boisterous laughter emanated from the front seat. "Yes, yes. It must be just your imagination, little Lin. We're off now. See you next time. Ha ha ha." The window closed completely. In the next instant, the sound of the Maybach's engine roared to life, its deep rumble resonating as the sleek black vehicle sped away like a flash, leaving Lin Ran standing in a daze, pondering, was it truly just an illusion? At the same moment, within the confines of the Maybach, Su Qingyan, seated in the rear, contemplated Lin Ran's bewildered expression just before the window was closed. A slight smile tugged at the corners of her mouth as she thought to herself, what a little fool. Suddenly, she seemed to recall something and turned her gaze to the front seat. Uncle Zhou. Uncle Zhou snapped to attention. Yes. Su Qingyan spoke in a calm, measured tone. Next time, try to smile more naturally. Uncle Zhou broke into a sweat. Certainly. The following day, Tuesday, Yunnan High School commenced its second mock examination. In the examination hall, students sat in rows, and Lin Ran gazed at the invigilator as they distributed the first examination paper. His eyes swept over the familiar questions, reminiscent of old friends. A faint smile graced his lips as he picked up his pen. In that moment, his demeanor transformed from reserved composure to the sharp, soaring energy akin to a sword unsheathed. The performance began. The two-day mock examination concluded with students of the liberal arts class tackling 3 core subjects, Chinese, mathematics, and English, alongside a combined paper of politics, history, and geography. By Wednesday afternoon, the examinations were officially over. Typically, the conclusion of the second mock exam signified that all third-year students had completed their subject reviews, leading teachers to cease formal classes and grant students time to organize their studies. For most third-year students, finishing the mock exams meant a significant sigh of relief, allowing them to relax and thoughtfully plan the final month leading up to the college entrance examinations. However, for many third-year students at Yunnan High School, the end of the mock exams did not herald relaxation. On the contrary, in the days that followed, the entire third-year cohort seemed enveloped in an eerie atmosphere of turbulent undercurrents. Due to some gossip, a certain piece of news has spread like wildfire throughout the entire year and even the whole campus in recent days. Su Jun from Class 33 of the senior year, and a fellow named Lin Ran from Class 30, have made a wager over the enchanting school Belle, Su Qingyan, based on their rankings in the upcoming mock exam. The loser must relinquish their pursuit of her and, to add to the stakes, must run naked on the playground. Who is Su Jun, you might ask? He is a well-known handsome academic prodigy at Yunnan High School, revered by countless girls as their ideal. In every major examination, he consistently ranks in the top 5, often even in the top 3. But who is Lin Ran? He is scarcely recognized, likely just an oblivious passerby attempting the impossible. Reactions to this wager vary. Some are engrossed, others scoff in disdain, while a few are filled with curiosity and anticipation. As time slowly passes, Friday morning arrives, invigorating countless high school seniors. This day marks the release of the mock exam results at Yunnan High School. When the students of Class 10 arrive at school, the usual morning reading and homework checks have vanished. They settle at their desks, some quietly studying while others engage in hushed conversations. Many furtive glances are cast toward the back row of the fourth group of desks, where whispers about rankings, Su Jun, the wager, and Lin Ran can be faintly overheard. It is evident that the dispute and wager concerning Su Qingyan, which transpired last week at the corner shop, has already circulated throughout the class. Today is the day to unveil the truth of the contest. However, the two central figures, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, appear remarkably composed, even overly so. They carry an air of nonchalance, seemingly untouched by the turmoil surrounding them, as they sit at their desks, engrossed in their breakfast. Observant classmates note how Su Qingyan, the class leader, naturally shares her steamed buns with Lin Ran, who accepts them without a second thought, savoring each bite. This scene, though familiar to the students of Class 10 over the past week or two, continues to astonish and evoke a mix of envy and admiration. Yet, upon reflection, they begin to pity Lin Ran, for the outcome of his wager with Su Jun is imminent. He is regarded as the underdog against the well-known academic champion from Class 13, a fact that leaves no room for doubt about Lin Ran's chances. With this in mind, the students cast sympathetic glances toward him, contemplating that perhaps this is the calm before the storm. As the class bell rings, the first lesson of the day is English. Mr. Kai enters the classroom, prompting the students of Class 10 to straighten up in unison, their eyes fixed on him, filled with nervous anticipation. Upon noticing the gazes of his classmates, old Kai smiled and delicately raised his hand in a gesture of playful elegance, exclaiming, "Oh dear, why do you all look at me so? Curious about the second mock exam results, are we? Fear not, as all subjects are at a similar stage of grading. I have just completed the marking and am awaiting the statistics. The results should be available around midday at the earliest." His words elicited a collective sigh of disappointment from the class. Observing the lackluster spirits of his peers, old Kai chuckled again, his voice taking on a conspiratorial tone. "However, I can divulge a morsel of information. It is said that in this round of mock exams, for English, there were two exceptionally high scores. One scored 148, while the other achieved a perfect 150. Moreover, both are from our liberal arts stream." Instantly, the classroom buzzed with excitement. With 15 classes across the science and art streams, this particular mock exam featured identical papers for the subjects of Chinese, mathematics, and English. The English paper was notably challenging. Even top students, typically scoring 130, were expected to drop by as much as 58 points this time. In Class 10, discussions revealed that even the English representative, Zhou Hua, estimated his score to be merely 127. Yet, the existence of scores as high as 148 or even a perfect score was astonishing. What caliber of genius could achieve such results? Suddenly, many students turned their attention in unison to the last row of Group 4, their gazes reflecting the beauty of their class leader, Su Qingyan. Realization dawned upon the students of Class 10, who began to speculate in hushed tones that one of the extraordinary scores likely belonged to their class beauty. However, the identity of the other high scorer remained a mystery. Under the scrutiny of her classmates, Su Qingyan maintained an unruffled demeanor, her expression serene. Casually, she glanced sideways at Lin Ran, raising an eyebrow slightly, a nearly imperceptible smile gracing her lips. Had she not taken the initiative to compare answers with someone the previous night during self-study, she would have been as engrossed in speculation as the others. Yet, after reviewing the answers, all conjecture became moot. The uncertainties that loomed for outsiders had already settled in her mind. At present, she harbored only a light-hearted anticipation for the moment when the true rankings of the mock exam results would be revealed. Thus, the first English class concluded quietly. Old Kai luxuriated at the podium for 40 minutes, assisting those who approached him with queries. As the bell rang, he elegantly departed, his hand still poised in that graceful manner. The classroom erupted into a cacophony of chatter, with most students distracted from their studies, eagerly awaiting the announcement of the mock exam rankings. In the front row, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan's two classmates rummaged through their belongings and pulled out a deck of cards, engaging in a game to pass the time amidst the uproar. The atmosphere in the classroom was chaotic and lively. Just then, an incongruous voice cut through the noise. "Ah, Lin Ran, still so leisurely?" Lin Ran lifted his head and saw Zhou Hua, the representative of the English class, approaching with his characteristic sarcastic tone. Lin Ran glanced at Zhou Hua and inquired with concern, "Has Batman not caught you yet?" Zhou Hua, taken aback, nearly choked on his own words. Taking a deep breath, he turned to Lin Ran with a cold smirk, "Keep pretending." At this point, who in our year doesn't know that you, Lin Ran, are utterly oblivious to your own limitations, daring to bet on your grades against Su Jun from Class 13? The results of the second mock exam will be released today. I can hardly wait to see who the real fool is. Zhao Ke from the neighboring group, visibly angered, stood up. Zhou Hua, what do you mean? Ran Gu is one of us in Class 10, competing with Su Jun from Class 13, and you choose to side with an outsider? Zhou Hua sneered. What do you mean by insider or outsider? Exams are all about results. It's about merit. If he overestimates himself and ends up embarrassed, it won't just reflect poorly on him, but will tarnish our entire Class 10. I say that would be the greatest sin, utterly unforgivable. His words were delivered with fervor and conviction. Lin Ran looked at Zhou Hua, curiosity evident on his face, with such a command of idioms. Are you planning to apply to Peking University? Zhou Hua, nearly choking again, exclaimed in frustration. He angrily waved his hand and turned to leave, muttering, I can't be bothered to argue with you. In his haste, he accidentally knocked 2 classmates playing cards off their desk. Lin Ran picked up the cards from the floor and, glancing at Zhou Hua, said earnestly, Look at you, so flustered. He kindly handed over a card. Here. You dropped your ID. He offered a joker card. Zhou Hua was left speechless, his lips trembling. You. Before he could finish, Su Qingyan, with a calm expression, handed over a small king, and here's a copy. Led by Zhao Ke, the surrounding classmates erupted in laughter, and Zhou Hua's face turned a deep shade of red with shame and anger. As the class bell rang, he hurriedly retreated to his seat. During the second and third periods, with each teacher entering the classroom, the students' anticipation grew palpable. Yet the response remained the same. They would have to wait a little longer for the results. Finally, in the last period of the morning, the stern homeroom teacher, Time Yinshuan, walked in and announced, the rankings for the second mock exam will be revealed before the first class this afternoon. Furthermore, the school will post the rankings on the honor roll at the entrance of the teaching building. The time was set. The curtain was about to rise, as if a storm were brewing. As time quietly passed, the moment for the rankings to be announced drew closer, and the tension among the students escalated. Many were not even anxious about their own results, but were solely consumed by a voracious curiosity, eagerly anticipating the unfolding drama. As the announcement of the second mock exam results approached, the 2 protagonists of the recent controversy, Lin Ran and Su Jun, became the focal point of attention regarding their academic performances. Particularly, the former generated considerable intrigue. As the moment drew near, students from both the liberal arts and science classes in the senior year began to buzz with excitement. The results will be revealed soon. Su Jun from Class 13 is rumored to have requested the answers from the teacher right after the exam, estimating his score to be a guaranteed 635. Given the difficulty of this exam, a score of 635 would undoubtedly secure him a spot in the top 5, possibly even the top 3 in the liberal arts stream. He might even threaten the ranking of the esteemed Su School Beauty. Conversely, Lin Ran from Class 10 was hardly known, previously languishing in the lower echelons of the rankings. He was part of the bottom 10%. This time, he seemed destined for disaster, eliciting laughter from onlookers. Among those reveling in the spectacle were individuals who had interacted with Lin Ran, such as Guo Xiaoqing and Feng Tiange from Class 11. Having encountered Lin Ran and Su Qingyan unexpectedly during a weekend outing at the park, Guo Xiaoqing harbored a vivid, yet dismissive impression of Lin Ran. While gossiping with her friends, she maintained an air of superiority, her expression rife with disdain. That Lin Ran, I've seen him. He is somewhat handsome, but nowhere near as good-looking as Tiange, let alone Su Jun. I wonder what kind of spell he cast on Su Qingyan to persuade her to accompany him to the park. Just wait for him to embarrass himself. Feng Tiange, a class monitor and also an academic achiever, expressed her opinions with poise and pride. I can only describe it in 2 words: laughable. I estimate my score to be around 620, which should secure me a place in the top 15 of the liberal arts. Su Jun's estimated score of 635 will definitely place him in the top 2. As for Lin Ran, if he manages to score 420, he should be grateful. A plethora of opinions and evaluations surged forth. At lunchtime, Lin Ran's close friend Zhao Ke could no longer contain himself and rushed over to inform Lin Ran. Brother, this is not good. The entire year is discussing your situation with Su Jun, and everyone seems to be against you. Many are just waiting to see you make a fool of yourself. Lin Ran nodded nonchalantly. Oh, I'm going to eat. Zhao Ke was nearly exasperated. Brother, At a time like this, you're still thinking about food? Just then, Su Qingyan approached, her demeanor calm as she called out to Lin Ran. Come on, let's eat. What are we having today? Instantly revitalized, Lin Ran replied. You're treating, so it's up to you. Zhao Ke sensed Su Qingyan's gaze shift towards him, her eyes narrowing slightly. Do you want to eat too? Startled, Zhao Ke fervently shook his head, a forced smile plastered on his face. Of course not. I don't want to, I really don't. Then you may take your leave. Understood, class monitor. I take my leave. At noon, they found themselves at Alan's restaurant by the school gate. Once again, the affluent school beauty treated them to a meal, with no need to pay. Lin Ran devoured his food with great enthusiasm. Seated across from Su Qingyan, Lin Ran took a few bites, and then propped his chin on one hand, admiring the manner in which she savored her food. Suddenly, she inquired, Are you confident? Without lifting his gaze, Lin Ran continued to devour his meal vigorously, mumbling in reply. Invincible. His nonchalance belied a profound sense of assurance. This prompted a smile to curl at the corners of Su Qingyan's lips as she languidly stretched, exuding a sense of ease before beaming at him. Very well. I shall await the spectacle. Her smile was akin to a blooming garden, melting glaciers. It was so enchanting that nearby students were momentarily captivated, dropping their chopsticks in awe and forgetting to retrieve them. Lin Ran inadvertently glanced up, catching sight of her radiant smile, and was likewise rendered speechless. Compared to the usual aloof demeanor of the school beauty, this smile was breathtakingly stunning, incandescently beautiful. Regaining his composure, Lin Ran instinctively exclaimed, You look even more beautiful when you smile like that. This left Su Qingyan momentarily stunned. Realizing her former icy demeanor as the CEO had unexpectedly yielded to a flustered shyness, a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. What are you saying? Lin Ran, too, became aware of the implications and hurriedly stammered, It's nothing, nothing. I was just rambling. A storm was brewing, and as the impending battle loomed, these two youths found themselves enveloped in a bubble of innocent flirtation. Should an outsider witness this, they would likely be consumed by envy and resentment, muttering about how unworthy they were of such affections. Yet, the more they seemed to dismiss the approaching tempest, the more poised and unruffled they appeared, as if victory was already assured. By the time they finished their meal and strolled back, it was around 1 in the afternoon, and the moment for the second mock examination results to be announced, as mentioned by their stern teacher, seemed imminent. Upon entering the campus through the school gates and passing by the entrance of the teaching building, they noticed a throng gathered near the honor roll, densely packed with students. Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow, her expression revealing surprise. The results have been announced? As Lin Ran approached the honor roll, he observed that it remained blank. The new rankings for the second mock examination had yet to be posted. The students gathered there likely understood that the announcement was imminent and had come early to gather first-hand information. Lin Ran had no intention of waiting. Just as he prepared to turn and head back to the classroom with the school beauty, he suddenly heard the simultaneous calls of a male and female voice. Lin Ran. Halting his steps, Lin Ran turned to the source of the voices, and the crowd parted to reveal two familiar figures emerging, a tall, handsome young man and a sweet, charming young woman. They were none other than Su Jun and Shun Lingshan, familiar acquaintances. Surprised to see them together at this moment, Su Jun regarded Lin Ran with a condescending smirk, his voice laced with mockery as he coldly remarked, Oh, so you knew the results were about to be released. I have come specifically to witness the extent of your defeat. Allow me to inform you that today marks the day of your utter disgrace at Yunnan High School. Lin Ran. Beside him, Shun Lingshan gazed at Lin Ran, her eyes brimming with unabashed satisfaction and an air of superiority. Lin Ran. I wonder who bestowed upon you the audacity to wager a competition with Su Jun. I had once contemplated granting you a chance to pursue me again, but it seems entirely unnecessary now. A person like you is not only unworthy to be Su Jun's rival, but also lacks the qualifications to pursue me. In this grand setting, the disdainful mockery directed at a single individual by two prominent figures, Su Jun, the academic star of Class 13, and Shun Lingshan, the belle of Class 7, was undeniably potent. Their derision evoked a sense of pity among the onlookers, who couldn't help but feel sympathy for Lin Ran. This unfortunate fellow had offended both Su Jun and Shun Lingshan, two of the school's luminaries, and was now subjected to public ridicule. It was evident that this incident would soon echo throughout Yunnan High School, leaving Lin Ran's reputation in tatters. However, before Lin Ran could utter a word, A cool voice pierced the air. With me, Lin Ran is sufficient. There is no need for him to pursue anyone else. As the voice resonated, footsteps approached swiftly. The crowd turned in astonishment, their gazes fixated on Su Qingyan as she navigated through the throngs with an undeniable presence. Her gaze swept over the crowd, instilling a sense of trepidation that rendered them unable to meet her eyes. Finally, her piercing gaze landed on Shun Lingshan, and a cold smirk graced her lips. Grant Lin ran a chance to pursue you? Who do you think you are? Her words struck like thunder, leaving the students before the honor roll in stunned silence, unable to comprehend what they had just heard. Despite having heard rumors before, they had not anticipated that the usually aloof and proud Su Qingyan would take such a bold stance to defend a boy so resolutely. You. Shun Lingshan's face flushed with anger and embarrassment, but the words had come from Su Qingyan, whose status as the school's beauty overshadowed her own in every regard. She found herself at a loss for a retort. Meanwhile, Su Jun observed Su Qingyan's fierce defense of Lin Ran, jealousy flickering in his eyes. He then turned to Lin Ran, sneering as he spoke. Is this all you amount to, Lin Ran? Hiding behind a woman while Qingyan protects you? What abilities do you possess on your own? At Su Jun's words, Shun Lingshan was abruptly awakened to the situation. She immediately evaded a direct confrontation with Su Qingyan and turned her attention to Lin Ran, coldly snorting as she spoke. Exactly. Lin Ran. Why don't you speak for yourself? The focus shifted back to Lin Ran. However, Lin Ran nodded with a sense of ease. Oh, sure. I'll say it. His nonchalant demeanor suddenly made Shun Lingshan feel that something was amiss. But before she could ponder further, Lin Ran turned to her, adopting a serious expression. Let me explain this once more. I have no interest in you. Consider this. Su, my desk mate, is the school belle, attractive and academically accomplished. If I were to rate her, she would easily score a 9. If I were to pursue someone, it would undoubtedly be her. Why would I chase after someone like you, who barely scores a 3? His tone was earnest and sincere. Yet, the words he uttered sent the surrounding classmates into an uproar. Shun Lingshan, on the other hand, felt her mind go blank, barely able to believe her ears. Her cherry lips quivering uncontrollably. Why you? What did you say? I'm a 3-point girl. She, Shun Lingshan, the esteemed beauty of Class 7, though not quite matching Su Qingyan in looks, was undoubtedly among the top tier at Yunnan High School. To be publicly rated as a 3-point girl was beyond her comprehension. At that moment, her friend Shui Qianqian stepped forward, her face filled with anger as she berated Lin Ran. Lin Ran, how disgusting can you be? What do you even amount to rate our Lingshan? Do you even qualify? Lin Ran glanced at Shui Qianqian. You score a 1. The crowd erupted into an even greater uproar. Shui Qianqian stood there momentarily stunned, before quickly regaining her composure, her face turning crimson. I score a 1? How laughable. I don't care what score you give. You think I'm bothered? Rate me however you wish. I want to care about your opinion. You are just an average person, do you know that? Ha ha ha, it's truly laughable. After being provoked, she began to ramble incoherently. Lin Ran, uninterested in her further, turned his gaze to Su Jun. As for you, does your leg still hurt? Another display of concern. Instantly, many in attendance recalled the scene from a few days prior on the basketball court. This time, Su Jun's face turned a deep shade of red. Yet, he managed to maintain his composure better than Shui Qianqian, taking a deep breath to steady himself, and sneering at Lin Ran. Lin Ran, stop pretending. No matter how much you talk, today's mock exam rankings will reveal everything. Since you're all here, let us allow Qingyan to see what kind of clown she has chosen. Shun Lingshan also sneered, directing her gaze towards Su Qingyan. Indeed, Su Qingyan, I admit you are more beautiful than I and excel academically. However, it's unfortunate that your judgment in men is vastly inferior to mine. Of all the choices, you ended up with Lin Ran. I can only express my pity, no matter how much of a school belle you are. Associating with him will only drag you down and turn you into a laughingstock. Just at that moment, not far away, a boy rushed over in a flurry, exclaiming repeatedly, "It's out! It's out!" The crowd turned their gazes in unison, and as he approached, his face radiated excitement and exhilaration, his eyes fixated on Su Jun. Brother Jun, our class's results have been released. I just saw them with the old teacher. You scored 634 in the second mock exam, 3rd in the grade. Upon hearing this, a wave of astonished murmurs swept through the crowd. Everyone looked at Su Jun, their expressions filled with admiration and awe. Truly, he was the academic deity of Class 13. Such impressive results. Su Jun displayed a hint of modesty, responding humbly, "Is that so? That's even a bit lower than I expected. I thought I could aim for the top two." The boy delivering the news then turned his gaze towards Su Qingyan, revealing a look of reverence. "I heard in the teacher's office that Su's paper seems to have been graded as well. She scored a total of 643, ranking second in the liberal arts." The crowd erupted once more in astonishment, their eyes shifting towards Su Qingyan, filled with astonishment and envy. Su Qingyan merely raised an eyebrow, seemingly unfazed by such results, and inquired of the boy, "And what about the first place?" The boy shook his head. "I don't know, but it seems that the rankings for the entire grade have already been released and will be announced shortly." As he spoke, he suddenly pointed toward a distance, exclaiming with enthusiasm, "Look, the teacher is coming to post the results." Instantly, the crowd followed his gaze. In the sunlight, just outside the administrative building, a middle-aged male teacher hurriedly approached, holding a large poster of the rankings. The sight of him carrying the poster signified that the final results of the second mock exam would soon be revealed. Yet, for some standing before the honor board at that moment, it seemed no longer significant. Su Jun's gaze fell upon Lin Ran, a look of undisguised disdain crossing his features, a smug smile of victory gracing his lips. "Lin Ran, do you understand now? Just how vast the gap is between us." With a total score of 634, ranking third in the liberal arts, such results were a solid testament to his superiority, enough to inflate his ego. However, Lin Ran merely glanced at Su Jun, puzzled. "What's the rush? My results haven't been released yet." Before Su Jun could respond, the nearby Chui Qianqian, who harbored deep resentment towards Lin Ran, erupted into loud laughter. "Is there a need to wait? Su Jun scored third in the grade. You, who have always been at the bottom. How many points do you think you'll get this time? Even if you somehow manage to score an extra 100 or two, you could never catch up to him." Su Jun chuckled lightly, waving his hand as if victory was already in his grasp, exuding an air of magnanimity. "It's fine. The wager was already set. You don't need to score higher than me. As long as you make it into the top 10, I will concede." As he spoke, his gaze shifted back to Lin Ran, a playful mockery glimmering in his eyes akin to a cat toying with a mouse. "But surely you do not believe you can actually qualify?" At that moment, Shun Lingshan resumed her haughty demeanor, looking down on Lin Ran with a disdainful air. "Lin Ran, at this juncture, what else can you cling to? If I were you, I would humbly concede to Su Jun and apologize. Perhaps he might show you some mercy and spare you further humiliation." Lin Ran chuckled softly, shaking his head. "I know you are eager." Before he could finish, a clear and melodious voice interjected, "But do not rush." It was Su Qingyan who spoke. Lin Ran was taken aback, instinctively glancing at the school beauty beside him. Su Qingyan, having completed her sentence, paused momentarily and turned to Lin Ran, their unexpected mutual understanding catching them both off guard. Yet, this synchronicity only intensified the flames of jealousy and anger in Su Jun and Shun Lingshan's hearts. Su Jun sneered, "Very well. Let us witness this together. May you abandon all hope." Shun Lingshan echoed with a cold laugh. "Indeed, if someone is determined to publicly embarrass themselves, they cannot blame others." At that moment, the middle-aged male teacher approached, surveying the throng gathered around the honor roll. With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Step aside." The students parted like a tide. As the teacher moved closer to affix the large ranking poster, they surged back in, breathless and rapt, eager to catch a glimpse of the rankings. Fearful of missing any detail, the honor roll displayed the top 50 in the arts and the top 100 in the sciences. The teacher dipped a brush in glue and began to gradually affix the poster from the bottom up. Thus, the students straining to see first glimpsed the ranks of 50, 40, 30, and so on, inching closer to 20, 15, and the top 10. For instance, Feng Tiange from Class 11 ranked 16th in the arts, while Zhou Hua, the English representative from Class 10, claimed the 34th spot. As they ascended to the 9th, 8th, and 7th positions, the absence of a certain name became increasingly conspicuous. At this juncture, the students surrounding the honor roll could no longer restrain their glances toward Lin Ran, their expressions betraying a mix of vindication, schadenfreude, and regret. Su Jun felt an exhilarating sense of triumph swell within him, as if he were consumed by a fervent desire for revenge. His gaze fixed on Lin Ran, he mocked. "Well, have you seen it now? Are you ready to give up? A bet is a bet. Tonight on the playground, all the students will gather to watch your striptease." "Ha ha ha." Lin Ran's lips curled into a faint smile. "Do not be hasty. Just wait a moment. Beside him, Shin Lingshan erupted into laughter, her mirth unabashedly laced with glee and satisfaction. What are you waiting for? Only the top 5 remain. You did not even make it into the top 10. Do you truly believe you possess the ability to rank among the top 5 in your grade? Chui Qianqian laughed derisively, echoing, exactly. Lin ran. Why don't you just admit that you scored higher than Su Jun and Su Qingyan this time? Who knows, you might just be the number 1 in your grade. Before the words could fully escape her lips, a thunderous shout erupted from a distance. Ran go. In an instant, everyone turned in surprise towards the source of the voice. It was Zhao Ku, rushing over from the direction of the teaching building. Nearly tumbling as he sprinted towards the honor roll, Ran go. With sweat pouring down his face, Zhao Ku arrived, panting heavily, his face flushed with an excitement that seemed to reach its zenith. He grasped Lin Ran's shoulders tightly, his voice trembling with exhilaration. The results are out from Tai Mian Chan. Your ranking is, hearing Zhao Ku's animated and trembling tone, and witnessing the sheer elation on his face, an ominous premonition took root in the hearts of Su Jun, Shin Lingshan, and Chui Qianqian, spreading like wild weeds. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zhao Ku took a deep breath and, with a voice that pierced the air, shouted, "You are first in your grade." In that moment, it felt as though the entire world had frozen in time. The sun shone brilliantly, casting its warm rays upon the campus of Yunnan High School. At that instant, a middle-aged male teacher was just finishing affixing the ranking poster at the top of the honor roll. Third place, Su Jun, total score 634. Second place, Su Qingyan, total score 643. Clearly inscribed at the very top of the ranking board was a single line. First place, Lin Ran, total score 648. Chui Qianqian was momentarily rendered speechless. Shin Lingshan's expression of schadenfreude and mockery was frozen, as if she had turned to stone. Su Jun's pupils dilated in disbelief, his mind exploding with the realization that the world around him was crumbling. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan merely turned her head to look at Lin Ran, recalling the shock and delight she felt after comparing answers with someone the night before. A smile involuntarily graced her lips. This little deskmate has truly surprised everyone, herself included. Lin Ran met Su Jun's gaze, calm and composed, and said, "It seems this evening is your performance." Su Jun ultimately lacked the resolve and courage to fulfill his promise. Upon discovering such a shocking ranking at noon by the honor roll, the once esteemed academic idol of Class 13 displayed a myriad of emotions, his face oscillating between shades of pale and red, before he finally broke down, shouting hoarsely, "Impossible. I refuse to believe it." In the end, however, under the scrutiny of all, he fled in utter disgrace. That evening, he took a leave of absence and did not return to school for evening study. For the following month, he vanished completely, avoiding all contact, as if he had disappeared from the face of the earth. This also left Zhao Ku, who had specially gathered a large group of people to observe and enjoy the performance at the playground that evening, feeling rather regretful. How dare this lad named Su lose and not admit it? Just like last time during the basketball game, he truly lacks any sense of responsibility. With this scathing critique, he radiated righteousness. Lin Ran glanced at his close friend. "Did you not make a bet with me as well?" "Ah, did I? You must be mistaken, Brother Ran." Zhao Ku, unperturbed, quickly shifted the topic with cleverness. "However, speaking of which, Brother Ran, you've truly excelled this time. It's not just our senior class. The entire school is buzzing about it. Word has it that a new top scorer has emerged from the liberal arts class, scoring 648 points. That's nearly 300 points higher than your last mock exam. How did you manage this, Brother Ran? If you have any study methods, please share them with me." Lin Ran was not particularly surprised. In fact, he found it rather natural. This achievement was the result of countless hours of toil and perseverance amassed from his previous life in university, having navigated through a sea of books and problems. A mere second mock exam was indeed trivial. Of course, such thoughts could not be voiced, so he casually replied, "It's nothing much." The credit primarily goes to classmate Su. Su Qingyan happened to share the same sentiment. She was fully aware that she had not provided Lin Ran with any tutoring. Initially, she found it quite perplexing, considering that in her previous life, this little desk mate had never displayed such remarkable academic performance. His diary, which she had perused, had never mentioned any hidden talents. So, what exactly had caused such a transformation? The only unforeseen variable in this butterfly effect was her own rebirth, coupled with a shift in her attitude towards her desk mate. Thus, The astute mind of the former CEO of a publicly listed company quickly concluded that Lin Ran must have experienced a surge of potential spurred by her encouragement. That must be it. After all, what other reason could there be? Lin Ran had not been reborn. Embracing this seemingly self-evident belief, during that evening's study session, Sue, the campus belle, wrote a note and discreetly slid it across to the desk of a certain individual. The note contained just 4 characters. Elegantly penned, "How will you thank me?" Lin Ran responded with 3 question marks hastily scribbled on a return note. Su Qingyan, upon seeing this, pouted slightly. The little guy was shy and reluctant to acknowledge that it was thanks to her encouragement that he had excelled, wasn't he? No matter. She boldly wrote back, "This afternoon. I helped you deal with Su Jun and that Shinling Shan. Shouldn't you show some gratitude?" Lin Ran pondered for a moment and thought there was merit in her statement. This afternoon, standing before the honor roll, although he could have humiliated Su and Shun on his own when the results were announced, having the campus belle by his side had elevated the impact of that humiliation to another level. Subsequently, Su Jun had fled in disarray, unable to withstand the embarrassment. After recovering from their initial shock, Shin Lingshan and her close friend Shui Qianqian stood frozen in place, determined to muster a smile and say a few words to ease the tension. However, the piercing gaze of the school beauty, who was seated beside them, swept over them coldly. "Aren't you two leaving?" The words struck like a thunderclap, compelling Shin Lingshan and Shui Qianqian to retreat in utter embarrassment, leaving without uttering a single word. Regaining his composure, Lin Ran scribbled a note and pushed it back. "How should I express my gratitude?" Su Qingyan swiftly took the pen and returned the note. "Promise me 3 conditions." Lin Ran gasped. Taken aback, such a lofty request from a school beauty with such exquisite cherry-like lips? "You are indeed a paragon of greed." He countered, "No more than 1 condition." "All right. Then my condition is that you must agree to 3 conditions in return." The notes exchanged back and forth, filled with a flurry of bargaining. Ultimately, they settled on a compromise of 2 conditions. The specific details were yet to be determined, left as a debt for the future. However, once the school beauty's desk mate made a request, Lin Ran was obliged to comply unconditionally. During the second session of evening study, their stern homeroom teacher, Time Yinchuan, entered the classroom, radiating joy and enthusiasm, and announced that Class 10 had performed exceptionally well in their exams. His gaze particularly lingered on Lin Ran, who he regarded as a rare treasure, extolling him. "A sword's edge is sharpened through grinding. The fragrance of plum blossoms emerges from bitter cold. Lin Ran, you have truly excelled. You have given me a tremendous surprise. Just look, with effort, miracles can indeed happen." Time Yinchuan was elated, not only because a top student had emerged from his class, but also because both top spots in the recent mock exam were claimed by his students, surpassing their long-standing rivals in Class 13 by a significant margin. In the teacher's lounge, encountering the ever-displeased Class 13's homeroom teacher, Wu Zhendua, allowed him to savor a moment of triumph. After praising Lin Ran for an extended period, Time Yinchuan added, "Of course, Lin Ran's success is also due in no small part to the assistance of classmate Qingyan. Her guidance played a significant role." His sentiment was echoed by the classmates, who nodded in agreement, casting glances of jealousy and admiration towards Lin Ran, and gazing at Su Qingyan with respect and longing. After all, it was hard to believe that Lin Ran could leap from the bottom to the top without the support of a scholar like the school beauty. Perhaps if Su Qingyan were to tutor me, I might achieve similar success. Many classmates mused. In response to Time Yinchuan's public praise, Su Qingyan maintained her usual cool demeanor. Unperturbed, "It's quite all right, teacher. Assisting my classmates is something I ought to do. There's no need for Lin Ran to thank me specifically." Her words won her further admiration from Time Yinchuan and her classmates alike. Truly, she is the school beauty of Su University. Such selflessness. Yet only Lin Ran, who had just signed the unequal agreement, felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. "You are so selfless. Could you possibly retract that inequitable treaty?" Upon returning home from school that evening, Lin Ran was warmly embraced by his ecstatic parents as soon as he stepped through the door. They showered him with affectionate gestures, exclaiming, "Indeed, you are our son. You have truly brought honor to your father and mother." It turned out that their stern yet kind-hearted homeroom teacher, Time Yinchuan, had been in high spirits that afternoon and could not resist calling Lin Ran's parents to share the joyful news. Lin's parents were initially incredulous, requiring multiple confirmations from the teacher before they could fully grasp the delightful reality. They eagerly invited their son to the dining table, where a lavish feast awaited to celebrate his remarkable achievement. As they watched Lin Ran enjoy his meal, the proud couple couldn't contain their joy, showering him with compliments. Eventually, Lin's mother seemed to recall something and mentioned, "By the way, Xiao Ran, your teacher said that your excellent performance this time was largely thanks to a classmate named Sue. Who is this Sue? When can we invite them over for a meal? I would like to prepare a sumptuous feast to express our gratitude." Inviting the school Belle to their home for dinner? There was absolutely no need. The moment this thought crossed Lin Ran's mind, he quickly dismissed it. His relationship with the school's beauty was purely platonic. However, in high school, if a boy were to invite a girl home for dinner and meet the parents, it could lead to significant misunderstandings. Such a scenario would not reflect well on the reputation of his female classmate. Of course, aside from this thoughtful consideration, Lin Ran was also slightly vexed by the inequitable treaty he had been coerced into signing by Su Qingyan during their evening study session. "I have already agreed to 2 of your conditions, Su Qingyan. Isn't this gratitude sufficient? It is more than enough." With this thought in mind, Lin Ran waved his hand dismissively at his parents, saying, "No need, my classmate is very kind and selfless." While uttering these words, he couldn't help but think of that inequitable treaty, feeling a slight irritation. "If gratitude is to be expressed, I shall do it myself." Lin's parents nodded in agreement. Then their expressions shifted to one of surprise. "A classmate, you say? Such a wonderful person. You must get along well. Even if you don't have to invite them over for a meal, do bring them home sometime, so we can meet them." When it came to fostering relationships, whether for Lin Ran and Su Qingyan or for their entire senior class at Yunnan High School, the remaining time together was indeed dwindling. With the second mock exam behind them, only 30 days remained until the college entrance examination. On that Saturday morning, their homeroom teacher, Time Yinchuan, announced to the students, "For the next month, those who wish to study at school may utilize the classrooms, lecture halls, study rooms, and library, all of which will be open throughout the day. For those who prefer to study at home, it is entirely up to your personal preference. The school does not impose any requirements. However, the teachers will remain in the classrooms or offices, ready to assist with any questions you may have." At this point, Time Yinchuan paused, casting a rare soft gaze over the students before continuing. "This is the final month. Everything that needed to be said has been conveyed numerous times. Ultimately, what the teachers can do to assist you is limited. As you approach the final stretch, it is time to rely on your own resolve to surge forward." The tone, devoid of its usual severity, is imbued with a sincerity that resonates deeply. Once the presentation concludes, after class, the stern teacher, Time Mian Chun, specifically summons Lin Ran to the faculty office. Confronted with his former underperformer, who has now astonished the entire grade with remarkable results, Time Mian Chun opens his mouth. Momentarily at a loss for words, his emotions tangled. Finally, he steadies himself and, in an unprecedented display of warmth, acknowledges, "Your recent examination performance was exceptional, surpassing even my expectations as your homeroom teacher. However, you must remain humble and diligent, sustaining this momentum. For the final examination results will ultimately dictate the course of your life. Therefore, do not squander this gift, nor your parents' hopes, and most importantly, do not let yourself down." His earnest counsel, though seemingly a familiar refrain, resonates with Lin Ran, who feels a swell of gratitude. He senses that this stern, balding middle-aged man is genuinely sharing his life wisdom and experiences. Yet, in the next moment, as if struck by a sudden thought, Tai Mian Chun shifts the conversation, nonchalantly stating, "Thus, your primary focus now should be on diligent review for the upcoming exams. As for other matters, relationships, romance, and such, there is no rush. You may take your time to foster friendships and encourage one another in your studies. If you truly wish to explore something more, there will be ample opportunity to do so after graduation." The warmth of the previous moment dissipates, and Lin Ran is left with a monumental question mark hovering over his head. What was that about relationships? Confused, he fails to comprehend the implications. The homeroom teacher has concluded his statements, and the ensuing days for the students of Class 10, Year 3, herald a newfound freedom. Most students opt to remain at school during the final month for revision, as the conducive atmosphere fosters discipline, unlike the potential lethargy of home. Lin Ran shares this sentiment. Yet if one were to truly consider the study environment, the classroom is no longer the ideal choice. Despite numerous classmates from Class 10 choosing to study in the classroom, the absence of teacher supervision has relaxed the atmosphere significantly. Some students, after a brief stint of writing practice papers, have begun to indulge in snacks and chat, easily distracting those still focused on their studies. The finest venue for revision at Yunnan High School is the large lecture hall. Upon making this decision, Lin Ran unexpectedly learns from his classmate, the school beauty, of a significant development. Are you also heading to the lecture hall? Lin Ran queries, surprised. The school beauty nods lightly, her demeanor casual. Yes. Are you going too? Lin Ran nods earnestly. With a slight raise of her brow, the school beauty responds. What a coincidence. Let's go together. Lin Ran, without further contemplation, readily agrees. Sure. Zhao mentioned he would also go. We can all join forces. Su Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly. Zhao, he said he wouldn't go. Lin Ran was taken aback. Really? I just asked him. And he said he wanted to study with me. The illustrious school beauty remained nonchalant. He changed his mind at the last moment. You can ask him again if you don't believe me. Moments later, the resolute Zhao, just returning from the restroom, declared with unwavering certainty, yes, I changed my mind. I believe that a lecture hall is simply not suited for me. I am quite content to stay in the classroom by myself. You and the class monitor should go instead. Lin Ran, eyeing his steadfast friend with suspicion, glanced at the school beauty beside him, who appeared as aloof and indifferent as ever, seemingly unconcerned. Everything seemed fine, but an odd feeling lingered. Ultimately, Lin Ran shook his head and made a decision. All right, then it shall be just the two of us. The large lecture hall, also the auditorium of Yunnan High School, could comfortably accommodate 300 to 500 people, sufficient for an entire grade of students. Many senior students came to self-study, each keeping a respectful distance, quietly engrossed in their own tasks. Su Qingyan had gone to the school store to buy drinks, so Lin Ran arrived first to secure seats. Upon entering the lecture hall and surveying the area, he quickly found a spot in the corner. Lin Ran settled himself, placing the bags for himself and the school beauty at their respective spots. Just as he sat down and was about to take out his paper, pen, and textbooks, he noticed a chubby fellow in the seat to his left turn toward him and quietly greet. Hey, do you have a red pen? Can I borrow it? Lin Ran nodded. Sure. He generously handed over the red pen. The chubby student accepted it with a grateful expression. Thanks a lot. I'll return it after using it. This exchange sparked a conversation between them. The chubby student, from class 6 of the senior year, had a naturally sociable personality. To facilitate their chat, he moved to sit directly in front of Lin Ran, immediately launching into a lively conversation. As the dialogue shifted to recent gossip, the chubby student leaned in with a conspiratorial tone. Are you in the liberal arts class? You must have heard of Lin Ran from class 10? Lin Ran nodded. Oh, I'm aware, but we're not familiar. The chubby student puffed up with pride, thumping his chest. Not familiar? That is all right. I am. Zhao, you know. He and Lin Ran are best friends. Lin Ran couldn't help but scrutinize the chubby student, hesitantly asking, Are you Zhao? Wrong. The chubby student waved his hand dismissively, wearing a proud expression. I am Zhao's best friend. He then leaned closer, a glint of intrigue in his eyes. So, what I have for you is first-hand gossip. Zhao himself told me that Lin Ran and Su Qingyan have been desk mates for 2.5 years, and their feelings for each other have long been deeply rooted. Moreover, it's not just Su Qingyan who excels academically. Lin Ran is also a scholar. He has been deliberately keeping a low profile, not wanting to overshadow Su Qingyan's top position, hence he lets her have it. Lin Ran. Impressive. Fascinating. The rotund individual continued with exuberance, exclaiming. This time, it was none other than Su Jun from class 13, who, in his ignorance, foolishly walked into the line of fire. The young couple was wrapped in their tender affection, a perfect match of beauty and talent, and yet he, a mere creature of mischief, insisted on causing discord and undermining their bond. Is that not a pursuit of death? Thus, in a fit of rage for his beloved, that brother Ran cast aside pretense and effortlessly secured the top spot in the year. I have also heard that Lin Ran and the school belle Su Qingyan have decided to be forthright about their relationship since their secret is now out. Once the college entrance examination concludes, they shall officially announce their union. At that moment, they will become the legendary couple of Yunnan High, leaving behind a tale of romance, only to vanish from the world. As he spoke, the rotund fellow became so moved that he cradled his heart with both hands, his face alight with yearning. Ah, how sweet. When will I find my own little dragon girl? Lin Ran could hardly bear to listen any longer. How could such absurd rumors spread so wildly? It was imperative to set the record straight. Clearing his throat, he earnestly replied, "You have misheard. Lin Ran and Su Qingyan are merely ordinary classmates, with a very innocent deskmate relationship. They are not in a romantic relationship." The rotund fellow, immediately displeased, cast a sidelong glance at Lin Ran. "What's wrong? Are you the loyal companion of Kush Xiao, or am I?" Lin Ran responded. "In a certain sense, it appears that both of them are." "Well, Yu Zhao Ku, it seems I have been too lenient. I should not have let this rascal go unpunished. He ought to experience the same humiliation as Su Jun on the playground." Just then, footsteps echoed from the front entrance of the lecture hall. Instinctively, both Lin Ran and the rotund fellow lifted their heads in the direction of the sound. A striking figure appeared at the entrance, a young girl cradling 2 bottles of drinks, clad in simple red and white loose-fitting school attire. Her tall, graceful form boasted an exquisite silhouette, her face a masterpiece, pale as jade, emanating an ethereal aura. Her bright, yet tranquil eyes resembled autumn waters, her long, lustrous hair tied back in a neat ponytail cascading down her back, exuding a refreshing elegance. Despite her ordinary attire, she radiated an extraordinary charm that captivated the attention of every student in the lecture hall the moment she stepped through the door, rendering them unable to look away. The Belle of Yunnan High, Su Qingyan. The rotund fellow stood frozen in awe, then suddenly snapped back to reality, brimming with excitement. "Oh my! Su Qingyan!" he exclaimed, eyes fixed on her, while excitedly tugging on Lin Ran's arm. "Brother, we've hit the jackpot. I heard Su Qingyan is now studying with Lin Ran. If Su Qingyan is here, then Lin Ran must surely be too. The legendary couple has arrived. We are front-row spectators to this spectacle." Lin Ran glanced at the rotund fellow seated right in front of him and nodded. Indeed, quite close to the front. The rotund fellow, puzzled, inquired, "What does that mean?" Just then, he noticed Su Qingyan approaching their direction, and he was nearly beside himself with exhilaration. "Oh my, she's coming over to us. The campus beauty, Su Qingyan. And Lin Ran are to be seated here? Brother, quickly look around. Lin Ran might be nearby." Lin Ran glanced down at himself. No need to search any further. I've already been found. The chubby boy was momentarily taken aback, finally turning to Lin Ran, dumbfoundedly exclaiming, "Huh?" Immediately, under the gaze of nearly every student in the lecture hall, Su Qingyan made her way to the corner of the back row, with an air of grace. And amidst a sea of astonished looks, she sat beside a certain someone, casually handing over a chilled bottle of Sprite. "It's yours." Lin Ran accepted it nonchalantly. "Thank you." The entire lecture hall fell into an abrupt silence. The sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Every student had effortlessly recognized Su Qingyan as the campus belle. Upon seeing her seated next to Lin Ran, they swiftly connected the dots to the previous gossip, arriving at a conclusion. In an instant, a low murmur of astonishment surged like a tide. The rumors were indeed true. Su Qingyan and Lin Ran were truly together. They had come to the lecture hall to study together. Meanwhile, the chubby boy, occupying the prime spot in the front row for eavesdropping, stared at the divine couple before him, nearly petrified into a statue, with only 2 words reverberating in his mind. "No way." Chapter 61. What you once longed for and could not attain. I shall compensate. The commotion in the lecture hall continued for a while before gradually subsiding. Yet, students could not resist stealing glances towards the back row, where Lin Ran and Su Qingyan sat. They, however, remained unfazed, each retrieving their textbooks and stationery from their bags, preparing to begin their study session. The only disturbance came from a certain chubby boy in the front row, peering over like a gopher, persistently turning to look at them. Lin Ran glanced at the boy, about to speak, when the campus beauty beside him beat him to it, raising her head and directing her gaze at the boy, inquiring in a calm tone, "Sitting so close, is it not disruptive to your studying?" "Goodness, the campus beauty is speaking to me." The chubby boy was overwhelmed with excitement. His face flushed, and he waved his hands vigorously. It's fine, not a bother at all." How could he miss such a rare opportunity to eavesdrop from up close? Su Qingyan narrowed her eyes slightly, an air of danger lacing her deep gaze. "No, you should consider." Her tone remained light, yet it sent a shiver down the boy's spine, making him feel a chill. The chubby boy quickly amended, Yes. I think it might be a little inconvenient, so I'll move back. I'll sit further away, ha ha ha." Accompanied by a nervous chuckle, he swiftly retreated to his distant seat. Finally, peace was restored. Su Qingyan turned to Lin Ran, raising an eyebrow slightly, offering a gentle smile. Let us begin our studies. Indeed, studying in the lecture hall was imbued with a strong academic atmosphere, making one unconsciously immersed in it. Time passed quietly. Before they knew it, over an hour had slipped by, coinciding with the sound of the class dismissal bell ringing from outside. In the lecture hall, the students gradually set down their pens, stretching their bodies and taking a brief respite. Lin Ran also closed his textbook and laid down his writing tools, gently massaging his temples, feeling a bit fatigued. Beside him, Su Qingyan turned her head and inquired, "Tired?" Lin Ran nodded slightly, a little. Su Qingyan then retrieved a pair of wired earphones and a delicate device from her backpack. She gestured towards Lin Ran. "Shall we listen to some music?" Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, but instinctively nodded, "Sure." Before he could fully grasp the situation, his classmate, the school belle, effortlessly placed one earphone into his left ear while donning the other in her own right ear, sharing a single pair of earphones. A soft and melodious female voice drifted into their ears, soothing and harmonious. However, Lin Ran suddenly found himself lost in thought, gazing at the exquisite profile of the girl beside him, connected by the earphone wire. In that fleeting moment, his heart stirred slightly, and memories from a past life surged forth like a tide, causing him to momentarily lose focus. The school bell looked over. "What's wrong?" Lin Ran snapped back to reality, feeling an unexpected wave of embarrassment and nothing. He hastily averted his gaze, pretending to be nonchalant. Unbeknownst to him, at that moment, his classmate was observing him, her eyes filled with warmth and gentleness as she listened to the music. She was aware, for she had glimpsed the diary of a certain foolish boy in a previous life, an 18-year-old lad who, during the last month of his college entrance exam preparations, had envied couples sharing earphones while studying. He had pinned down his envy and yearning in his diary. Yet in this life, he need not envy others, for she was by his side. What he lacked in the past, what he longed for, would all be fulfilled by her. The following day unfolded similarly in the lecture hall, with self-study continuing. Seated in the last row at the corner, much like in their previous classes, the boy and girl sat side by side, harmoniously immersed in their studies. Occasionally, they would set down their pens, engaging in light banter during brief breaks. When class intervals arrived, the girl would once more produce the earphones, naturally sharing one half with him. Together, they reveled in the music, allowing themselves to relax and drift into thought. While Lin Ran was lost in contemplation, Su Qingyan rested her chin on her hand, quietly admiring his profile. A subtle smile often graced her lips, though faint. It was enough for the observant to capture, sending ripples of astonishment through onlookers. The once aloof ice goddess, Su Qingyan, seemed to share a profound bond with the boy beside her. Days flowed by in this manner, and Lin Ran gradually acclimated to the study environment of the lecture hall, just as he became accustomed to the presence of the school belle by his side. Together, they enjoyed drinks, listened to music, and engaged in conversation. After all, sharing a desk was perfectly reasonable. Someone assumes this as a matter of course. Yet, there is something rather peculiar about the situation. Lin Ran has noticed that the number of students studying in the lecture hall seems to have increased significantly. The seats, which were once spacious and abundant, have now become quite cramped. Initially, each student occupied their own seat, leaving an empty space in between. However, as time progressed, it became increasingly crowded, particularly in the front rows, while the back corner remained desolate and serene, untouched by any disturbances. It appeared that no one dared to intrude upon that space. Unbeknownst to Lin Ran, news had quietly circulated. Lin Ran, the top student of Class 10 in the second mock exam, was studying in the lecture hall alongside the campus belle, Su Qingyan. The two were seated together, resembling a couple in love. What do you mean resembling? They were indeed in love. An increasing number of curious onlookers approached, eager to uncover the latest gossip. Seated in the front rows, their demeanor suggested they were not genuinely focused on their studies. They would often glance back furtively, craning their necks to observe the back corner. Lin Ran grew increasingly suspicious and asked his deskmate, "The campus belle, are those people watching us?" Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow slightly. "Is that so?" Consequently, she lifted her head, her enchanting visage devoid of emotion, her gaze sweeping forward with an icy chill that could freeze anyone in place. As her eyes passed, a collective shiver coursed through all the furtive students in the front rows. They instantly turned back, burying themselves in their books, no longer daring to entertain any trivial thoughts or movements. Su Qingyan then withdrew her gaze and turned to Lin Ran, speaking nonchalantly. You must be mistaken. A larger question mark began to form above Lin Ran's head. Life continued. Occasionally, Lin Ran would return to class 10 from the lecture hall. Encountering his close friend Zhao Ku for a casual chat, Zhao Ku mentioned that many students had begun pairing off, boys and girls alike, seeking spaces to study together. The mounting pressure of the impending college entrance examination and graduation had blurred the previously distinct lines between genders, fostering bolder and more intimate relationships. He also spoke of several boys who had seized the opportunity to confess their feelings to girls while studying together, successfully establishing relationships that would officially commence after graduation. With a hint of envy, Zhao Ku remarked, when will I and Yuan Tingting become a couple? Yuan Tingting, the Chinese class representative in class 10, was also considered a close friend of Su Qingyan, equally possessing charm and grace. Lin Ran pondered for a moment, curious. Aren't you studying in the library with Yuan Tingting every day lately? That seems quite nice. Zhao Ku sighed dejectedly. What is nice about it? I wanted to ask her to study alone, but she didn't agree. Lin Ran realized, so it's a group study? Zhao Ku ran his fingers through his hair. Not exactly, just the two of us. She mentioned inviting others, but coincidentally, everyone she invited had prior commitments and couldn't come. Lin Ran observed Zhao Ku, a question mark appearing above his head. After all these days, it's just a coincidence that no one else could come, leaving just the two of you? Zhao Ku replied confidently. Yes, Yuan Tingting said so herself. It's just a mere coincidence, quite reasonable. With a heavy heart and a forlorn expression, he lamented, Brother, why won't Yuan Tingting spend time alone with me? Does she truly have no interest in me? Lin Ran gazed at his foolish friend as if observing a simpleton. What kind of logic is this? It's pure coincidence. With that kind of intellect, even the god of marriage would struggle to assist him. Faced with such a dim-witted companion, one could not help but feel a sudden surge of intellectual superiority. Moments later, the school beauty approached after organizing her textbooks and notes, and the two departed together. As they walked towards the bicycle shed, Lin Ran casually recounted a humorous tale about Zhao Ku, indulging in a bit of schadenfreude. That guy is the epitome of a clueless straight man. Utterly hopeless. The school beauty, maintaining a calm demeanor, nodded slightly without further comment. Upon reaching the bicycle shed, Lin Ran retrieved his bicycle, and they exited the school gate side by side. Glancing around, he noticed the absence of a familiar black Maybach. Where's your car? He inquired. Su Qingyan replied nonchalantly. Oh, our car just happens to be broken. If it's convenient, could you give me a ride? Lin Ran's expression shifted to one of understanding as he generously agreed. Ah, I see. Of course. Friends help each other out. It's only reasonable. Thus, Su Qingyan gracefully settled onto the back seat of his bicycle, effortlessly wrapping her arms around his waist. Lin Ran mounted the bicycle and pedaled away, smoothly gliding through the summer night breeze of Yunnan with the school beauty behind him. While riding, he continued to share his thoughts with her. What was I just saying? Right? Zhao Ku, such a straightforward guy. He is completely at the mercy of Yuan Tingting. Haha. As they rode, the warm, humid evening breeze brushed against them. Su Qingyan tucked a stray lock of hair behind her ear, a slight smile gracing her lips. Indeed, a straightforward man, easy to manipulate. This marked Lin Ran's inaugural bicycle ride escorting the school beauty home, yet it was certainly not the last. The following day, at the bicycle shed, she remarked coolly, The bike isn't fixed yet. It seems I'll need your help again. On the third day, she casually mentioned the bike was coincidentally broken again, her tone lacking any hint of genuine apology. On the fourth day, she remained unfazed as she informed him of Uncle Zhou's illness. Days 5, 6, and 7 passed without Lin Ran feeling perturbed. It all seemed rather coincidental, yet not unreasonable. Each evening, he became accustomed to escorting the school beauty home. Discovering that her residence, Coral Garden, was conveniently near a market frequently visited by his parents. One evening, while riding home with her, Lin Ran jokingly remarked, If my parents saw me riding with you, they might think I'm not focused on my studies and am falling in love. Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled with intrigue. Her voice contemplative, indeed. That was indeed perilous. Lin Ran chuckled, reassuringly. Do not worry. How could it be so coincidental? The following evening, at the entrance of the vegetable market near Coral Garden, a middle-aged couple emerged, carrying plastic bags filled with groceries, engaged in conversation. Did you buy the spare ribs? Xiao Ran will be home shortly. I plan to prepare a delicious taro and spare rib soup for him. Lin's father and mother were conversing. Suddenly, Lin's mother came to a halt, her gaze fixated on a figure approaching on a bicycle from a distance. "Old Lin, is that our son? And it seems he has someone with him?" Lin ran, too, was taken aback by the uncanny coincidence. He happened to pass by the coral garden, where his classmate, the school beauty, resided, and his parents, on a whim, decided to take an evening stroll and detour to the market to buy spare ribs, intending to treat their son. The two scenarios converged perfectly. Thus, the following scene unfolded. At the corner of the market entrance, Lin's father and mother, bags of spare ribs in hand, crossed paths with their son, who was riding a bicycle with his classmate. Lin ran hastily applied the brakes, stopping just before his parents. However, his passenger, Su Qingyan, unable to counteract the inertia, joyfully tumbled onto his back, wrapping her arms around his waist with a bright smile. "Oh dear, how careless of you." Before she could feign nonchalance and express understanding, she noticed that Lin Ran's back muscles had suddenly tensed up. Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. At that moment, Lin Ran had already halted the bicycle, his hands gripping the handlebars, and with a somewhat rigid expression, he raised a hand to greet his equally stunned parents. Forcing a chuckle, "Dad, Mom, what a coincidence." The atmosphere momentarily thickened with tension. Lin Guozheng and Zhao Shuqin stared blankly at their son on the bicycle. Lin's father instinctively swallowed hard. "Indeed, what a coincidence," he echoed, while his gaze had already shifted with his wife, briefly glancing past their son. Their eyes gradually settled on the stunning girl seated behind him. Zhao Shuqin, who typically could chatter for 10 minutes without pause, now stammered slightly. "And this? Who might she be?" Her inquiry was cautious, as if fearing her son had engaged in some illicit activity or had abducted the girl. Lin Ran hastily clarified, "Oh, this is my classmate. She lives nearby, and I was simply giving her a ride home." Although he spoke the truth, an inexplicable sense of embarrassment and guilt washed over him in his parents' presence. Meanwhile, Su Qingyan had regained her composure, realizing the gravity of the situation, and quickly dismounted from the back of the bicycle. The young girl inhaled gently, bowed slightly to Lin's father and mother, then raised her head with a sweet smile, saying, "Hello, Uncle and Aunt. I am Lin Ran's desk mate, Su Qingyan. You may call me Qingyan." Her tone was soft, her demeanor elegant, and her politeness was poised. Coupled with her almost impeccable sweet smile, she was utterly flawless. In her previous life, she had been the female president of a publicly listed group in the southern province, a formidable figure in the business world, known for her decisiveness and swift actions. She had always interacted with others in a cool manner, never disguising her true feelings. Anyone fortunate enough to witness the delightful smile on Su Qingyan's face at that moment would likely be left astounded, questioning their own perception of reality. Even if her father, a renowned figure in the southern province business community, were to witness this scene, he would surely feel a mix of heartbreak and jealousy, lamenting that his daughter had never smiled so sweetly at him. Even Lin Ran, standing by, was nearly taken aback, struggling to believe his eyes. Was this truly the same person he had known? Where was the aloof school beauty he had grown accustomed to? Having shared the same desk for 2 lifetimes, he had never seen Su Qingyan smile so beautifully before. Unbeknownst to him, even as her smile left those around her in a state of astonishment, Su Qingyan herself felt a twinge of regret. In her heart, a tiny figure lamented, "What a pity. If only I didn't have to conceal my identity as a reborn individual, I would be calling them Mom and Dad right now." Although he was unaware of his desk mate's inner thoughts, Lin Ran, along with his parents, were left flustered by the polite greeting from the beautiful girl who had just dismounted from the bicycle. "Oh, how courteous of you. Qingyan, right? Hello, hello?" they stammered, trying to reciprocate her kindness while taking in her appearance. Clad in a simple, unadorned school uniform, she exuded an air of grace and poise. Her elegant stature and refined manner of speaking clearly indicated excellent upbringing. Her stunning looks were undeniable, and the sweet smile gracing her exquisite face was refreshing to behold. The more they looked, the more they were enchanted. Suddenly, Lin's mother, Zhao Shuqin, had a realization. "Deskmate, Su classmate?" The key phrase caught her attention, and her expression shifted to one of surprise and delight. "You are the one that teacher Lu mentioned, the one who helps our little Ran with his studies?" Lin's father quickly followed suit, understanding dawning upon him. "Ah yes, Ran mentioned you. He performed so well on the recent exam thanks to your assistance." Su Qingyan smiled sweetly once more, her expression laced with modesty and humility. Thank you, Uncle and Aunt. It's really Lin Ran who is clever and diligent. I merely spent some of my revision time helping him with a few minor tasks. The credit truly belongs to him. Lin Ran found himself utterly bewildered. What? This can't be right. The first two sentences were relatively truthful, modest, and polite. Yet, the latter part seemed to imply that the credit was being redirected back to herself. Wasn't it she who sought his guidance initially? Additionally, Lin Ran could not help but scrutinize his beautiful classmate seated beside him, his eyes laden with profound confusion. Why did it seem as if she was intentionally trying to curry favor with his parents? What was her purpose in ingratiating herself with them? It wasn't as if she were a daughter-in-law meeting her in-laws. Lin Ran was utterly perplexed, a myriad of questions swirling in his mind. However, Lin's parents were already moved by her words, which resonated deeply within their hearts. What parent wouldn't relish hearing others praise their child? Yet, they were acutely aware of their son's academic standing prior to this. His impressive results were undoubtedly largely due to the assistance of this charming girl before them. What was even more commendable was her humility, despite having aided their son immensely. Truly, she was a remarkable young lady. This child is so considerate. In a surge of emotion, Lin's father turned to his son and decisively declared, "Son, you ought to express your gratitude to classmate Qing Yan." Lin's mother fervently nodded in agreement. Yes, make sure to thank her properly. Lin Ran. What on earth? Are these truly my parents? Meanwhile, the beautiful classmate continued to wave her hands dismissively, lowering her head slightly in a bashful manner. Uncle and Auntie, you are too kind. There is no need to thank me. If anyone should be thanked, it is I who must express my gratitude to Xiao Ran. As if quite naturally, she had already transitioned from addressing him as Lin Ran to the more endearing Xiao Ran. A slight flush graced her cheeks, after all. It has always been Xiao Ran looking out for me at school. He took my hand to guide me to the snack shop. He held my hand while walking me home at night. He took me to the observatory to gaze at the stars. Whenever those unruly boys bullied me, he stood up for me, declaring he would be my protector. Recently, he has even been accompanying me home every night. Her list of good deeds was both specific and exhaustive, bordering on the absurd. Lin Ran, listening nearby, found his jaw dropping wider and wider, nearly reaching the floor. His emotions felt as if they were in disarray, utterly bewildered. This was not right. Something was terribly amiss. What was his classmate saying? Though it initially sounded plausible, upon closer examination, it had completely misrepresented the truth. Wasn't it she who suggested going home together? The stargazing at the observatory was merely a chance encounter. And why emphasize holding hands during the trip to the snack shop and walking home? Lin's parents were nearly astounded, turning to look at their son, almost doubting whether this was indeed their child. Were Lin Ran and this girl truly that close? They exchanged bewildered glances, questioning the nature of their son's relationship with her. Someone quickly interjected, "Mom and Dad, please don't misunderstand. My relationship with Sue is merely that of innocent desk mates." He endeavored to appear dignified. Lin's parents hesitated before nodding. Oh, desk mates? Today's youth have such strong bonds. Despite their words, the couple's gaze flitted back and forth between Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, their expressions increasingly peculiar. Unable to bear the scrutiny, Lin Ran hastily cleared his throat. It's getting late. I should escort Sue back." Beside him, the school beauty raised an eyebrow, her expression thoughtful. "No rush. I can chat a little longer with Uncle and Aunt." "Chat? If you chat any longer, it could lead to major problems." Lin Ran chuckled nervously, swiftly grasping the hand of the school beauty and pulling her onto the back of his bicycle. He quickly mounted the bike, pedaling away in a hurry. "Mom and Dad, you head home first. I'll be back shortly." He left his parents in a daze, watching their son ride off with the school beauty. Once they regained their composure, Lin's father gasped, "Did Xiao Ran just take that girl's hand?" Lin's mother's eyes lit up. "My son is truly growing up." Moments later, they arrived at their destination. Lin Ran finally breathed a sigh of relief as he stopped in front of the Coral Garden community. He looked up to see the school beauty dismounting from the bike, nodding at him. "Thank you. Goodbye." In an instant, she reverted to her cool and aloof demeanor, as if nothing had transpired. Lin Ran was taken aback. Had he imagined the earlier scene? It felt surreal. Sensing his confusion, the school beauty calmly explained, "Uncle and Aunt are very kind. I merely wish to show courtesy. Please don't misunderstand." Lin Ran's mouth twitched. "I'm not misunderstanding. I'm just worried my parents might think I'm in a premature romance." The school beauty regarded him with her clear and serene gaze. "What premature romance?" We are just innocent desk mates. She paused, raising an eyebrow slightly. Unless, of course, one has something to hide. Do you have something to hide? Under her unclouded gaze, Lin Ran felt an uncharacteristic pang of guilt. He quickly straightened his posture. Of course not. She nodded slightly, her demeanor cool and composed. Then that has settled. I don't either. Lin Ran was left with a bewildered expression, pondering the meaning of life, before finally managing to nod and mumble, that makes sense. Unbeknownst to him, at that very moment, Su Qingyin's inner self had transformed into a mischievous enchantress, languorously reclining on her throne, with one leg crossed over the other. Her posture was both casual and elegant. Resting her chin on her knee, she wore a half-smile, her eyes sparkling with playful allure. No secrets? How amusing, sister. I am the queen of the night. Chapter 64. Do not underestimate the bonds of a deskmate. That night, upon returning home, Lin Ran found himself once again summoned to the dining table by his parents, who subjected him to a thorough interrogation. Having recently undergone a heart-to-heart with the school beauty who sat beside him, he felt a sense of moral clarity and responded with unwavering confidence. There is truly nothing to it. We are merely ordinary classmates, sharing a purely platonic relationship. Besides, I am still a high school student. My mind is solely occupied with studies. How could I possibly entertain thoughts of early romance? Lin's father and mother exchanged a glance. It is indeed true that high school students ought not to engage in early relationships, yet one must consider that graduation and the college entrance examination are approaching swiftly. Lin's mother decisively declared, in that case, you should invite Qing Yin over to our home for a visit. Your father will prepare a splendid meal. She has been such a tremendous help to you. It is only proper that we express our gratitude. Just as Lin Ran was about to voice his objections, his father, ever quick-witted, interjected, aren't you two the ones who can hold hands and gaze at the stars together? Such a close bond warrants an invitation home, does it not? Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. This line of reasoning felt oddly familiar. Sensing her son's sudden silence, Lin's mother seized the opportunity to add, unless, of course, you have something to hide. Those words struck a chord, piercing directly to the heart of the matter. Having just fortified his resolve, convinced that he was devoid of any guilt, Lin Ran's eyes widened in indignation. Who said that? I have nothing to hide. An invitation is entirely reasonable. Thus, the matter was settled. Observing their son retreating to his room in a somewhat flustered manner, Lin's parents exchanged another delighted glance, their faces alight with satisfaction. Well done, old man. You did well too, old woman. Huh, Lin Guizheng, who are you calling old woman? Zhao Shuqin's brows knitted together, and she was instantly incensed. As the days passed, the countdown to the college entrance examination became increasingly palpable. In the upper right corner of the classroom blackboard, a student was designated each day to erase the previous number and inscribe the new one. 20 days, 15 days, 10 days. An air of melancholy, tinged with the anxiety and pressure of impending separation, permeated the campus atmosphere. Amidst this tension, even the usually optimistic Zhao Ku adopted a more serious demeanor. Speaking far less and refraining from his usual light-hearted gossip, he devoted himself to diligent study, even seeking Lin Ran for guidance on various subjects. During their conversations, he confided in Lin Ran about his aspirations to attend university in Hangzhou. With my grades, I will surely never catch up to someone like Yuan Tingting, the class representative. However, I wish to strive earnestly to gain admission to a university in the same city, one not too far away. That way, I would at least have the chance to be closer to her. As he spoke, Zhao Ku's expression was imbued with solemnity. At 18, this young man approached discussions of future plans and ambitions with a touch of youthful naivete. Rational analysis took a back seat to the driving force of love, which propelled him to strive for greater heights. Lin Ran refrained from advising Zhao Ku to adopt a more pragmatic perspective, urging him instead to genuinely consider his future. He did not remind his close friend that even if they both ended up in the same city, it did not guarantee that they would truly be able to be together. After all, even for the sake of love, this remains a form of motivation worthy of encouragement. In their casual conversations, Lin Ran could discern his friend's confusion and fear about the future. This sentiment was not exclusive to Zhao Ku. It was prevalent among many of their classmates in their final year. Lin Ran, however, was an exception. As a reborn individual, he felt no pressure or burden when facing the impending college entrance examination or the uncertainties of life after graduation. The calmness of a reborn person allowed him to savor the last stretch of these intense, yet fulfilling high school years. Each day, he followed a structured routine of review and preparation. After tiring himself out in the lecture hall, he would run laps on the playground in the cool evening breeze. With each lap, he would emerge drenched in sweat, breathing in the fresh air with delight, feeling invigorated and utterly alive. His classmate, the school beauty, consistently remained by his side, her demeanor effortlessly serene as she handed him a bottle of soda at just the right moment. Lin Ran tilted his head back, gulping down a generous mouthful, the icy liquid revitalizing him. Lazily seated on the steps of the playground, he gazed up at the night sky, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the school beauty beside him. You know, as a child, I believed that Yunnan County encompassed the entire world, unable to envision myself leaving. Yet, after the college entrance examination, attending university, and venturing into other cities, I might discover that the sky over a small county is, in reality, quite limited. You live and grow here, but ultimately, you must depart, and your connection to your hometown will gradually diminish and fade. Eventually, those classmates, friends, and relatives you once knew will, inevitably, drift away from you. There will always be companions, yet no one will remain by your side forever. The school beauty sat quietly, listening as Lin Ran seemingly rambled on. By the end, she nodded slightly. Perhaps there will be. Lin Ran turned to her, curiosity piqued, raising an eyebrow. For instance? With an expression of calm assurance, she replied, For instance, your parents. She paused momentarily, as if casually adding, and me. In that moment, the summer night breeze seemed to still. The air grew quiet, while the cicadas in the nearby trees grew increasingly clamorous. Lin Ran was taken aback, staring blankly at the school beauty beside him. Su Qingyan remained unflustered, her demeanor composed. Do not underestimate the bond of a classmate. Such inexplicably dramatic words were uttered with remarkable ease by the seemingly aloof goddess of Yunnan High School, imbued with an undeniable essence. Looking at the school beauty before him, Lin Ran couldn't help but smile. That makes sense. On June 6th, the final day before the college entrance examination, in Class 10 of the third year, when the stern teacher, Tai Mian Chun, entered the classroom and ascended to the podium, Su Qingyan, as class monitor, stood up promptly. Suddenly, the entire class rose in unison, bowing deeply towards the middle-aged man at the podium. Thank you for your hard work, teacher. Even though I have led graduating classes countless times and have experienced such scenes repeatedly, at this very moment, the stern-faced Chun could not help but feel a surge of excitement and appreciation, her eyes glistening with unshed tears as she endeavored to steady her emotions. Her gaze swept over the youthful faces below, and she declared with fervor, 3 years of diligent study. Let us showcase our brilliance. Tomorrow, we shall unsheath our swords. The response from the audience was a resounding cheer. On June 7th, seated in the examination room for the college entrance examination, even in this rebirth, Lin Ran could still sense the chilling, oppressive atmosphere permeating the air, sending shivers across his skin. Taking a deep breath, the flames of battle ignited fiercely in Lin Ran's eyes, boiling over with intensity. And thus, the 2 most nerve-wracking days of the examination swiftly passed. Upon completing the final English paper and stepping outside the examination hall, he inhaled the first breath of fresh air, hearing the jubilant cheers of fellow candidates in the distance. It was then that Lin Ran came to a sudden realization. The college entrance examination had concluded, and so too was his high school journey coming to an end. The most tense moments had passed. What lay ahead was a time for revelry and celebration. The graduation dinner for Class 10 of the third year was scheduled for that evening at 7 p.m. Meanwhile, his close friend Zhao Ku had stealthily approached Lin Ran, excitedly revealing that he intended to confess his feelings to Yuan Tingting during the graduation celebration. Zhao Ku spoke with unwavering confidence, asserting that the atmosphere of a graduation dinner, coupled with a bit of alcohol, was perfect for such declarations. In the next breath, he leaned in with a conspiratorial expression, nudging Lin Ran. How about you? Lin Ran scoffed at his friend's suggestion. How about what? He retorted. The notion of confessing feelings during graduation was fraught with peril. If one genuinely liked a girl, relying on liquid courage to bolster one's resolve often led to embarrassment. To slur out one's affections while intoxicated was hardly an appealing proposition for most young women. Moreover, whom would he confess to? Shenling Shan, the quintessential green tea girl with a history of romantic entanglements, from whom he had long wished to distance himself. As for the school beauty, his desk mate, there was nothing more to be said. Their relationship had been pure and untainted, characterized by innocent moments like holding hands to visit the snack shop, stargazing together, and walking home after school. It was a friendship that was entirely respectable. Only those with impure thoughts would misconstrue it. However, even while maintaining a righteous facade in front of his friend, when he saw the school beauty enter the banquet room that evening, Lin Rand's heart inexplicably skipped a beat. That night, the graduation dinner for Class 10 of the third year was held at the Yuntian Pavilion, a well-known local hotel situated along Yunnan Avenue. A spacious and elegantly appointed private room had been reserved, with 4 large tables accommodating all the classmates and various subject teachers. Prior to the gathering, the students had made special preparations for the evening's festivities. The boys, in their eagerness, even took the time to groom themselves carefully before the mirror at home. Some even styling their hair with gel, striving to appear more mature, as if graduation had abruptly transformed them into adults. As for the girls, it goes without saying. Shedding the plain and unremarkable school uniforms mandated by their institution, each one rummaged through their wardrobes at home to find the most delightful dresses and outfits they deemed attractive, meticulously applying cosmetics to enhance their appearance. When they arrived at the hotel suite, adorned in their splendid attire, the boys from Class 10, who had arrived early, were left utterly astonished. Goodness, are these truly the familiar girls from our class? How could Zhang Xia, once known for her bold demeanor akin to a tomboy, suddenly exude the grace of a refined lady? And what of Li Sisi, the studious history representative who always wore thick glasses and appeared as serious as a scholar? Upon donning contact lenses and a lovely white dress, she radiated purity and charm, transformed entirely, rivaling the beauty of the most admired girls from other classes. The boys were left in awe. During our 3 years of high school, we could have been surrounded by such beauty? The supposed ugly ducklings are, in fact, graceful swans. As someone among the classmates exclaimed, "The class leader is here." All eyes swiftly turned towards the suite entrance. Accompanied by the sound of footsteps and under countless gazes, Su Qingyan entered. Unlike the other girls in the class, the illustrious school beauty did not overly adorn herself for the evening. Unlike some of her more daring classmates who opted for high heels and sheer stockings to project a sultry, mature appearance, Su Qingyan merely exchanged her school uniform for a simple yet elegant outfit, a fitted white blouse paired with a beige sweater, complemented by a plaid skirt, and stylish little shoes with knee-high black socks accentuating her slender legs. After releasing her ponytail, her long hair cascaded down her shoulders, softening her previously aloof demeanor. She appeared refreshingly pure and captivating. If the Su Qingyan of earlier had an icy demeanor that instilled trepidation in others, tonight she seemed like a celestial being gracing the earthly realm, imbued with a welcoming neighborly charm that made hearts flutter. The boys in the class were mesmerized. Their mouths agape, their gazes fixated solely on the class leader, unable to divert their attention. Zhao Ku, equally entranced, nearly drooled at the sight. Wow. The class leader looks stunning tonight. Lin Ran, if you don't make a move, be wary of losing her. Lin Ran remained silent, as he too found himself lost in the enchanting presence of his classmate at the entrance. Though he initially intended to refute his friend's comment, the words failed to escape his lips. After a considerable moment of effort, he managed to swallow hard, forcing himself to regain composure. Don't speak nonsense. My camaraderie with her is a pristine and innocent one, a true friendship among desk mates. Zhao Ke cast a disdainful glance at his close companion, remaining silent. Yet his expression conveyed his unspoken thoughts. It's fine to deceive your friends, just don't deceive yourself. Zhao Ke was not entirely mistaken. Upon witnessing the school beauty and class monitor this evening, several boys in the private room could not suppress their excitement, and their hidden aspirations began to stir. After 3 years of high school together, now that graduation had arrived, was it too much to engage the class monitor in a few conversations and muster the courage to confess one's feelings? Even if rejected, it was of little consequence. What if the class monitor accepted? That would be a tremendous gain. However, as such thoughts began to arise in the hearts of many boys, one among them was eagerly preparing to wave and summon the school beauty to his table. Yet, at that moment, Su Qingyan slightly raised her gaze, her cool and piercing eyes sweeping across the group of boys. Just that one glance, accompanied by a light, dismissive hum, sent a shiver down the spines of all those harboring secret intentions. The courage they had painstakingly mustered evaporated entirely, leaving them utterly deflated. The class monitor remained the class monitor, an ice queen beauty that most could not withstand. Then, Su Qingyan's gaze swept over the room, swiftly locking onto Lin Ran. She stepped forward, approaching Lin Ran and Zhao Ku. Upon reaching them, she glanced at Zhao Ku, who sat beside Lin Ran. "You're sitting here?" Zhao Ku jolted upright as if propelled by springs, exclaiming, No, I'm sitting next door. Class monitor, please take a seat." His eagerness to please was almost obsequious, as he promptly relinquished his spot, abandoning all notions of brotherly loyalty. Thus, Su Qingyan seated herself gracefully beside Lin Ran. Finally, she turned to him, raising an eyebrow. "How do I look?" Lin Ran had not averted his gaze from the school beauty sitting next to him, and now, caught off guard, he fumbled, what do you mean?" Noticing his flustered demeanor, a glimmer of amusement flickered in Su Qingyan's eyes. Though her tone remained calm and casual, "Do you think my outfit tonight looks good?" The sudden directness caught Lin Ran off guard, and he stammered, attempting to feign nonchalance. "Oh, it looks quite good." While he spoke as if unfazed, internally he felt a twinge of guilt, for in truth, the outfit worn by the school beauty this evening, fresh, vibrant, and radiating a gentle charm, perfectly aligned with his aesthetic preferences, which had caused him to lose himself in admiration. Upon hearing Lin Ran's assessment, Su Qingyan appeared nonchalant, nodding slightly. "Thank you. I just threw this on." Her tone was equally understated, exuding an air of aloofness. Yet within her heart, a tiny figure stood proudly with hands on her hips. "Little one, I dressed according to the aesthetic preferences written in your diary. I came equipped with a strategy. How could you possibly lose?" As everyone gathered, the dishes began to be served. The waitstaff, gracefully balancing steaming platters of delectable dishes, flitted in and out of the private dining room like butterflies amidst flowers, weaving their way between tables. Soon, several large tables were adorned with a sumptuous array of culinary delights. The class's life committee member, with a grand flourish, utilized the class funds to order several cases of beer for each table, complemented by a few bottles of spirits reserved for the subject teachers and the homeroom teacher. The girls from Class 10 gathered in small clusters, savoring their meals while engaging in soft-spoken conversations, punctuated by bursts of playful laughter. Meanwhile, the boys, unable to contain their excitement, popped bottle caps and raised their glasses, enthusiastically toasting one another in a lively circle. The atmosphere within the room quickly transformed into a vibrant and boisterous celebration. It was only on this day that the classmates were astonished to discover that the usually stoic history teacher, after indulging in a few glasses of liquor, was animated and eloquent, far more spirited than during his usual lectures. The typically stern political science teacher even broke into a smile, her features softening and becoming remarkably approachable. The effeminate Kai, with an impressive tolerance for alcohol, downed drink after drink without so much as a blush, his delicate fingers elegantly poised. As the homeroom teacher, the formidable Chun was toasted by the students most frequently. With a slight flush from the alcohol coursing through him, he stood unsteadily, raising his glass with an unprecedented generosity. "With the college entrance examination behind us, I wish everyone a future filled with brilliance. Enjoy the evening, drink well, and above all, stay safe. But let us revel to our heart's content." The room erupted into a jubilant chorus of cheers. After completing their rounds of toasting at their respective tables, the students began to rise and circulate, calling out as they moved from table to table. The boys and girls engaged in drinking contests, rallying support for their respective partners. The atmosphere growing increasingly lively. Many of the boys contemplated raising a toast to the class leader, the stunning Su Qingyan, yet were daunted by her icy demeanor. Hesitating to approach her, their gaze then fell upon a dashing figure seated beside her. Instantly consumed by envy, a throng of boys brandished their bottles and glasses, forming a line. "Ran, let us share a drink. I'll go first, you do as you please. I'm next." They were relentless, determined to intoxicate him this evening. Though Lin Ran's tolerance was decent, he soon found himself overwhelmed by the onslaught of eager drinkers. As he began to sway unsteadily, the boys rejoiced. "This fellow is nearing his limit. Come on, let us finish him off." Just then, a sharp sound pierced the air. A pair of chopsticks was forcefully set down by a porcelain hand. Su Qingyan, seated beside Lin Ran, rose abruptly, capturing the attention of everyone in the room. With a cool gaze sweeping over the group of boys, she arched an eyebrow. What sort of bravery is it to have many against one? And then, She declared with calm authority, "I shall drink in his stead." Her words, delivered with a tranquil demeanor, rendered the entire room momentarily silent. Everyone, including the subject teachers, couldn't help but widen their eyes in astonishment. They had all heard tales of the close relationship between Su Qingyan, the campus belle of Class 10, and her deskmate. Now, witnessing her actively shielding him from alcohol, one couldn't help but wonder, was their bond truly so resilient? Only Zhao Ku, in a quiet corner, couldn't suppress a smirk, still calling it a deskmate? This is amusing. After a brief silence, the atmosphere in the private room erupted once more into boisterous excitement. Led by Yuan Tingting, the girls of Class 10 began to cheer fervently for Su Qingyan. The boys, invigorated, seized the chance to toast the class president with heightened enthusiasm. "I'll go first." "I'm next." They jostled eagerly. In the blink of an eye, Su Qingyan had downed 2 or 3 glasses of beer, each in a single gulp, exhibiting a rare and bold demeanor. The classmates erupted in cheers and applause. Lin Ran, seated nearby, found himself inexplicably transformed into the object of a protective knight's vigilance. Observing the campus belle downing drink after drink, he prepared to stand and take over. "Let me handle this." But before he could finish, Su Qingyan's delicate yet firm hand pressed down on his shoulder, compelling him back into his seat with an undeniable tone. "No need. Let me take care of this." From that moment on, Su Qingyan unleashed her full potential. No longer passively accepting the onslaught of toasts, she took the initiative, expertly targeting one drink after another. As 5 or 6 boys either succumbed to the effects of alcohol or fled in disarray, she remained the sole figure standing gracefully in the room. Having warmed up, she had shed her beige sweater, now adorned in a sheer white blouse, sleeves rolled up to her elbows, revealing her tender forearms. With a hair tie clenched between her teeth, she casually gathered her long, flowing black hair into a simple ponytail, securing it with the tie. The fresh ponytail swayed as she moved, exuding an air of brisk elegance. Her gaze swept across the remaining boys, and with a slight arch of her brows, she coolly inquired, "Is there anyone else?" A hush fell over the room. None dared to respond. Zhao Ku, still in awe, suddenly found his voice. "The class president is amazing." In an instant, the entire room erupted in cheers of admiration. Lin Ran watched Su Qingyan as if she were a celestial being. Could her deskmate truly drink so much? Amid the accolades, Su Qingyan caught sight of Lin Ran's astonished expression, a subtle smile curving her lips. In her past life, as a prominent female CEO of a publicly listed group in the southern province, she had navigated the complexities of social interactions and dining etiquette, acquiring the necessary skills to hold her own. Sister has emerged unscathed from countless drinking contests. This little gathering? Easily managed. The graduation banquet lasted from 7 in the evening until 9:30. As the gathering came to a close, the classmates of Class 10, still craving more, called out to one another, organizing a second round of singing as they prepared to head out. The largest venue in Yunnan County was known as Qiangui. When the classmates from Class 10 arrived, the entire private room at the Qiangui was nearly filled to capacity with the graduating seniors of the same year. Fortunately, 2 rooms remained available. Over 30 classmates dispersed, and the 2 private rooms were just enough. Lin Ran and Su Qingyan settled in room 504. Upon entering the room, some students began ordering drinks, calling out for 4 or 5 crates of beer in one breath, shaking dice and toasting one another. Others, unable to contain their excitement, started singing, their voices echoing in the lively atmosphere. Lin Ran took a seat on the sofa near the door and soon spotted Su Qingyan walking in. Perhaps having indulged a bit too much earlier, the class beauty wobbled slightly as she entered. As she attempted to navigate the narrow passage between the sofa and the coffee table, she inadvertently stumbled. Just as she was about to fall, Lin Ran swiftly reached out and grasped her hand, warning, "Be careful." The moment he pulled her, Su Qingyan's center of gravity shifted dramatically, and she instinctively leaned onto Lin Ran, tumbling into his embrace. The scene froze at that instant. One of her legs remained firmly planted on the floor, slightly bent, while the other leg was inadvertently pressed between Lin Ran's own. Her delicate, fair arms were positioned, one resting against the wall behind Lin Ran, while the other hand gently pressed against his chest. They were mere inches apart, locked in an incredibly intimate and suggestive posture. Unsurprisingly, the classmates in the private room turned their attention toward the source of the commotion. Upon witnessing this moment, the room fell into a sudden, profound silence, as if the very air had thickened. Among them, Zhao Ku, also in room 504, was left utterly dumbfounded, his mind racing with astonishment. Wow, as expected of Rangu. Absolutely incredible. I thought he was too timid to confess, yet here he is, creating such a thrilling scene under everyone's gaze. Truly a role model for us all. Fortunately, Yuan Tingting, quick on her feet, pulled Zhao Ke back to reality and exclaimed loudly, "What are you waiting for? Keep singing." Instantly awakened, Zhao Ke replied, "Right. Let us go sing." He resumed playing music, grabbing the microphone and belting out a cacophony of sound. The other classmates, realizing the shift, quickly joined in, rekindling the lively atmosphere, as if they had completely disregarded the two protagonists in the corner. The room buzzed with excitement once more. Yet, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan remained ensnared in their awkward, intimate predicament. Even though their classmates had diverted their attention, the two continued to maintain their exceedingly close and ambiguous position. Su Qingyan sat atop Lin Ran, her hand still resting on his chest, her head bowed slightly, at a distance of no more than 20 centimeters from someone's face. Lin Ran lifted his gaze and found himself captivated by the exquisite beauty of the class flower seated beside him. Her delicate visage, tinged with a rosy hue from the effects of alcohol, was all the more enchanting, exuding a breathtaking allure. The proximity was intoxicating. He could almost feel her breath, warm and inviting, mingling with the faint scent of youthful fragrance, creating an intoxicating atmosphere that left him utterly entranced. In that moment, Lin Ran, with a soul matured beyond his 30-some years, felt his heart race uncontrollably, the rhythmic pounding echoing in his ears. He took a deep breath, attempting to maintain his composure, and looked towards the class flower. "Are you all right?" Seated beside him, Su Qingyan appeared outwardly calm, her tone nonchalant as she replied, "Yes, I'm fine." Yet, unbeknownst to her, she was lost in the gaze of Lin Ran, captivated by his handsome features and the masculine aura that enveloped him. Despite her composed exterior, her heart raced in response, a disconcerting flutter that contrasted with her otherwise steely demeanor shaped by years of experience. Perhaps it was the influence of the alcohol that rendered her momentarily flustered, making her hesitant to meet his gaze. Lin Ran, feeling the pressure of the silence, awkwardly filled the void. "As long as you're okay. I was just worried you might fall." Su Qingyan nodded hurriedly. "Yes? It was just my desk mate lending a hand, purely coincidental." Lin Ran inquired, "Is that reasonable?" "Of course it is," she replied. At that moment, Zhao Ke concluded a song, and the room erupted in applause. The two, as if awakening from a dream, hastily distanced themselves. Su Qingyan quickly descended from Lin Ran's side. Taking a seat nearby, her gaze averted from him. Lin Ran straightened his attire, glancing around to feign an air of nonchalance, both of them secretly relieved, feeling a weight lifted from their shoulders. The revelry within the room continued, with classmates bustling between the two adjoining private rooms, some bringing drinks, others playing dice or singing. A few girls, including Yuan Tingting, invited Su Qingyan to join their dice game with the boys in the room. Before long, Lin Ran was pulled into the fray by Zhao Ke. The game began with a simple comparison of dice rolls. Zhao Ke, having good fortune, led the charge, and soon the girls found themselves at a disadvantage. When it was Su Qingyan's turn, Zhao Ke confidently rolled 2 4s and a 5, exclaiming, "Class monitor, it's your turn." She took the dice, shook them, and revealed 2 5s and a 6. With an unfazed expression, she looked at Zhao Ke and stated, "Drink." Zhao Ke, undeterred, insisted on another round, proclaiming that if he lost, he would drink double, and rolled a 3, 4, and 5. Su Qingyan rolled again, revealing 3 6s, an impressive leopard roll. The crowd erupted in excitement, Yuan Tingting and others cheering enthusiastically. Zhao Ke, still unwilling to admit defeat, challenged. "Luck is all well and good. Let us see who can bluff better." Once again, defeat followed defeat as the captivating Su Qingyan transformed into a formidable goddess of gambling, effortlessly toppling Zhao Ke and several other male classmates. At last, Zhao Ke pulled Lin Ran aside, urging, "Rangu, you're our last hope. Give it your all." Consequently, Lin Ran found himself seated opposite Su Qingyan. Their eyes met, and memories of their recent intimate moments flooded Lin Ran with an unexpected sense of unease. Meanwhile, the previously triumphant Su Qingyan, who had been rolling the dice with confidence, suddenly felt an inexplicable anxiety, instinctively averting her gaze from him. "Let us begin," she declared. Once again, they engaged in a game of bluffing, yet it was evident that both were markedly out of sorts. Neither paid attention to the dice cup, casually calling out 3 4s, to which the other replied with 3 6s. The game continued with 4 6s and 5 6s, both seemingly oblivious to the absurdity of their claims, until they astonishingly reached 10 6s. Nearby, Zhao Ku was left bewildered. Wait. Are you two playing the same game as us? There are only 6 dice. How can you call out 10 6s? This startling realization jolted Lin Ran and Su Qingyan back to their senses. Oh, is that so? Then I lost. I'll drink. I lost as well. I'll drink too. Under the scrutinizing gaze of their peers, they hurriedly filled their glasses and, in unison, raised them to their lips, downing the contents in one go, before setting the empty glasses down and discreetly exhaling in relief. As the night deepened, the atmosphere in the private room remained vibrant. This was the first night of liberation following their high school graduation, and the classmates were exuberantly reveling. Boxes of beer flowed in, and songs were sung one after another. Lin Ran, Su Qingyan, along with Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting, played several rounds of dice, experiencing both victories and losses, all the while consuming copious amounts of beer, which helped to alleviate their earlier embarrassment and anxiety. However, the intoxication that had been subdued during their graduation dinner at Yuntian Pavilion resurfaced, leaving Lin Ran with a pleasantly light-headed sensation, as Zhao Ku, still brimming with enthusiasm, continued to rally his classmates for another round of dice. Declaring that no one would leave unscathed tonight, Lin Ran lounged lazily against the sofa, squinting his eyes in a moment of respite. The sound system filled the room with music, and a classmate passionately belted out Ashen's "Even If I Die, I Must Love," leaving the audience to wonder how many heartbreaks one must endure to sing with such despair. Others, unable to bear it any longer, changed the song to Wu by S Sudden Self. The previous singer raised the microphone, asking, "Whose song is this?" No one responded. Those drinking continued to drink, and those playing dice remained engrossed in the game. A classmate scanned the room and spotted Lin Ran on the sofa, beckoning, "Rangu, come sing one." Instantly, the others joined in the chorus. "Rangu, sing one. Sing one." Lin Ran did not hesitate. With a gracious smile, he stood up and approached the microphone. Taking his place on the high stool in front of the large LCD screen, he shook his slightly dazed head, cleared his throat, and began to sing along with the accompaniment. "I hear you say, the sun rises and sets. The weather is unpredictable, and the path is paved by many footsteps." His voice was light and magnetic, infused with a touch of languid artistry, perfectly aligning with the song's carefree ambience. The classmates were captivated, their astonished cheers echoing around the room. In a corner of the sofa, Su Qingyan, who had just been resting with her eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide. The young girl gazed at Lin Ran, who was seated at the front of the private room, her eyes sparkling with brightness. Amidst the applause and cheers, Lin Ran wore a gentle smile, continuing to sing while swaying slightly to the rhythm of the song. The spotlight from the ceiling illuminated him, casting a radiant glow that made the 18-year-old boy appear as the sole protagonist of the room. His handsome features, coupled with a carefree demeanor and a charming smile, exuded an irresistible allure. At that moment, Su Qingyan, captivated by Lin Ran's profile and the melodious song, felt her heart begin to race unexpectedly. Just then, Yuan Tingting approached, noticing her usually aloof friend's unusual expression. "Qingyan, what's wrong?" Su Qingyan snapped back to reality, a fleeting blush crossing her face. Nothing at all." However, the observant Yuan Tingting had already caught the lingering gaze Su Qingyan had directed towards someone, a sly smile spreading across her face. "Are you moved by Lin Ran's singing?" Those words nearly caused the esteemed school beauty of Yunnan High to lose her composure, though she feigned calmness. "Of course not. I'm simply listening to the music. It's perfectly reasonable to enjoy a song with a classmate." Such words, intended to deceive her less discerning desk mate, now served as a hasty shield for her flustered feelings. Certain subtle emotions were quietly undergoing a transformation. "Oh, really?" Yuan Tingting elongated her tone, her expression laden with meaning. Indeed, Su Qingyan maintained her outward composure but could not entirely mask the slight tremor of insecurity within. Feeling inexplicably parched, she quickly grabbed a glass of wine from the nearby table, downed it, and then stood up abruptly. "I'll go to the restroom." With that, she hurriedly exited, her retreat marked by a hint of panic. Zhao Ku, who had just been boasting with his classmates, turned to find the empty wine glass, confusion etched on his face. What's the class monitor doing? Drinking alone? She didn't even lose the game. Meanwhile, Yuan Tingting watched her friend leave, a smile dancing on her lips. Someone else flustered. As Lin Ran finished his song, the atmosphere in the private room grew increasingly chaotic. Zhao Ku and his group were enthusiastically engaged in their dice game, drinking with reckless abandon, while several classmates, eager for the microphone, launched into a series of raucous and heart-wrenching songs. The noise buzzed in Lin Ran's head. He pushed open the door and stepped out onto the open-air balcony to catch a breath of fresh air. The summer night breeze caressed his face, bringing with it a refreshing coolness that alleviated much of his inebriation. Yet, before Lin Ran could fully relish the pleasure of solitude, a familiar, affected voice called out from behind him. Lin Ran, tinged with a hint of grievance. Turning around, he was met with the sight of Shunling Shan, and he couldn't suppress the exasperation that crossed his face. This girl was like a persistent ghost. Perhaps the students from Class 7 were also singing at the KTV tonight. Shunling Shan had also put considerable effort into her appearance, donning a delightful pink dress paired with white frilly socks, enhancing her adorable charm. At that moment, her large, sparkling eyes looked up at Lin Ran, filled with a mix of innocence and reproach. I sent you so many messages on QQ. You didn't reply. Lin Ran regarded the class beauty from Class 7 with incredulity. That's because I deleted you. Her intelligence was evidently lacking. Surely, she hadn't performed well on the college entrance examination. Shunling Shan was momentarily speechless, her eyes reddening as she finally managed to say, I know I was wrong. Can you please not treat me this way? I promise to be your girlfriend. Let us start over, shall we? Her voice quivered with the threat of tears. On the summer night balcony, with the gentle wind blowing, the sight of the sweet, lovely girl with reddened eyes, hands clasped in supplication, was heart-wrenching. Other patrons from nearby booths had also stepped out for a breath of fresh air, and upon witnessing this scene, they couldn't help but display expressions of concern and sympathy. A girl like her, so willing to humble herself and plead, was bound to touch a soft spot in many hearts. Even the onlookers, as their gaze shifted toward Lin Ran, bore traces of disapproval and reproach. However, Lin Ran could distinctly perceive a flicker of smugness hidden beneath Shunling Shan's innocent facade. How should one articulate this? A green tea truly remained a green tea. To phrase it more elegantly, a leopard cannot change its spots. Lin Ran smiled, gazing at Shunling Shan, and spoke with calmness. You don't truly know you were wrong. You've merely realized that someone has grown weary of indulging you. Thus, you are unwilling to let go, unable to endure, and filled with resentment. But, he paused, what does that have to do with me? Observing Shunling Shan, who stood dumbfounded, speechless, he earnestly continued, seeing you distressed brings me immense satisfaction. Shunling Shan's face flushed a deep crimson, her voice trembling with indignation. How could you say that? Lin Ran, feigning confusion, replied, why shouldn't I? After all, we aren't close. As if struck by a thought, he turned to Shunling Shan and added, by the way, I'd appreciate it if you could keep your distance in the future. I wouldn't want my girlfriend to misunderstand. The sudden proclamation struck like a thunderclap on a summer night, resounding powerfully. Shunling Shan stood frozen, utterly stunned. Girlfriend? When did you get a girlfriend? Suddenly, as if struck by a revelation, she looked at Lin Ran in shock. Is it Su Qingyan? Lin Ran nodded confidently, affirming, indeed. He was utterly exasperated with the green tea princess before him. In a bid for finality, he decided to borrow the class flower, his deskmate, as a shield, hoping to extinguish any lingering hopes and prompt her to retreat gracefully. As he contemplated this strategy, his words flowed effortlessly. Today, it's just been officially announced. The homeroom teacher will host, and our classmates will serve as witnesses. In a couple of days, we'll collect the marriage certificate. We'll tie the knot on Qixi Festival. Yuan Tingting will be the bridesmaid, and Zhao Ku will be the best man. The wedding will only include family and close friends, so you need not attend. If it's convenient for you, sending a gift to express your sentiments will suffice. Shunling Shan could not help but take a few steps back, her shock morphing into acute distress as her voice sharpened. Impossible. I don't believe it. You're lying to me. Her words were tinged with a hint of tears. You are clearly just putting on a show. Besides, what makes Su Qingyan better than me? Why did you choose her? Why? Lin Ran answered without hesitation, as if he had rehearsed the lines. Su is taller, more attractive, and her voice is pleasant. Unlike you, who is rather short, and... Before he could finish, Shunling Shan let out a piercing scream. Stop it. In the next moment, the class flower of the 7th class covered her ears and staggered off the balcony, her sobs faintly echoing. Lin Ran, I hate you. Lin Ran glanced at Shun Lingshan's retreating figure and shrugged. What do you expect from family? Now she even hates me. At that moment, footsteps approached. Lin Ran looked up to see that, at some point, the class flower's deskmate had walked over with an air of cool detachment. Who were you chatting with? Lin Ran scratched his head. Just someone passing by, not familiar. The words felt oddly familiar as they left his lips. The class flower's deskmate merely nodded, maintaining a non-committal demeanor. However, she soon glanced at Lin Ran. Arching an eyebrow. Girlfriend? Official announcement? Chishi wedding? Each term was articulated with a casualness that nearly made Lin Ran's heart stop. Goodness. The principal party actually heard it. At that moment, the 30-something man felt a flush creep onto his face, and he hurried to clarify. No, I just sent Shin Lingshan away. I merely concocted that story to deceive her. Feeling guilty, he peered at the class flower's deskmate and quickly sought to justify himself with feigned righteousness. She's my deskmate. Using her as a shield is perfectly reasonable, right? Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling similar words she had used as a pretext when speaking to her best friend, Yuan Tingting. Instantly, she felt a flicker of guilt, but she quickly masked it with a fade of indifference. Yes, as long as it makes sense. Lin Ran sighed in relief. But as he observed the class flower's deskmate, a question arose. Why are you blushing? Now it was Su Qingyan's turn to flounder, forcing herself to maintain composure. I'm not. I just had a bit too much to drink. As she spoke, she turned her head away, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment, rendering her even more enchanting. Lin Ran found himself momentarily lost in thought, only to be jolted back to reality by her gaze. What are you staring at? Once again, it is someone's turn to be flustered, hastily turning their head away. Two bashful fools stand side by side on the balcony, each too timid to glance at the other, feigning composure as they admire the distant twinkling lights of the night. The summer evening breeze gently caresses, carrying with it a blend of humidity and warmth. A subtle, enchanting atmosphere begins to envelop the balcony. After a moment, perhaps sensing the slight awkwardness of the ambience, Su Qingyan slightly tilts her head towards Lin Ran, initiating a conversation. You sang quite beautifully just now. Lin Ran scratches his head. Really? It was just okay, I suppose. After spending half a lifetime single in my previous life, I mostly relied on belting out a few notes to vent my pent-up emotions. Su Qingyan seems to take an interest. Shall we sing a couple more songs when we return? However, Lin Ran contemplates for a moment before shaking his head. I don't think that would work. There are a few karaoke enthusiasts monopolizing the microphone. At this moment, the two stand on the outdoor balcony, faintly hearing a heart-wrenching rendition of Even If I Die, I Wanna Love echoing from room 504. Su Qingyan raises an eyebrow, as if struck by inspiration, her eyes sparkling. Then let us book another room. They are fortunate when they inquire at the front desk downstairs. The staff informs them that a small room has just become available. The affluent Su Qingyan pays with a flourish, slamming a 100 yuan bill onto the counter before leading her companion Lin Ran to the new private room. Room 406 is not particularly spacious, accommodating only 45 people. But for the two of them, it is more than sufficient. Su Qingyan approaches the karaoke machine and turns to Lin Ran. What shall we sing? Lin Ran waves his hand dismissively. Anything is fine, we can sing together. Su Qingyan nods, casually flipping through the song list, inadvertently selecting a track. Suddenly, the screen illuminates with a nostalgic, picturesque scene, as a familiar and melodious tune fills the room. It is Rooftop, written by Jay Cho for Wen Lan, a duet, a love song. Both Lin Ran and Su Qingyan are momentarily taken aback. Lin Ran glances at the school beauty beside him, hesitating. A love song? Su Qingyan quickly regains her composure, her tone casual. Only couples sing love songs. Songs sung by classmates are simply classmate songs. Singing a classmate song is perfectly acceptable. Lin Ran's mind is flooded with a colossal question mark. Is that permissible? Under the neon lights of the room, the hint of a blush appears on the young girl's face. Yet she maintains an air of nonchalance as she gazes steadily at Lin Ran. Is that unreasonable? Lin Ran glances at the romantic imagery on the screen and then back at his classmate, who is unwaveringly staring at him. Resolutely, he nods. It is reasonable. Chapter 70. Destiny Across Mountains and Seas, The Girl's Kiss. It is only love songs that are meant for couples. Are Su Qingyan and Lin Ran a couple? Certainly not. Hence, The songs they sing are naturally classmate songs. It is a simple and straightforward logic that Lin Ran quickly comprehends, instantly alleviating his mental burden. What is there to hinder singing a classmate song? So he sings. With the accompaniment playing, Lin Ran grasps the microphone, his male voice rising first, calm and lively. As the second verse commenced, Su Qingyan took over, her voice gentle and melodious, weaving an enchanting tale that effortlessly drew listeners into its embrace. When it came time for the chorus, the two harmonized seamlessly, confidently sharing the microphone. Upon concluding their duet, both felt a sense of fulfillment, exchanging amused glances that dispelled any prior unease, restoring a natural camaraderie between them. They each selected a few more songs. And soon a server entered with 2 cases of beer, a complimentary gesture to celebrate the graduation of high school seniors. Su Qingyan turned to Lin Ran. Her brow raised in inquiry. Can we still drink? Without hesitation, Lin Ran replied, absolutely. Thus, they paused their singing, allowing a medley of songs to play in the background, enhancing the atmosphere. Seated before the coffee table, they each opened a beer and began playing liar's dice, rounds flowing one after another with alternating victories. Lin Ran was pleasantly surprised by his classmate's prowess. In his previous life, he had been well-versed in socializing and games of chance, yet here was Su Qingyan, matching him every step of the way. Likewise, Su Qingyan felt a twinge of surprise. As a former high-powered businesswoman, she was no stranger to high-stakes environments. Yet she found herself unable to outmaneuver her younger counterpart. The competitive spirit ignited within them, and they exchanged determined glances, simultaneously reaching for the dice cup. Let us go again. With each round and each drink, they found themselves steadily consuming 1.5 cases of beer. Despite both possessing commendable drinking capacities, they could not resist the intoxicating effects that began to take hold. Lin Ran swayed slightly, struggling to maintain his composure, while Su Qingyan's exquisite features flushed a deeper crimson, betraying her tipsiness. Yet, their enthusiasm continued to escalate, with no intention of pausing. One more. At that moment, the karaoke machine transitioned to the next song, Karen Mock's Fruits of Summer. Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled with excitement as she exclaimed, "This is my song." In that instant, her youthful exuberance surged, casting aside her usual icy demeanor and the air of a sophisticated woman in her 30s. She leaped with joy, bounding towards the karaoke machine, pulling up a bar stool to sit upon. Grasping the microphone, she closed her eyes, inhaled deeply, and began to sing. Perhaps letting go is the way to draw closer to you. Her voice was unhurried yet captivating, as if gently narrating a story into one's ear, its softness and magnetism penetrating the heart and inviting enchantment. From the moment she began, Su Qingyan's aura transformed. She had transitioned from the youthful exuberance of a girl to an embodiment of serene elegance, exuding a mature allure with each note. Immersed in her performance, she appeared to revel in the experience, illuminated by the flickering lights above, casting a radiant glow upon her. A delicate sheen enveloped her, accentuating the breathtaking beauty of her radiant profile. Lin Ran sat on the sofa, transfixed as he gazed at the school bell beside him, engrossed in her singing. In a fleeting moment, he felt as though he were witnessing once more, after more than a decade in a past life, the striking figure of a woman at a rain-soaked intersection. Time seemed to blur and distort, intoxicated by the alcohol, as the silhouettes of 2 lives appeared to intertwine before him, causing Lin Ran's heart to skip a beat. As the final notes of Fruits of Summer faded, Su Qingyan turned her head slightly towards Lin Ran, urging him, "You should sing a song too." Regaining his composure, he rose and approached the microphone. "What shall I sing?" he inquired. The school bell tilted her head in thought, her rare, endearing gesture enough to leave countless boys breathless. "How about another song by Wu Bai?" she suggested. With a nod of approval, Lin Ran made his way to the karaoke machine, searching for the artist and selecting a song from the playlist. Finally, he chose one and pressed play. The resonant strumming of a guitar, accompanied by bass and drums, created a captivating rock prelude. As reunion began, Su Qingyan vacated her seat and returned to the sofa, while Lin Ran swayed on the high stool to the rhythm. Taking a deep breath, he grasped the microphone and began to sing. "You say life is but a dream. I say life is a performance. What difference does it make when everything feels so hazy?" Gradually, Lin Ran became fully immersed in the song. Perhaps it was the intoxicating effects of alcohol, or perhaps the illusion of the girl before him intertwining with memories of the past. He felt that this song resonated profoundly with his current feelings for the school bell. After a separation of 16 years, he had been reborn, crossing through layers of temporal barriers. It seemed as though the mystical forces of nature had conspired to allow him to unexpectedly reunite with the cool girl who had once shared his desk. We are so different, yet surely we must have loved each other in our past lives. We promised to meet again in this lifetime. Lost in the enchanting sense of destiny conveyed by the song, Lin Ran remained oblivious to the fact that the school bell on the sofa had been gazing at him. Entranced, she observed the boy on the high stool, his eyes glazed with intoxication, casually singing along to the melody and lyrics. Su Qingyan felt her heart suddenly struck, unsure whether it was the boy's youthful charm or the poignant lyrics that stirred her emotions. In that moment, she experienced the illusion that the youthful figure of her desk mate was merging with that of the handsome, warm man he had become over the years. Reborn. Her feelings for the boy began with guilt and gratitude, their playful interactions often resembling the teasing banter of an older sister with her younger brother. Yet in that instant, as the weight of the lyrics struck her heart, her emotions transformed into something deeper. Without warning, Su Qingyan rose, allowing the effects of the alcohol to guide her unsteady steps towards Lin Ran, shaking the dice cup in her hand. "Let's play a game," she declared boldly. Having just finished the first chorus, Lin Ran swayed his head, slightly intoxicated and in a daze. Upon hearing the words of the campus bell seated beside him, he nodded without a second thought. "What shall we play?" Su Qingyan placed the dice cup firmly on the table, resolute. "Let's play a game of high and low. If I lose, you can make any request." Lin Ran, feeling a bit hazy, instinctively inquired, "And if I lose?" Su Qingyan shook her head. Struggling to suppress the dizziness brought on by the alcohol, her gaze fixed intently on Lin Ran's eyes. "If you lose, you must kiss me." Her words struck like thunder. Had there been bystanders, they would have been left in utter disbelief. Yet, in his drunken state, Lin Ran merely expressed excitement, slapping his thigh. "All right, let's roll." Su Qingyan went first, lifting the lid. A single die lay quietly with the number 5 facing up. It was now Lin Ran's turn. The tipsy youth picked up the dice cup, shaking it vigorously, but in his clumsiness, the die slipped from his grasp and tumbled to the floor. "I'll go get it," Lin Ran exclaimed, leaping up and wobbling towards the direction of the fallen die. He crouched by another coffee table, squinting to find it, when suddenly he let out a startled cry. Su Qingyan immediately turned her attention. "What is it?" Lin Ran waved his hand vigorously. "You need to see this." Su Qingyan, equally unsteady, approached and carelessly crouched down, her blurred vision following Lin Ran's gaze. "What does it show?" "There." The die had rolled and become lodged against the leg of the coffee table, standing upright. One side displayed 4, while the other showed 6. A 4 meant victory for Su Qingyan, while a 6 indicated Lin Ran's triumph. Lin Ran shook his head, bewildered. "Did I win or did you win?" Su Qingyan lifted her head, gazing intently at him. At that moment, the chorus on the screen reached its second stanza, the powerful rock music resonating alongside the original vocalist's voice. "We made a promise. In this lifetime, we shall meet again." Amidst the roaring rock, the girl suddenly extended her hand, her slender fingers unhesitatingly nudging the die, ensuring it landed firmly on the side showing 4. "I win," she declared, resolute and undeniable, ringing in Lin Ran's ears. In the next instant, an enchanting fragrance enveloped them. The strikingly beautiful girl leaned in closer, her cold yet radiant visage drawing nearer. With determination, she leaned forward and pressed her lips firmly against Lin Ran's. In that moment, the world seemed to fall silent. Outside, the night sky erupted with a firework, bursting into a splendid display of colors. Separated by time and space, yet destiny intertwined across mountains and seas, this chapter belonged to the boy and girl of high school. A grand and romantic graduation. Chapter 71. Unclear, but surely nothing of great consequence transpired. The next day, Lin Ran awoke with a pounding headache. Struggling to sit up, he surveyed his surroundings and realized he was back home. But how did he get here? A question mark slowly emerged above his head, furrowing his brow. He strained to recollect the events of the previous night, the graduation dinner, the revelry, the visit to the karaoke establishment, and the continued merriment in room 504, where they sang, drank, and played dice. On the open balcony, he encountered Shin Lingshan, culminating in a thrilling encounter. Subsequently, he found himself at the same table as the campus belle, where they retreated to a new private room downstairs to resume their singing, drinking, and dice games. But what transpired afterward? Lin Ran endeavored to summon the details that followed, yet his mind drew a blank, accompanied by a throbbing headache. With a resigned shake of his head, he laboriously rose from his bed, pushed open the door, and stepped into the living room. At that moment, his mother, Zhao Shuqin, was tidying up in the living area. Upon seeing her son emerge, she shot him an exasperated glance and admonished him. "Awake, are you? Hurry and take a shower before breakfast. You came home reeking of alcohol and collapsed into bed, just like your father when he drinks. This cannot happen again." Chastened by his mother's reprimand, Lin Ran could only humbly acknowledge his fault. However, a thought struck him, and he promptly inquired, "Mom, how did I get home last night?" It was a question he perhaps should not have asked. His mother, incensed, retorted, "You dare to ask? You don't even remember how you got back? It was your classmate Qingyan's family driver, Mr. Zhou, who brought you home and helped you to the door. You have caused him trouble." Lin Ran was taken aback. Suddenly enlightened, "Uncle Zhou?" His mother nodded. "Indeed, he dropped you off and left promptly to return your classmate Qingyan home. I must say, I was surprised that your classmate has a dedicated driver. Her family's circumstances must be quite remarkable. That Mr. Zhou seemed genuinely decent, reliable, and upright." Then, with a hint of curiosity, she added, "However, there was something rather peculiar. When I asked him how your classmate was doing, his eyes seemed to tremble as if in an earthquake." Unable to glean more information from his mother, Lin Ran proceeded to the bathroom to take a hot shower, washing away much of the lingering scent of alcohol from the previous night. After donning clean clothes and having breakfast, he felt a modicum of relief from the hangover, his spirits somewhat restored. He then returned to his room, retrieved his phone, and discovered several unread messages and missed calls from Zhao Ku. The messages primarily inquired about his whereabouts after leaving room 504 and whether he was with the class monitor. After pondering for a moment, Lin Ran dialed Zhao Ku's number. The phone rang several times before connecting, and he was greeted by Zhao Ku's weak and weary voice. "Hello." It was evident that Zhao Ku had also overindulged the previous night. Speaking of which, Zhao Ku's tone was filled with frustration. "I can't believe it. I had intended to confess to Yuan Tingting last night. However, I ended up playing dice and drinking with Zhang Qi and Sun He in the private room, and I completely forgot about it." Then he shifted the conversation and curiously inquired of Lin Ran, "Brother Ran, where did you disappear till last night? We couldn't spot you in either of the two private rooms. Our class monitor was also missing, and when Yuan Tingting and the others messaged you both, there was no response." Lin Ran candidly replied, "Oh, she and I went downstairs to another room to sing." Zhao Ku was instantly taken aback, exclaiming, "What? You had a private room all to yourselves? Just the two of you?" In that moment, Zhao Ku looked at him with newfound admiration. "Truly remarkable, Brother Ran. Confess, did you manage to win over the class monitor last night?" Lin Ran retorted with irritation, "What are you imagining? We merely sang and had a few drinks, nothing more." Zhao Ku, with a hint of skepticism, pressed on, "Is that all? Nothing else at all?" Lin Ran, with an air of righteousness, asserted, "Of course. If something else had occurred, I would surely remember." Yet, as he spoke, he hesitated, vague images of the night before flickering in his mind, but he could not recall clearly. Frowning slightly, Lin Ran then smiled nonchalantly, convinced that nothing of great significance had transpired. In the Coral Garden community, within a luxurious villa, Su Qingyan sat at an Italian-imported solid wood dining table in the living room, furrowing her brow and rubbing her temples. The sensation of a hangover was quite unpleasant. Nearby, Aunt Feng, a woman in her 50s, approached with a bowl of millet pumpkin porridge, placing it before Su Qingyan with a tone filled with concern. "You're feeling unwell from drinking too much, aren't you? Have some porridge, it will help sober you up." Su Qingyan took the bowl of porridge, thanked her, and then looked up at her housekeeper, Aunt Feng. "Did Uncle Zhou bring me back last night?" Aunt Feng nodded. "Yes, when you returned last night, you were quite intoxicated. As I and Xiao Zhou helped you back to your room, you were humming a song." Then, as if recalling something, she added, "Oh, by the way, Xiao Zhou mentioned that he saw you with a boy named Lin Ran at that karaoke place. Both of you were quite drunk and had fallen asleep. He also took your male classmate home." Su Qingyan was momentarily taken aback. Lin Ran. She struggled to recollect the events of last night, vaguely remembering that she had shared a private room with her desk mate to sing, drink, and play dice. However, after consuming more than a case of drinks, her memory began to blur. The subsequent events were somewhat elusive. Trying to recall further only made her head ache. Su Qingyan shook her head, unable to remember clearly. It seemed that nothing of great consequence had occurred. After finishing the millet porridge, Su Qingyan returned to her bedroom. Sitting on her bed, leaning against the pillow, she couldn't help but frown again, making an effort to remember the details of the night. Yet, everything felt hazy and indistinct. She vaguely recalled that later on, she had sung a song herself, and it seemed that Lin Ran had also sung one. What was it about? She couldn't remember. Su Qingyan shook her head, picked up her phone, and thought of sending a message to Lin Ran to ask if he remembered anything. Just as she lifted her phone, it rang. Her best friend Yuan Tingting was calling. Upon answering the phone, Yuan Tingting first inquired about where she had gone the previous night. Su Qingyan, not one to conceal the truth, candidly replied that she had gone to a private karaoke room with Lin Ran. On the other end of the line, Yuan Tingting, much like Zhao Ku, could hardly contain her excitement and curiosity, eagerly probing for further details. Su Qingyan chuckled softly, shaking her head in a nonchalant manner, assuring her that her time with Lin Ran was nothing more than a casual evening of singing and drinking, nothing beyond that. Then, she turned the conversation towards the purpose of Yuan Tingting's call. This question momentarily caught Yuan Tingting off guard, and after lowering her voice, she spoke with a blend of nervousness and joy. Please don't tell anyone just yet. Last night, Zhao Ku confessed his feelings for me. Zhao Ku? Confessed? This revelation left Su Qingyan slightly taken aback, her eyes widening in surprise as her curiosity was piqued, prompting her to ask for more specifics. Yuan Tingting's tone carried a hint of pride. That silly boy. After drinking quite a bit last night, I suspect he was trying to muster his courage. He then took me out to the outdoor balcony to confess. Unable to suppress her amusement, Su Qingyan inquired further, and what about you? Yuan Tingting's voice was modest. Yet the sweetness of her words was undeniable. For now, I suppose I've tentatively accepted. However, I intend to assess his performance going forward. By the way, he just invited me to go shopping and have dinner tonight, which will be our first date. I'm feeling a bit nervous. Will you accompany me? As a small couple's first date, Su Qingyan initially hesitated to be a third wheel. However, upon hearing Yuan Tingting's next words, she changed her mind. Zhao Ku mentioned he would invite Lin Ran as well, so we can all go together. Su Qingyan's eyes brightened. All right. Meanwhile, having rested in his bedroom for a short while, Lin Ran received a call from Zhao Ku. The excitement in Zhao Ku's voice was palpable as he exclaimed, Ran go. I just invited Yuan Tingting out tonight. She agreed. Last night, I got so drunk I forgot to confess, and I must rectify that tonight. He then shifted the conversation, but I'm a bit nervous. Could you accompany me? Yuan Tingting also invited our class monitor, so it will be fun for all of us. Lin Ran pondered for a moment, realizing that it would provide a good opportunity to inquire about the events following their karaoke session with the school flower. Thus, he readily agreed. Sure. The meeting place for the four of them was set at the base of the park. That evening, as they traveled in the family's Maybach towards their destination, Su Qingyan glanced at the driver, Uncle Zhou, who was impeccably dressed in a black suit and white gloves, exuding a dedicated professionalism. Uncle Zhou, Su Qingyan called out. From the front seat, Uncle Zhou responded in a steady tone. Yes, Miss Su. After a moment of contemplation, she asked, what did you see when you picked me up last night? His hands gripped the steering wheel with unwavering steadiness, but for a fleeting moment, they stiffened. Then, from the back seat, Su Qingyan heard his solemn reply. Miss Su, rest assured. I saw nothing. His tone carried an inexplicable air of tragic resolve. A question mark slowly emerged above Su Qingyan's head. She shook her head and inquired anew. When you arrived last night, did Lin Ran and I drink too much? Was there any inappropriate behavior? Uncle Zhou, seated in the driver's seat, felt his hands stiffen for a moment before he composedly reassured her, rest assured. You and Lin Ran merely fell asleep, nothing out of the ordinary. Hearing this, Su Qingyan let out a sigh of relief. That's good, she said, leaning back against the seat and closing her eyes to rest comfortably. The Maybach continued its journey, the driver's skills remaining steady and reliable, instilling a sense of safety. However, with her eyes shut, Su Qingyan was oblivious to the turmoil unfolding at that moment. Despite Uncle Zhou's calm and resolute demeanor, his eyes were in a state of wild agitation. Heavens, who could comprehend the horrifying scene he witnessed when he entered the private room last night? It was a secret he had resolutely vowed to keep for a lifetime, one he would never disclose to another soul. In the dead of night, upon entering the room, He found both the young man and woman blissfully intoxicated and fast asleep. Yet, the Su family's cherished jewel, the proud and aloof young lady, who resembled an ethereal ice mountain, was inexplicably clinging to someone's neck like an octopus, refusing to let go. She even nuzzled against him like a kitten, softly murmuring. Lin Ran had come directly from home. Upon arriving at the rendezvous point at the foot of the park, he met Zhao Ku, Yuan Tingting, and his classmate, the campus Belle, all arriving around the same time. As the four gathered, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan exchanged glances, while Zhao Ku looked at Yuan Tingting, who couldn't help but glance back at him. The two pairs of boys and girls engaged in an intense stare-off, creating a subtly awkward silence. Ultimately, it was Yuan Tingting who, with a broad smile, broke the tension. Everyone's here. Shall we find a place to eat? Zhao Ku nodded vigorously. Absolutely. I'm starving. Naturally, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan had no objections. Just as they were about to set off, Yuan Tingting abruptly halted, turned to Zhao Ku, and, her cheeks slightly flushed, playfully extended her hand to him, chiding, "What are you waiting for? Hold my hand." At that moment, the air fell into an unexpected silence. Lin Ran, Zhao Ku, Su Qingyan, observing nearby, was not in the least surprised, finding it quite natural. Yet, the two boys were left utterly bewildered, exchanging astonished glances. What the hell? They haven't even confessed yet, and Yuan Tingting, is this forward? Zhao Ku, feeling both flattered and astonished, hurriedly grasped Yuan Tingting's hand, treating it like a treasure, frequently glancing at it, as if it were the most precious gem. Yuan Tingting couldn't help but chuckle at his antics, playfully withdrawing her hand and lightly tapping Zhao Ku. What are you doing? If you're not going to hold it, then forget it. Zhao Ku instantly panicked. Who said I wouldn't hold it? I must hold it. He quickly grasped Yuan Tingting's hand, holding it firmly as they walked, unable to suppress his laughter. Yuan Tingting, in contrast, was quite composed, engaging in light-hearted banter with Zhao Ku as they strolled ahead, their demeanor natural and intimate. Lin Ran and Su Qingyan followed closely behind. Observing the closeness of the two in front, Lin Ran couldn't help but exclaim, "I never realized Yuan Tingting could be so proactive." To which Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow slightly and replied, "Proactive? Given their relationship, holding hands is quite normal." Lin Ran pondered this and agreed, realizing that even in a simple desk-sharing relationship with the school beauty, holding hands was not unusual. Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting, although yet to confess their feelings, seemed to share a similar understanding. He nodded in agreement, affirming, "That makes sense." In the small county town of Yunnan in 2007, students had limited options for dining and dating. The quartet wandered along Park Road before ultimately deciding on the decades-old establishment, Lao Qian Fried Skewers. Su Qingyan and Yuan Tingting took the initiative to find a table, while Lin Ran and Zhao Ku approached the refrigerated display case at the front to order their skewers. Once the girls were occupied, Zhao Ku eagerly leaned closer to Lin Ran, lowering his voice, yet unable to conceal his excitement. "Brother Ran, did you notice? Yuan Tingting has been incredibly forward with me today. I feel like there's a chance. I'm definitely going to confess today, and it will surely succeed." Lin Ran nodded in agreement, encouraging him. "Yes, go for it." Zhao Ku brimmed with confidence, thumping his chest loudly. "It's bound to work. You wouldn't believe how she acted when we were holding hands earlier. It felt as if we were already a couple. If I hadn't gotten so drunk last night, I might have assumed I'd already confessed to her." "Huh?" Lin Ran chuckled at this and jokingly remarked, "That is a possibility. Perhaps you did confess to Yuan Tingting last night while intoxicated." Zhao Ku burst into laughter at the thought. "Oh my. That would be quite a predicament. If I had confessed and forgotten, I'd be in serious trouble if Yuan Tingting found out." "Ha!" The two shared a hearty laugh, their merriment echoing around the refrigerated display. As their fried skewers arrived, the four of them began to eat and chat, reminiscing about the previous night's antics involving someone getting overly drunk. They also discussed their plans for the upcoming summer vacation. "I've always wanted to learn how to swim. I never had the time while in school, but now that summer is here, I finally have the opportunity. I'm planning to enroll in a class next week." Upon hearing this, Yuan Tingting turned her gaze towards Zhao Ku and asked, "Would you like to join me?" Zhao Ku was taken aback. "Me?" Yuan Tingting playfully reprimanded him. "Who else? Would you prefer I go with another guy?" His surprise quickly turned into delight. No. It has to be me. I'll definitely accompany you." Overcome with excitement, Zhao Ku shot Lin Ran a knowing glance, signaling, "Did you see that, Brother Ran? Tonight, my confession is guaranteed to succeed." Lin Ran discreetly gave his friend a thumbs up, replying, "Impressive. You will surely succeed." As they finished their dinner, Zhao eagerly took the initiative to settle the bill. The four of them exited the restaurant and strolled leisurely around the square at the foot of the park, enjoying the evening and aiding digestion. Throughout the night, the bond between Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting evidently deepened, becoming increasingly intimate and natural. At this moment, Zhao Ku seemed to have made a resolute decision as he turned to Yuan Tingting and said, "Wait for me a moment." With that, he swiftly dashed away. Su Qingyan, filled with curiosity, wondered aloud what he was up to. Yuan Tingting shook her head, unable to contain her laughter. "I never expected him to be so shy after becoming someone's boyfriend." Su Qingyan nodded in agreement, genuinely surprised. Meanwhile, Lin Ran stood by, utterly perplexed, growing more confused by the moment. Shy? Boyfriend? In this day and age, have girls already assumed such roles without a formal declaration of feelings? Before long, Zhao Ku returned in a hurry, clutching a bouquet of roses, his face flushed with nervous excitement. "Tingting," he exclaimed. Yuan Tingting could hardly contain her delight. "Is this for me?" Zhao Ku nodded vigorously, summoning his courage to gaze tenderly at her. "I've liked you for a long time. Will you be my girlfriend?" The air suddenly fell silent. The two girls were momentarily stunned. Su Qingyan's mouth hung agape in astonishment, while Yuan Tingting appeared bewildered, nearly questioning her own hearing. "Be your girlfriend? I thought I had already agreed." Zhao Ku was taken aback, his eyes filled with innocent confusion. "When did that happen? I never confessed. How could you agree?" The atmosphere froze as Yuan Tingting's temples throbbed slightly. Taking a deep breath, she looked at Zhao Ku and forced a smile that barely concealed her irritation. "So, you've completely forgotten that you confessed after drinking last night, haven't you?" With considerable effort, Zhao Ku managed to placate his new girlfriend, albeit at the cost of enduring the tender grip of her delicate hand on his waist, which had left him in a state of discomfort. Nonetheless, he couldn't help but chuckle with Lin Ran, exclaiming, "Regardless, the outcome is still favorable. Who would have thought that my buddy could successfully confess while drunk? Ha ha ha." His laughter, however, inadvertently strained his waist muscles, prompting another gasp. After wandering a bit longer, they came across a street artist offering live portrait sketches. Zhao Ku enthusiastically pulled Yuan Tingting along, wishing to commemorate their first day as a couple with a drawing. Meanwhile, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan continued their leisurely stroll through the park, passing the time. Reflecting on Zhao Ku's earlier mishap, both couldn't help but laugh at his absurdity. How could he forget his own confession after just a few drinks? One of them proclaimed with righteous indignation. Su Qingyan nodded slightly, her expression calm and composed as she remarked, "Indeed, it is truly embarrassing." As the topic of drinking arose, Lin Ran recalled something, scratching his head and glancing at the school beauty beside him. "By the way, did we do anything last night after we got drunk?" Su Qingyan smiled lightly, her tone self-assured. "Do not worry. Uncle Zhou drove us home and mentioned that we simply fell asleep inebriated. Nothing significant occurred." Lin Ran let out a sigh of relief. His spirits lifted. "That's good, that's good." At that moment, from a nearby audiovisual store, a familiar melody wafted through the air. "Perhaps it is only by letting go that I can draw nearer to you. It is only when I no longer see you that you will remember me." The lyrics of Karen Mock's Fruits of Midsummer lingered lazily in the atmosphere. Lin Ran seemed to remember something and turned to the school beauty. "Did you sing this song last night?" Su Qingyan also recalled. "Yes. And you sang one of Wu Bai's songs, didn't you?" Lin Ran smacked his forehead, suddenly enlightened. "Yes, yes. I sang too. Reunion again." Thoughts began to flow freely, and the two exchanged words, swiftly piecing together fragments of last night's events. "Then you pulled me into a dice game, betting on who wins." "Yes. And we even set up rewards for winning and losing. If you lost, you had to fulfill one of my requests, and if I lost, then you." Their excitement built. But suddenly, both froze in shock. Memories lost to a hangover surged back into their minds. In that moment, they both recalled the last events of the previous night. First, the school beauty sang Fruits of Midsummer. Then someone sang Wu Bai's Reunion again. They joyfully played dice, established their bets, and ultimately, there was that stunning kiss that fulfilled their wager. Reality rushed back, and in that instant, the air felt as if it had solidified. The entire world fell silent. Lin Ran was dazed, his mind buzzing as thoughts raced chaotically. Inside, a miniature figure was in a frenzy, overwhelmed by the whirlwind of confusion. "What on earth did we drink last night? How did such a thing happen? How could I have forgotten?" Su Qingyan was equally stunned. The miniature figure within her cast aside the aloofness of the school beauty, succumbing to embarrassment, frustration, and a wild, chaotic dance of disbelief. Ah. What on earth did you do, Su Qingyan? This is so humiliating. In the next moment, both suddenly regained their composure, locking eyes in a silent stare. Lin Ran took a deep breath, attempting to regain his calm. What was I supposed to do if I lost? I can't remember. Su Qingyan also inhaled sharply, striving to maintain her cool demeanor. Oh, I can't recall either. Both individuals simultaneously exhaled in relief, whispering to themselves that forgetting would suffice. Yet, almost immediately, they raised their gazes, unable to suppress a flicker of doubt as they scrutinized one another. Did you truly forget? Lin Ran straightened his posture, resolutely declaring, I genuinely forgot. Su Qingyan, her expression solemn, affirmed, I, too, have truly forgotten. Their demeanor was so grave and earnest that it resembled an oath of blood brotherhood. After their solemn vow, they exchanged a significant glance, quietly releasing a breath, and silently resolved that, regardless of the circumstances, even if the other truly remembered, they must feign ignorance. At that moment, Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting, having completed their sketches, returned hand in hand. Zhao Ku, brimming with enthusiasm, called out, Class monitor, Ran Gu. Let us continue our karaoke session later. I'll order some more drinks. We won't return until we're thoroughly intoxicated. The mere mention of alcohol caused a simultaneous flinch from both Lin Ran and the school beauty, seated at the same table, clearly a sensitive topic. Lin Ran glared at Zhao Ku, exasperated. We lost our senses drinking yesterday. Why would we drink again? There is something wrong with that liquor. Su Qingyan's tone was icy as she sternly added, bad liquor. We shall never drink it again. Following this exchange, the two shared another serious look, nodding in mutual understanding. Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting were left bewildered, exchanging glances and contemplating the sudden transformation of their friends, their minds swirling with a colossal question mark. What had come over these two? That evening, upon returning home, Su Qingyan entered her bedroom, closed the door, and flung herself onto the bed, rolling about in a most ungraceful manner. Eventually, exhausted, she lay flat like a starfish, her spirit crushed and devoid of hope. A female CEO of a public company, the frigid school beauty, she lamented, and yet a mere drink has obliterated my image and threatened my persona. Although she often teased and flirted with Lin Ran, it had never escalated to this level of seriousness. At least, she had envisioned a gradual progression and was not prepared for such a leap. Yet those few crates of beer had ignited her fervor, leading the charge. Moreover, what troubled her was that little Lin Ran seemed to have remembered as well. Her inner turmoil erupted, her thoughts spiraling into despair. Oh no, how embarrassing. Tossing and turning in bed, frustration and conflict churned within her. Ultimately, Su Qingyan sat up, approached her desk, and opened her computer, intending to play a song to distract herself. As the computer booted, she navigated to the music software, the most popular of its time. By chance, her eyes landed on a familiar song title in her playlist, Reunion Again. She paused, almost guided by some unseen force, and clicked the play button. You say life is but a dream. I say life is but a show. The familiar rock melody accompanied the lyrics, drawing Su Qingyan's thoughts back to the cozy private room from the previous night. Beneath the soft, dim lighting, a handsome young man perched on a high stool, exuding an effortless charm as he sang into the microphone. Recalling such moments, while listening to the melodies emanating from her computer, Su Qingyan found herself momentarily lost in thought, her emotions gradually settling into a serene calm. Initially, she believed that the kiss shared the previous night was merely a fleeting impulse fueled by alcohol, leading to feelings of embarrassment and awkwardness. However, as she thoughtfully reflected on the events, she recalled her emotional journey from last night. In that instant, watching someone sing, her heart was struck with a profound sensation, undeniably genuine. She acknowledged that her previous sentiments towards her desk mate were tinged with guilt and gratitude. Having felt compassion after reading the diary, as well as admiration and resonance. Yet, in the wake of her rebirth, her interactions with her desk mate had unwittingly allowed her true feelings to blossom. Quietly, without her own realization, she had begun to develop genuine affection for the other person. The kiss from last night, though catalyzed and propelled by alcohol, was ultimately a natural consequence of heartfelt sentiment. With this understanding, Su Qingyan let out a long sigh of relief, her heart unburdened, and a smile finally returned to her face. Since I have confirmed my feelings, she mused. What is there to be embarrassed about in kissing someone I truly like? Furthermore, as a dignified president of a publicly listed corporation and a mature woman in her 30s, she believed that if she liked someone, she should express that affection openly. How could a mere kiss fluster her so? Resolutely, she decided that everything would proceed as usual. She must continue to take the initiative. With this thought in mind, Su Qingyan suddenly felt a surge of interest in calling Lin Ran. She retrieved her phone, found the number in her contacts, and dialed. The call connected swiftly, and Lin Ran's voice came through the receiver. Hey, what is up? The tone was laced with an unmistakable hint of nervousness. Unable to suppress a smirk, Su Qingyan thought to herself, so the little rascal does remember last night's events. Pretending otherwise. Nevertheless, she maintained an air of nonchalance, speaking in a calm tone. Oh, it's nothing much. Just that I seem to remember a bit more about what happened after last night. As she spoke, a mischievous glimmer sparkled in her eyes, her voice remaining composed. The punishment for losing is a kiss from you, right? Bang. A loud thud echoed through the phone as Lin Ran tumbled off his bed. Chapter 75. Next. Wait for your sister to take the initiative to pursue you. Hearing the commotion on the other end, Su Qingyan stifled her laughter, continuing to feign indifference as she said, Of course, I'm not entirely sure. So, I wanted to ask if you remember anything. On the other end, the handsome young man scrambled to get back on his feet and hastily resumed the call, immediately launching into a flustered denial. No. I don't remember anything at all. You must be mistaken. He laughed nervously. We are all exemplary students, after all. How could we ever wager something like that? Ha. Su Qingyan was utterly amused, yet she feigned confusion over the phone. Really? However, I feel that the conversation was not finished. Just then, Lin Ran, in a flurry, interrupted her. Don't feel anything. You must have remembered it wrong. It's getting late. It's time for bed. We shall discuss this another time. Good night. He hastily hung up, as if fearing further inquiries from the school beauty seated beside him. From the other end of the line, one could easily envision the flustered expression of the person on the other side, still reeling from the conversation. After setting the phone down, Su Qingyan could not help but laugh heartily on her bed, teasing the little classmate. It's truly delightful. Having clarified her feelings and come to a complete understanding, her entire demeanor radiated a newfound elegance. Su Qingyan stretched languidly, relishing the opportunity to display her exquisite and captivating form upon the bed. Her long, fair legs lay gracefully crossed, stretching forward with a tautness that accentuated their breathtaking curves. In that moment, as her gaze fell upon the call log on her phone, the name Lin Ran caught her attention. A subtle smile graced her lips, her eyes shimmering with a bewitching allure that could mesmerize anyone. The bashful little classmate was simply adorable. Lin Ran. Now? Just wait for your sister to take the initiative. Having resolved to take the initiative, the once formidable businesswoman Su Qingyan swiftly set her plans into motion. The following morning, seated at her desk, Su Qingyan took up pen and paper to begin formulating a strategic plan. For her, the greatest source of confidence stemmed from her previous life, where she had perused all of Lin Ran's diaries and assorted materials. With her prodigious memory, akin to a cheat code in a game, she could almost recite the majority of the content and intricate details. Capturing the heart of her little classmate would be a piece of cake. Without hesitation, Su Qingyan began to jot down notes in her notebook, swiftly cataloging information and events related to Lin Ran, organized by timeline and significance. Upon reaching a particular piece of information, she suddenly brightened at the latest keyword she had inscribed. Got it. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, having awakened the next day and returned to his room after breakfast, sat at his desk lost in thought, still processing the events of the previous night. Reflecting back, he remained astonished at the sheer audacity of the school beauty who had unexpectedly kissed him. What was going on? Lin Ran was not overly self-involved, nor was he truly oblivious. Having been reborn, he could distinctly sense that the school beauty's attitude toward him had shifted dramatically. Moreover, their interactions were undeniably imbued with an intimacy that bordered on flirtation. Had it been his 18-year-old self from his previous life, he would have undoubtedly been ensnared by her charms. Yet, it was precisely because he was a reborn individual. Having learned from the lessons of his past life concerning Shenlingshan, he had become more cautious and prudent. One might say that a snake bite leads to a 10-year fear of ropes, leaving him with a psychological shadow. Though his classmate, the campus Belle, was certainly not the type like Shenlingshan, who embodied the traits of a manipulative siren, Perhaps her intentions were simply rooted in genuine kindness. After all, it seemed rather illogical for such an ethereal goddess from Yunnan High School to suddenly develop a deep infatuation with him, Lin ran. It was one thing for him to be a reincarnate, but she had not experienced a rebirth. Such dual reincarnation scenarios were hardly plausible, even in novels. Lin ran scoffed at the absurdity of it all, feeling a renewed sense of intellectual superiority within his mind. Therefore, the events of the previous night should be regarded as mere drunken folly. Fortunately, his classmate also had no recollection of the incident, making the most prudent course of action to simply pretend it never occurred, thus avoiding any potential awkwardness in future encounters. Lin ran resolutely arrived at this conclusion. Yet his hand, betraying his own resolve, wandered to his lips. Inside his mind, a miniature figure lamented, the taste of kissing the campus belle, forgotten after a night of drunkenness. Cursed alcohol. Ultimately, it was a trivial matter. As a mature soul in his 30s, Lin ran was not overly perturbed by it. By noon, he had regained his composure, dining leisurely with his parents, and after clearing the table, he gracefully retreated to his room. However, Lin's parents exchanged puzzled glances, wondering why their son had been incessantly smacking his lips during lunch. With the afternoon stretching before him, Lin ran opened his computer to browse the internet. Just as he logged on to QQ, a flurry of notifications caught his attention. Upon inspection, he discovered a message from his middle school class chat group. Someone was announcing, "Everyone, there will be a Class 6 gathering tonight at 6 p.m. Hajia Seafood Restaurant. Average cost is $70. Let's not miss it. Everyone should come." Class reunion for Class 6? Lin ran paused, vaguely recalling having attended one after the college entrance examination in his previous life, though the details had faded with time, leaving only hazy memories of those classmates. Nevertheless, with nothing pressing to occupy his time, he decided it would be pleasant to reconnect with old acquaintances and indulge in nostalgia. Thus, he resolved to attend. That evening at 5:30, after a brief tidying of himself and a farewell to his parents, he prepared to leave. Meanwhile, in the Coral Garden Villa, Aunt Foam, the housekeeper of the Su family, observed Su Qingyan meticulously dressing in front of a full-length mirror and inquired, "Qingyan, are you not dining at home tonight? Where are you headed?" Su Qingyan adjusted the hem of her pleated skirt and twirled before the mirror, admiring her reflection and smiling with satisfaction. I attended a reunion with my middle school classmates. At precisely 6 o'clock in the evening, Lin ran arrived punctually at the dining venue, Hajia Seafood City. Although it was dubbed a seafood city, it resembled a slightly upscale seafood eatery. A canopy was set up at the entrance, adorned with over 10 plastic tables, all filled with patrons indulging in food, drink, and animated conversations, creating a lively atmosphere. Inside, there were 6 or 7 private rooms, offering a more refined and relatively quieter setting. The reunion was hosted in room Tianzi number 6. After knocking gently, Lin ran entered to find 2 large round tables already occupied by nearly 20 classmates. As he scanned the room, he realized that most faces were unfamiliar, and even those he vaguely recognized eluded his memory. After all, considering his previous life, it had been at least 16 or 17 years since they last met, and forgetting was entirely natural. However, for these middle school classmates, it had only been 3 years since graduation, a time span not too distant. Thus, upon Lin Ran's entrance, several classmates quickly recognized him, raising their hands in warm greeting. "Lin Ran? Come sit here. You're the last one." Lin Ran responded amiably and gracefully took a seat. As these middle school friends had not seen each other for quite some time, the reunion provided a rare opportunity for reminiscing, and the conversations around the table were vibrant and engaging. Lin Ran sat at the corner, opting not to join the discussions, instead observing his classmates with keen interest. He had attended Yunnan No. 4 Middle School, which was not particularly prestigious within the town. Many of his classmates had pursued vocational education after graduation or entered the workforce immediately. In contrast to the freshly graduated high school seniors from Yunnan Middle School, Lin Ran's middle school classmates displayed a noticeably more mature and worldly appearance. Among the boys, some sported tattoos, smoked, had permed hair, and even wore ostentatious gold-plated necklaces. The girls were similarly attired in a manner that exuded maturity and, at times, sensuality, donning high heels and stockings, their makeup bold and striking, all striving to showcase their beauty. Amidst such a crowd, Lin Ran's simple ensemble of a sweatshirt and jeans seemed overly innocent, rendering him somewhat out of place. Instantly, Someone at the table noticed Lin Ran's attire, shifting the conversation. You studied at Yunnan Middle School, right? Impressive, a high achiever. How did you fare in the college entrance examination? Were you able to get into a key university? This inquiry drew the attention of several classmates towards Lin Ran. After the examination, he had not sought to compare answers or estimate scores with teachers or peers, but he had a rough idea of his performance, maintaining a level akin to his previous mock examination. Nevertheless, faced with a group of middle school classmates, he had no intention of boasting, merely smiling and responding. It was all right. We'll know once the results are out. The conversation flowed with modesty and politeness, yet at the dining table, someone could not help but smirk, taking a drag from his cigarette and boldly declaring, "In my opinion, excelling in studies is of little consequence. Nowadays, even college graduates must seek jobs in menial labor. It would be wiser to enter the workforce earlier and earn money. Look at me. I left after junior high and am faring quite well now." Upon hearing this, his classmates began to flatter him. "Absolutely. Qian boss is impressive. He runs his own business. When you strike it rich, don't forget your old classmates." Lin Ran glanced at the smoking man, recognizing him. "Are you Qiani?" He recalled that this individual had also made a fortune in business in his previous life, but tragically succumbed to a serious illness just before turning 30. It was indeed a pity. The smoking man, somewhat smug, patted his chest. "That's me. Back in junior high, I wasn't even a group leader. Now I own a small billiard hall and earn a tidy sum each month. Life is quite comfortable. If you find it tough in the future, come work for me. I won't shortchange you." If this had been the 18-year-old Lin Ran from his past life, he would have been incensed by such remarks. However, as a reborn individual with the maturity of a 30-something soul, he found little concern in this trivial boasting during a reunion. Instead, he perceived this old classmate as quite genuine. Though he feigned arrogance, there was warmth behind his words, embodying a sense of camaraderie. Reflecting on this, Lin Ran felt a wave of emotion and nodded at the smoking man. "Thank you." After a moment's thought, he sincerely advised, "Once you earn money, make sure to enjoy it. Don't be too frugal. You can't take it with you in a few years." Qian Yi was left bewildered, a giant question mark hovering above his head. "What do you mean you can't take it with you? Where am I supposed to take the money?" A hint of confusion began to creep in. At that moment, a girl at the table, adorned with eyeshadow and lipstick, her makeup somewhat garish, turned to Lin Ran and teasingly inquired, "Lin Ran, did you have a girlfriend in high school? Did you manage to shed your virginity during those 3 years?" Lin Ran was taken aback. What a brazen question. He recognized the girl, likely named Chen Sisi, a classmate who sat behind him in junior high and had once expressed her affection for him. At that time, being the studious type, he had declined her advances. Who would have guessed that he would become a mere admirer of Shen Lingshan upon entering high school? Lin Ran couldn't help but feel a sense of wistfulness. Regaining his composure, he smiled and waved his hand dismissively. "No, I don't believe in early romance. We're all just classmates and friends at school." Just like the innocent friendship between him and the school beauty. Upon hearing this, Chen Sisi couldn't suppress a laugh. "Oh dear, still talking about early romance? How old are you? Why are you still so childish?" The other classmates erupted in laughter, teasing, "Lin Ran is such a good student. He surely doesn't understand these things. Besides, at Yunnan High, all the bookworms are four-eyed girls. Where would you find any attractive ones? Certainly not as remarkable as our class flower, Chun." Some classmates reminisced, wondering if Chun once had feelings for Lin Ran, to which Lin Ran had declined, right? Immediately, a mischievous voice chimed in, "Oh, Lin Ran, you must be regretting that decision now. Look at how stunning Chun is now, working at a state-owned factory. She has become the belle of the factory. You, a mere student, can hardly reach her level." Hearing the laughter of her classmates, Chen Sisi maintained a poised smile, yet her gaze remained fixed on Lin Ran, a sense of pride blooming within her. Indeed, she had once harbored feelings for Lin Ran, and the rejection had lingered in her heart. However, the tides had turned. She had blossomed into a more beautiful, mature, and sophisticated woman, and her employment at the state-owned factory had elevated her status to that of the factory's flower. Meanwhile, Lin Ran had made no notable progress, still merely a recent high school graduate. The distance between them had widened. Now, she had become the one who was out of his reach. She had no desire for revenge against Lin Ran. Witnessing his current state, she felt a sense of resolution. After all, they no longer belonged to the same world. He had missed his chance with her, and she imagined he must be filled with regret. With this thought, Chen Sisi couldn't help but chuckle softly, turning to Lin Ran. Don't be disheartened. You have your merits too. With a little effort, you might just find a lovely girlfriend in the future. Her tone carried a hint of superiority. Lin Ran merely smiled in response, choosing not to retort. At that moment, Qian Yi, brimming with confidence, thumped his chest. No worries. Lin Ran, if you want, I'll introduce you to girlfriends. As many as you desire. Today, we'll help you secure your lifelong happiness. Lin Ran thought to himself, wow, this Qian is indeed generous and loyal. Just then, footsteps echoed from outside the private room. And with a creak, the door swung open. Everyone at the tables turned their heads in unison to see. Their eyes widened in disbelief, unable to look away. Entering was a young girl, clad in a sheer, form-fitting white shirt adorned with a striking red bow tie. She wore a khaki-pleated skirt and brown leather shoes, complemented by knee-length black stockings that accentuated her long, graceful legs. Above all, her face was exquisite, radiating a pure and stunning beauty that could make one's heart skip a beat. The sole thought in their minds was, wow, a fairy. Under the fervent gaze of countless eyes, the girl scanned the room until her gaze finally settled on Lin Ran. Her eyes sparkled with surprise as her radiant face lit up. Xiao Ran? In that instant, the air seemed to freeze, silence enveloping the room like a heavy shroud. All eyes turned stiffly toward Lin Ran. Disbelief and astonishment etched across their faces. Xiao Ran. Chapter 77. The School Bell. Have some oysters. They'll nourish you. Inside the private room, everyone was stunned, their minds buzzing in confusion. Just moments ago, I could scarcely believe my eyes. A stunningly beautiful and remarkably pure young girl, dressed in a uniform, unexpectedly intruded upon our gathering. Now, I find it hard to trust my ears. This exquisite beauty is, astonishingly, acquainted with Lin Ran, the very person they had just been teasing and joking about. Furthermore, their relationship appears to be quite extraordinary. Lin Ran, too, was taken aback. Not possible, huh? What is happening? He instinctively glanced around, his mind swirling with questions. Was he experiencing a hallucination? Was this a middle school reunion or a high school gathering? How did the class flower and his deskmate end up here? Indeed, the newcomer was Su Qingyan. Regaining his composure, Lin Ran sprang up as if propelled by springs attached to him. He hurried to the door and quickly pulled his deskmate aside, lowering his voice to inquire, "What are you doing here?" Alone with Lin Ran, Su Qingyan instantly shifted to a serene demeanor. Speaking nonchalantly, "I happened to pass by and inadvertently walked into the wrong room." It was indeed a coincidence. A coincidence so precise that she had followed the records from someone's diary to find this seafood restaurant. There were 7 private rooms in total, and she had accidentally wandered into the first 5 before fortuitously stumbling into room 6. Coincidence. Quite a feat. Meanwhile, the others in the room observed Lin Ran and this extraordinarily beautiful girl in close conversation, their demeanor intimate, and they were left in disbelief. One classmate couldn't help but swallow hard, his heart racing, yet he managed to force a smile as he spoke. "Lin Ran, why don't you introduce your friend?" Lin Ran, unable to resist tugging at his hair, felt awkward and unsure of how to introduce her. This is, however, before he could finish, his deskmate naturally linked her arm through his, looked up, and smiled gently at everyone in the room. "Hello, everyone. You can call me Qingyan. I'm Xiao Ran's girlfriend." Wow! In an instant, the entire room erupted into chaos. The 2 tables, filled with nearly 20 people, nearly toppled over in shock. Many scrambled to recover from beneath the table, staring at Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, utterly dumbfounded. A girlfriend? Lin Ran was equally astonished. His mind was once again a flurry of confusion, as if 1,000 wild horses were charging through it, returning with a vengeance. What on earth was his deskmate up to? Regaining his senses, he quickly pulled Su Qingyan aside once more, urgency in his voice as he whispered, "What are you doing?" Su Qingyan instantly reverted to her cool demeanor, speaking with calm composure. "I overheard them making jokes about you at the door. I thought I'd help you save face. It's just mutual support between deskmates, right?" Before Lin Ran could respond, Su Qingyan turned to address the group in the room again. Her smile radiant as she asked, "You're having a class reunion, right? May I join you?" The beauty's request was irresistible. How could anyone refuse? In the private room, a group of middle school classmates nodded vigorously, expressing their approval of the arrangement. Those with keen eyes promptly fetched an extra stool and placed it beside Lin Ran. Su Qingyan gracefully approached and took a seat, offering a subtle smile to the kind classmate. "Thank you." The classmate was nearly rendered speechless by her gratitude. And no, it's nothing. As everyone resumed their seats, the atmosphere around the dining table shifted, enveloped in an unusual silence. Curiosity compelled all to steal glances at Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, their eyes darting back and forth between the two, increasingly baffled. How on earth did Lin Ran manage to attract such a remarkable girlfriend? The boisterous Qianishir, unable to contain himself, inquired. So, beautiful, how did you two meet? Su Qingyan smiled, replying, Lin Ran and I were classmates in high school, seated together. Beside her, Chen Sisi could no longer restrain herself and asked, how did Lin Ran win you over? In truth, she was more curious about why Su Qingyan would be interested in Lin Ran. Had she not witnessed it with her own eyes? Chen Sisi could hardly fathom that a beauty of such caliber existed in the small county of Yunnan. Her beauty, grace, and figure were unparalleled, reminiscent of a star from television. She exuded an aura that set her apart from the ordinary, effortlessly overshadowing all the other girls present, including Chen Sisi. Despite the absence of heavy makeup, this stirred a mix of jealousy and a sense of helplessness within Chen Sisi. Glancing at Lin Ran, who sat beside Su Qingyan, her confusion only deepened. When she posed her question, even the classmates at the adjacent table perked up, eager to catch the answer. Su Qingyan, however, only laughed, shaking her head. It was not he who pursued me. It was I who pursued him. A collective gasp filled the air, and someone clumsily dropped their utensils in shock. Once again, everyone was taken aback. Lin Ran, equally astonished, quickly tugged at the school beauty beside him, whispering, Isn't that a bit exaggerated? Even I wouldn't dare to boast like that. His classmate maintained her composure, but Lin Ran felt a surge of anxiety at the unexpected praise. Su Qingyan's smile remained unwavering as she calmly replied in a hushed tone, To maintain appearances, one must fully commit. Don't be afraid. She then turned her warm gaze towards the group. There's no rule stating that only boys should pursue girls. When encountering an admirable young man, it is only reasonable for a girl to take the initiative, wouldn't you agree? All eyes turned towards Lin Ran, their expressions a mix of disbelief and confusion. Lin Ran? Is this guy really that impressive? Su Qingyan's demeanor was composed as she asserted, Of course he is. Lin Ran is kind-hearted, brave, upright, considerate, and nurturing. He excels academically, can sing, and plays basketball. One by one, she effortlessly enumerated his virtues. The crowd listened, dumbfounded, their gazes towards Lin Ran shifting to astonishment and uncertainty. Their former middle school classmate was evidently far more extraordinary than they had realized. Lin Ran, equally bewildered, thought to himself, I had no idea I possessed so many qualities. Though slightly perplexed, he was undeniably flattered. At that moment, Lin Ran observed the astonished expressions on the faces of his middle school classmates at the dining table. Although he had no intention of stealing the spotlight, he couldn't help but feel a surge of satisfaction within. Was this the sensation of being supported by the school bell? Quite exhilarating. Just then, the waiter entered, bringing forth an array of delectable dishes, including seafood. A large platter of oysters was placed directly before Lin Ran. Su Qingyan, with a gentle and caring tone, picked up several oysters with her chopsticks and placed them into his bowl, casually suggesting, Eat more. Nourish yourself. The private room fell silent once more. Lin Ran was taken aback, and the two tables of classmates were equally stunned. After all the dishes had been served, the waiter also brought in several boxes of beer. The sight of beer now filled Lin Ran with trepidation, as it reminded him of the unsettling events from a few days prior, especially with the school bell seated beside him, intensifying his unease. Thus, when a classmate inquired if he would join in drinking, he vehemently shook his head, declaring, I don't drink anymore. Alcohol is detrimental to one's health. Qianni couldn't help but smirk. Not drinking? What kind of man are you? He glanced enviously at Su Qingyan, thinking how fortunate Lin Ran was to have such an exquisite girlfriend, despite his refusal to partake in alcohol. Why was it that a good guy like himself, who indulged in drinking, smoking, and adorned with tattoos and gold chains, had yet to attract a fairy of his own? It was utterly perplexing. Nearby, other classmates inquired eagerly, Sister-in-law, do you drink? The term sister-in-law nearly made Su Qingyan's heart leap with joy. Yet, she maintained her composure. Smiling gracefully, Thank you, but I prefer not to drink. I tend to lose my composure when I do, and that would be impolite. Her words sparked curiosity among the classmates. How could such a fairy-like girl lose her composure while drinking? What did that entail? Under their inquisitive gazes, Su Qingyan chuckled and casually replied, "When I drink too much, I tend to get affectionate with those nearby." Lin Ran, who had just taken a sip of soda, unexpectedly sprayed it everywhere, choking and coughing. The sudden commotion interrupted the classmates who were captivated by Su Qingyan's words, and they turned their attention disapprovingly towards Lin Ran. "Are you all right? Did you choke on water?" Flustered, Lin Ran hurriedly wiped the water stains on the table, assuring them, "I'm fine, just a little careless." Su Qingyan, ever considerate, offered him a tissue. "Here, wipe your mouth." As Lin Ran took the tissue, he glanced at Su Qingyan, who appeared utterly unfazed. He couldn't discern whether her remark was a mere jest or held deeper meaning. Regardless, he felt a wave of nervousness wash over him. Stammering his thanks, "Thank you." The classmates exchanged admiring glances, praising Su Qingyan for her kindness towards her boyfriend, exclaiming, "Lin Ran, you've struck gold." Unbeknownst to them, Su Qingyan was internally amused, nearly bursting with laughter at how startled Lin Ran had been. This little fool is quite easy to tease. How delightful. And so, they enjoyed a hearty meal, filled with laughter and good cheer. The hour is still early, and Qian Yi, the small proprietor of a billiard hall, suggests that they visit his establishment for a game of billiards. He boldly proclaims that he will cover all expenses for the evening. The group arrives at Qian Yi's billiard hall, a modest venue comprising 3 interconnected storefronts, housing 6 or 7 billiard tables alongside a couple of arcade machines and slot machines. This evening, with few patrons present, the middle school classmates have the place to themselves. Lin Ran and Su Qingyan find a vacant table in a corner. Glancing around, Lin Ran notices that the other classmates have already formed small groups to play. Paying little attention to him and the school beauty at their table, he breathes a sigh of relief. The atmosphere in the seafood restaurant's private room had been overwhelmingly tense, with the multitude of eyes scrutinizing him and the school beauty. Their gazes were filled with pity when directed at her, and disdain when aimed at him. Returning to the present, Lin Ran turns to regard the school beauty beside him. She has, at some point, retrieved a cue stick and stands gracefully by the table, surveying her surroundings with an air of serene detachment. A thought crosses Lin Ran's mind. This demeanor of hers is far more familiar and comfortable. Earlier, in the private room, she had posed as his girlfriend, lending him support, which, while exhilarating, had also induced a sense of trepidation, as if he were ensnared in a sinister plot, on the verge of being devoured by some mythical creature. Noticing Lin Ran's gaze, the school beauty raises an eyebrow and gestures with her cue. "Shall we play for a while?" Lin Ran, intrigued, inquires, "Do you know how to play?" She replies, her expression calm and unruffled, "Not at all." Lin Ran chuckles, realizing that even the illustrious Su Qingyan has her shortcomings. Typically, she excels at everything, leaving him feeling somewhat inadequate. Yet, upon reflection, she is merely a recent high school graduate. It is reasonable to assume that a studious girl like her has had little exposure to recreational activities such as billiards. Suddenly invigorated, Lin Ran offers, "I'll teach you." Having spent his university days frequenting billiard halls with classmates and continuing the pastime during weekends after entering the workforce, he may not be an expert, but his skills are sufficient. Guiding a novice like the school beauty would be well within his capabilities. Setting up the billiard balls, Lin Ran eagerly approaches her. "Come, let me demonstrate." He adopts the proper stance, lowers his body, aligns the cue, draws it back, and then strikes forward with fluidity. The cue ball races forth like a cannonball, crashing into the arranged triangle of balls, scattering them across the table. Pleased with his demonstration, Lin Ran turns to Su Qingyan. "Did you understand?" She promptly shakes her head, succinctly replying, "I did not." At this moment, Lin Ran found himself perplexed. "Shall I demonstrate once more?" "I will move more slowly, so you can observe closely." He retrieved the white ball and positioned it once again, preparing to bend low. However, before he could make his shot, a delicate and fair hand unexpectedly pressed down on his cue. Instinctively, Lin Ran looked up, confusion evident on his face as he turned to his tablemate, the school beauty. Her expression remained serene as she remarked, "This method is not intuitive." "Not intuitive?" Lin Ran felt a surge of uncertainty. He had little experience in teaching others to play. "Then how should I teach?" Before he could finish his sentence, the school beauty seized his cue and lifted it upward. Before Lin Ran could react, she stepped forward, her movements fluid and natural, encroaching upon his personal space. Slightly turning to the side, she guided his arm, along with the cue, inward, perfectly encircling her slender waist with his arm. This seamless sequence of actions brought her body almost flush against his. Finally, her long, fair hands gently pressed down on the back of his hand that gripped the cue, creating an intimate and ambiguous teaching posture. With an air of nonchalance, she said, "This is how you teach." At that moment, the attention of their classmates from middle school, gathered around other billiard tables, was drawn to this scene, either intentionally or inadvertently. They witnessed this captivating tableau, and suddenly, the once vibrant atmosphere of the billiard hall fell into an eerie silence. A palpable tension began to brew, an indescribable sense of astonishment and disbelief enveloping the room. Within the billiard hall, the atmosphere was even more suffocating than it had been in the seafood restaurant's private room. Lin Ran's middle school classmates had only just managed to prepare themselves psychologically. Earlier, merely hearing Su Qingyan affectionately call Lin Ran Xiao Ran had nearly rendered them weak, their envy boiling to the surface. The sight of Su Qingyan serving Lin Ran food with such tenderness had almost ignited their jealousy to the point of madness. They had to chant repeatedly in their minds, "One must not covet a friend's wife. Murder is a crime," just to suppress their feelings of jealousy and temporarily abandon thoughts of silencing Lin Ran for good. Yet, upon entering the billiard hall, they were met with the sight of this couple engaging in an intimate one-on-one lesson, a lesson that was so very close. The boys present could hardly contain their fury, their hearts ablaze with resentment. Why does this scoundrel deserve such fortune? Meanwhile, enveloped in warmth, Lin Ran was utterly bewildered. The school beauty's soft form pressed against him so directly, her delicate back brushed lightly against his chest, through the thin fabric of her white shirt. He could almost feel the heat radiating from her skin and catch a faint, enchanting fragrance. Lin Ran felt as though he had been petrified, frozen in place by the unexpected turn of events. Struggling to maintain his composure, he managed to swallow hard and murmured, This method seems rather inappropriate, does it not?" In front of him, his classmate, the school belle, maintained her usual calm demeanor as she replied, "It is quite suitable. Hands-on teaching facilitates learning." Unbeknownst to Lin Ran, from an angle he could not see, Su Qingyan's lips were nearly curling upwards in delight, her inner self reveling in triumph. "Well done, Su Qingyan. Truly worthy of your reputation. The idea genius." However, her exterior remained stern. To master a skill, one must learn diligently. The exchange between classmates was a sacred duty of imparting knowledge, was it not? Lin Ran thought to himself that while everything felt absurd, he found himself at a loss for a rebuttal. It seemed the school belle had not been entirely incorrect. She was simply more adept at learning. Taking a deep breath, he gritted his teeth and nodded in resignation. "That is reasonable." Thus, the lesson commenced. As the instructor, he endeavored to clear his mind and embrace a professional teaching stance, bending slightly at the waist, fingers spread wide, the back of his hand arched, aligning to aim and then strike the ball. As the student, the school belle appeared genuinely focused on mastering the technique, earnestly seeking guidance, fully immersed in the task at hand. Contrary to his initial worries, there was no overly embarrassing physical contact, and the atmosphere remained devoid of ambiguity. Of course, certain minor mishaps were unavoidable. For instance, while attempting to find the right angle to strike, the school belle inadvertently stepped back, colliding into Lin Ran's embrace. "Oh dear," she exclaimed softly, then casually apologized. "I didn't notice you were behind me. My apologies." Similarly, when Lin Ran corrected her posture while guiding her with the cue, the girl seemed utterly absorbed in his instructions, nodding attentively, her grip on the cue firm. "Yes, hold it steady," he instructed. Lin Ran lowered his gaze, speechless, as he observed a delicate hand grasping his own. "Are you perhaps holding the wrong thing?" The girl looked down, slightly surprised. "Is that so?" Then, without a change in expression, she withdrew her hand. It was merely a coincidence. The one-on-one instruction seemed to yield little progress in the short term. The academically celebrated Su Qingyan appeared regrettably devoid of talent in the realm of billiards. After hours of coaching, Lin Ran found himself exhausted. Not from the physical exertion, but from the mental strain of constantly being aware of the girl inadvertently bumping into him, or her hand unintentionally finding his. And yet, she would look up at him with her cool demeanor. "I'm sorry. It was an accident." This left Lin Ran in a state of existential doubt, questioning whether the school belle had indeed recalled the kiss they shared while intoxicated just days prior. Was this her form of retribution? Yet, such reasoning seemed unfounded. In the beginning, I had taken advantage of the school beauty who sat beside me. It seemed utterly absurd to think that her method of retaliation could involve turning the tables and taking advantage of me instead. Surely, there is no notion of a girl exploiting a boy. Lin Ran shook his head, firmly dismissing this erroneous assumption. However, while Lin Ran and Su Qingyan were not achieving any significant progress in their tutoring, the other classmates nearby were seething with jealousy, nearly ready to combust. Qianyi, the owner of the billiard hall, could no longer contain himself. Proud of his sense of loyalty, he had even generously offered to introduce his junior high school classmate to a girlfriend just moments ago. But while his junior high classmates could enjoy certain privileges, it was simply unacceptable for them to indulge to such an extent. Without hesitation, he strode over with his cue in hand, slamming it onto the table. Lin Ran. Let us have a game. Instantly, all eyes in the hall turned towards them. With 7 to 8 years of experience, Qianyi frequently engaged in matches with various skilled players in his own establishment and occasionally earned a little extra by showcasing his prowess. Compared to his peers, he was vastly superior. Lin Ran, upon introspection, realized he was likely no match for him. Yet, the challenge had been issued. There was no reason to retreat before the battle had even commenced. Just as Lin Ran was about to nod in acceptance, a melodious voice interjected, "I'll take his place." Startled, he looked up to find the school beauty had approached, cue in hand. Exuding calmness and poise, "I'll play for him." The crowd erupted in astonishment, while Chen Sisi, who had been simmering in frustration, could not help but laugh. "You're going to substitute for Lin Ran? He isn't even a match for Qianyi himself. You, an absolute novice. Think you can compete with a professional after just a brief lesson from him?" Su Qingyan casually gathered her flowing hair into a neat ponytail, her demeanor unfazed. "Let us give it a try." Qianyi couldn't resist glancing at Su Qingyan, recognizing that facing off against such an exquisite beauty was a rare opportunity. He promptly agreed. "All right, you can break first." Thus, under the watchful gaze of all, Su Qingyan approached the billiard table with grace, taking a moment to observe the arrangement of the balls. She inhaled deeply, then lowered her shoulders and bent at the waist. Her fair hand resting on the table, the back of her hand subtly arched. The cue was poised with unwavering stability, aligning perfectly. Her graceful silhouette seemed to meld seamlessly with the cue. Suddenly, Qianyi, a semi-professional, felt a flicker of unease. In the next instant, Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled with sharp intensity, and the cue shot forward with remarkable speed. Crack! The cue ball surged forward like a cannonball, crashing into the cluster of balls, which exploded in a flurry, one of the larger balls sinking into a pocket. A collective gasp rippled through the crowd. Lin Ran was left utterly bewildered. What? Inside the billiard hall, the performance had commenced. The second, third, and fourth shots followed, leaving the entire audience in a state of shocked amazement. The girl with the sleek ponytail gracefully maneuvered around the table, akin to the most seasoned hunter, or perhaps a skilled surgeon wielding a scalpel with precision. With each stroke, the cue resonated with a crisp sound. A target ball sank flawlessly into the pocket. A perfect shot without a single miss. By the time the final black ball was struck into the bag by the cue ball, not a single target ball belonging to the young lady remained on the table. A complete clearance. A resounding victory. The entire establishment was enveloped in an eerie silence, where even the sound of a pin drop could be heard. Everyone stood almost petrified, staring in awe at the composed girl who was gathering her cue, as if witnessing a celestial being. She resembled the captivating heroine from a Jin Yong novel, astonishingly radiant, commanding the attention of all. One classmate, utterly dumbfounded, exclaimed, "Wow, this is incredible. Is this something a novice can achieve?" Su Qingyan, unfazed and with a gentle smile, replied, "A master produces outstanding disciples. It is thanks to Xiao Ran's excellent teaching." Qianyi was left in a daze, feeling overwhelmed. To think that just a brief lesson could yield such proficiency. Lin Ran was equally astonished, questioning his life choices. Is my buddy's teaching really that exceptional? Su Qingyan arched an eyebrow, correcting him. It is not just casual instruction. It is one-on-one, personalized coaching, which leads to such results. As she spoke, the young lady turned her head to Lin Ran, exuding confidence. Makes sense, doesn't it? Lin Ran's mind was filled with countless questions. Is this really reasonable? Under the astonished and admiring gazes of the crowd, a slight smile curled at the corners of Su Qingyan's lips, her demeanor calm and composed, reminiscent of a former female CEO from the southern province. Among her few athletic pursuits, billiards and snooker stood out. She had sought mentorship from world-class professional players and was on close terms with the national nine-ball queen. Her billiard skills, while not professional, were nonetheless exceptional. She was affectionately dubbed the billiards little queen of the southern province. This evening's gathering would undoubtedly leave a lasting impression on all participants, primarily due to a certain couple. As for the duo pretending to be a couple, after the class reunion concluded, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan strolled leisurely along the moat, returning home slowly, first escorting the school Belle, who was his deskmate. Initially, Lin Ran found it curious. "Where's your Maybach? Didn't Uncle Zhou recover last time and drive us back?" Su Qingyan blinked without hesitation. "Uncle Zhou is unwell again." Lin Ran nodded, acknowledging it with a simple "oh," not pondering further. He merely thought that Uncle Zhou appeared quite robust, having heard he was a retired Special Forces soldier, and was surprised to learn that his health was so frail, much like their school's physical education teacher. "If we must, then we shall." However, Lin Ran glanced down at the school Belle's delicate hand, effortlessly intertwined with his. Is holding hands really necessary? Su Qingyan remained unfazed. "Of course. Did you forget? I fear the dark at night." Lin Ran recalled that indeed there was such a matter, and thus he nodded in understanding. "That makes sense." Hand in hand, they walked side by side along the moat. The cool summer night breeze caressed their faces, carrying a faint fragrance of wildflowers, instinctively relaxing their spirits. Recalling the stunning display of skill displayed by his deskmate in the billiards hall, Lin Ran could not help but glance at Su Qingyan beside him and voiced his curiosity. "Did you already know how to play billiards?" It was apparent to any discerning eye that she possessed extraordinary skill. If one were truly a novice, it would be utterly implausible to achieve such a fluid and impressive performance. Even a skilled passerby might struggle to replicate it. Yet, if the school beauty, sitting beside me, were indeed an expert in billiards, a more pressing question arises. Why would she initially feign being a beginner, even going so far as to engage in such intimate one-on-one instruction? Meeting someone's gaze, Su Qingyan maintained her composure, claiming, "Not at all. It's my first time. Perhaps I possess a certain aptitude." Lin Ran found her words utterly absurd. Even a fool would find them incredible. However, it appeared that Su Qingyan was not finished. As she turned to Lin Ran, raising an eyebrow slightly, "Then why would I need your guidance? Am I merely pretending?" Lin Ran was taken aback. What a twist. He was still grappling with the question himself, yet she had turned the tables on him. This was extraordinary. In the past, he might have half-heartedly nodded in belief, reluctantly accepting the rationale. However, now, recalling their interactions, a heavy cloud of doubt began to overshadow his thoughts. Particularly, he remembered the night of their graduation dinner. In the private room of the KTV, where both had been intoxicated, and the school beauty had made an astonishing wager, culminating in that breathtaking kiss that fulfilled their agreement. A vague yet significant truth seemed to be surfacing. Lin Ran halted, gazing intently at Su Qingyan, carefully choosing his words as he cautiously probed. "Do you remember what transpired a few days ago in the KTV? After we both got drunk in the private room?" He fixed his gaze on her face, meticulously observing any shifts in her expression. It was imperative to ascertain her true feelings. If she denied it outright or exhibited even a hint of unease, he would not let it slip by. To his surprise, the school beauty paused momentarily before nodding with confidence. "Indeed, I remember." "What?" This time, it was Lin Ran who was left bewildered, completely unprepared for her straightforward acknowledgement. His mind felt as though it were on the verge of overload, and he quickly composed himself, unwilling to relent. "Are you certain you recall what we did that night?" With an air of nonchalance, Su Qingyan replied without hesitation. "You lost at dice and kissed me." Lin Ran. He was so astonished that he nearly leapt up. Wait, she truly remembers? And she openly admitted it. Su Qingyan's gaze rested on him, her brow slightly arched. "What's the matter? Isn't it reasonable to accept the consequences of a bet?" "Huh." Lin Ran was flabbergasted, his mind threatening to short-circuit again. He regained his composure, eyes wide open. "Of course, that's unreasonable. We are classmates, desk mates, among friends." "Who kisses?" Su Qingyan, however, furrowed her brow slightly and countered. "Is friendship such a fragile thing? Does a single kiss shatter it?" In that singular moment, her calm inquiry carried an explosive weight. Lin Ran was utterly bewildered, his mind emitting a cloud of smoke, officially declaring itself out of order. All that remained in his head was a colossal exclamation mark. What on earth? He had merely intended to ascertain the true thoughts and feelings of the school beauty seated beside him. After all, their prior interactions could mostly be explained away with a semblance of reason. However, that night in the private room at the KTV, the girl's bold and resolute kiss was an enigma that could not be dismissed as mere camaraderie. To Lin Rand's astonishment, the school beauty had taken an unexpected turn. Her statement of willing to accept the bet firmly solidified her stance. She confidently expressed that since their friendship as desk mates was unwavering, a mere kiss could not possibly shake it. This left Lin Rand utterly flabbergasted. How could it be that in the eyes of the illustrious school beauty, their friendship was such an unassailable entity? In a daze, he imagined a grand, shimmering statue inscribed with the word friendship rising majestically before him, radiating brilliance that nearly blinded him. For a moment, he began to doubt himself, questioning his own beliefs. Is it possible that my intentions were less than pure? Have I faltered in my faith and friendship? Seemingly reading his mind, the school beauty raised an eyebrow, scrutinizing Lin Rand. Unless you harbor ulterior motives, why would you let your thoughts wander? Was that kiss imbued with greater significance for some? Her words struck a sensitive chord, and in his defensiveness, Lin Rand nearly leaped up. I am not. I have no hidden agendas. I was merely inquiring. My views on friendship are just as resolute as yours. Su Qingyan responded with a calm, casual "oh," and glanced at Lin Rand. So, is it reasonable now? Without a moment's hesitation, he emphatically replied, absolutely reasonable. It must be. It was as if he feared that a second of doubt would condemn him to the cross for harboring ulterior motives. Su Qingyan nodded slightly, noncommittally. Good. Let us go? With that, she clasped her hands behind her back and strolled away with an air of tranquility, leaving Lin Rand with her composed silhouette. Little did she know, at that moment, her lips were curling upwards in delight. Little rascal, playing mind games with me? You still have much to learn. Upon returning home, Lin Rand reflected on the conversation he had with the school beauty during their riverside stroll. His mind was still buzzing, and he tossed and turned throughout the night, unable to find rest. The next day, unable to contain himself, he called his good friend for advice, seeking counsel on matters of the heart. Relationship issues? You've come to the right person. On the other end of the line, Zhao Ke thumped his chest with boisterous confidence, brimming with self-assurance. Ever since he confessed his feelings to Yuan Tingting and successfully entered a relationship, he had taken on the role of a love expert. Brother Rand, feel free to ask anything. After listening to Lin Rand's account, Zhao Ke's eyes widened in disbelief. What on earth? They've kissed and still claim it's friendship? Are they trying to deceive a 3-year-old? Do they have no conscience? It's more like a gathering of spirits. With a righteous indignation, he derided every point of inquiry made by Lin Rand. Finally, Zhao Ke casually inquired, Rand Ge, who spouted such nonsense? Lin Rand replied, Su Qingyan. Instantly, Zhao Ke's demeanor shifted to one of solemnity. The class monitor is right. You can disregard everything I just said. Lin Rand was taken aback, realizing that his steadfast friend was rather unreliable. Abandoning his intention to seek further advice from this so-called love expert, Lin Rand prepared to hang up. However, Zhao Ke seemed to have a sudden epiphany. Wait, Rand Ge, did you and our class monitor actually kiss? Lin Rand nearly dropped his phone in shock, quickly asserting, I did not. Don't spread rumors. I'm merely asking for a friend. It has nothing to do with me. He added, somewhat anxiously, just don't let this slip out. Zhao Ke promised fervently, thumping his chest with conviction, you can trust me. I may not have many virtues, but keeping secrets is one of them. Lin Rand felt reassured enough to end the call. Meanwhile, in a bubble tea shop, Zhao Ke tucked away his phone just as Yuan Tingting approached with 2 cups of milk tea. Curiously, she asked, was that Lin Rand? What were you two discussing? I heard you mention Qingyan. Zhao Ke took the milk tea and, sipping through the straw, replied contentedly, oh, nothing much, just the typical banter about classmates, friendship, and a clear conscience. Those two are just indulging in their own romantic escapades. With a dismissive smirk, he suddenly recalled something, and his eyes lit up as he turned to his girlfriend. By the way, I have some juicy gossip. Rand Ge kissed the class monitor. In the following days, Lin Rand and Su Qingyan had little contact. She seemed preoccupied, while Lin Rand himself was tangled in his own thoughts, feeling somewhat guilty. Zhao Ke frequently called Lin Rand, boasting about his sweet romance with Yuan Tingting during their swimming class, claiming his swimming skills were skyrocketing, as if he were preparing to represent the nation at the next Olympic Games. Amidst his self-aggrandizing tales, he finally mentioned something of substance. By the way, Rand Ge, I heard the water park in the neighboring Chaodang town just opened. Ting Ting and I planned to go, and she invited the class monitor. You should join us. Summer. Water park. Swimwear. Swimming pools. The class flower and a desk mate. These keywords painted a vivid picture in Lin Rant's mind, stirring something within him. Thus, the following day, at the Chaodang water park, even with mental preparation, when the class flower strolled towards him in her swimsuit under the radiant sun, Lin Rant's heart skipped a beat. Her natural beauty was as captivating as a lotus emerging from the water. With her hair elegantly tied back in a ponytail, the girl exudes a refreshing charm. Adorned in a simple white floral swimsuit that nonetheless accentuates her alluring curves. Her skin, fair and smooth as jade, glows radiantly, almost blinding in its brilliance. Beneath the hem of her dress, her long, captivating legs stand poised, complemented by a pair of delicate, graceful feet. Yuan Tingting playfully tugs at her boyfriend's ear. A hint of jealousy in her voice. Who are you looking at? Zhao Ke winces, exclaiming, Wife, you're mistaken. My eyes are only for you. Ouch, be gentle. The couple engages in their playful banter as they move away, inadvertently leaving space for another young pair nearby. Su Qingyan glances at Lin Ran, raising an eyebrow slightly. Can you swim? Lin Ran, snapped out of his reverie, recalls the scene at the billiard hall from a few days ago and instantly becomes alert. Shaking his head vigorously with determination, No, I cannot teach you this. To his surprise, the girl before him merely nods, her expression calm and composed. Oh? I can swim. Let me teach you. Lin Ran is taken aback, realizing he had underestimated her. What does it feel like to be taught swimming by the school beauty sitting beside him? For Lin Ran, the answer to this question is a bittersweet blend of pain and joy. Under the bright summer sun, the girl in her white floral swimsuit possesses a graceful figure, her skin fairer than snow, and the exposed skin glistens enticingly, capturing the amazed gazes of numerous nearby males. As their attention shifts to the young man beside her, envy and admiration swirl within them, easily giving rise to feelings of vanity and accomplishment. However, the joy is fleeting. The remainder consists of an indescribable turmoil and rigorous trials. The lesson begins with the basics of holding one's breath. As the school beauty instructs Lin Ran with a semblance of formality, he takes a deep breath and submerges his head beneath the water. As a novice, he obediently follows her guidance. But upon submerging, he inadvertently opens his eyes, and right in front of him, he is met with the sight of her long, perfectly proportioned legs, astonishingly captivating beneath the water's surface. The buoyancy of the water causes her swimsuit to undulate gently, and in that moment, his eyes widen in shock. His heart nearly skips a beat. Unable to hold his breath, he sputters and surfaces in a flurry, coughing violently. The school beauty casts a glance in his direction, and in his flustered state, he hurriedly waves his hands. I've learned. Teach me something else. However, the subsequent stages of instruction prove no easier. While the initial breath-holding required merely her guidance, the following tasks, attempting to float, progressing to diving, and finally mastering the strokes of breaststroke, alongside the proper movements of arms and legs, present a significantly heightened level of difficulty. As the school flower and my desk mate, the teacher diligently began to engage in the activity, extending her arms straight. She cautioned me to splash water carefully and to tighten my abdomen. With a flurry of movement, I clumsily splashed about, only to spring up with a sudden rush. The school flower frowned. What are you so nervous about? Stay focused. My lips twitched slightly as I replied. Could you please refrain from touching my stomach? Just moments before, a delicate hand had unexpectedly pressed against my waist, nearly leaving me in a state of shock. The young girl raised an eyebrow, her expression calm and unflappable. This is merely to correct your posture. I lamented in despair. But you just pinched my backside. Unfazed, her tone remained cool. Is that so? It must have been a coincidence. I retorted in disbelief. Can one really slip like that 13 times in a minute? Fortunately, Yuan Tingting arrived to pull my desk mate away, and the two girls ventured off to enjoy other water activities, allowing me to sigh in relief. The embarrassment was overwhelming. At 18, my youthful body was full of vitality, and the close contact with the school flower during our lesson was enough to leave one breathless. An inadvertent brush of certain areas could easily provoke a reaction that was mortifying. My best friend Zhao Ke paddled through the water, having recently mastered the dog paddle, and swam over to me. We purchased 2 bottles of soda from the nearby shop, then returned to the water, relaxing against the wall while sipping our drinks and engaging in casual conversation. After taking a sip through the straw, Zhao could turn to me with a mischievous glint in his eye. So, how's it going with the class monitor? With a heavy sigh, I expressed my woes. Learning to swim is terrifying. Zhao couldn't help but roll his eyes. That's not what I meant. I'm talking about your relationship with the class monitor. It's been ages. And you still haven't made a move? It seems that those who have experienced romance take great delight in offering relationship advice to others. You definitely have feelings for her. And she must feel the same. It's obvious to anyone. Listen, in these situations, you must seize the moment. If you miss this chance, it may never come again. He rambled on with fervor. I endeavored to maintain a serious facade. Stop talking nonsense. We are merely classmates. Zhao Ke's eyes nearly rolled skyward. You can deceive your friends. But don't fool yourself into believing that. I insisted, we are truly just ordinary classmates. Yet, despite my words, I couldn't help but glance toward the pool where my desk mate was joyfully splashing around with Yuan Tingting. The two were laughing and playfully splattering water at each other. The young girl raised her hand to shield herself from the spray. Sunlight sparkled off the droplets, creating a mesmerizing display. Standing gracefully in the water, she exuded vitality and innocence, her ponytail swaying behind her, radiating a youthful exuberance. Witnessing such a scene, my heart inexplicably quickened. After an afternoon of frolicking at the water park, the four of us returned, thoroughly satisfied, and later found a roadside stall for dinner. The exertion of swimming and playing in the water is considerable. When the warm-hearted and unpretentious proprietress brings out dish after dish, everyone eagerly picks up their chopsticks, indulging in a delightful feast. The summer evening breeze rustles softly, bringing refreshing coolness. As they dine and drink, friends engage in laughter and conversation, creating an atmosphere of leisurely enjoyment. The discussion soon shifts to their impending university life. In no time, the college entrance examination scores will be released, and they will need to select their preferred institutions. Yuan Tingting intends to go to Hangzhou, where her family conducts business. Zhao Ke, echoing what he previously confided to Lin Ran, also plans to apply to schools in Hangzhou, hoping to remain close to his beloved. When asked about Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, Lin Ran ponders before expressing his inclination to consider Donghai. His estimated scores suggest he might barely meet the threshold for Tsinghua or Peking University, yet he may not secure his desired major. Donghai University is rapidly developing and ranks just after the top 2 in the nation, not lacking in merit. More importantly, Donghai is a city where he had lived, studied, and worked for many years in his previous life, a place both familiar and endearing and not far from home. With his parents nearby, he feels a pull to stay close. In his past life, he had been so consumed by work that he neglected to cherish the time with his parents. In this life, he yearns to remedy that regret. Class monitor, you must be aiming for Tsinghua or Peking University, right? Zhao Ke glances at Su Qingyan, unable to suppress his admiration. Yuan Tingting nods in agreement. Given Qingyan's estimated scores, she is very likely to be the top student in the county or city. Admission to Tsinghua or Peking should be secure. Lin Ran also looks at the school beauty beside him. In his memories from his past life, she attended Peking University, and it seems there is little doubt she will do so again. Yet, at this thought, a sudden sense of emptiness washes over him, the feeling unidentifiable as either melancholy or something else. However, Su Qingyan merely smiles gently. I haven't made up my mind yet. Let's wait and see. Regardless, it seems destined that after this summer, they will each embark on their separate paths. All gatherings eventually come to an end. No matter how close high school friends may be, there will inevitably come a time for farewells. The atmosphere grows somewhat somber. Yuan Tingting suddenly laughs. Thinking about all this is a bit premature, isn't it? Besides, even if we do go to different universities, we won't lose touch. Zhao Ke vigorously nods. Exactly. The summer vacation has just begun. Let's enjoy ourselves first. Lin Ran chuckles as well. Indeed. Let's cherish the present and seek joy in the moment. Su Qingyan slightly inclines her head and raises her glass to living in the moment. Cheers. The group raises their glasses, the clinking of cups resonating in the air. Cheers. In the following week, the two pairs of young lovers remain inseparable, embarking on daily adventures of dining, hiking, shopping, or enjoying the air conditioning in the library. They even find a machine at a convenience store at the foot of the park to take silly photos together, striking various poses and expressions for the camera. Each snapshot captures their intimacy and childlike joy, evoking warmth and nostalgia. One day, after spending an entire afternoon at the newly established library in Yunnan County, The four bid farewell at the library's entrance before heading home. Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting, the young couple, depart first. Remaining were Lin Ran and Su Qingyan. As was customary for a certain someone, he was once again escorting the campus Belle, his deskmate, home. However, Uncle Zhou's ailment had been recurring frequently this summer, causing considerable concern. As the two strolled halfway, a rumble of thunder echoed ominously from the heavy clouds above. Boom. Moments later, torrential rain began to pour down in sheets. Pedestrians on the streets scrambled to shield themselves with their hands, bags, or even plastic wrap, desperately seeking refuge from the downpour. Lin Ran and Su Qingyan hurriedly sought shelter at a nearby bus stop. Yet by the time they reached the shelter, they were already drenched. The distance to Su Qingyan's home was still considerable. After a moment of hesitation, Lin Ran glanced at his classmate and proposed, "My home is nearby. How about we wait there for a bit?" The girl, who was wiping the rain from her face, paused at his words. She turned to Lin Ran, her delicate brows slightly raised, revealing no hint of unusual emotion, and simply replied, "All right." Chapter 83. The campus Belle goes for a shower first. Unlocking the door and stepping inside, they were instantly greeted by warmth and comfort. Lin Ran let out a sigh of relief, quickly removing his soaked shoes and slipping into a pair of slippers, while inviting his classmate, "Come in. Make yourself at home." Su Qingyan, equally drenched, followed him in with a calm demeanor, sorry for the intrusion. Her gaze wandered around the room, observing the furnishings, and a subtle smile tugged at the corners of her lips behind Lin Ran's back. Unaware of the change in her expression, Lin Ran was rummaging through the cabinet at the entrance while saying, "You should take off your shoes too. I'll find you a pair of ladies' slippers." Where could they be? Normally, his mother organized these items, and he found himself at a loss. "Check the lower right corner of the cabinet," came the melodious voice from behind him. Startled, Lin Ran instinctively opened the lower right cabinet, only to find several pairs of unused guest slippers. A perplexing question began to form in his mind. He turned to his classmate, who maintained her serene expression. "I guessed. Slippers are usually kept in a corner, right?" Lin Ran, still skeptical, replied, "Oh, I see." Although he found it somewhat strange, he couldn't concoct a more reasonable explanation. After all, what else could it be? His deskmate had never visited his home before. He retrieved a pair of ladies' slippers from the cabinet and handed them to Su Qingyan. She removed her shoes and socks, slipping into the simple, somewhat aged pink plastic slippers that now adorned her delicate, fair feet, lending her an unexpectedly charming appearance. He gestured for her to take a seat on the living room sofa while he went to the bathroom to fetch a towel. Upon returning, he handed the towel to Su Qingyan, saying, "Dry your hair. Be careful not to catch a cold." Su Qingyan nodded, her expression composed as she uttered a simple thank you. She took the towel and meticulously dried her hair, which had been drenched by the rain. Although she managed to partially dry it, her clothes remained damp. The school belle seated next to her wore a light-colored dress, inherently thin and sheer. Now, the wet fabric clung to her skin, subtly revealing the outline of her undergarments, exuding an alluring charm. Yet, Lin Ran frowned slightly. His attention diverted from any notion of temptation. He noticed the girl's body shivering beneath her soaked attire. Despite her calm demeanor, he discerned that she had just run back in the rain with him and was likely feeling chilly. This was unacceptable. He promptly resolved to address the situation. Looking at Su Qingyan, "You should take a warm shower. That dress is completely soaked and unsuitable to wear. I'll find you some other clothes." Su Qingyan was taken aback, intending to decline with a "there's no need to trouble yourself," but her words were cut short as Lin Ran turned and hurried into the inner room. "Hurry to the bathroom. I'll fetch you a new towel." His tone bore an unusual firmness that left little room for argument. Watching Lin Ran's retreating figure, warmth and softness flickered in Su Qingyan's eyes. The epitome of an ice queen, she found herself unexpectedly playful in front of her desk mate. However, today a sudden downpour had taken her by surprise. Sitting on the sofa, clad in her damp dress, she had tried to mask her discomfort, not wanting him to worry. Yet, she had been caught. As she held the towel Lin Ran had handed her, she reflected on his recent firm command, and a smile involuntarily graced her lips. What a silly boy. He certainly has a touch of masculinity. Such words could easily stir a sister's heart, she mused. From the inner room came the sound of rummaging, accompanied by Lin Ran's somewhat embarrassed voice. Just a moment. I'm looking for a new towel." His voice trailed off, yet she could still faintly hear his murmured confusion. "Strange, I could have sworn we had a new towel at home." With an arched brow, Su Qingyan casually suggested. Check the left bottom compartment of the wardrobe. A perplexed voice responded from the inner room. Huh? Followed by more rustling sounds. Suddenly, there was silence, as if his actions had halted. Even from the living room, one could sense the barrage of questions emanating from within. Moments later, Lin Ran reemerged, a brand new towel in hand, his expression one of astonishment as if he had encountered a ghost. Meeting his gaze, Su Qingyan remained unfazed. Her eyes steady. Towels are typically stored in such places. I merely guessed. Lin Ran, good guess. The sound of water from the shower ceased, followed by the bathroom door creaking open. Footsteps approached, drawing nearer. Seated upon his bed in the confines of his bedroom, Lin Ran lifted his gaze to behold his enchanting classmate, the school Belle, entering the room after her shower, adorned in a set of dry clothes. The young woman, her hair slightly damp and cascading casually over her shoulders, radiated an exquisite and refreshing charm. Due to the ill-fitting size of his mother's attire, Lin Ran had provided her with 2 of his own clean shirts and shorts, which she now wore. The oversized pure white cotton shirt hung gracefully to her thighs, artfully concealing the majority of her loose-fitting cotton shorts, revealing only her long, fair legs and delicate bare feet upon the floor. Standing before Lin Ran, the school Belle exuded an air of natural confidence as she raised her arms and twirled around, then turned to him with a playful arch of her eyebrow, inquiring, "Does it fit well?" Lin Ran's throat constricted as he swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. "Yes, it fits quite well," he managed to reply, though his heart raced uncontrollably within his chest. It was hardly his fault. The school Belle, freshly emerged from her bath, still bore a hint of lingering steam, and her casual boyfriend-style loungewear was irresistibly alluring, possessing an almost enchanting power. Even a celestial being would be compelled to descend from the heavens upon witnessing such a sight. However, upon hearing Lin Ran's response, the school Belle appeared somewhat dissatisfied. She cast a glance at her attire, a slight frown creasing her brow. "Your clothes are a bit too large," she remarked, casually reaching behind her waist to adjust the loose shirt, attempting to cinch it. This simple gesture dramatically accentuated her figure, revealing her curves in an astonishingly captivating manner. Lin Ran's mind buzzed, nearly rendering him speechless. Just then, the school Belle caught his gaze and inquired, "What's wrong?" Struggling to feign nonchalance, he replied, "Nothing, nothing at all." Observing the flush on his face, she pointed out in a calm tone, "But you seem to have a nosebleed." Lin Ran froze momentarily, then hurriedly began to search for a tissue, flustered. Before he could find one, the school Belle had already handed him a tissue. "Here." He quickly accepted it, crumpling it up and stuffing it into his nostrils. "Thank you. Look at that. He even has to thank me." In that moment, Su Qingyan maintained an outwardly composed demeanor, while internally, she was nearly doubled over with laughter. Oh dear, how utterly adorable is little Lin Ran. What should I do if I wished to tease him further? Ultimately, Su Qingyan refrained from continuing her playful banter, primarily concerned that the 18-year-old might become overly flustered, leading to an excessive loss of blood. Turning away, she clasped her hands behind her back and began to wander about Lin Ran's room, inspecting the orderly desk on one side, the wardrobe on the other, and throwing a glance at the neatly made bed, which was arranged as impeccably as a block of tofu. She raised an eyebrow and commented, "Quite tidy." Lin Ran, upon hearing this, puffed out his chest with pride, responding earnestly, "Of course. I have always taken great care in keeping things organized." In reality, it was just at the moment when the campus Belle went to take a shower that a certain individual hurriedly embarked on an impromptu cleaning spree in his bedroom, hastily concealing anything that should not be seen by outsiders. Such is the nature of a boy's room. The campus Belle, seemingly deep in thought, casually inquired, "Aren't there any shameful items hidden away?" Lin Ran's eyelids flickered, his chest puffed out as he declared with unwavering certainty, "Of course not. I am not the kind of boy who indulges in indecency." Before his words could fully dissipate, the campus Belle extracted a magazine from a corner of the bookshelf, its cover adorned with a sultry blonde beauty, boldly titled Playboy. She then tilted her head slightly, casting a glance at the utterly astonished individual. "What did you say?" Lin Ran sprang up from the bed, flustered, snatching the magazine and hastily tossing it into the nearby trash bin. "This is Zhao Ke's. I have no idea how it ended up here. A mere accident. Surely there's nothing else. Ha ha ha." Before he could finish, the campus Belle rummaged beneath the desk and produced an art book. The cover displayed an enchanting Eastern beauty, alluring and sensual, titled Dragon Leopard. His nervous laughter abruptly ceased. In a state of chaos, he seized the art book and hurriedly flung it into the trash bin as well, attempting to regain his composure. Zhaoku has been here twice. In the next moment, a third magazine inexplicably appeared in the girl's grasp, her delicate fingers waving it before him. Is this the third one? With a swift motion, the third magazine joined its predecessors in the trash bin, and he began to babble incoherently. This belongs to my dad. Moments later, as the trash bin overflowed with a mountainous pile of various magazines, Lin Ran stared at the composed campus bell before him, nearly petrified. Wait, are you Suda's campus bell, conducting a thorough search here? How can you find everything so precisely? Noticing the look of sheer disbelief on his face, the girl merely nodded slightly, her tone calm and unruffled. It was merely a coincidence. I just flipped through and found them. Lin Ran's mind swirled with 100 questions. Is it really that coincidental? The girl, unperturbed, replied nonchalantly, why not? I've never been to your home. Oh, but that was hardly the truth. She had not only visited, but had even stayed over, comfortably lying on Lin Ran's bed beneath the very same quilt. Naturally, Su Qingyin could never divulge this to Lin Ran, for such words would surely be met with disbelief. Setting aside her playful thoughts, the girl continued to wander through his bedroom with her hands behind her back, observing with keen interest, tinged with nostalgia. In her previous life, she had been intimately acquainted with the room's decor and layout, almost to the point of perfection. The books and magazines on the shelves, the awards from elementary and middle school adorning the walls, and the carefully preserved album posters, all were familiar to her, having returned to 16 years prior. It seemed as if everything within this youthful sanctuary remained unchanged, as if time had quietly lingered here, unyielding to the passage of years. To some, it may seem like merely the first visit of the school beauty's desk mate. Yet for the young girl, it is a nostalgic return to a familiar place after traversing through time, filled with enthusiasm and a touch of wistfulness. It is as if the sepia-toned images that once resided solely in old photographs have been quietly revived by the inexorable passage of time, rendering everything palpably real. Reaching out to touch the books on the shelf, the sensation is undeniably tangible, far removed from the realm of dreams. A faint smile graces Su Qingyin's lips. Just as she is about to retract her gaze from the bookshelf, she inadvertently notices a few weathered sheets of draft paper nestled in the corner of the third shelf. A look of surprise flits across her face. With an exceptional memory, she can recall the contents of someone's diary from her previous life with startling clarity. The intricate details of that person's bedroom remain vividly etched in her mind. However, these seemingly out-of-place sheets of draft paper have left no impression in her past recollections. It resembles a game of spot the difference in which two nearly identical photographs reveal subtle discrepancies. Once discovered, they become strikingly conspicuous. Curiosity piqued, Su Qingyin reaches out to retrieve the draft papers. At that moment, Lin Ran's gaze coincidentally sweeps over, catching sight of the school beauty's actions. Initially, he fails to grasp the significance of her behavior and does not concern himself with whether it should be noticed or not. After all, the contents have already been unearthed and are languishing in the trash bin. Thus, Lin Ran adopts a somewhat nonchalant attitude, feeling as though he is amidst the ruins of his own life. No matter how much Su, the school beauty, may stir things up, it is impossible for him to experience further embarrassment. What could he possibly lose? His most shameful secret consists of an assortment of beauty magazines and a few novels, recounting tales of a youth whose academic performance in high school was far from stellar. How much more disgrace could he endure? The school beauty's desk mate has unearthed a sheet of draft paper. Oh, it appears to contain some writings from his first year of high school. Memories long buried suddenly resurface with fervor as the contents of the draft paper come rushing back. Lin Ran's expression shifts dramatically. What the hell? He leaps off the bed in a fit of urgency, shouting at the school beauty's desk mate. Wait. Don't look at that. But it is too late. With delicate fingers, she deftly extracts the yellowed sheets of paper from the crevice of the bookshelf. Lin Ran, panic-stricken, lunges forward, exclaiming, "Don't look." Yet the girl has already unfurled the paper, her gaze aligning with Lin Ran's as they both land upon the contents. The draft papers, devoid of any blank spaces, are densely filled with the boy's handwriting, all uniformly showcasing three prominent characters: Su, Qing, Yan. Su Qingyan, 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 Su Qingyan. The script is a flurry of dense, elegant strokes, whispering softly, twisting and turning in poignant longing. In that moment, the air seems to solidify, and the scene freezes in time. The young girl slowly raised her head, casting her gaze upon the individual who had become utterly petrified. With a slight tilt of her head, she uttered, Reborn into a new life, with a mature soul in her 30s. Having weathered numerous storms and remaining unfazed even when faced with towering challenges. It was only when the girl pulled several yellowed sheets of draft paper from the bookshelf, filled with densely packed names, that the memories of the deceased began to launch an assault against that individual. As she looked upon the paper, brimming with the name Su Qingyan, Lin Ran suddenly recalled everything. Indeed, this was his masterpiece. Although he had spent the previous life as an ardent admirer of Shun Lingshan, the initial thrill of sitting beside the school beauty had stirred something within the heart of the 16 or 17-year-old boy. It was a youthful infatuation, a tender admiration. Yet, the school beauty's brilliance was so overwhelming that it deterred anyone from harboring even the slightest impure thoughts. Even as desk mates, he lacked the courage to breach the invisible boundaries between them. In the past, Lin Ran had attempted several times to muster his courage, struggling to find the right words to exchange with the school beauty at their shared desk. Yet, each endeavor ended in silence. The boy, burdened with unexpressed feelings, silently endured his turmoil. Ultimately, unable to contain himself, he turned to pen and paper. Late at night, while scribbling notes and drafting papers at home, he found himself daydreaming. And inadvertently, the content he wrote morphed into something else entirely. When he finally snapped back to reality, he was astounded to discover that the pages were filled with the name of the school beauty. Flushing with embarrassment, he looked around his room, feeling as though he had committed some hidden transgression, fearful that his feelings would be unveiled. In a panic, he hurriedly tucked the draft papers into a corner of the third shelf of the bookshelf, concealing them with utmost care. Sighing in relief that this secret was known only to him and would never be discovered by others. Little did he anticipate that, transcending time and space, on this summer night at the age of 18, his secret would ultimately be unveiled by the very person involved. The air in the room hung thick with an eerie silence as Lin Ran's heart felt as though it had petrified, a whirlwind of emotions swirling within him. As if 1,000 wild horses were charging forth. It shattered, completely splintered. His toes could have carved out a 3-room apartment in the ground beneath him. In truth, which adolescent does not experience the pangs of youthful desire? Who among them does not entertain some ambiguous fantasies during their formative years? Even seemingly juvenile behaviors are entirely reasonable, provided they remain undiscovered. Years later, such memories would merely evoke a nostalgic smile. The problem, however, is that he had been caught, red-handed. What mere nostalgia could compare to this calamitous avalanche of embarrassment? With his heart racing at an alarming pace, Lin Ran swallowed hard, striving to maintain his composure. I say. This was written by Zhao Ku. Do you believe me? The school beauty, Lu Mei, raised her eyebrows slightly, her expression calm. With that single utterance, someone immediately surrendered. All right, it was I who wrote it. But I was just casually practicing my calligraphy and happened to use your name for practice. Isn't it reasonable to use a name for calligraphy in a shared desk setting? This person attempted to appear dignified while secretly observing the school beauty's expression, feeling a twinge of guilt. Little did he know, at that moment, Su Qingyan's inner self was nearly in fits of laughter. What should I do? I might die from laughing at my little desk mate. Has my little secret been discovered? So you secretly have a crush on your sister, huh? If you like her, just say it. She hasn't refused you yet. However, outwardly, Su Qingyan maintained her calm demeanor and nodded. That seems reasonable. Before Lin Ran could breathe a sigh of relief, the girl's gaze fell back on the draft paper. Lifting it to shake in front of him, your handwriting is quite good. It belongs to me now. Lin Ran was taken aback. What on earth? He stared blankly at the school beauty beside him, while she remained composed. A memento symbolizing our desk friendship. I shall collect it. Quite reasonable, wouldn't you agree? Reasonable, my foot. In his heart, a miniature figure was fuming and raging like a dragon. The evidence of this more embarrassing history than any dark past was already mortifying enough, and all he wanted was to obliterate this piece of paper from existence. Lin Ran looked at Su Qingyan, sincerity etched on his face. Please don't keep that. I'll get you something else later. Su Qingyan, unfazed, replied, I intend to keep it. I'll accept other gifts as well. Woman, your name is Greed. Infuriated, Lin Ran gazed at the draft paper in her hand and, in a moment of desperation, suddenly pointed outside. Look. Su Qingyan, without even turning her head, regarded him as if he were a fool, not looking. Lin Ran thought to himself, the distraction tactic failed. Anger surged within him, and he prepared to act decisively. Hand it over. He lunged for the draft paper in her grasp. However, the girl anticipated his move, deftly sidestepping him, causing him to miss completely. Lin Ran turned to face the school beauty, silent for a moment before muttering, nice move. Su Qingyan slightly nodded, composed and self-satisfied. I concede. Undeterred, Lin Ran lunged again, only for her to evade once more. In the confines of the small bedroom, the two engaged in a playful game akin to cat and mouse. Just as Lin Ran charged again with fierce intent, Su Qingyan prepared to evade once more, but inadvertently tripped over a chair, losing her balance and falling back onto the bed. Simultaneously, Lin Ran, unable to halt his momentum, crashed onto her. The delicate figure of the girl was thus pinned beneath him. This scene felt eerily familiar, reminiscent of a past encounter in a private booth. Yet this time, their positions had been reversed. The young maiden's fair, elongated legs pressed against someone else's waist, their skin in close contact, slightly warm, igniting a thrilling sensation. The faint, delicate fragrance wafting from her post-bath glow subtly enveloped the air, stirring one's senses. One hand of the individual lay upon the edge of the bed beside the maiden's face, while the other had initially aimed to seize a piece of draft paper. Yet, in that fleeting moment, the paper eluded capture, leading to a grave misstep. Both Lin Ran and Su Qingyan found themselves momentarily stunned, their palms registering a breathtaking softness. In an instant, Lin Ran's mind erupted into a blank void. In 2 lifetimes, even as a reborn individual, he had never anticipated such an encounter. He steeled himself, gradually lowering his gaze towards the source of the tender sensation, clinging to a last flicker of hope. Perhaps he had misunderstood. Perhaps it was merely coincidence. However, as his eyes settled upon the undeniable evidence of his right hand resting inappropriately upon a most sensitive area, any remnants of hope shattered instantly. His mind buzzed with a singular thought. What have I done? Su Qingyan, too, was momentarily taken aback. Following the direction of the gaze upon her, she gradually discerned the exact location of that hand upon her body, feeling the warmth radiating from the palm. In that instant, her cheeks bloomed crimson as blood. The air grew so still it seemed to solidify, while the atmosphere within the bedroom thickened with an unmistakable tension, becoming increasingly charged with intimacy. The two remained frozen in their positions, gazing dumbfounded at one another. Su Qingyan's mind felt befuddled. The decisive demeanor of the formidable CEO from her past life seemed utterly useless at this moment. The confidence she had felt in controlling the situation crumbled into oblivion due to this unforeseen incident. An uncontrollable wave of embarrassment surged from her heart, rapidly spreading throughout her being. At that moment, she felt her body weaken slightly, as if she could scarcely muster strength. As for Lin Ran, he was rendered motionless, lacking the courage to retract his guilty right hand. Fearful that even the slightest movement would shatter the fragile atmosphere, unleashing a tempest of consequences, he struggled to swallow. Finally, he glanced at the school's flower, his desk mate beneath him, and timidly inquired, how many years would I get if I confess now? His words shattered the suffocating tension. Su Qingyan, initially flustered and shy, found herself amused and exasperated by his comically anxious demeanor, and suddenly, her embarrassment and confusion dissipated significantly. Observing the expression on Lin Ran's face, Su Qingyan felt a stir in her heart, and, almost as if possessed, blurted out, how does it feel? Huh. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback. Regaining his composure, he quickly whisked his right hand from the school beauty's lap to the bedside, exclaiming, "In nothing at all. Nothing at all." The girl raised her slender brows slightly, seemingly relentless in her inquiry. Is it soft? Her question nearly caused him to choke. Is that something you can say? You're fishing for trouble, aren't you? Don't answer. Don't answer. Don't answer. A cacophony of thoughts clamored in his mind, and with a racing heart, Lin Ran stammered, I don't know. Yet, to the girl, it appeared that he was simply shy. When someone else is more bashful than you, your own embarrassment dissipates. At that moment, Su Qingyan even mustered the courage to further tease him. Then why not give it a try? Lin Ran shook his head vigorously. No, no. Just a little test? No, no, no. What if I pinch? Now thoroughly flustered, Lin Ran nearly fell backward, scrambling to distance himself from the school beauty. But the girl was quick. With her delicate, fair hand, she seized his collar and yanked him back down. Once more, he found himself atop her. Their bodies pressed together closely, nearly touching. Their faces were mere inches apart, so close that Lin Ran could feel the warmth of her breath, fragrant and soft. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly, her lips curving into a beguiling smile reminiscent of a nine-tailed fox, exuding an air of danger as she teasingly said, "Thinking you can take advantage and just leave, Coincidentally, outside the bedroom door, footsteps approached, growing nearer. A familiar voice of a middle-aged woman rang out. Is Xiao Ran back? Why are there two pairs of shoes at the door? Is that Xiao Zhao? In an instant, Lin Ran's face drained of color, and Su Qingyin's expression shifted in alarm. Yet, before they could separate, the door creaked open. Lin's mother, Zhao Shuqin, entered, about to scold, "You child. You didn't even warn me about bringing a classmate home." Then, Zhao Shuqin looked up and was met with the scene before her, a boy atop a girl in an exceedingly intimate and suggestive pose. The air once more became thick with tension. Zhao Shuqin's movements froze, and time seemed to stretch unbearably. Finally, as if snapping back to reality, Lin's mother cleared her throat and murmured, I forgot to put on my glasses. Getting older, my eyesight is failing. I can hardly see anything." As she mumbled to herself, she discreetly retreated, closing the door behind her. Lin Ran, Su Qingyan, regaining their senses. Lin Ran scrambled off the bed and rushed towards the door, exclaiming, "Mom, let me explain." That evening, at the dinner table, after listening to the successive explanations from Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, Lin's parents suddenly realized. So this is how it is. Su Qingyan, seated beside Lin Ran, appeared serene and demure in the presence of his parents, her cheeks slightly flushed, as if feeling a bit shy. "Yes, I owe it all to Lin Ran for bringing me back. I hope I haven't caused too much trouble for you, uncle and aunt." Lin's father waved his hands repeatedly. "Not at all. What trouble could there be? You are classmates and desk mates. It is only natural to help each other." As he spoke, Lin's father's gaze repeatedly shifted between Su Qingyan and his son, his face glowing with delight. Meanwhile, Lin's mother enthusiastically served food into Su Qingyan's bowl. Come, Qingyan, you must be hungry. Eat more. Consider this place your home. Please, don't hold back." Su Qingyan nodded and smiled sweetly at the elderly couple. "Thank you, uncle and aunt." That smile nearly melted Lin's parents' hearts. Consequently, they became even more enthusiastic, eagerly piling food into Su Qingyan's bowl until it resembled a small mountain. Meanwhile, Lin Ran, sitting nearby, felt utterly neglected. He glanced at his own empty bowl and then at the lavish treatment afforded to his beautiful classmate, raising his hand in protest. Hey, what about me?" Lin's parents glanced at him briefly before instantly turning back to their attentive care of the young lady. Lin Ran. Chapter 87, School Bell, Auntie. May I call you Mom? It was a delightful dinner, yet Lin Ran found himself a mere outsider, cruelly overlooked by his own parents. Su Qingyan, poised and graceful, ate her meal in small bites, exuding the charm of a refined young lady. Lin's parents watched her with increasing fondness, growing ever more enamored. They continued to serve her food while engaging her in light conversation. To their surprise, they discovered that the girl was remarkably in tune with their interests. While chatting with Lin's father, they learned that he was the workshop director at a mold factory. Su Qingyan's curious and enthusiastic questions perfectly touched upon the highlights of Lin's father's career, making him animated as he explained. Caught up in the moment, he even poured himself a couple of drinks, his face glowing with joy. Conversing with Lin's mother involved various mundane topics, from household matters to expenses. Remarkably, Su Qingyan was able to engage Zhao Shuqin with equal enthusiasm, even sharing several money-saving tips that left Lin's mother astonished and delighted. Right. Why didn't I think of that? At that moment, Lin's mother looked at the girl as if wishing to embrace her as a confidant. Lin Ran, observing from the side, was utterly baffled, staring at his classmate with a look of disbelief. How is she doing this? The woman returned to her home, effortlessly captivating both his parents in mere moments. The allure of the ice-cold school beauty transcends age and gender, it seems. At that very moment, the young girl inadvertently lowered her gaze, a subtle smile gracing her lips. It was nothing more than a profound understanding of the temperaments and preferences of her elders. cultivated in a past life. As the conversation unfolded, Lin's mother could not contain her curiosity and inquired about the girl's family background. In response to the question, Su Qingyan smiled politely and answered candidly, "My father is a businessman, often away from Yunnan. I reside here alone, accompanied by a driver and a housekeeper. As for my mother..." At this juncture, the girl paused momentarily, then lifted her gaze towards Lin's parents. Offering a calm smile, "My mother passed away from illness during my childhood." Her words cast a sudden pall over the previously light-hearted atmosphere at the dining table. Lin Ran found himself momentarily stunned, glancing at the school beauty seated beside him. In their previous life, he and the girl had not shared much of a connection. The ice-cold school beauty maintained a solitary demeanor at school, and few classmates were privy to the specifics of her family situation. Thus, he was unaware that this seemingly perfect girl, admired by countless others, bore a hidden burden of sorrow. With her mother long deceased, and her father preoccupied with work, the girl's childhood had been marked by solitude. Even the opulence of a mansion could not provide the warmth of a true home. It was no wonder she had developed such a cool, solitary disposition. Realizing their inadvertent insensitivity, Lin's parents quickly offered apologies and words of comfort. Yet, Su Qingyan merely took a gentle breath, smiling as she shook her head. "It's all right, I have grown accustomed to it." With a shift in tone, she directed a warm smile towards Lin's parents. "In fact, I should be the one expressing gratitude. I did not expect such kindness from you both today. This warmth is something I have rarely experienced, even at home." Her heartfelt words deeply moved the elderly couple. Lin's father, not one for eloquence, downed a glass of wine and busily loaded the girl's bowl with food. Lin's mother, more sentimental, felt her eyes welling up and reached out to grasp the girl's hand. "Silly child, from now on, consider this your home. If you don't mind, I would like to treat you as my own daughter." Lin Ran, who had been lost in thought, suddenly looked up in confusion. "Huh?" Su Qingyan was equally taken aback. The scene felt oddly familiar. She had experienced a similar warmth when she first met Lin Ran's parents in a previous life. Despite their grief over losing a son, they had extended such kindness and sincerity towards her, which had moved her deeply. It was not merely guilt for Lin Ran's life-saving act that fostered her genuine respect and affection for his parents. She truly regarded them as family. Of course, genuine emotions and gratitude could wait. This opportunity must be seized. At the dining table, a young girl could not help but reveal a look of surprise on her enchanting face, as if she were hesitating yet hoping to speak. "May I call you mother?" Lin's mother was on the verge of tears, nodding vigorously with excitement and joy. "Of course." The girl timidly ventured, "Mama." Lin's mother beamed with delight. "Huh?" The atmosphere instantly transformed into one of collective joy. A certain someone nearby froze in place, a colossal question mark floating above his head. "Huh?" Lin's mother cast a glance his way, her eyebrows raised. "Xiao Ran, what expression is that? Do you have an opinion?" Su Qingyan also directed her gaze towards him. Her expression slightly dimmed. "If Xiao Ran is unwilling, then it's fine." Lin's father thumped the table with vigor. "Does he dare?" The elderly couple's gazes turned sharp as arrows, swiftly directed at their son. Lin Ran stammered, "I have no objections." Faced with the authority of his parents, he could only meekly concede. Yet, he could not resist casting a glance at the school beauty beside him. She, however, appeared obedient and demure, her eyes lowered. Unbeknownst to others, Su Qingyan's smile was already arching towards the heavens. Reborn in this life. Strategies to win over Xiao Lin Ran's parents. Secured once more. Simultaneously, the little figure in the girl's heart stood with hands on hips, brimming with confidence. "I called them Mom and Dad in my past life. It is only reasonable to resume it in this one." After dinner, Lin's mother engaged Su Qingyan in heartfelt conversation on the sofa, indulging in casual banter. Unbeknownst to them, night deepened. Zhao Shuqing grew increasingly fond of the girl, reluctant to part. As the time to bid farewell approached, Lin's mother suddenly had an idea. Her eyes lighting up. "How about, Qingyan, you stay overnight tonight?" Upon her utterance, the living room fell silent for a moment. Lin Ran, sitting nearby, looked bewildered. "Huh?" He felt an abundance of question marks floating above his head. With only 2 bedrooms and a half-study in their home, how could they accommodate an overnight guest? Yet, seeing his mother's excited expression and his father, equally radiant, nodding in agreement, Lin Ran dared not question where she would sleep. From what he knew of his parents, Simply asking such a question could result in himself being ushered to the study or outright kicked out to make space for the school beauty. Thus, he could only gaze longingly at her. Fortunately, upon hearing Lin's mother's enthusiastic invitation, Su Qingyan merely smiled and graciously declined. I'm not available today. I haven't informed my family, and I haven't prepared anything. There will be future opportunities. We have plenty of time. As she spoke the last sentence, the girl seemingly glanced at a certain someone, her gaze laden with meaning. Lin Ran felt a chill run down his spine. Goodness! It felt as if he were being targeted by a fox spirit who had cultivated for 1,000 years. Upon hearing Su Qingyan's words, Lin's parents, although filled with regret, ultimately came to accept the situation. They resolved to allow Lin Ran to escort the schoolflower, his desk mate, back home. With a heavy heart, the couple bid farewell to their newly acknowledged half-adopted daughter at her doorstep. Lin's mother grasped Su Qingyan's hand, repeatedly advising her to be cautious on the way. The young girl smiled and nodded, replying, "Thank you, Mom." The naturalness of this address nearly melted Zhao Shuqin's heart. Turning to her son, she immediately adopted a stern demeanor. "If you fail in your escort duties, you shall face the consequences." Lin's father pondered for a moment, unable to conjure any better words, and thus adopted a serious expression, echoing, "Your mother speaks wisely." Lin Ran acquiesced, feeling somewhat bewildered, as if his standing in the household had diminished yet again. Riding his bicycle with the schoolflower perched behind him, he traversed the road with the gentle summer evening breeze caressing his face. The air, fresh and cool after the rain, was invigorating. On either side of the street, the glow of countless lights created a warm ambience amidst the bustling yet tranquil night. The familiar streets and beloved nightscape of the small town welcomed him, a routine of departing with the morning light and returning beneath the moon's glow. This was the summer of Yunnan, a uniquely endearing panorama of his county town. Having been born and raised here, the bicycle wheels had measured every avenue and alleyway, traversing through the simple yet vibrant tapestry of town life. In this moment, Lin Ran felt an inexplicable sense of peace. In the past, such scenes were always fleeting moments he passed alone on his bicycle. Perhaps due to his rebirth, he now harbored a deeper appreciation for these memories. Moreover, it seemed that not only his perspective had changed, he could feel the weight of the girl seated behind him, a realization that brought a subtle smile to his face. Regardless of the intricacies of their relationship, on this refreshing summer night, having someone by his side transformed his solitary journey into a shared experience, uplifting his spirits. Ding ding. With a cheerful jingle, he pressed the bicycle bell twice. In a buoyant mood, he pedaled faster, the bike surging ahead with a touch of flair. As he navigated a turn, the summer evening breeze tousled the girl's long hair, dancing in the wind, as if mirroring the shift in their emotions. The girl too felt her spirits lift, buoyed by the pleasant atmosphere. From a nearby audiovisual store, a song played. The newly released track Long Time No See by Eason Chan from the summer of 2007. The soft, mellow melody filled the clear night air, accompanied by the singer's gentle, introspective crooning. "I arrived in your city, walk the path you took, imagining how lonely you are without me." The romantic and melancholic essence of the lyrics seemed to transform in the girl's ears, morphing into a different warm sentiment. "Having read your diary, this familiar street, now with my presence in the picture, I am grateful to return to this day." The girl on the back of the bicycle gazed at the boy in front of her, her eyes radiating warmth and gentleness. Long time no see. Riding through the Coral Garden community, Lin Ran escorted the schoolflower's deskmate to the entrance of her villa. As he prepared to turn and leave, he was called back by her. Lin Ran. He turned to see her standing on the steps, her eyes sparkling with gratitude. "Thank you." Lin Ran scratched his head, responding casually, "It's nothing. We help each other out as deskmates." After a brief pause, he added, somewhat sheepishly, "Mainly because if I didn't, my mom would kill me." This remark elicited a soft laugh from Su Qingyan, who had been maintaining her aloof demeanor. Under the gentle, warm glow of the streetlights, the delicate beauty of the girl was illuminated, and that smile nearly left Lin Ran entranced. Coming back to his senses, he felt a pang of embarrassment. Ruffling his hair and glancing around until his gaze landed on the Maybach parked nearby. "By the way, how's Uncle Joe? Is he feeling any better?" The girl's laughter faded, and she adopted a calm, nonchalant expression. "Oh, he is still unwell. Not better yet. So, you'll have to bear with it for a while longer." Just then, a certain middle-aged man named Joe appeared, taking an evening stroll. humming a tune in a relaxed and cheerful mood. Miss Su has been quite considerate lately, generously granting him a break to rest and refrain from work. Such an understanding employer is truly reassuring. The next moment, as he rounded the corner, he overheard the conversation between the girl and Lin Ran at the entrance. Uncle Zhou was taken aback, his pupils widening in shock, and he quietly retreated, step by step, retracing his path. He should be under the car, not here. Lin Ran, unfazed, nodded as if he had just remembered something, hesitantly turning to the school flower's deskmate. The college entrance exam scores are coming out soon. Have you thought about where you want to apply? Su Qingyan paused, not answering directly. Instead, her gaze fell on Lin Ran, her eyes shimmering with an inscrutable meaning. Where would you like me to go? Lin Ran was taken aback, feigning indifference as he replied, with your estimated score. You should have no problem getting into Tsinghua or Peking University. Of course, if you're leaning towards the humanities, Peking University is objectively better. However, as these words left his lips, Lin Ran felt a sudden emptiness within, as if his heart ached slightly. The girl raised her delicate brows. Objectively speaking. Then, subjectively? Lin Ran found himself somewhat flustered. Subjectively, he tried to maintain a righteous facade. Subjectively, as a good deskmate and friend, I naturally hope we can continue to be together in the future. He quickly added, but ultimately, it's not about what your deskmate or friends think. It's what you want. Have you decided where you want to go? He promptly redirected the question back to her. Observing his flustered demeanor, a slight smile curved Su Qingyan's lips as she responded with an air of calm detachment, I've decided. Lin Ran was momentarily taken aback, unable to resist asking, where to? Su Qingyan smiled lightly, it's a secret. You'll find out when the time comes. Tonight, the night sky is clear and devoid of clouds. A full moon gracefully hangs in the heavens, its silvery radiance cascading down like a gentle stream. This ethereal glow casts a delicate halo over the trees and buildings of the entire community. A young girl slightly tilts her head to gaze at the night sky. Her eyes soft, a faint smile gracing her lips. The moonlight tonight is truly enchanting. She turns her gaze towards the boy before her, offering a gentle smile. Lin Ran. Good night. With that, the girl turns away, hands clasped behind her back, her steps light as she strolls towards her home, leaving behind a breathtakingly elegant silhouette. Days later, amidst widespread anticipation, the results of the 2007 National College Entrance Examination are unveiled. At 10 p.m. on June 22nd, the channels for checking scores via phone and internet are announced. Yunnan High School, as a provincial key institution, boasts an impressive 62 of students surpassing the first-tier university threshold. The school's renowned beauty, Su Qingyan, secures the top position in the county and city with a remarkable score of 659. Her deskmate, Lin Ran, follows closely with a score of 652, earning the second place. 3 days later, the volunteer application system opens, and astonishing news swiftly spreads throughout Yunnan High School, causing quite a stir. Both the top scorer and the second place, as well as their first-choice universities, have simultaneously selected Donghai University. Chapter 89. Two little fools pretending to be clueless this year. The college entrance examination results from Yunnan High School are commendable, and the students of Class 10 in their final year also perform exceptionally well. Yuan Tingting achieves a score of 594, comfortably surpassing the first-tier threshold and successfully applying to Hangqing University of Technology. Zhao Ke scores 562, though just shy of the first-tier line. He still has options among the second-tier institutions, and without hesitation, he fills all his choices with universities in Hangqing. When the no-nonsense class teacher, Tai Yinchuan, receives the class performance summary, his aged face nearly blossoms into a radiant smile. However, upon discovering that the top 2 students in his class have simultaneously chosen to forego Tsinghua and Peking University in favor of Donghai University, his expression darkens considerably. In a flurry, he hastily calls the 2 students, fervently trying to persuade them. Their responses, however, are strikingly similar. On the phone, Su Qingyan remains calm and collected. What suits me is the best. Meanwhile, Lin Ran's reply is even more straightforward, adding one on the upper floor. Turning to chat online with the school beauty and his deskmate, Lin Ran can't help but inquire, did you choose Donghai University because of what I said that day? The girl's response is nonchalant and composed. Of course not. I simply believe Donghai University is more suitable for me. It's just a coincidence. With a light-hearted remark, she sends another message, playfully suggesting, besides, I had a dream where I had already attended Tsinghua and Peking University. In a small eatery, Zhao Ke slams the table in anger. What coincidence are you talking about? You're not going to Tsinghua or Peking University, but choosing Donghai. And the class monitor follows suit. This is clearly for you, Rangu. Lin Ran ponders for a moment before nodding. Indeed. Zhao Ke continues passionately, gesticulating wildly. Rangu, if you still call this a mere coincidence, do you believe I want to challenge you right now? Suddenly taken aback, Zhao Ke widened his eyes in disbelief as he gazed at the person before him. What did you say, Rangu? Lin Ran nodded earnestly. I said it is indeed true, not merely coincidental. She chose Donghai University, at least in part, because of me. In this two-life continuum, his former classmate, the campus Belle, had opted for Qingbei in her previous life, yet in this incarnation, she altered her decision. The most significant variable could only be himself, as a reborn individual. Moreover, over the past 2 months of close companionship and various shared experiences, it was evident that he could perceive the young woman's affections. Zhao Ke could not help but beam with joy. That's fantastic. Rangu, you finally realized it. Since you were certain of the class monitor's feelings, what are you waiting for? Take the initiative and seize the moment. However, at that instant, Lin Ran paused once more and shook his head. No, I can't. Why not? In the milk tea shop, sitting across from Su Qingyan, Yuan Tingting's eyes widened in disbelief. He gave up Qingbei, and you did too. The two of you chose Donghai University together. Even if Lin Ran were as dense as a block of wood, he should have realized by now, right? Su Qingyan sipped her milk tea gracefully, a subtle smile gracing her lips. He is not oblivious. He understands perfectly well. Yuan Tingting was even more perplexed. Then why doesn't he take the initiative and confess to you? Or you could simply be straightforward and declare your feelings. After all, a girl pursuing a boy is merely a thin veil to lift. Su Qingyan shook her head. Neither option is appropriate. Have you forgotten about the incident with Shenlingshan? Yuan Tingting fell silent, then suddenly understood. You mean? Su Qingyan nodded, her eyes shimmering as if she could see through everything. To invest one's heart sincerely, yet receive no reciprocation, leads to caution and wariness. After experiencing loss, one inevitably becomes more guarded, fearful of further wounds. This had little to do with Shenlingshan. Lin Ran shook his head, his expression earnest. I simply feel that this affection has come too suddenly. Indeed, after 3 years of a platonic relationship with the campus Belle in his previous life, this young woman's overtures and goodwill in this life were utterly unexpected, devoid of any apparent reason or justification, naturally leaving him in doubt and confusion. Had Lin Ran truly been an 18-year-old youth, he would have joyfully embraced such affections without hesitation. The crux of the matter, however, was that he possessed the mature soul of someone in his 30s. He contemplated more deeply, with greater calmness and rationality. The campus Belle's feelings for him were unmistakable, yet without understanding the underlying reasons. They might simply be a fleeting whim or infatuation. To hastily embark on a relationship would not be a loss for him, as being with the campus Belle would be a remarkable gain. Yet for her, if this were merely a hasty decision, it might not bode well. Zhao Ke, rendered speechless, finally inquired. Then, Rangu, what do you plan to do next? Lin Ran narrowed his eyes, his demeanor composed. I will do nothing. I will wait. Wait. Yuan Tingting was utterly baffled. Wait for what? Su Qingyan set down her cup of milk tea, her demeanor serene and composed, as if victory was already assured. A subtle smile graced her lips. There was no need for overt declarations. Much like the present moment, she was gently coaxing him into a state of comfort, allowing him to gradually acclimatize to and even cherish this manner of interaction, slowly uncovering his own affections. By the time he realized his feelings, he would have already fallen into her trap. In her heart, a miniature strategist donned in a feathered cap was orchestrating everything. Xiao Lin Ran, will you truly escape from your sister's grasp? Lin Ran, equally self-assured, mirrored her sentiments. There was no need for direct confessions. He awaited her to gradually recognize her own feelings. When the moment arrived, she would inherently discern the choices she ought to make. In the depths of his mind, a miniature figure sat composedly at the tea table, savoring tea with an air of tranquility and strategic foresight. Little school beauty. A distinguished reincarnator like me, resolute in my intentions, is someone you can easily manipulate? Both youth and maiden brimmed with confidence, convinced they had unraveled the truth and assured of their triumph. Each prepared to engage in a protracted game of wits and rivalry. As the conversation unfolded, Their two friends, the confidants and loyal supporters, could not help but voice their curiosities. Yuan Tingting turned to Su Qingyan, her tone inquisitive. After all this talk about how to ensnare Lin Ran, what of your own feelings? Just how much do you truly like him? Zhao Ke similarly looked at Lin Ran, a puzzled expression on his face. Ran Go. Don't just speak of the class monitor's feelings. What do you truly feel for her? Both Su Qingyan and Lin Ran were momentarily taken aback. Caught off guard by the simultaneous inquiries, flustered and awkward, they hastily rose, a mix of embarrassment and confusion evident. This is unimportant. That evening, the familiar quartet gathered once more. Glancing at the school beauty seated beside him, one individual, brimming with sincerity, clasped his hands. Ah, Su classmate, we will be attending the same university henceforth. Please take care of me. The young lady nodded slightly, her expression calm and composed, responding earnestly, no need for formalities. It is only natural for classmates to support one another. Not far ahead stood a milk tea shop, the speakers announcing a buy one get one free promotion for couples. The young woman turned her gaze towards him, her tone casual. A buy one get one free offer, quite a bargain. Without a moment's hesitation, he replied, of course, we must take advantage. She raised an eyebrow. Is that reasonable? He, with an air of righteousness, declared, absolutely reasonable. Thus, the young lady gracefully extended her hand towards him, her demeanor regal as a princess. Understanding her intent, he bowed in a chivalrous manner, accepting her hand and intertwining their fingers. Together, they strolled towards the milk tea shop. Hand in hand, their posture exuding an undeniable sense of propriety. Even their silhouettes seemed to radiate the essence of rationality, leaving Zhao Ke and Yuan Tingting, the genuine couple, momentarily stunned. Zhao Ke could not suppress his frustration, his expression darkening. Are they really engaging in this charade of propriety again? At this rate, when will they ever reach a fruitful conclusion? Meanwhile, Yuan Tingting observed the pair walking away hand in hand, shaking her head with a smile. It doesn't matter. Two little fools, playing coy while pretending to be oblivious, simply stubborn. But what truly distinguishes this from a genuine romantic relationship? Chapter 90. The School Bell. It is quite reasonable for me to assist my mother. After the completion of the college entrance examination applications for the graduating seniors, it marks the resolution of a significant chapter in their lives. Regardless of their scores or whether they have gained admission to their desired institutions, everything has largely settled. Thereafter, they can immerse themselves in the summer, free from burdens, and savor every moment of enjoyment. As summer unfolds, the sweltering heat of July envelopes the small county town of Yunnan, where subtle feelings begin to flourish in the increasingly ardent air. Lin Ran, Su Qingyan, Zhao Ke, and Yuan Tingting, these two pairs of inseparable friends, find themselves gathering more frequently this summer, exploring every corner of their quaint town with unrestrained delight. Zhao Ke and Yuan Tingting, having recently entered into a romantic relationship, are naturally glued to one another, reluctant to part ways. In contrast, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan, the epitome of pure and reasonable camaraderie, display a closeness that rivals that of the newly formed couple, perhaps even surpassing it. Both are reincarnated souls, yet neither is aware of the other's shared fate. One bears the soul of a 30-something bachelor, while the other embodies the spirit of a sophisticated, aloof woman of the same age. Each believes they have adeptly discerned the other's intentions, brimming with confidence that they can effortlessly navigate the dynamics of their little desk mate and school bell. Thus, they establish their respective strategies this summer, filled with fervor and competitive spirit. One adopts a subtle, nurturing approach, akin to gently boiling a frog, while the other prepares to confront challenges head-on, like a seasoned warrior. Both are acutely aware of the other's plans, yet remain convinced that they are destined to emerge victorious. This is a battle. One night, a certain individual passionately scribbles in their diary, boldly inscribing a single line. Meanwhile, on that same night, a young lady admires the desk mate strategy she has compiled from the chronicles of another's past life, a smile gracing her lips, her eyes sparkling with allure. The defeated shall become the servant beneath the skirt. Thus, a battle devoid of gunpowder commences, unfolding in various scenarios, day in and day out. At the accessory shop, several individuals browse the latest trinkets. Couples can purchase matching charms for their phones. They look splendid together. The enthusiastic clerk promotes. Su Qingyan turns to Lin Ran, asking, "Is it all right for desk mates to buy the same pendant?" Lin Ran, with a righteous nod, replies, of course. At the amusement park, the announcement blares. Half-price tickets for couples today. The girl glances at her companion, suggesting it's a chance to save money. Without hesitation, he responds, absolutely. They naturally grasp each other's hands and approach the ticket counter confidently. At the milk tea shop, Su Qingyin casually glances at the milk tea cup in Lin Ran's hand. Inquiring with a nonchalant tone, what flavor do you have? Lin Ran looks at his drink, replying, red bean and taro. The young lady, with a tone that seems to politely request, asks, may I have a sip? A certain individual, generous and unpretentious, directly handed over a bubble tea drink. The tablemate, however, was taken aback by the courtesy. The girl's eyes narrowed slightly. Accepting the bubble tea, she took a sip from the used straw, maintaining a composed demeanor as she returned her freshly sipped drink. In the spirit of reciprocity, please indulge in mine. The individual's eyelids flickered, yet, maintaining his calm demeanor. He accepted her offering and took a sip. Thank you. Using the very straw she had just employed. Su Qingyan raised her delicate brows, her expression remaining unperturbed. Is it sweet? I mean the bubble tea. Lin Ran took a deep breath, his face unwavering. Sweet. It's quite sweet, isn't it? As bystanders and witnesses, Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting could hardly contain their astonishment. Zhao Ku glanced at his wife beside him, beginning to question his own existence. Wait, are they the genuine couple, or are we? They seem more affectionate than us. Every day, engaging in psychological duels with the campus beauty at the same table. Navigating through various overt and covert exchanges, occasionally left Lin Ran feeling overwhelmed. It wasn't due to a lack of resolve, rather. The charm of the enchanting girl across the table was formidable. A moment's distraction could indeed lead to his heart being captured by her allure. Fortunately, that summer witnessed a significant event, providing Lin Ran a valid reason to temporarily withdraw from the competition with the campus beauty. This was the entrepreneurial venture of Lin Ran's mother. Lin Mu, Zhao Shuqin, successfully resigned from her position at a state-owned factory, armed with a severance package, and began to plan her own business. Initially, she harbored some hesitation, uncertain about what path to pursue. After decades of holding a stable job, stepping out to embark on her own was daunting, filled with trepidation and anxiety about the unknown future. Lin Ran suggested to his mother, Mom, why not consider opening a bakery and dessert shop? On one hand, as a reborn individual, he possessed foresight, well aware that after 2007, boutique bakeries would flourish in the small county of Yunnan, promising a lucrative market. While it may not lead to immediate wealth, in his previous life, there had been successful bakery chains that thrived, establishing multiple branches in Yunnan County and cultivating a loyal customer base. On the other hand, his mother was already skilled in baking and dessert making, possessing expertise in this domain. Engaging in something she excelled that would be more manageable, sparing her the exhaustion of starting from scratch. Moreover, a crucial third point was that during his university years, Lin Ran had worked part-time for over a year in a boutique bakery in Donghai City, gaining extensive knowledge about the production and popularity of various breads and desserts. After several days of research and discussion, the mother and son finalized their product offerings and store concept. They chose a location conveniently situated at the intersection of a main road, not far from their residential community, ensuring high foot traffic and conveniently located near several kindergartens, junior high schools, and high schools. The store itself is a charming breakfast establishment that has been transferred, saving half the renovation effort. It took nearly half a month to prepare and gather the necessary staff. The shop was exquisitely decorated according to Lin Ran's design concept, and it proudly displayed a sign that resonated with the simple and unpretentious style of a small county town, Hao Zai Lai Bakery. Although it may sound rustic, it is catchy and easy to remember. 3 days before the bakery officially opened, someone was eagerly rolling up their sleeves, ready to assist their mother in establishing a foothold in the pastry industry of Yunnan County. One afternoon, the shop unexpectedly welcomed its very first customer. The tinkling of the bell announced the opening of the glass door, and a tall, graceful figure entered, ignoring the dumbfounded gaze of another. A young girl in a light blue dress, exuding a refreshing charm, greeted Lin's mother with a cheerful smile. Mom. Lin's mother, Zhao Shuqin, turned around in surprise and hurriedly approached. Oh, Qingyan, what brings you here? The girl affectionately wrapped her arms around Lin's mother. My godmother's new shop is opening. Of course, I had to come and help. Her words made Lin's mother beam with joy. Then, Su Qingyan slightly tilted her head to glance at the bewildered figure beside her. Raising an eyebrow nonchalantly, "What is the matter? Isn't it perfectly reasonable?" Seeing the dazed expression on Lin Rand's face, Su Qingyan felt a small sense of triumph. Little did he know that she had already learned through her friend Yuan Tingting, and from Lin Rand's close companion Zhao Ko, that he had been busy helping his family with their entrepreneurial endeavors. A phone call to her godmother confirmed her suspicions about the bakery's opening plans. Leading to this unexpected encounter today, Su Qingyan's intentions were now crystal clear. Having resolved to embark on her comprehensive strategy to win over her desk mate, she planned to approach it from multiple angles simultaneously. Not only would she focus her efforts on Lin Ran alone, but she also aimed to build rapport with his parents. A clever tactic indeed. A smile played on her lips. Given her familiarity with Lin's parents from her previous life, gaining their affection and approval would be effortless. With her godmother's new shop keeping her busy, her role as a devoted goddaughter, offering assistance and ideas, would surely endear her even more to her already fond godmother. In time, what would be a mere godmother would transform into a beloved mother-in-law, and the goddaughter would seamlessly transition into the role of a legitimate daughter-in-law. As she envisioned the harmonious and delightful relationship between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law, with Lin Ran dutifully serving tea and attending to her needs, Su Qingyan's heart brimmed with joy. Until Lin's mother, standing nearby, could no longer suppress her curiosity and called out gently, "Qingyan, Qingyan, what are you so happily lost in thought about, my dear?" The young girl was jolted back to reality, her spirits instantly lifted. "It's nothing. Mother, how are preparations for your new bakery going? Let me take a look and offer some suggestions." She was eager to assist Lin's mother with her soon-to-open bakery. Su Qingyan possessed ample confidence and assurance. In her past life, she had managed a publicly listed company, one of whose core businesses was retail. She had developed a thorough understanding of store openings, layouts, marketing, and product selection. Although operating a bakery was not her forte, as a reborn individual endowed with foresight and experience extending over a decade into the future, she was convinced that she could effortlessly help Lin's mother establish a thriving bakery in their small county. With her resolve firmly set, Su Qingyan brimmed with ambition and confidence, ready to meticulously examine the issues within the bakery. However, as she began to survey the freshly renovated establishment, she was taken aback by an astonishing revelation. How is this bakery so exquisitely designed? In her previous life, Su Qingyan had overseen several boutique bakeries within her own shopping mall, even personally inspecting various shops. She had retained vivid impressions of how exceptional bakeries ought to be decorated and arranged. Initially, she had presumed that, given the backwardness of the small county and Lin's mother's lack of relevant experience, the newly opened Good Again bakery would undoubtedly present numerous areas needing improvement. Yet, what unfolded before her eyes was a layout and decoration that could only be deemed exemplary. The bakery occupied a modest space, having rented a shop of 1.5 units. The overall decor was anything but cluttered. It was pristine, orderly, and luminous. Soft lighting fixtures were strategically placed throughout the store, creating a warm and tasteful ambience. Upon entering, visitors were greeted by transparent display racks on either side, showcasing products through glass walls to passers-by. These racks extended inward, leading to a central elongated island display. Both the racks and the island were adorned with meticulously arranged copper display stands, each resembling a work of art. Additional small spotlights had been thoughtfully installed to illuminate the displays. Su Qingyan could easily envision the array of baked goods and desserts that would soon grace these stands, enhanced by the enchanting lighting, making them irresistibly appealing. Instinctively, the young girl began to compare the scene before her with the exquisite bakeries she had previously evaluated in her past life. The conclusion was clear: this Good Again bakery, in both its decor and display layout, was in no way inferior to the exemplary boutique shops she had encountered before. In fact, it was even. In certain details, one must indeed surpass expectations. For a fleeting moment, the young girl, taken aback, instinctively parted her lips in astonishment. Turning to Lin's mother, she exclaimed, "Mom, did you orchestrate all of this?" Her tone was laced with incredulity. Lin's mother, however, chuckled at the question, waving her hand dismissively. "What power do I possess? This is all Sharon's idea. The decor and layout of this shop, the copper display stands, the spotlights, every decision was made by him. Such a little rascal. One wonders where he derives so many clever ideas." Though her words seemed somewhat reproachful, They were tinged with unmistakable pride. Su Qingyan was momentarily stunned. Turning to Lin Ran with even greater incredulity, "You conceived all of this?" Internally, her miniature self was agape in delight. "My little desk mate possesses such capabilities?" Lin Ran nodded enthusiastically, composed and nonchalant. "Yes, just a casual effort." His tone was so understated, yet internally, he was reveling in his own triumph. Feeling quite pleased with himself. It's rare to astonish the little school beauty. This is quite the achievement for me. Amidst his inner jubilation, Lin Ran did not forget to remind his mother, "Mom, please do not forget what I mentioned last time. The arrangement of the breads, desserts, and cookies in the store must be strategic. Place the high-profit items prominently, abundantly showcasing them to enhance visual impact. The lower shelves should feature affordable treats that children adore, ensuring they catch the eye of little ones first. We should also plan some marketing strategies for the opening. Perhaps print some flyers and coupons to distribute as gifts when we launch. For every new customer brought in, we can offer them a discount coupon for further savings." Su Qingyan, listening beside them, felt a bit dazed. A seasoned corporate executive in her past life, she found her mind reeling. Is this not reminiscent of the Pinduoduo model? Who has truly been reincarnated here? Within the bakery, Lin Ran's enthusiasm soared. As he strolled past the display shelves, he continued to elaborate animatedly. It would be ideal to host some tasting events at the entrance of the store. Free samples, showcasing the most visually appealing and freshest items to attract attention. We must also emit the most enticing aromas, so that passers-by, whether students or adults, can catch a whiff from streets away. Just as fine wine fears a deep alley, we must employ every means to draw people in. Once they take that first free bite, they will surely be tempted to enter and explore. As Lin Ran spoke with fervor, his mother, Zhao Shuqin, felt a bit bewildered. Yet, Su Qingyan, drawing from her past experiences as a corporate leader, grasped the essence and brilliance of his words. Many concepts may not seem novel in the years to come, but placed in the context of 2007, in a small county like Yunnan, they were indeed groundbreaking. Such a systematic and mature marketing and promotion strategy can indeed be regarded as forward-thinking, leaving one in awe. Particularly, some fresh ideas mentioned in someone's discourse seem, in Su Qingyan's impression, to be concepts that would only emerge years later. This inevitably stirred a sense of confusion and wonder within her. Fixing her gaze upon Lin Ran, she could not help but inquire, "How did you conceive these ideas?" Lin Ran, maintaining an unwavering gaze, replied nonchalantly, "I dreamt them." Su Qingyan raised an eyebrow, a large question mark appearing above her head. This response seemed quite implausible. Yet, upon further reflection, it could only be attributed to a moment of inspiration or serendipity. What other explanation could there be? Unless little Lin Ran had also experienced a rebirth. The thought flitted through Su Qingyan's mind, causing her to chuckle silently. Yet, reality is not a novel. How could rebirth occur in pairs? However, witnessing someone so spirited and assertive ignited a competitive spark within her. Originally, she had come to the bakery today, brimming with ambition to showcase her talents before Lin Ran's mother. Yet, before she could even make her mark, the spotlight had been entirely seized by little Lin Ran. This feeling inexplicably gnawed at her. Su Qingyan turned to Lin Ran, raising an eyebrow slightly. "You understand all this. Can you also bake that bread?" Lin Ran, invigorated by the question, was pleasantly surprised that someone was willing to play along. Of course. Moments later, in the bakery's back kitchen, she watched as Lin Ran moved with the grace of a seasoned pastry chef, seamlessly navigating through the stages of mixing ingredients, proofing, and kneading the dough. Standing beside her, Su Qingyan felt a wave of bewilderment wash over her. She couldn't help but widen her eyes in astonishment. Could little Lin Ran truly do this? In her previous life, she had never recorded such skills in her diary. Yet, as she observed, Su Qingyan felt a twinge of excitement and eagerness. "Let me give it a try." The school belle unexpectedly volunteered. Lin Ran glanced at Su Qingyan in surprise, then happily handed over several well-proofed dough pieces. "Then you can help me cut these into small pieces." She then returned to her tasks, diligently focused on the other steps. Su Qingyan accepted the dough, glanced at the neatly cut examples Lin Ran had prepared, and picked up a small knife to mimic the process. A former female CEO of a public company, adept in all business matters, yet her culinary skills were at a complete standstill. This was nearly her first serious attempt with a knife, and her technique appeared rather clumsy. While cutting the dough, the young woman couldn't resist stealing glances at her desk mate. Observing Lin Ran's calm and adept handling of the array of baking tools and dough, she found a peculiar sense of comfort emanating from him amidst the organized chaos. Su Qingyan found herself slightly entranced. In her distraction, she inadvertently overlooked the knife in her hand, resulting in a low cry of pain escaping her lips. Lin Ran swiftly turned his head and discovered that the school beauty, seated beside him, was frowning in pain, her fingers revealing a trace of blood. "Did you cut yourself? Let me see." He hastily approached, grasping her hand to inspect the wound, unable to suppress a frown. Although the injury was not deep, it bore a nearly 2-centimeter-long gash. "Wait a moment." With that, Lin Ran promptly turned to rummage through a nearby toolbox, retrieving antiseptic alcohol and a Band-Aid. He returned, carefully disinfecting her injured finger, gently wiping it with a tissue, and meticulously applying the Band-Aid. Upon completing this task, Lin Ran finally exhaled a sigh of relief, the tension in his brow easing. "It's all set now. Just be careful not to get it wet in the next few days. It should heal soon." As he spoke, Lin Ran suddenly noticed that the school beauty had been silent for quite a while. Raising his gaze in confusion, he found her staring at him intently. A sudden realization dawned upon him. The proximity between them was strikingly intimate, his grip still firmly holding her hand. To any onlooker, the atmosphere between them would appear exceedingly affectionate and ambiguous. Lin Ran quickly released her hand, striving to maintain composure as he feigned nonchalance. "Well, it's only reasonable for a classmate to show concern." Su Qingyan, too, felt a blush creeping onto her cheeks, making an effort to mask her embarrassment. Adopting a cool and composed demeanor, "Yes, that is reasonable." The air fell into an abrupt silence, a subtle yet enchanting tension enveloping them. Both were clearly flustered, each turning away awkwardly, yet unable to resist stealing furtive glances at one another. The moment their eyes met, they both panicked and swiftly diverted their gazes once more. To alleviate the awkwardness, Lin Ran quickly turned back to the dough. "Don't move. Just watch me work." Su Qingyan responded softly with a hum of acknowledgement. Thus, Lin Ran returned to the workbench, striving to appear wholly focused as he continued his task. The young girl perched on a nearby stool, quietly observing him with a demeanor of innocent admiration. As the myriad of colorful doughs were kneaded and arranged under Lin Ran's skilled hands, they eventually coalesced into an unbaked cookie dough. Curiosity piqued, Su Qingyan leaned in closer, instantly recognizing the shape of the cookie dough, her eyes widening in surprise. "Is this a SpongeBob cookie?" Lin Ran chuckled. "You recognized it?" He deftly sliced a thin piece from the dough, instantly bringing the likeness of SpongeBob to life. To be precise, it's a cartoon cookie, with the bakery's new branch opening. Mere decor and layout could only attract a handful of curious patrons. To draw in sufficient foot traffic and cultivate a loyal customer base, there needed to be ample flair and signature selling points. Not limited to SpongeBob, various cartoon characters from well-known foreign animations would be utilized, carefully navigating copyright issues. Furthermore, he planned to create some original, adorable cartoon designs of his own. Such cartoon cookies captivate children and possess purchasing power among parents. Girls adore them, whether for themselves or for their boyfriends. This approach effectively draws in the most potent consumer demographics into the store. Once customers enter, their purchases will not be limited to cookies, naturally boosting the sales of other baked goods as well. Su Qingyan gazed at the SpongeBob cartoon cookies, a flicker of emotion crossing her features. This could work. Lin Ran smiled. "Yes, it should work. My plan is to have the newly hired bakers produce a large quantity of these cartoon cookies 2 days prior to the grand opening, all tagged with the good-to-come bakery label. Then, we will aim to distribute them widely in the convenience stores and large supermarkets in Yunnan while ensuring effective promotion. By the time the store opens, we shall create a significant buzz." Utilizing convenience stores and supermarkets for advertising is indeed a reasonable strategy. However, a question arose. Su Qingyan turned to Lin Ran. "Do you have a way to persuade the small convenience stores and large supermarkets to accept your cartoon cookies?" Lin Ran chuckled. "It's actually quite simple. It's merely about leveraging both sides." While this may sound vague to others, Su Qingyan, a prodigy in the business realm from her previous life, instantly comprehended and regarded Lin Ran with a look of astonished admiration, nodding in agreement. Feasible. She had not anticipated that her small desk mate could possess such flexible and audacious ideas. Little did she know, even more ingenious and audacious thoughts lay beneath the surface. Someone suddenly displayed a hint of embarrassment, scratching their head. However, to enhance the likelihood of success, I would need your assistance. Hmm? Su Qingyan expressed subtle surprise and curiosity, looking at Lin Ran. Then, she observed as he cautiously glanced around, seemingly ensuring no one was eavesdropping. Before conspiratorially leaning closer and whispering a few words in the ear of the school beauty seated beside him. Su Qingyan froze momentarily. Then, slowly lifting her gaze to her desk mate, her eyes narrowed slightly. You want me to wear black stockings? Leverage both sides? What on earth? In the ladies' clothing store. Zhao Ku, seated on a small sofa, appeared utterly bewildered, her eyes swirling with confusion. Lin Ran, could you explain that again? I didn't quite understand. Lin Ran chuckled, patiently reiterating for his close friend, it's quite straightforward. To make the cartoon cookies promotional gimmick successful, we must spread the word throughout Yunnan. Essentially, we need to leverage the influence of department stores and small convenience stores. We want them to first accept the cartoon cookies into their counters, utilizing their shops and customer flow to raise awareness of the cookie's existence. However, typically, both department stores and convenience stores have fixed sourcing channels and display arrangements, making them reluctant to accept unfamiliar products. Good to Come Bakery, being a new establishment yet to open, lacks the negotiating leverage to convince them. Zhao Kun nodded in understanding. Right, I get that. Doesn't that mean it's impossible to negotiate? Lin Ran smiled. There's a way. While Good to Come Bakery may not suffice, we can approach it as representatives of the department store when negotiating with the small convenience stores. Under the guise of a collective of small convenience stores, one might engage in negotiations with a department store. This method, later dubbed empty-handed tactics in the annals of history, is quite illustrative. Imagine, for instance, that you wish to indulge in a hot pot dinner in your dormitory. You inform your roommates, let us have hot pot tonight. We have the pot and the meat, but we just need some vegetables. Could you bring a little? Then, you reiterate, tonight's hot pot is on. We have the pot and the vegetables, but we still need the meat. Could you contribute a bit? Finally, you declare, the vegetables and meat are all set. You just need to bring the pot, and we'll feast tonight. Thus, you contribute nothing, yet find yourself enjoying a delightful hot pot dinner. The same logic applies in leveraging the influence of both the department store and the convenience stores. By presenting oneself as a partner of them all, one can approach the convenience stores with news of new products poised for promotion, offering them as trial items. The weight and authority of the department store lends credibility, making the small convenience stores more receptive. Subsequently, one can turn to the mall, asserting that a substantial network of convenience stores has been consolidated, with products already displayed and ready for sale. The mall is thus more inclined to believe in the strength and capital of this bakery, opening the door for collaboration. At this moment, Zhao Ku comprehended the strategy fully, gazing at his close friend with astonishment. Wow, it can be played like this? Brother Ran is truly remarkable. However, after expressing his admiration, Zhao suddenly pondered, but what does this have to do with you asking the class monitor to wear black stockings? Before Lin Ran could respond, a melodious voice interjected. It's simple. He needs to deceive people and requires someone to assist in staging a performance. As the curtain of the changing room was drawn back, Su Qingyan emerged, accompanied by her friend Yuan Tingting, in stark contrast to her usual fresh and pure appearance. The girl now seemed entirely transformed. Clad in a sleek black pencil skirt paired with a white turtleneck, she exuded elegance and poise. The slightly taut hem of her skirt revealed her long, slender legs enveloped in black stockings, while her black stilettos complemented her ensemble, accentuating her already statuesque figure. Her previously casual ponytail was now elegantly styled into an updo, enhanced by a subtle touch of makeup that imparted an air of cool maturity. If the girl previously embodied the ethereal beauty of a lofty school belle, the vision now before Lin Ran and Zhao Ku was that of a strikingly sophisticated workplace goddess. Her beauty was breathtaking, almost suffocating. Even Lin Ran, upon seeing his former classmate emerge, felt a moment of shock and daze. This classmate bore an uncanny resemblance to the stunningly poised woman he would encounter 16 years later. Zhao Ku was left utterly speechless. Wow, is that the class monitor? Excuse me, madam, could you step aside? You're blocking my view of the fairy. This resulted in Yuan Tingting, irritated, pulling him aside for a reprimand, effectively ensuring he ceased his foolishness. However, amidst this commotion, Lin Ran managed to regain his composure slightly. He turned to Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting, explaining, regardless of whether we are negotiating with shopping malls or convenience stores, one must possess a credible identity. Otherwise, The other party may not take your words seriously. Zhao Ke gazed at Lin Ran, a look of confusion on his face. So, what is your identity? Yuan Tingting beside him also displayed curiosity. Lin Ran smiled, straightened his collar, and replied with poise. I am the liaison for the sinking market channels of a gourmet chain brand from Hangzhou. Yuan Tingting and Zhao Ke were taken aback. At that moment, another individual leisurely approached the desk of the campus Belle, producing a pair of black frame glasses from his pocket and offering them. This is my secretary. The young woman gladly accepted the glasses and put them on. With the addition of the black frames, the cool and striking demeanor of the professional woman was now imbued with a captivating allure. Zhao Ke looked at Lin Ran, then at Su Qingyan, his mouth agape in disbelief. What the hell? Are you all playing at this extravagantly? Yuan Tingting could not resist leaning closer to her friend, whispering, Qingyan, did you agree to help with this? Su Qingyan maintained a calm demeanor. It is reasonable for classmates to assist one another. Moreover, a subtle smile curved her lips. It is quite interesting, I assent it. As a reborn individual, Lin Ran never embarked on endeavors unprepared. Once everything was in place, he donned an appropriate formal outfit and entered a local convenience store in the small county, accompanied by his beautiful secretary. Engaging in polite conversation with the store owners, he exuded grace and composure that belied his youthful appearance. Armed with well-prepared documentation and materials, he stood confidently, backed by a strikingly elegant woman whose presence could not possibly originate from the humble county of Yunnan. This alone convinced the astute yet straightforward store owners of their significant standing. These two are certainly not to be underestimated. Furthermore, the product sourcing and display standards of the small convenience store were not overly stringent. Observing the fresh and intriguing cartoon cookie products, the owners could estimate their potential popularity. After all, they had nothing to lose. Thus, they readily agreed to procure a portion based on their share and allocated prime display spots within the store. The first stop was secured. Turning to the second destination, the largest chain mall in Yunnan County, the Quanjiafa supermarket, they replicated the same strategy. As they confidently entered the mall and inquired about the manager, their imposing presence nearly left the staff in awe, mistaking them for upper management on a site inspection. Upon entering the manager's office, they presented comprehensive documentation, including newly captured photographs of the cartoon cookies that had just been stocked in various convenience stores as proof. Seated at the table, Lin Ran spoke with calm assurance, prompting the manager to nod in agreement. Just as it seemed they were on the verge of finalizing a partnership, an unexpected turn of events occurred. The middle-aged, balding manager, with a jovial demeanor that suggested prosperity, lifted his gaze towards Lin Ran, suddenly narrowing his eyes with a smile that was both playful and skeptical. Little brother, you have spoken at length, but your identity must surely be a fabrication? His words abruptly chilled the atmosphere within the office, as if a disguise were on the verge of being unmasked. Lin Ran's eyes narrowed slightly in response, yet his expression remained composed. Meanwhile, in his mind, a miniature version of himself leisurely sipped tea, pondering, indeed, what follows next. A clear and melodious female voice suddenly pierced the air. Su Qingyan, who had been quietly fulfilling her role as a secretary, stepped forward with grace. Lin Ran instinctively stood aside, allowing her to take center stage. She casually removed her black-framed glasses, her previously alluring charm transforming into a striking and noble aura as she confidently took her seat at the table. With her right leg elegantly crossed over her left knee, she leaned back casually against the chair. In that moment, Su Qingyan exuded the commanding presence of a former IC CEO of a listed conglomerate. Raising her gaze to Manager Pang, her lips curled into a subtle yet sharp smile. I am the one in charge. This young fellow beside me is my brother. To conceal a truth, one must fabricate a falsehood and leave it to adversaries to unravel. Once opponents find satisfaction in exposing the lie, they will naturally lose interest in pursuing the matter further. Lin Ran understood that a manager at Quan Lefu would not be easily deceived by a pleasant facade. He was acutely aware that neither his prepared materials nor photographic evidence would suffice. Thus, he chose to present himself as the most glaring flaw in the ruse, willingly exposing his true identity. Despite his composed demeanor and articulate speech, he could not escape the youthful visage of an 18-year-old. However, his classmate, the school beauty, was an entirely different matter. She seemed to possess an innate aura, and once adorned in professional attire and light makeup, it was hard for anyone to believe she was merely a typical high school graduate. With this transformation, she embodied an air of cold elegance and enigmatic stature. It was evident that Manager Pang was convinced. Upon witnessing the previously unassuming secretary reveal her true identity, he promptly became warm and eager, hastily standing to shake hands with Su Qingyan. Consequently, their subsequent discussions regarding cooperation flowed seamlessly. Manager Pang readily agreed to collaborate, and it was clear that the presence of this distinguished and enigmatic woman would be beneficial for Quan Lefeu. Even a minor partnership could yield significant advantages, as forming connections with influential figures was already a worthwhile endeavor. Throughout the exchange, Lin Ran remained quietly by her side, observing the school beauty seated beside him. Her smile gentle and demeanor poised and elegant, engaging in lively conversation with a middle-aged, balding manager across from her. One could sense her subtle mastery over the dialogue. It compelled a certain individual to inwardly marvel at the innate charisma of the school beauty, almost leading him to believe that she had indeed been reborn. Upon finalizing their collaboration and leaving behind a selection of cartoon cookie samples, Su Qingyan stood to bid farewell to Manager Pang with a warm smile. Manager Pang, reluctant to part, accompanied Su Qingyan and Lin Ran to the entrance of the shopping mall, affectionately addressing her as President Su with heartfelt sincerity. As he watched their departing figures, a nearby employee approached with a puzzled expression, querying, "Manager Pang, have we truly agreed to this? Could it be a scam?" With a smirk, Manager Pang replied, "Can I discern between truth and deception? President Su's aura is not merely for show." Even I felt a twinge of trepidation sitting across from her. A person of such caliber does not emerge from a mundane existence, merely addressing meetings with scores of individuals. Moreover, I have examined those cartoon cookies, and they are indeed commendable products that would enrich our bakery offerings. It's a venture that bears no loss. Even if it is merely a favor, we stand to gain. A seasoned veteran of the industry, he possessed his own methods of assessing situations and weighing pros and cons. The employee, enlightened, promptly showered him with praise. "Truly, you are remarkable, Manager Pang. Your insight is unparalleled." Manager Pang, brimming with pride, responded, "Of course. She was testing me, placing a student before me to observe from the shadows. Fortunately, I saw through it at once, and now I'm certain President Su will regard me with newfound respect." Unable to suppress his curiosity, the employee inquired, "And that other boy, is he really her brother?" With a knowing chuckle, Manager Pang revealed a smile that only a middle-aged man could understand. "He is said to be her brother. Who knows, perhaps he is her chosen paramour." The employee, once again enlightened, praised Manager Pang. "You are indeed astute." With a triumphant laugh, Manager Pang turned with vigor, "Keep your eyes peeled and learn well. You have much to glean from your elder brother Pang." Inside the bakery, Zhao Ke stood in stunned silence, gazing at Lin Ran and Su Qingyan as if they were celestial beings. "Ran Gu, you and the class monitor are truly a dynamic duo, deceiving the world." Beside him, Yuan Tingting playfully elbowed her boyfriend. "What dynamic duo? They should be called the Divine Condor Heroes for a more fitting title." As she spoke the last words, Yuan Tingting smiled, her gaze directed meaningfully at the two. Su Qingyan maintained a calm demeanor. "It's nothing significant. It was Lin Ran's brilliant idea. I merely played a supporting role." Lin Ran, equally composed, added, "Not at all. We are merely a well-coordinated duo, credit shared equally." Zhao Ke nodded earnestly, expressing his opinion. "I believe the class monitor deserves a bit more credit. Just look at her attire. Black stockings, a short skirt, and high heels. Who wouldn't he be captivated?" However, the next moment, he found himself on the receiving end of a playful reprimand from his girlfriend. "Oh, so you only have eyes for Qingyan's legs, do you?" A certain classmate, Zhao, lamented in distress as his girlfriend tugged at his ear, leading him away. Inside the bakery, only Lin Ran and Su Qingyan remained. Zhao Ke's previous remarks were not entirely unfounded. The successful outcome of the matter owed much to the young lady's efforts. Lin Ran turned to his classmate, the school beauty, and sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Thank you for your hard work today." Su Qingyan responded with a slight nod, her demeanor unchanged. Yet a hint of a smile graced her lips. How shall you repay me?" Lin Ran replied with a hint of surprise. "My goodness. You seem quite adept at this." He scratched his head, resigned to fate. "How do you wish to be repaid?" Su Qingyan tilted her head as if in contemplation before casually stating, "I haven't decided yet." "You owe me another favor." Lin Ran interjected, "By my count, that makes 3 favors owed. The first 2 conditions remain unfulfilled. and now the debts continue to accumulate. Who knows if, in the future, this mounting debt might compel me to sell myself as collateral? He mused inwardly. At that moment, he inadvertently caught sight of his classmate frowning, seemingly discomfort by her high heels after prolonged wear. The young lady leaned against the wall, one leg slightly bent, as she bent down to remove her black stiletto heels. Her delicately wrapped heels, encased in black stockings, appeared graceful and alluring, slightly elevated. With two slender, fair fingers, she deftly grasped the shoe's heel and slipped it off. Lin Ran's heart nearly raced to an alarming pace upon that fleeting glance. Is this something one can view without a membership? He had not anticipated that the school beauty, dressed in her professional attire, would exude such an impactful aura of cool maturity with her stockings and heels. What seemed like a casual, ordinary action nearly caused his heart to skip a beat. He quickly averted his gaze, stealing another glance to ensure she remained unaware. Relieved, he exhaled softly. It wasn't for any other reason, but rather because it reminded him of that unexpected, intimate moment shared in his bedroom with the school beauty. At that time, the young lady had boldly and unabashedly issued an invitation. Shall we give it a try? If she had caught him stealing a glance just now, Lin Ran couldn't help but wonder whether she would, with her icy demeanor, extend her leg nonchalantly and suggest, shall we give it a try? The mere thought of such a possibility sent a shiver down his spine. What a terrifying notion. Who would test the bonds of friendship with such provocations? 2 days later, the bakery, good again, officially opened. The marketing preparations and promotions of the past few days yielded tremendous results. With cartoon cookies now gracing the shelves of convenience stores and Carrefour supermarkets, they captured the attention and affection of countless children, parents, and even young students within just 2 days, selling out rapidly. In the face of such demand, the bakery's branding on the cookie packaging became well remembered. Thus, on the day of its grand opening, the bakery attracted a wave of enthusiastic customers and fans. Moreover, the shop's uniquely exquisite decor, simple yet imbued with elegance, captivated a multitude of curious passers-by. Guests flocked inside, quickly drawn to the scientifically arranged display of an array of baked goods and cakes, particularly under the soft illumination of many spotlights adorning the sophisticated bronze display stands. Each loaf, toast, and cake emanated an enticing, mouth-watering sheen. The residents of the small county had never encountered such a high-end experience. They were utterly enthralled, resulting in a frenzied rush for purchases. The 3 pastry chefs hired by Lin's mother and the 2 cashiers at the front were overwhelmed, yet equally exhilarated, perspiring profusely while reveling in the bustling atmosphere of the bakery's booming success. As significant contributors to this triumph, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan stood nearby, observing in admiration. For Su Qingyan, having personally orchestrated various upscale shopping centers in her previous life, such a scene seemed trivial. However, in this life, witnessing someone achieve such remarkable results in a small county like Yunnan through unexpected advanced methods stirred a sense of astonishment and incredulity within her. Her gaze inadvertently fell upon the individual beside her, and a thought, amusingly absurd, surfaced in her mind. This reborn person's title would appear more fitting if attributed to my deskmate. Meanwhile, Lin Ran noticed the gaze of the school beauty directed at him. Realizing that his abilities had inadvertently provided her with a slight shock of admiration. Thus, he couldn't resist the urge to boast. So, are you impressed by your deskmate's skills? He awaited praise from the school beauty, but instead, she tilted her head slightly and, in a nonchalant tone, remarked, not really. I was just wondering if someone was peeking when I took off my high heels the other day. Bang! He lost his balance and tumbled down the steps outside the shop. That evening, during dinner at home, Lin's mother, Zhao Shuqin, excitedly shared the bakery's overwhelming popularity and revenue with her husband. Lin Guozheng listened, unable to suppress his astonishment. He had never expected that after a lifetime of hard work in a factory, his wife's courageous first venture into business could potentially transform their family's fortunes and propel them toward prosperity. Lin's mother couldn't help but express her joy. At this rate, even if revenues dip slightly, as long as we stabilize, this month's income surpasses what I earned in 3 to 5 years at the factory. Not only can we renovate our home, but if Sharon goes to Donghai, we might even be able to save up for a house for him. Listening to his wife's enthusiastic words, Lin's father began to dream of a brighter future. Only Lin Ran appeared somewhat distracted. Unable to suppress the recollection of the scene at the bakery earlier today, he vividly recalled how, with great resolve, He had adamantly denied the accusations of peeking. Beside him, the young girl merely cast a fleeting glance in his direction and casually remarked, "If you wanted to look, just say so. Consider it a perk of sitting together." At that moment, she paused slightly, lifting her leg nonchalantly while turning her head toward him, her gaze seemingly inquiring. "Would you like to look now?" Suddenly jolted from his reverie, Lin Ran looked up to find his parents at the dining table, gazing at him with puzzled expressions. "Xiaoran, what are you daydreaming about? Your eyes are shaking like there's an earthquake," his mother observed, astonished. "Oh, you resemble that driver Zhou from the Qingyan family last time, just the same." That very evening, in the living room, Su Qingyan reclined against a pillow on the sofa. Her long, dark hair cascaded over her shoulders like a waterfall, and she wore a delicate floral nightgown, her long, fair legs comfortably resting atop the coffee table. Reflecting on her conversation at the bakery, particularly the bewildered expression of that certain someone, a smile involuntarily crept onto her lips. The memory of her teasing remarks ignited a spark of interest within her. Her gaze fell upon her own legs, undeniably striking and elegantly long, complemented by a graceful arch and delicate toes. The girl, rarely taking the initiative to examine her own body, felt a twinge of curiosity. "Do boys really like this?" She pouted slightly, bemused by what she deemed a peculiar fascination. "It's merely feet. After all, why the urge to sneak a glance? Such a fondness for watching," she mused. "Next time, I shall elevate my legs right in front of Lin Ran for him to see." The thought of her own playful mischief brought a smile to her face. Yet, a moment later, she furrowed her brow, pondering whether it was the high heels and stockings she had worn that had contributed to his reaction. It seemed boys possessed an inexplicable and unique aesthetic appreciation for such things. Perhaps she should inquire with Uncle Zhou next time? Feeling slightly troubled, she unconsciously voiced her thoughts, as there were hardly any peers around her to explore such inquiries. Just then, a composed middle-aged man, a retired soldier, returned from his evening stroll through the community and passed by the living room. He happened to overhear the girl's murmured musings. The steady, seasoned man was taken aback. It was rare for the usually decisive young lady to exhibit confusion. A smile of warmth spread across his face as he felt a surge of responsibility. It was touching that Miss Su, in her moment of uncertainty, thought of him, her devoted chauffeur of many years. With a firm resolve, he straightened his posture, ready to approach her with his calm, reassuring demeanor to provide answers. However, in the next instant, he caught her murmuring once more, "Is black silk really that important to men?" The foot that was about to take a step suddenly froze in place. The action suspended in a moment of stillness. Then, a composed veteran named Zhou Zhan, his eyes wide with shock, retreated back through the living room. The life and death question remained unanswered. Time passed silently. Beginning in mid-July, the admission letters from various prestigious universities began to be sent out, arriving at countless households. Reaching the hands of high school graduates, Yuan Tingting and Zhao Ku had already received their acceptance letters from Hangzhou University of Technology and Hangzhou Institute of Technology, respectively. By late July, 2 letters of acceptance from Donghai University were also in the possession of Lin Ran and Su Qingyan. Thus, the countdown to the commencement of their new university lives had quietly begun. Alongside the admission letters came the dates for new student registration. Yuan Tingting's Hangzhou University of Technology was set for August 27th, while Zhao Ku's Institute of Measurement was on the 29th, a mere 2 days apart. Zhao Ku planned to accompany his girlfriend to the university, to familiarize themselves with the campus, and to serve as her assistant, carrying her bags and belongings. He was particularly eager to assert his claim to Yuan Tingting in front of other new students at the university. "This beautiful flower is already taken. You lot better not harbor any thoughts about my woman." In contrast, Lin Ran and Su Qingyan's registration at Donghai University was scheduled even earlier, on August 17th. This meant that they would have to bid farewell to their close friends and embark on their journey toward university life ahead of the others. Both Yuan Tingting and Zhao Ku felt a twinge of disappointment at this news. "You're leaving so soon? We were hoping to celebrate Qixi Festival together." In 2007, Qixi Festival fell on August 19th, which meant that someone in the school beauty would have to set off for Donghai 2 days prior, or even earlier. In response to Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting's lamentations, Lin Ran maintained a righteous demeanor. "What does Qixi have to do with us? You two can celebrate it among yourselves." Su Qingyan's eyes sparkled with a hint of contemplation upon hearing this. Qixi, indeed. Regardless, upon receiving their admission letters and confirming their registration dates, The four friends realized that their summer of camaraderie and revelry was approaching its end. As the departure dates drew near, the two pairs of best friends cherished their remaining moments together even more, frequently arranging outings to explore the various delicacies and shops in the charming little town of Yunnan, ensuring they experienced every culinary delight it had to offer. Occasionally, they would lend a hand at Lin's mother's newly opened bakery, which was thriving. The two girls took charge at the front counter, handling cash and assisting customers. Su Qingyan, recognized as the Belle of Yunnan High School, exuded a cool and radiant charm, while Yuan Tingting, equally striking in appearance and poise, complimented her. Clad in the bakery's uniforms and aprons, they greeted patrons with sweet smiles. With a swift motion, the number of male patrons in the store multiplied exponentially. Lin Ran and Zhao Ku, two young men, toiled in the kitchen, assisting the bakers with kneading dough and baking, their brows glistening with sweat. Occasionally, when they stepped out for a brief respite, they would witness the two young ladies at the front desk, beaming warmly as they greeted customers. Regardless of age, every male customer, young and old alike, found themselves utterly enchanted by the captivating smiles of the two beautiful attendants. In a daze, they ended up purchasing an assortment of bread and cookies sufficient to last until the new year, leaving with lingering glances, turning back multiple times. Zhao Ku, unable to contain his indignation, exclaimed, "Look at that. This is how men are." He then turned to Lin Ran, earnestly advising, "Ran Gu, when you get to university, you must keep an eye on the class monitor. If she gets swept away by some other scoundrel, you'll have tears to shed." Lin Ran took a sip of water. Maintaining his composure, "We merely share a platonic desk-mate relationship." "I have no idea what you're talking about," Zhao Ku retorted. All right, keep deceiving yourself. Let us see how long you can keep it up." As he silently scoffed, Zhao Ku's gaze inadvertently drifted towards Su Qingyan at the counter, and suddenly, a thought struck him, igniting his enthusiasm. Leaning conspiratorially towards Lin Ran, he lowered his voice. "Ran Gu, have you noticed? Since the last time the class monitor interacted with you, it seems she frequently changes her outfits, and it's always different socks. Today it's knee-highs. Tomorrow it's slouchy socks, and the day after it's black stockings and white ones. How bizarre. Is it all for you?" Lin Ran nearly choked on his drink, then continued to feign calmness. "I don't know what you mean. It's merely coincidental." Despite his words, his gaze instinctively flickered towards his alluring desk mate. At the counter, the young lady in her uniform and apron stood gracefully, her skirt revealing a glimpse of her long, slender calves. Today, she wore a pair of brown leather shoes, showcasing her delicate ankles adorned with a hint of white sock. Lin Ran, his pupils trembled violently. "Enchantress." Meanwhile, Su Qingyan was engaged in light conversation with Yuan Tingting, who had also taken note of the girl's recent frequent changes in attire, unable to suppress her curiosity. In response, Su Qingyan replied nonchalantly, "Oh, it's nothing. Just conducting an experiment, controlling variables." Yuan Tingting's mind was filled with question marks. Experiment? What experiment? "A variable control test on the attractiveness and impact of various styles of socks on my deskmate." The young lady maintained an impassive facade, yet within her mind, a miniature figure had transformed into a researcher clad in a white lab coat, intently observing a long array of assorted women's socks. In her previous life, she had been the chairwoman of a listed group in the southern province, a queen of commerce, whose approach to work was characterized by one word: meticulousness. Through practice, she sought to uncover the truth, striving for precision to identify the most effective means of conquest. And then, she would seize the opportunity. Early August, as Lin Ran and Su Qingyan prepare to depart from Yunnan, the date for their registration at Donghai University draws ever closer. In the days leading up to their departure, the four friends convened once more, and Zhao Ku proposed a final camping trip to Yushan for an overnight adventure. The other three readily agreed. On the day of their departure, at the agreed meeting point, Lin Ran and Zhao Ku, the two young men, shouldered various camping supplies and a tent, while the two young women were equally laden with an array of bags. They appeared to be no less burdened than their male counterparts, leaving Lin Ran and Zhao Ku perplexed. All essential items were already in their possession, yet how could these two girls carry so much more? Yuan Tingting began to enumerate her items with fervor: snacks, wet wipes, disposable tablecloths, mats, napkins, lipstick, moisturizer, and makeup remover. The list of necessities for the girls was extensive. Lin Ran, his expression darkening, cast a glance at the school beauty beside him. "You too?" Su Qingyan, with an air of nonchalance, replied, "I have one more item than Ting." Lin Ran, puzzled, inquired, "One more item?" The girl casually shot him a glance, her lips parting to reveal two simple words, "Socks." Lin Ran responded with a composed "Oh," turning away as if unfazed. Yet, in a moment unnoticed by others, his pupils trembled with intensity. Demonis. Bringing socks on a camping trip, was it reasonable? Certainly, but it depended on the type of socks one chose to bring. What sort of sensible person would carry such socks for camping? Internally, Lin Ran's miniature self was raging against the absurdity. Of course, he could only express his frustrations in his mind. Observing the retreating figure of the school beauty who had boarded the vehicle, he felt a headache looming, utterly helpless. Recently, he found himself increasingly unable to withstand her advances. At this rate, his steadfast resolve might falter. More importantly, he was acutely aware that she was deliberately provoking him. Yet he found himself somewhat intrigued. At this moment, gazing at the backpack she carried, a singular thought perpetually occupied his mind. What style of socks is the school beauty bringing? After a journey by car, they arrived at the foot of Yushan. The four of them, burdened with their numerous bags and equipment, ascended the mountain trail step by step. Yunnan County derived its name from its location south of Yushan. The mountain was adorned with lush, verdant trees and a tranquil environment. Inhaling deeply brought a sense of refreshment, akin to being enveloped in a natural oxygen bar. Half an hour later, as the four began to feel slightly breathless and damp with perspiration, they successfully reached a clearing among the trees at the mountainside. Upon setting down their burdens, Zhao Ku immediately sprang into action, full of enthusiasm. "Brother Ran and I will set up the tents. Ting and the class monitor can gather some firewood. We will cook soon." Thus, they divided into groups, each commencing their respective tasks. For this camping excursion, they had brought 2 tents, and Lin Ran and Zhao Ku each took one, beginning to assemble it. In her previous life, Lin Ran had organized outdoor activities with her colleagues and possessed camping experience. Therefore, when it came time to assemble the tent, she did so with remarkable ease. In contrast, Zhao Ku, initially brimming with confidence, believed he could manage without the instructions. However, he soon found himself in a flurry of confusion, committing numerous errors. By the time Su Qingyan and Yuan Tingting returned, carrying an assortment of dry wood and branches, Lin Ran had already completed her tent. Meanwhile, the tent Zhao Ku was responsible for lay limp and shapeless on the ground. "With skills like yours, how can you claim to be an outdoor expert?" Yuan Tingting scoffed at her boyfriend before turning to admire Lin Ran's swift work, exclaiming in surprise, "Lin Ran, you set that up so quickly. Have you camped before?" With a smile, Lin Ran waved her hand dismissively. "No, not really." She began to explain, but suddenly realized she was about to reveal too much. Noticing the puzzled looks from Su Qingyan, Yuan Tingting, and Zhao Ku, she quickly changed her tune and began to sing. "I finally learned how to love, but alas. You have already vanished into the crowd," performing the song later. Caught off guard, the 3 onlookers stared in bewilderment. Maintaining her composure, she casually remarked, "Oh, it's nothing. Just felt like singing for a moment." After completing her tent, Lin Ran turned to assist Zhao Ku with his. While the two worked together, the 2 girls had gathered enough firewood. Some of the larger branches required splitting with a small axe they had brought. Yuan Tingting picked up the axe, attempting to chop, but either missed the mark or lacked the strength to split the wood. Observing this, Zhao Ku immediately volunteered, "Tingting, don't worry about it. Once I finish my tent, I'll take care of the chopping." At that moment, Su Qingyan interjected, "No need. I'll do it." She stepped forward, grasped the axe firmly with both hands, her stance impeccably poised. Taking a deep breath, her eyes narrowed slightly as she raised the axe and swiftly struck the wood. Crack! The block split cleanly in 2. Zhao Ku's eyes widened in astonishment. "What the?" She continued, effortlessly splitting the 2nd, 3rd, and 4th pieces. Her movements fluid and decisive, without a hint of hesitation. In no time, she had transformed the collected wood into neat piles of kindling, all while remaining composed and unflustered, as if she had merely performed a trivial task. "Class monitor, you have this skill too?" Zhao Ku exclaimed in disbelief. Lin Ran was equally taken aback. Glancing at her classmate, Su Qingyan offered a faint smile. In her previous life, she too had been an outdoor enthusiast and a skilled practitioner, having gone solo camping and hiking countless times. While she might be unsteady with a knife in the kitchen, pitching tents and chopping wood was a walk in the park for her. Yuan Tingting gazed at her close friend, a look of disbelief on her face. "Qingyan, I never knew you had such talents. Su Qingyan, maintaining her composure, gently shook her head. I didn't know before. I've only learned recently. As she spoke, the girl suddenly paused, realizing she almost let slip a secret. Quickly, she altered her statement. It dawned on me through tears that some people, once missed, can never be reclaimed. She began to sing, and Lin ran. Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting exchanged bewildered glances. The girl, striving to remain calm, feigned indifference. Oh, I too find this song quite lovely. Zhao Ku and Yuan Tingting eyed Su Qingyan suspiciously, then glanced at Lin Ran. You two really have a tacit understanding, don't you? A shared glance between the two revealed a hint of guilt, and they both timidly nodded. Yes, indeed. It's perfectly reasonable for classmates to have a bit of synergy. Meanwhile, their inner selves were simultaneously exclaiming in relief. Thank goodness. That was close to revealing our identities as reincarnators. With the tent pitched and firewood stacked, the four began preparing their meal. To simplify matters, they had prepped ingredients for their camping trip, which included corn, sweet potatoes, instant noodles, and some ready-made skewers purchased from a store. Lin Ran collected stones to create 2 makeshift fire pits, carefully arranging wood and twigs, leaving spaces for air before igniting them with a lighter. Zhao Ku, standing nearby, commented with feigned seriousness, you know, using a fire drill is much more primitive and authentic. A lighter just feels a bit lacking. Lin Ran shot a sidelong glance at his buddy. Then you can savor the essence while we enjoy our barbecue. One fire pit held a small pot where several packets of instant noodles simmered, while the other supported a grill laden with skewers, brushed with oil and slowly turned to avoid charring. Lin Ran also tossed a few sweet potatoes and potatoes into the flames. Lacking aluminum foil, they embraced the simplicity of camping in this era. Seated by the fire, the group engaged in light-hearted conversation while awaiting their meal. The brilliant summer sunlight bathed the July landscape, casting dappled shadows through the lush trees of Yushan, swaying gently in the breeze. The 2 pairs of youths sat side by side on the ground, chatting and laughing, relishing the rare joy of nature's wilderness. It painted a timeless, poetic scene of youth, both nostalgic and poignant. As their laughter echoed, hunger struck, prompting them to snack on some light treats to stave off their appetite. Only Lin Ran appeared most occupied, tending to both fire pits. He flipped the skewers to ensure even cooking while monitoring the flames, occasionally adding more wood or placing stones to shield against the wind. Even with his extensive camping experience from a previous life, the heat radiating from the 2 fires made him break a slight sweat. Su Qingyan caught a glimpse of this scene. The young girl instinctively shifted her position, drawing closer to a certain individual. Is it hot? Lin Ran asked, raising her elbow to wipe the sweat from her brow. I'm fine. Casting a glance at the school beauty now seated beside her, she kindly advised, perhaps you should return to your spot. The heat from the fire pit is quite intense over here.